Merely unleashing a rudimentary wind release technique instilled such terror among the ninjas of Konoha during the Third Great Ninja War that they fled in disarray. As I gazed upon the tempestuous winds wreaking havoc across the expansive terrain, a fan-shaped clearing swiftly emerged in that moment. Both the forces of the sand and Konoha fell into an eerie silence. Who could have anticipated that an inconspicuous genin from the shadow of sand could execute a crank ninjutsu, gale palm, with such finesse? Ever since my unexpected traversal into the world of Naruto, I had inadvertently awakened a unique ability each day. My chakra would increase by the equivalent of 10 units of Kakashi's. However, despite the potential for growth, I found little joy in my situation, as I never envisioned myself as a mere civilian shinobi in Sunagakure. It is essential to recognize that Sunagakure, with its meager resources, ranks as the weakest among the 5 great shinobi villages. To complicate matters further, the ongoing Third Great Ninja War had relegated me to the status of a mere puvna civilian ninja who could hardly secure any resources. Even in the event of injury, I would be forced to wait behind the clan ninjas for medical attention. Yet as I awakened my newfound ability, I discovered not only an increase of 10 chakra units, but also enhancements to my physique and mental acuity. Nevertheless, a sigh escaped my lips lamentably. My repertoire of jutsu was scant, limited to a single, subpar crank technique. It appeared imperative that I capitalize on this war to accrue merit, enabling me to exchange for more potent jutsu. Just as I contemplated this, my teammate, Fujita Yuma, burst in with grave news. Destiny has deemed its sour mission has finally arrived. Tomorrow, we are to patrol the eastern sector of the camp. As soon as the words left his lips, my expression soured. The forces of Konoha were stationed to the east. Venturing there would entail considerable peril. Upon hearing this, Fujita Yuma nodded glumly, fully aware of the mission's inherent dangers. Yet, there was little we could do. Our small squad had dwindled to just the 2 of us. The following day, my chakra had increased by another 10 units. At that moment, Fujita Yuma and I were leaping between trees, executing our patrol of the eastern camp. Our senses were heightened, eyes darting around in vigilance. Wary of the possibility of a shuriken emerging from the shadows, I maintained my sensory ninjutsu, attuned to the subtleties of the environment. Suddenly, I sensed an anomaly and quickly signaled to Fujita Yuma, crouching behind a large tree. He immediately joined me, asking if I had detected something. Aware of my enhanced sensory abilities since our foray into battle, he wasted no time retrieving his gear. I discerned 4 figures concealed approximately 5 kilometers ahead. 3 of them possessed chakra levels hovering around 1 unit, while 1 exhibited 2 units. A bead of cold sweat formed on my forehead despite my current 20 units. I knew I would not stand a chance against the enemy. After all, my combat experience was exceedingly limited. However, through my perception of ninjutsu, I discerned that several Leaf Village genin were lying in ambush. Consequently, I hastily led my comrades back to the Sand Village outpost to prepare. To my surprise, upon reaching the entrance, a figure clad in genin attire spotted us. I recall that your mission was to patrol the outskirts. Why have you returned? Maki scrutinized us with a grave expression, but he contemplated that if we were indeed fleeing, he would be compelled to execute us as a warning to all patrol teams. Sensing Maki's murderous intent, I quickly raised my hand in a gesture of respect. Lord Maki, during our patrol, we encountered 4 Leaf Shinobi, one of whom is a genin, while the other 3 appear to be elite genin or special genin. Upon hearing my words, Maki's bloodlust dissipated, though his brow remained furrowed. With a wave of his hand, he summoned 3 genin from the outpost to accompany us. I nodded to my teammate, Fujita Yuma, instructing him to remain at the outpost while I led the others swiftly towards the location of the Leaf Ninjas. Before long, we arrived within a kilometer of their position. As Maki and the others recognized my halt, they understood the situation and charged forward. However, I chose to remain behind, observing. Soon, the sounds of battle erupted ahead. Wind release, great breakthrough. Wind release, blade of wind. One of the Leaf Ninjas was caught off guard and swept away by the wind ninjutsu. Realizing that their presence had been discovered, the Leaf Genin signaled for retreat. Unexpectedly, Maki swiftly maneuvered behind the Hyga ninja, questioning, "Can you escape?" He then thrust a kunai towards the ninja's back. 0.8 trigrams, 16 palms. The Hyga ninja remained unperturbed, launching a rapid counter. In response, Maki unleashed his chakra, leaping to evade. The others showcased their skills as shuriken and kunai flew through the air, accompanied by a myriad of ninjutsu. Watching this scene from my concealed position, I felt an overwhelming envy. How I wished to wield such powerful techniques. Yet, amidst the chaos, I sensed something amiss. The Leaf Ninjas, pressured by Maki and his team, were gradually retreating towards my direction. Among them, a Leaf Ninja bearing a shinobi sword was the first to spot me. Without hesitation, he unleashed a fire release, fireball jutsu. Realizing the danger, I immediately began to form the hand seals for wind release, gale palm, channeling 2 chakra points to execute the technique. Instantly, the fireball was dissipated by the fierce winds, and the Leaf Ninja was not only torn to shreds, but also uprooted the trees behind him, transforming them into mere splinters that in an instant. 100-meter fan-shaped clearing was ravaged by the tempest, rendering the battlefield eerily silent. Maki swallowed hard, astonished. Is that truly Gale Palm? Yet he quickly regained his composure and resumed his assault on the remaining Leaf Ninjas, while the others sprang into action. Despite having just taken a life, I felt no fear. Instead, I was enveloped in a sense of awe. Could this chaos truly have been wrought by my own hand? Soon, the battle over there concluded. All the ninjas from Konoha had perished. Maki swiftly approached my side. Little brat, had I been your adversary, you would have already met your demise, he remarked, his gaze peculiar as it fell upon me. Maki recalled that I had just employed a crank ninjutsu, the Gale Palm, yet its potency seemed exceedingly formidable. Moreover, I appear to possess an abundance of chakra prodigy indeed. My apologies, Lord Maki. I was too exhilarated. The memories still haunt me. Maki discerned that I currently brimmed with chakra, but lacked the knowledge to wield it effectively. Thus he proposed to mentor me for a time. This would bolster Sunagakure with an additional strong warrior, considering the scarcity of high-level combatants within the village. Upon hearing this, I nodded eagerly, for Maki was a trusted confidant of the 4th Kazekage, Rasha. More significantly, he was the instructor of Rasha's 3 children. Thus I had inadvertently allied myself with the 4th Kazekage. After storing the bodies of the 3 Konoha ninjas within a scroll, Maki led everyone back to the base post haste. However, upon arrival, he dismissed everyone but me. At that moment, he produced 2 ninjutsu scrolls. These are your rewards: 1 Brank Wind Release Technique and 1 Crank. Initially, both scrolls were supposed to be Crank, but Maki had made an exception for me. I expressed my gratitude and accepted them with a smile, only to discover they were the Wind Release, Gale Palm, and Wind Release, Great Gale Palm, which I promptly stored away. Now, let us see the extent of your abilities, Maki declared as he swiftly launched 3 shurikens towards me in a formation. Employing the body replacement technique, I quickly performed the necessary hand seals to evade his attack. Show me your true prowess, or you might find yourself in dire straits, he warned, his hands forming seals with remarkable speed. Seeing this, I promptly followed suit. Wind Release, Gale Palm. We moved in unison. This time, I invested my chakra with equal fervor as before, conjuring a tornado of chakra that effortlessly dismantled Maki's ninjutsu, advancing towards him relentlessly. The wind distorted Maki's visage, and soon he was propelled into the A.I.R.I. In that critical moment, he executed the body replacement technique, leaving behind a wooden log that shattered into fragments. Gazing at the 100-meter expanse, now shaped like an infinity symbol, Maki stood to the side, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Although he had witnessed my abilities once before, he remained profoundly astonished. With a newfound understanding of my ninjutsu, he commenced training me in my weaker areas, taijutsu and throwing techniques. An hour later, the lesson concluded. Maki instructed me to return, after which he proceeded to the central chamber of the base. Kazekage, that boy possesses considerable talent. With proper cultivation, he will undoubtedly become a formidable warrior for our village, he reported to Rasha, who nodded in agreement. Setting aside the investigation report concerning me, I detailed my entire life's journey, leading Rasha to conclude that I was not an infiltrator. Observing my substantial chakra reserves, he began to entertain the thought of taking me as a disciple, envisioning the potential for my growth once I mastered the necessary techniques in absolute ninja capable of altering the tide of battle. Thus, in her quest to cultivate my abilities, Rosa decided to reassign me and my companions to the rear. After all, she desired to avoid any unfortunate incidents should I patrol the front lines. Before long, the next day arrived. Noticing an increase of 10 chakra points today, a subtle smile graced my lips as I stepped out of the room with Fujita Yuma, heading towards our designated task site to commence. The day's patrol. Although we had relocated to the relatively safer eastern side, neither of us let our guard down, for one could never predict whether a Konoha ninja might emerge from the shadows. Over the following 2 days, I absorbed all that Maki had taught me like a sponge. However, upon the completion of today's lesson, just as Maki turned to depart, I shyly clasped my hands together and called out to him. Master Maki, I have mastered the ninjutsu you previously imparted. Upon hearing my words, Maki turned to face me, a smile creeping onto his lips, for he had been observing my dedication. Each night, I devoted time to practice my ninjutsu, a trait that Maki greatly admired. He then inquired about which ninjutsu I wished to learn next, fire release techniques and body flicker technique. I replied eagerly. Having already grasped 2 wind release techniques, I deemed it essential to learn a fire shield, for the power of fire amplified by wind could be formidable, while the body flicker technique would facilitate my escape. Maki, considering the Wind Shadow's particular regard for me, nodded in agreement. Soon, I joyfully returned with the scrolls for the Great Fireball and the body flicker technique. However, shortly after my departure, Maki approached Rosa. Wind Shadow. Tianyi's physical techniques are now on par with those of elite ninjas, yet he lacks combat experience and requires magical prowess to fully realize his potential. Moreover, his chakra levels are remarkably impressive, many times greater than when I first encountered him. A hint of bitterness colored Maki's tone as he reflected on the rapid growth of this young talent. Despite his own swift development at that age, it seemed almost absurd. Lacking combat experience, you say? Rosa mused, stroking her chin thoughtfully. Then let this lad patrol the supply routes. Maki, you should keep a close watch on him, as the livestock industry occasionally dispatches individuals to ambush supply teams. This will provide him with invaluable experience. Maki nodded in agreement and proceeded to arrange the details. The very next day, I and Fujita Yuma found ourselves assigned to patrol the Liangdao area. Little did we anticipate the events that would unfold. Shortly after we began our patrol, a tremendous explosion echoed in the distance. The sand-hidden village's supply transport team had come under attack. Sensing the gravity of the situation, I halted abruptly and turned to my friend, Fujita Yuma. You stay here and signal for support. I will investigate. After days of training, I yearned to gauge my true strength. The vast chakra within me instilled a sense of confidence, but it was primarily the presence of Maki behind me that bolstered my resolve. For just moments ago, as I activated my sensing ninjutsu, I detected Maki's chakra. Fujita Yuma understood that his speed was merely a burden to me. Thus, he nodded in acknowledgement, while I hastened towards the site of the confrontation. The arrival of these Konoha ninjas was infuriating, but a distress signal needed to be dispatched immediately. The Sunagakure ninjas, while safeguarding the supply-laden carts, were also fending off the Konoha attackers. With a swift whoosh, the distress signal was sent forth. The leading Konoha ninja promptly instructed his subordinates, utilize ninjutsu to obliterate the carts. After all, their mission was to annihilate Sunagakure supplies, not to engage in combat with its Ninjas.At that moment. Under the protection of other Konoha ninjas, 8 Chunin surged towards the convoy of supply-laden carts, launching their assault. Fire release, fireball jutsu, wind release, great breakthrough. Empowered by the wind, the potency of the flames surged. The beleaguered Sunagakure ninjas were engulfed in desperation, as the 3 Chunin tasked with safeguarding the supplies felt their dread intensify. They could not hold their ground any longer, and thus, they abandoned the supplies, seeking refuge in a safer location. However, just as the flames were on the verge of consuming the cart convoy, I suddenly appeared. Infusing my wind shield gale palm with 4 chakra points, I unleashed a whirlwind that swept back the encroaching flames. The fierce gust amplified the fire's intensity, leaving only 4 of the 8 Konoha ninjas to evade through substitution techniques, while the remaining 4 were engulfed by the inferno. Their suffering was swiftly concluded as the gale palm tore them to shreds, along with the forest behind them. How could this be? This young shinobi of the killing shadow possessed such formidable chakra. He must be eliminated, otherwise, when he matures, it would spell doom for us all. The Konoha ninjas turned their focus upon me, deeming the supplies inconsequential. The priority was to extinguish this prodigy from Sunagakure.At that moment. The Sunagakure ninjas also recognized the Konoha threat, redirecting their attention towards my impending reinforcements. Block their advance, they cried, and the group immediately counterattacked. Yet, due to a shortage of personnel, one particularly formidable Konoha Jonin breached our defenses and charged at me. 3 shurikens were hurled from his palm, aimed directly at my face. Swiftly, I performed the substitution technique, and the shuriken struck a wooden post instead. The Konoha Jonin, realizing his aim had failed, resorted to fire release, unleashing the fireball jutsu, a massive fireball, 10 meters in diameter, erupted from his mouth, hurtling towards me. However, I had no intention of retreating. I too invoked the fireball jutsu, pouring 2 chakra points into a colossal fireball that expanded to 100 meters. The spectators were left in awe, feeling the terrifying heat radiating from the inferno, even from 20 to 30 meters away. The Konoha Jonin's pupils constricted in shock. What sorcery is this? He pondered, witnessing his fireball being devoured by my OW in a panic. He dodged to the side, but the flames still singed his arm, releasing a whiff of scorched flesh. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, for had he hesitated even a moment longer, he would have been consumed by the very flames he unleashed in that instant. He took stock of the unfolding chaos. I was astonished to observe that the opponent's expression remained unchanged. It seemed that the individual who had just unleashed ninjutsu twice was not truly him. This fellow possessed an excessive amount of chakra. He could not be allowed to remain. Even if it meant my demise, I had to replace him. The elite Jonin of Konoha understood that should this individual be allowed to mature, he would pose an immense threat to their village. Thus, he drew his concealed ninja blade and swiftly charged towards me. Realizing the futility of engaging him in physical combat, I instantly formed hand seals and opted to evade using ninjutsu. I unleashed the wind release. Great cutting whirlwind, but unlike Temari's technique, I harnessed a substantial amount of chakra to summon a tempest. Blades of wind materialized, slicing through the air at lightning speed towards the approaching elite Jonin. He had no choice but to employ the body flicker technique once more nonetheless. Numerous wind blades still grazed him. Despite the excruciating pain, the elite Jonin gritted his teeth and pressed onward with unwavering determination. With a slight smirk, he prepared to execute the secret art of Konoha, divine arm. He seemed to relish the thought of claiming the head of this murderous genius. The sensation of extinguishing a prodigy was indeed exquisite. That moment, the wind release. Wind blade was unleashed by Maki, who had been lurking in the shadows. The wind blades cleaved the ninja blade in two, yet the upper half of the blade flew forth, taking a chunk of flesh from my shoulder. Pain surged through me, and with reddened eyes, I gritted my teeth and struck out with the wind release. Gale palm. The elite Jonin of Konoha was sent hurtling back, a gaping wound the size of a basketball appearing in his chest. His eyes filled with regret. He had nearly extinguished this killing prodigy. This time, I refrained from infusing 2 cards of chakra, as the proximity to him was perilously close. Too much chakra could backfire against myself. However, the power was sufficient to eliminate this threatening elite Jonin. Maki approached my side and, seeing that my injuries were not severe, let out a sigh of relief. "Now you understand your limitations," he remarked as he surveyed the surroundings. "Rest here for a moment, I shall assist them." With that, he swiftly rejoined the fray. I observed Maki as he deftly engaged the Konoha ninjas, utilizing his vast combat experience in conjunction with other assassins to quickly dispatch the attackers. This realization struck me. I had much to learn. Even with a daily increase of 10 cards of chakra, without diligent study of combat techniques, I could easily become the next tree of God. Shortly thereafter, our group returned to the encampment. Under Maki's orders, the medical ninjas prioritized my treatment. Once my wounds were swiftly attended to, I sought out an open space to practice ninjutsu. This battle had revealed numerous inadequacies in my application of ninjutsu. I continued practicing until 10 o'clock that evening, carefully regulating my chakra levels and ensuring each technique remained within normal parameters. As I labored tirelessly for 4 to 5 hours, Rosa, standing from a vantage point, could not help but twitch her lips in disbelief. At this age, with this amount of chakra, the situation in the encampment was indeed remarkable. The people gazed at me with eyes filled with joy, for they understood that as long as I continued to grow, the village of Sand would soon boast a formidable warrior akin to a shadow. Once this young lad acquires sufficient combat experience, he shall be instructed in the ways of battle. The somewhat slow-witted Rosa cast a glance in my direction before turning to resume her paperwork. Meanwhile, at the Konoha camp, a report was being delivered to Lord Orochimaru by a Chunin. "My lord, we have dispatched a team to sever the Sand Ninja supply route, but they have not returned." Upon hearing this, Orochimaru's slit-like pupils narrowed as he turned to face the reporting Chunin, a look of surprise crossing his features. It was crucial to note that among those he had dispatched were several elite shinobi of Jonin rank. Even if they had failed their mission, it was hard to believe that not a single one would return. Had something unforeseen transpired? With this thought, Orochimaru promptly recalibrated his strategy. Days passed swiftly, and soon my chakra reached the remarkable threshold of 100 calories. On this day, I commenced a new patrol alongside Fujita Yuma. Yet I remained vigilant, not allowing my guard to slip simply because Maki was at my back. After all, I would not entrust my life to another's hands. Having effortlessly dispatched a Konoha Chunin squad, my friend Fujita Yuma expressed a hint of curiosity, noting that recently, the teams sent from Konoha were all led by Chunin. Commanding a squad of Genin.It was worth mentioning that merely 2 days prior, Konoha had dispatched teams led by Genin for their assaults. After contemplating this, I mused that perhaps preparations for a grand conflict were underway. Nevertheless, we must remain cautious. What if this was merely a ruse to lull us into complacency? I sensed that matters were far from simple. After all, on a previous occasion, a Genin from Konoha had managed to escape under the combined efforts of Maki and myself. It was entirely possible that our intelligence had made its way to Orochimaru's desk. The thought of being captured for dissection and research was not one I wished to entertain. Yet, just as this fear crossed my mind, disaster struck. "Be careful," I shouted, yanking Fujita Yuma behind me. With a swift motion, a kunai flashed, severing a snake's head that fell to the ground. Upon witnessing the creature I had slain, a dread realization dawned upon Might was Orochimaru. In that moment, I felt certain that I was no match for this foe. Turning urgently to my friend Yuma, I urged him to flee, but alas, it was too late. The technique of the hidden shadow snake hand was upon us. Zongshen Tianyi felt that he was no match for this guy right now. Ninja technique, hidden shadow, snake hands. At that moment, several snakes flew in from the shadows, their gaping mouths revealing glistening fangs. Fire release, great fireball. Zongshen Tianyi directly infused 2 cards of chakra into the fireball, targeting the area where the snakes were coming from. The 100-meter-wide fireball instantly incinerated the snakes, turning them to smoke, while the trees ahead were completely carbonized, and the ground within 100 meters cracked under the intense heat. At this moment, Maki quickly arrived at Zongshen Tianyi's side. "We need to go, it's Orochimaru." Maki did not expect Orochimaru to appear here. Chapter 7. Orochimaru's plan. "Please, everyone, do not. I am quite interested in Lord Tianyi." At this moment, Orochimaru stepped out from another direction, his eyes filled with greed as he looked at Zongshen Tianyi. Zongshen Tianyi shivered. Being stared at like this by a man was truly disgusting. Although Orochimaru's reincarnation technique was incomplete at this time, he had already begun his research on human bodies. His gaze remained fixed on Zongshen Tianyi. He had learned from intelligence that a lower ninja from the sand had an extremely terrifying chakra growth rate. This made him believe that the other party must have awakened some bloodline limit. Thus, he took the time to plan to capture him for further study. At this moment, Maki stood in front of Zongshen Tianyi, watching Orochimaru with a wary gaze. Orochimaru was a well-known strongman, and he couldn't afford to be careless. Zongshen Tianyi slightly curled the corner of his mouth. He sensed that someone with a massive chakra was approaching. Magnet release, sand shuriken. Upon seeing this, Orochimaru instantly moved to a tree, smiling at Zongshen Tianyi. "I will come looking for you again, Lord Tianyi." He felt the enormous chakra within Zongshen Tianyi's body. With so much chakra at such a young age, he must have awakened a bloodline limit. He had to obtain his body. Then he disappeared without a trace. Rosa arrived, and he didn't think he could take Zongshen Tianyi away while being behind the Sand Ninja. Once Orochimaru left, Maki let out a breath of relief and turned to look at Zongshen Tianyi, who appeared unfazed and satisfied. Meanwhile, Fujita Yuma, who was beside him, was already too scared to breathe. Rosa rushed over. "Was that Orochimaru just now?" Maki nodded. "Yes, Lord Kazekage." Rosa's expression turned serious. "What on earth is Orochimaru up to? Let's go." Rosa led everyone back to the base. Maki entered the war room with Rosa, while Zongshen Tianyi and Fujita Yuma separated and went to an open area to continue training. He still felt too small. The pressure Orochimaru had just brought was quite significant. If it hadn't been for Rosa's timely arrival, he feared he would have already been lying on Orochimaru's dissection table. In the war room, "Maki, do you think Orochimaru came for that kid Zongshen Tianyi?" Rosa raised an eyebrow, feeling it was unlikely. Lord Kazekage, though it was a bit hard to believe, this was what Orochimaru himself said. Previously, a leaf ninja escaped and might have reported Tianyi's information to Orochimaru. Maki expressed his concerns. Zongshen Tianyi hasn't grown up yet, and he's already being targeted by Orochimaru. Should we let Tianyi stay at the base to train for a while? Maki didn't want anything to happen to Tianyi. His talent was evident. No, let him go out on a mission. This is an opportunity. Rosa's gaze was sharp. He wanted to be the fisherman, using Zongshen Tianyi as bait to catch Orochimaru. Maki understood, a hint of reluctance appearing on his face. However, would this approach be too risky, Lord Kazekage? Maki hesitated, then slowly spoke. Lord Kazekage, I can use transformation jutsu to become Tianyi's likeness to. Before he could finish, Rosa interrupted him. The transformation jutsu won't fool Orochimaru. You don't need to worry. I'll protect that kid. After all, I still want to take him as my disciple. Rosa said confidently. Well, all right. Maki, seeing Rosa's determination, had no choice but to relent. Perhaps this was Lord Kazekage's test for Tianyi. If he passed, he would become Lord Kazekage's disciple. If he failed, he would be the fish to be sacrificed. Maki bowed to Rosa and exited the war room. He found Zongshen Tianyi, who was training. Tianyi, I'm here to continue guiding your taijutsu. Maki adjusted his mindset and walked toward Zongshen Tianyi. Zongshen Tianyi stopped practicing ninjutsu and nodded with a smile. But he sensed something was off with Maki. All right, Lord Maki. Zongshen Tianyi valued taijutsu highly. During the Fourth Great Ninja War, Orochimaru was able to fight against the ninja army solely with taijutsu. Lord Maki, I'm here. Zongshen Tianyi charged forward. The two began to spar. Maki felt the strength of Zongshen Tianyi's strikes and thought, this kid's power is increasing every day. He's truly a good seed. I hope Tianyi can survive this. At this moment, Zongshen Tianyi sensed something was wrong with Maki and thought, there's a problem. That night, Zongshen Tianyi returned to his resting place. Sitting on the edge of the bed, deep in thought about Maki's situation during the day. Suddenly, he seemed to understand. Rosa was likely going to use him to set a trap for Orochimaru. Zongshen Tianyi hurriedly looked at Fujita Yuma, who was reading, and asked seriously, Yuma, have you mastered the body flicker technique? Seeing Tianyi's serious expression, Fujita Yuma knew something major was about to happen. He quickly tucked his collected books into his arms and nodded, don't worry, Tianyi, I've already mastered the body flicker technique. Good. We need to be extremely cautious when we patrol later. Zongshen Tianyi felt a bit nervous. He was about to face one of the Sannin, Orochimaru. His palms were sweating. An elite shinobi. All right. Fujita Yuma was very curious about what was happening, but seeing that Tianyi didn't voluntarily tell him, he held back his questions. Anyway, whatever Tianyi asked him to do later, he would do it. At the Konoha camp, Orochimaru, who had just finished his research, walked out of the underground laboratory. He looked toward the Sans base and called out, Lord Tianyi. The next day came quickly. Zongshen Tianyi and Fujita Yuma started a new day of patrol. Tianyi kept his sensory ninjutsu activated, nervously observing his surroundings at all times, fearful that a snake would suddenly appear from somewhere. Fujita Yuma was not foolish. Seeing Tianyi like this, and remembering his earlier encounter with Orochimaru from the Leaf, he understood. So he weakly asked, Tianyi, has Orochimaru from Konoha set his sights on you? Zongshen Tianyi was surprised that the usually bookish Fujita Yuma could think this through. He nodded. Fujita Yuma's face turned pale. Then, with a slight tremor in his voice, he said, Tianyi, if you spot Orochimaru, jump onto my back immediately. I'm fast, and I'll carry you away. Ha ha ha. Zongshen Tianyi happily patted Fujita Yuma's shoulder. Good brother, my life will depend on you then. Chapter 8. Orochimaru strikes again. The two immediately began their patrol. Their cautious demeanor made Rasha, who had been observing them, curl the corners of his mouth up slightly. The two were indeed clever. A whole day passed during their patrol. When they returned to the base, the tension in their hearts instantly relaxed. Fortunately, nothing happened today, Tianyi said with relief. Yeah, Zongshen Tianyi felt uncomfortable with this feeling. He knew a venomous snake was lurking in the shadows, yet he had no way to deal with it. Damn it, when I go to Konoha later, I'll dig out a pair of Sharingan and then give Orochimaru a daily dose of kaleidoscope genjutsu. Tianyi, I'm heading back first. I need to read some books and calm my racing heart, Fujita Yujin said with a lewd expression. Zongshen Tianyi waved his hand and reminded him, Yujin, don't forget your training. Fujita Yujin, who had already run far away, said without looking back, don't worry, I won't risk my life for nonsense. Zongshen Tianyi also turned to begin his training. At this time, Maki was already waiting for Zongshen Tianyi in the usual place. Lord Maki, I'm here. Zongshen Tianyi ran over quickly. Let's get started. Zongshen Tianyi once again began his daily routine of being beaten. Many Sand Shinobi were watching from a distance. Zongshen Tianyi's strength was growing every day, which was truly enviable. After all, he was currently in a period of strength growth, which was quite normal. It wouldn't be long before their village would have another strong fighter. Smiles appeared on everyone's faces. Afterward, they shifted their gazes back. In the following 5 days, Zongshen Tianyi and Fujita-Yujin patrolled with their hearts in their throats. Tianyi, do you think Orochimaru won't come? Fujita-Yujin looked around, feeling that Orochimaru from Konoha probably wouldn't come. After all, he was the commander from Konoha. How could he possibly come to deal with a mere sand genin like Tianyi? Maybe. Oh no. Zongshen Tianyi sensed a massive amount of chakra. Orochimaru. He immediately gave Fujita-Yujin a look, and upon receiving Tianyi's gaze, Fujita-Yujin understood that Orochimaru had arrived. The two quickly retreated, preparing to run back to the base. Fujita-Yujin was ready to send a signal. But before the signal could rise, it was interrupted by a flying snake. Tianyi-kun, long time no see. Your chakra has increased again. I'm becoming more and more interested in you. Orochimaru appeared on a large tree, his eyes gleaming. Damn it. Fire style, great fireball. Zongshen Tianyi immediately formed hand seals. An overwhelming flames erupted from the sky, with a massive fireball hurtling towards Orochimaru. Facing this gigantic fireball, Orochimaru swiftly retreated. He wasn't foolish enough to take it head-on. Ninjutsu, multiple hidden snake hands. Orochimaru raised his hands, and countless pythons surged out from his sleeves. Seeing the mass of snakes coming, Zongshen Tianyi's hair stood on end. So disgusting. Wind style, gale palm. Zongshen Tianyi channeled a large amount of chakra, and then struck out with his palm. The snakes were instantly sliced into countless pieces by the fierce wind. Seeing this, Orochimaru licked his lips with his long tongue, and then retracted it. In his mind, he wondered, what is this little guy's bloodline limit? Why doesn't he use his abilities? He was very curious, just as he was forming seals. Preparing to force Zongshen Tianyi to reveal his strength, Rasha arrived. Magnet style, sand shuriken. Orochimaru's expression turned grim. That damned Rasha. He now realized that with Rasha here, he had no chance of capturing Tianyi. However, he was unwilling to leave empty-handed. His instincts told him this was his last chance. At the very least, I need to know what Tianyi-kun's abilities are. Ninjutsu, serpent array. Orochimaru's mouth opened wide, almost as big as a jar, in an exaggerated manner. A large number of pythons spewed forth from his mouth. In an instant, the entire area was filled with a dense mass of snakes. This is too disgusting. How can this person use such a vile ninjutsu? Zongshen Tianyi felt a chill run through him as he looked at the overwhelming snakes. Orochimaru smirked slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. Tianyi-kun, it's time for you to show your true strength. He then transformed into a white snake and quickly left the area. Orochimaru, don't think you can escape. Rasha led a group of jonin in pursuit. As for Zongshen Tianyi, Rasha believed he could handle the snakes on his own. If he couldn't then he wasn't worthy of being his disciple. Maki, following behind, glanced at Zongshen Tianyi out of the corner of his eye. He knew that with Zongshen Tianyi's strength, dealing with these snakes was no problem at all. So he confidently followed Rasha to chase Orochimaru. Oh no, Tianyi. The Wind Shadow has left. What should we do? Fujita-Yujin rushed to Zongshen Tianyi's side, as all the snakes were coming toward them. There was no way to escape. Don't worry, I'm here. Zongshen Tianyi began forming hand seals. Wind style, great scythe. Zongshen Tianyi used his chakra to create a large number of wind blades. And wherever the wind blades went, flesh and blood flew. Soon, a path free of snakes was cleared. Let's go. Damn it. However, before long, countless snakes covered that path again. Let us see if there are more of you snakes, or more of my chakra. Wind style, great scythe. Zongshen Tianyi continuously generated wind blades with his chakra. Fujita-Yujin stood beside Zongshen Tianyi with a kunai, clearing away the few lucky snakes that had come near them. Under the bombardment of Zongshen Tianyi's ninjutsu, all the snakes Orochimaru had spit out were cut into pieces. In a corner, a small white snake turned and slithered away. Tianyi, are you okay? Fujita-Yujin looked at his friend with concern, a hint of admiration in his eyes. If it were him, his chakra would have been exhausted by now. Don't worry, I'm fine. Zongshen Tianyi waved his hand, saying it was nothing. He hadn't even used half of his chakra. Now, let's continue with our mission. But we still need to be careful. If Orochimaru left anything behind, we'll be in trouble. Zongshen Tianyi cautioned. Orochimaru had too many tricks up his sleeve, and Tianyi did not dare to underestimate him. Lord Wind Shadow, Orochimaru escaped. Maki's expression was grim. Orochimaru was too difficult to chase. He felt that his escape techniques might be the best in the ninja world. What a shame. A hint of regret appeared in Rasha's eyes. If they could eliminate Orochimaru, they would be able to take Kiki Mountain. Let's go back. By the way, Maki, go bring Zongshen Tianyi to see me. Rasha planned to take Zongshen Tianyi as his disciple. Yes, Lord Wind Shadow. Maki felt happy for Zongshen Tianyi at this moment. The crowd quickly returned to the base. Chapter 9. Apprenticing with Rasha. Beginning to learn magnet release back at the base, Orochimaru's expression was particularly grim. The small white snake in his hand informed him about the situation with Zongshen Tianyi and the python. Tianyi-kun, are you from the Uzumaki clan? But you don't have red hair. Orochimaru was puzzled. As evening approached, Zongshen Tianyi and Fujita Yuma returned to the base after completing their mission. Maki smiled at Zongshen Tianyi. Come with me, Tianyi. Lord Kazekage wants to see you. Maki had a smile on his face. Zongshen Tianyi paused for a moment, then nodded. He followed Maki to the operation room. At this moment, Rasha had just finished assigning a mission and looked up at Zongshen Tianyi. You're Zongshen Tianyi, right? Can you explain to me why your strength has increased so much recently? Rasha speculated whether Zongshen Tianyi had awakened some bloodline limit. As there was no other way to explain the significant increase in chakra he experienced every day. He gazed intently at Zongshen Tianyi. Lord Kazekage, I don't know why either. I just feel that my body gets stronger every day. Zongshen Tianyi pretended to be confused, scratching his head and feigning ignorance. Don't you feel like you've gained some new ability? Rasha asked again. Zongshen Tianyi shook his head, which made Rasha and Maki feel a bit strange. All right. If you notice any changes in your body later, remember to tell Maki immediately. Rasha thought that perhaps Zongshen Tianyi's bloodline limit had not truly awakened yet. Yes, Lord Kazekage. Zongshen Tianyi nodded. Rasha's expression was serious as he looked intently at Zongshen Tianyi and slowly said, I plan to take you as my disciple. Zongshen Tianyi's face lit up with excitement upon hearing this. With Rasha as his backing, he could safely develop for a while and perhaps even learn Rasha's magnet release. Master, Zongshen Tianyi exclaimed with indescribable joy in his tone. You won't need to go out on missions anymore. You will train by my side. Rasha added, Don't slack off. We will soon launch an attack on Kiki Mountain. Don't get yourself killed. Rasha would not allow his disciple to hide in the back. As his disciple, he should charge into battle alongside him and contribute to Sunagakure. Zongshen Tianyi looked at Rasha and felt a bit of regret in his heart. Rasha took out a scroll containing information about magnet release. From today on, you'll learn this. He would teach Zongshen Tianyi the complete magnet release right now. He threw the scroll to Zongshen Tianyi. Yes, master. Zongshen Tianyi received it and opened it a bit, discovering it was related to magnet release. And he couldn't help but smile broadly. Rasha waved his hand, indicating for Zongshen Tianyi to study on his own and not disturb him. Maki then gave Tianyi an encouraging look before bidding farewell to Rasha and leaving the operation room. Seeing this, Zongshen Tianyi went aside, sat cross-legged on the ground, and began to study the scroll seriously. As many ninjas came to report their tasks to Rasha, the news of the Kazekage taking on a disciple quickly spread throughout the base. Is it that guy named Zongshen Tianyi? Yes, that's him. That kid has good talent. It seems like Sunagakure will have another strong ninja soon. I wonder if Zongshen Tianyi can learn Lord Kazekage's magnet release. Everyone was looking forward to another magnet release ninja appearing in the village. At this moment, Zongshen Tianyi's good friend, Fujita Yuma, also learned this news. I knew Tianyi was extraordinary, Fujita Yuma said with a big smile on his face. I'm a good friend of Lord Kazekage's disciple. Tianyi has now found his path. I can't fall behind. I want to become the greatest writer in Sunagakure. Fujita Yuma held the book he had just bought from Uncle Yamada tightly, determined. He then happily sat on the bed and began to flip through it, occasionally bursting into laughter. The news of the Kazekage taking on a disciple reached Orochimaru's ears through a spy from Konoha lurking in the base. Is it you, Tianyi-kun? A faint smile appeared on Orochimaru's lips. He was looking forward to the next meeting with Zongshen Tianyi. At night, after finishing his tasks, Rasha suddenly remembered that he had taken on a cheap disciple. He turned around and saw Zongshen Tianyi, who was pulling his hair with a worried expression while staring at the scroll. This is too difficult, Zongshen Tianyi thought as he looked at the characters on the scroll. He recognized each one individually, but when they were put together, it felt like they were written in a foreign language. Rasha walked over slowly. What don't you understand? Ask me now and I'll explain. Rasha felt particularly pleased as he looked at Zongshen Tianyi. When he first encountered magnet release, he was just as lost. Master this and this. Zongshen Tianyi began to ask about the points he didn't understand. You do this first, then do that. and finally do this, Rasha explained seriously to Zongshen Tianyi. Occasionally, he would personally demonstrate it for him. Zongshen Tianyi gained a lot of insights in a short time. After the lesson, Zongshen Tianyi happily returned to rest. Over the next 4 days, Zongshen Tianyi continued to study the content of the scroll. Meanwhile, his chakra broke through 200 points, reaching the level of Naruto when he graduated from the Ninja Academy. This is really tough. This magnet release is too difficult. Zongshen Tianyi walked out of the operation room to get some fresh air, rubbing his forehead while looking at the sky. It's such a headache. Whoosh. At that moment, a distress signal rose in the distance. Rasha came out of the operation room, saw it, and turned to Zongshen Tianyi, saying, "Let's go." A cloud of sand floated up, and he jumped onto it. Seeing this, Zongshen Tianyi hurriedly jumped up as well. They flew towards the source of the distress signal. Zongshen Tianyi's heart raced. This was his first time flying. "Be careful, don't die," Rasha said coldly. "Yes, master." Zongshen Tianyi nodded. Bang! At that moment, the two arrived at the battlefield. Below, Konoha ninjas and sand ninjas were already locked in combat. Rasha descended, gave Zongshen Tianyi a look, and Zongshen Tianyi jumped down immediately. "Yes, Lord Kazekage is here. These Konoha ninjas want to escape. Brothers, wipe out these Konoha ninjas." The morale of the sand ninjas soared upon seeing Rasha. Meanwhile, the Konoha ninjas looked serious upon seeing Rasha. However, they did not retreat because Orochimaru, one of the legendary 3, was with them. Rasha had a clear target and flew directly to engage Orochimaru. The two powerful figures instinctively distanced themselves from the battlefield, as a fight between them would surely lead to heavy casualties for their side. Once Rasha moved away, the Konoha ninjas breathed a sigh of relief. They were not worried about the sand ninjas. Shuriken and kunai with explosive tags flew around the battlefield, and ninjutsu filled the sky. Zongshen Tianyi jumped down upon seeing the situation. Fire release, great fireball. Tianyi directly infused 2 cards of chakra, spitting out a fireball with a diameter of 100 meters from his mouth. The other sand ninjas were ecstatic upon seeing this and shouted, "It's Zongshen Tianyi, the disciple of Lord Kazekage. Let's use wind release." Everyone quickly used their specialized wind release techniques. Wind release, gale palm. Wind release, great scythe. With the enhancement of wind release, the already massive fireball expanded into a blazing inferno stretching hundreds of meters, sweeping toward the leaf ninjas. Damn it. Quickly use water release together. Sweat beaded on the foreheads of the leaf ninjas. Those who could use water release immediately jumped to the front, forming hand signs to use water release ninjutsu. Water release, water formation wall. The collision of water and fire instantly created a large amount of water vapor. The mist quickly enveloped everyone. Visibility was 0. Zongshen Tianyi continuously input chakra, but in the end, the flames triumphed over their nemesis, water. Many leaf ninjas were engulfed by the flames, and after a cry of despair, they lost their lives. The remaining leaf ninjas were also suffering. The mist was scorching hot, and they felt their lungs were extremely uncomfortable. At the same time, Zongshen Tianyi and his comrades were also not doing well. Using sensory ninjutsu, Zongshen Tianyi quickly located the position of the leaf ninjas. Without a word, he instantly moved to a large tree. Wind release, great scythe. About 10 cards of chakra were mobilized by Zongshen Tianyi, forming countless wind blades that rushed toward the leaf ninjas. A man-made tornado also formed at this moment, blowing away the mist that had covered the entire battlefield. Chapter 10. The desire to cultivate a cheat tool. Multiple shadow clones. As the mist cleared, the sand ninja discovered several Konoha ninjas lying in pools of blood. Their bodies were covered in cuts from wind blades. Nearby, some Konoha ninjas were gasping for breath, each with varying degrees of injury. In front of them stood a wall of earth created by the earth-style, earth wall, but it had already been destroyed and collapsed by wind blades. Damn, this sand ninja's jutsu is terrifying. The average Nin has no ability to resist at all. He shouldn't be able to do this a second time, right? The surviving Konoha ninjas were all elite Nin or J-Nin. They looked warily at Zongshen Tianyi, ready to flee at the slightest movement from him. The sand ninja also looked at Zongshen Tianyi with concern. "Tianyi-kun, are you okay?" They thought to themselves. With such a large-scale jutsu, it shouldn't have put too much strain on his body, right? Zongshen Tianyi casually shook his head, appearing relaxed. "Everyone, don't worry, I'm fine." The others breathed a sigh of relief and looked at him with envy. The amount of chakra he has is more than all of them combined. Indeed, geniuses are different. At this moment, Zongshen Tianyi turned his gaze toward the surviving Konoha ninjas. Although they were all injured, they clearly still had the strength to fight. He had used 10 chakra points but could only clear out the minions, and he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. I really have so much more to learn. Right now, I'm like a baby holding a machine gun. Zongshen Tianyi couldn't help but smile bitterly. His desire to learn magnet release grew even stronger. Boom! Suddenly, a large purple snake appeared as the smoke cleared in the distance. 10,000 snakes. Zongshen Tianyi looked at the 10,000 snakes with envy, a powerful summoning beast. A great combat force. Unfortunately, Strategizing didn't have any strong summoning beasts. But if he had to say, there seemed to be one. That would be Shikaku, the one tail. Zongshen Tianyi thought to himself, when I become stronger, I must contract with Shikaku. Magnet release. Sand wave. A massive wave of sand rolled toward Orochimaru and the 10,000 snakes. Even Zongshen Tianyi and the others were affected. Retreat. The sand ninja hurriedly withdrew from this area. This was not a place they could stay. One misstep could lead to being caught in Orochimaru and our S's jutsu. Light injuries at best, death at worst. Zongshen Tianyi and the others stood on a distant tree, observing. It was rare to see two shadow-level masters in combat. Zongshen Tianyi focused intently on RS, hoping to gain some insight into magnet release. Not long into the battle, Maki arrived with supporting Sand Ninja. Orochimaru noticed them at this point. Now is not the time to fight the Sand Ninja. Currently, Konoha's forces at Kiki Mountain were limited, and there was no need to engage the Sand Ninja head-on. Withdraw. Orochimaru signaled the Konoha ninjas to leave first. The Konoha ninjas, seeing this, glanced reluctantly at Zongshen Tianyi before quickly leaving the area. 10,000 snakes, please go and cut off the tail. Orochimaru instinctively licked his lips. Orochimaru, prepare 500 sacrifices for me later. The 10,000 snakes found the kid playing with sand to be a bit troublesome. His sand was too heavy. Orochimaru transformed into a white snake and turned to leave. Damn! RS sighed as he watched Orochimaru retreat. He was too lazy to chase after him. He was like a slippery snake that couldn't be caught. However, if I could incapacitate Orochimaru's summoning beast here, that wouldn't be bad. Magnet release. Sand gold. RS controlled a large amount of sand gold to attack the 10,000 snakes. This move could suppress Shikaku. So dealing with the 10,000 snakes was not a problem. Damn it, he's getting away. The 10,000 snakes looked at RS with great caution, feeling that if they didn't flee, they would definitely fall here. Without a second thought, he dispelled the summoning and ran back to the dragon cave. As for what Orochimaru said about cutting off the tail, dream on. Orochimaru was already used to the 10,000 snakes escape and continued toward the Konoha camp without changing his expression. Watching the fleeing 10,000 snakes, RS's expression was extremely grim. Both the man and the summoning beast were too cunning, with no sense of honor whatsoever. What happened to a ninja's face? What about the dignity of a summoning beast? Lord Wind Shadow. Maki arrived behind RS. Let's go back. RS turned to glance at the direction of the Konoha camp, then angrily left first. Maki then approached Zongshen Tianyi and asked curiously, Tianyi, what's wrong with Lord Wind Shadow? He must have been angered by Orochimaru's summoning beast. After all, Konoha has connections with the 3 great sage regions, while our Strategizing. Zongshen Tianyi couldn't help but shake his head. Konoha was truly the darling of the ninja world. But thankfully, Konoha had the existence of F4. Otherwise, if someone else came, Konoha might indeed gradually dominate the ninja world and ultimately unify it. Maki fell silent, honestly feeling envious of Konoha. Don't worry, we Strategizing will win. This time, we will definitely make Konoha recognize our strength. Maki patted Zongshen Tianyi on the shoulder, feeling the surge of chakra within this child had grown significantly. Maki thought that when this child grew up, he would surely lead the village to rise step by step. Zongshen Tianyi nodded. The group then hurried back to their base. Back in the operations room, Zongshen Tianyi continued to look at the scrolls. At this moment, RS walked over and handed Zongshen Tianyi 2 new scrolls. Take a look at these scrolls when you have time. They contain some insights on magnet release from me and Lord Third. You have great talent, so quickly master magnet release. The village needs your strength. RS looked at Zongshen Tianyi with satisfaction. He had just witnessed Tianyi's performance, and given Zongshen Tianyi's strength, it would be hard for 8 Jonin to be his opponent. These are some advanced ninjutsu from the village. Learn them as soon as possible. I will arrange for you to be sent to the front lines for missions later. RS squinted at Zongshen Tianyi, knowing that he would send Umbu to protect him. Zongshen Tianyi looked at the scrolls and found wind release techniques, and one was the shadow clone technique. Looking at the shadow clone technique in his hand, Zongshen Tianyi suddenly thought of multiple shadow clones. How wonderful it would be if he could master multiple shadow clones. What a cultivation cheat. All right, teacher. Zongshen Tianyi nodded solemnly while holding the scroll. He was not only lacking in jutsu, but also in combat experience. Chapter 11. The arrival of Inuzuka, Shika, and Choji. Targeted by Danzo, Zongshen Tianyi returned to his resting place, holding the scroll given to him by Luo Sha. He then began to study the ninjutsu contained within. The first technique he learned was the shadow clone technique, which was quite practical. After mastering it, he could have the shadow clones practice ninjutsu alongside him, speeding up the learning process. Ninjutsu, shadow clone technique. With Zongshen Tianyi forming hand seals, a puff of smoke appeared, and another Tianyi emerged. Great! Now you can learn these ninjutsu while I study this scroll about magnet release. Tianyi pointed to the scroll. Okay. The shadow clone nodded and began to study the scroll. He himself also started to read Luo Sha's scroll. It involves the nature transformation of chakra. Zongshen Tianyi couldn't help but exclaim. No wonder only the third Kazekage and Luo Sha in Sunagakure mastered magnet release. The nature transformation eliminated quite a number of people. And merging the two nature transformations of wind and earth into magnet release made it even more difficult. First, let's improve my chakra control, he thought, planning to practice the Rasengan later. A smile crept onto Zongshen Tianyi's face. He envied Naruto's Rasen Shuriken, which was also a great jutsu. He stood up and found a fast-flowing river nearby. He had long been able to stand on the water surface and climb trees using chakra. Now, to take it a step further, he needed to increase the difficulty. His goal for today was to stand on this turbulent water. At this moment, Luo Sha pressed his finger against his left eye, using the third eye technique to observe Zongshen Tianyi. Is he training his chakra control this way? Quite impressive. Luo Sha then arranged for several umbu to protect Zongshen Tianyi. Meanwhile, Tianyi was already drenched. Standing firm on this choppy water was incredibly difficult. Wiping the water off his face, he shook his head. I refuse to believe I can't stand on this water. Controlling the chakra beneath his feet, Tianyi stood on the water's surface. Although it wobbled a bit, it was better than before, and a smile appeared on his face. However, the next moment, he lost control and fell headfirst into the water. Damn it, let's try again. Again, I won't give up. Zongshen Tianyi failed time and time again. However, each time, the duration of his attempts gradually increased. After 4 to 5 hours, he could finally stand on the swirling water surface. Just standing wasn't enough for him. He also tried to run on the water. At first, it was a bit challenging, but he quickly adapted. While Zongshen Tianyi was training, a group of support ninjas arrived at Konoha's camp. Leading the team were Inuzuka, Shika, and Choji. Lord Orochimaru, the three said respectfully, looking at the cool aura emanating from him. Yes, with you here, I can breathe easier, Orochimaru said, licking his lips, a smile appearing on his face. With Shika, the strategist, around, he could delegate some tasks at the camp and have more energy for his research. Shika, you handle these matters. I haven't rested lately, and now that you're here, I can finally get some sleep, Orochimaru said with a smile. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. Shika wanted to refuse, but realized Orochimaru wasn't discussing it with him. He was merely informing him. He silently thought, what a hassle, and began to hand over the tasks. When Orochimaru mentioned Zongshen Tianyi, Shika suddenly interrupted. Lord Orochimaru, do you have any information on this Zongshen Tianyi? His brows furrowed. This sand ninja named Zongshen Tianyi must be dealt with. Otherwise, Sunagakure would have another powerful figure comparable to a Hokage. Tianyi-kun has a large amount of chakra and is Luo Sha's apprentice. Last time, he took down quite a few of our ninjas with one move. I speculate his combat power has reached Jonin, or even elite Jonin. A glimmer of greed passed through Orochimaru's eyes when he mentioned Zongshen Tianyi. Shika felt that this Zongshen Tianyi was a problem. Such a person would undoubtedly become a significant enemy of Konoha in the future. Orochimaru then turned to leave. Shika, you worked hard. Shika exchanged glances with his two friends and slowly said, what a hassle. At this moment, Orochimaru returned to the underground laboratory and found 3 people waiting there, Shimura Danzo and 2 masked individuals. I didn't expect Lord Danzo to be here as well. A hint of displeasure flickered in Orochimaru's eyes. Danzo could enter his research space whenever he wanted, which was quite rude. However, remembering that he needed funding and supplies from Root for his research, Orochimaru suppressed his dissatisfaction. Orochimaru, how is your research on the cells of Hashirama going? Danzo's voice was cold and somewhat urgent. He was getting old, his physical condition was declining, and his strength was no longer what it used to be. With the excellent younger generation represented by Minato Namikaze, he was eager to enhance his strength through external means. I've been in constant conflict with Tsunegakure recently, so my research has been stagnant, Orochimaru replied, shaking his head. Although he had been busy, he hadn't forgotten about his research. He was just trying to leverage the situation. Danzo felt a hint of dissatisfaction. He had expected some results from Orochimaru, but to his surprise, there was nothing. I will have Root assist you. You need to produce some results quickly, Danzo said coldly. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on Orochimaru's face, as if he had been waiting for Danzo to say this. Luo Sha has recently taken on an apprentice named Zongshen Tianyi. I hope you can find a way to bring him here. Lord Danzo, Orochimaru slowly said. Although he looked down on root ninjas, he couldn't deny their high task completion rate. What makes this person so special? Danzo asked, puzzled. He had just arrived and was unaware of Zongshen Tianyi's information. Orochimaru's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Tianyi-kun's chakra has increased significantly in just a few days. I suspect he has awakened some unknown bloodline limit. His bloodline limit might be able to assist you. Sure enough, when Orochimaru said this, Danzo's originally dark eyes brightened. Bring Zongshen Tianyi to me with 5 small teams, he ordered his companions. Yes, the two immediately left. Chapter 12. The root assault. Orochimaru saw Danzo send out 5 root teams and said nothing. The combat power of the root teams was not as strong as that of shadow-level experts, but the 5 teams could still contend with some seasoned masters. Finding the right opportunity to capture the god of religion Tianyi was not a problem at all. Orochimaru thought, I hope you won't let me down. Danzo shot him a threatening glance before turning to leave. Orochimaru did not take Danzo's threats seriously at all. He then turned his head and began his research. The Sand Village also learned of the arrival of reinforcements from Konoha. How many more ninjas can we spare now? Lo Sha had a hint of worry on his brow. Originally, Sand Village had an advantage with 3,000 against Konoha's 2,000. Now that Konoha sent a 1,000 ninja army led by Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi, the advantage was instantly gone, and they were somewhat suppressed. After all, in one-on-one combat, Sand ninjas were at a disadvantage. Lord Kazekage, aside from the defensive ninjas and the forces watching Iwagakure, we can still muster 1,000 ninjas. But most of them are low-level ninjas who have never been on the battlefield. Maki's expression was somewhat gloomy. Resources were already scarce, and now personnel were becoming tight. The scales of victory seemed to tilt back towards Konoha. Can we transfer the puppet master troops defending Iwagakure? If we had the puppet master troops to assist, the difficulty of defeating Konoha's army at Kiki Mountain would greatly decrease. Lord Kazekage, if we transfer the puppet master troops, Noki will likely take action against us. Relying on Elder Chiyo and the others, we cannot stop the rock ninjas. Maki said tactfully. Noki is not an easy opponent. As long as he sees a benefit, he will definitely order an attack. Lo Sha rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. Then let's transfer 1,000 ninjas from the village. At the same time, let the Ninja Academy speed up the training of students. Also, have Yezong keep an eye on Kirigakure. Lo Sha clenched his fists. The battle at Kiki Mountain was related to whether he could sit securely in the position of Kazekage. He did not want to become a Kazekage who was overshadowed by the Elder Council and the Ninja Clan. Yes, Lord Kazekage. Maki nodded and quickly turned to make arrangements. At this moment, after finishing his training, Zongshen Tianyi returned to the camp and found the logistics team to ask for some balloons. The logistics team agreed to this request upon seeing that Zongshen Tianyi was the Kazekage's apprentice. He did this for the Rasengan, while training the Rasengan. He could also increase his control over chakra. It was a win-win. He then returned to his room and saw Fujita Yujin biting the pen tip, sitting at the door, looking troubled and conflicted. His hair was a mess. This made Zongshen Tianyi very curious, so he approached him and asked, Yujin, what are you writing? Fujita Yujin was startled, hurriedly stuffing what he was writing into his chest, looking around with a guilty expression. Tianyi, you're back. Zongshen Tianyi looked at his good brother like this, and felt that this kid must not be hiding anything good. Suddenly, Fujita Yujin froze, opened his mouth wide, and pointed to the room. You're Tianyi, then who is in the room? Is it a spy? He immediately pulled out a kunai from his ninja tool pouch. Although he was saying that the person in the room was a spy, he was also cautiously watching Zongshen Tianyi. It's okay. The person inside is my shadow clone. Zongshen Tianyi relaxed a lot upon seeing Fujita Yujin's reaction. Yujin is so vigilant. There's a good chance of surviving this war. Oh, so that's how it is. You scared me. I was thinking about whether to signal. Fujita Yujin patted his chubby belly, then looked at Zongshen Tianyi with envy. It's a pity, Yujin, that you don't have much chakra. Otherwise, I would teach you the shadow clone technique too. Zongshen Tianyi sighed. His good brother was good in every way, except for having low chakra, which was a fatal flaw. No need, Tianyi. The body flicker technique you taught me before is good enough. I can't let you make it harder for yourself. Fujita Yujin shook his head. Even if Zongshen Tianyi wanted to give him a ninja technique, he couldn't accept it. If the village finds out, even if Tianyi is Lord Kazekage's apprentice, he would still be punished. After all, these ninja techniques belong to the village, not to him. The two then laughed and walked into the room. The shadow clone saw Zongshen Tianyi return and said tiredly, "You're back, my original." After saying that, it dissipated, and all the knowledge of the ninja techniques learned during that time appeared in Zongshen Tianyi's mind. Fortunately, as his chakra increased daily, both his body and spirit were strengthened, so the burden of this large amount of memory was not too great. The two then had a simple meal and began to rest. Over the next 2 days, Zongshen Tianyi kept trying to practice walking on water by the creek. After 2 days of practice, he was able to walk effortlessly even in turbulent waters. Tianyi even had his shadow clone create waves and whirlpools in the creek, which did not affect him at all. He could start the next step of his training. Zongshen Tianyi planned to find a waterfall next, as his plan was to walk on the waterfall. However, this river did not have a waterfall. So after dispelling the shadow clone, he decided to search for one. As a result, he sensed something was off. He immediately activated his sensing ninjutsu. At this point, Zongshen Tianyi's sensing range had reached 5 kilometers. Sure enough, 4 kilometers away, Zongshen Tianyi discovered several people lurking, their chakra giving him a chilling feeling. The visitors were not friendly. Zongshen Tianyi immediately used the shadow clone technique, sending a clone towards them while he escaped. Tianyi was no fool. He would not engage in the bizarre act of walking into a tiger's den knowing there were tigers. Body flicker technique. The shadow clone was leisurely jumping between the trees. The hidden root sensing ninja immediately signaled to his teammates. Because Zongshen Tianyi's shadow clone had half of his chakra, which was 110 cards, the root sensing ninja had no doubt that it was Zongshen Tianyi's original body. In their eyes, having such a large amount of chakra must be the original. As the distance closed in, Tianyi's shadow clone took the initiative to attack. Wind release, blade of wind. This technique was naturally given to him by Lo Sha. The shadow clone combined the index and middle fingers of both hands, forming a 1-meter wide wind blade. He alternately threw it towards the place where the root ninjas were hiding. Not good, he found us. The root ninjas immediately used the body flicker technique to escape, but some reacted too slowly and were directly sliced in half by the wind blade. Chapter 13. Shadow clone plays with Root. The root ninja who had evaded felt relieved, while also finding Zongshen Tianyi quite troublesome. After all, who has a wind blade that is a meter long? At this moment, Tianyi's mouth slightly curled up, a hint of a smile visible. He continuously flicked his hands towards the root ninja, sending out meter-long wind blades that sliced through the air. Earth release, earth flow wall. The root ninja immediately formed hand seals, and 5 earth walls, 5 meters high and 3 meters thick, rose up from the ground in an instant. The first wave of wind blade from the shadow clone was barely blocked by these 5 earth walls, which shook precariously as if a 2- or 3-year-old child could push them over with one hand. Fire release, great fireball. Wind release, great breakthrough. The root ninja skillfully coordinated their attacks. With the enhancement of wind release, the power of fire release was greatly increased, and the flames directly carbonized the trees within a 10-meter radius. Fire release? I can do that too. The shadow clone quickly formed hand seals, took a deep breath, and tilted his head back slightly. 5 chakra points were infused into the jutsu. A giant fireball, 100 meters in size, appeared out of thin air. Now, Zongshen Tianyi's control over chakra was much better than before. Although the fireball was the same size as before, it was denser, hotter, and more powerful. In the blink of an eye, the giant fireball consumed the root ninja's fire release technique and then, like a torrential storm, directly engulfed the 5 fire release ninjas. Under the high-temperature flames, they left nothing behind. Seeing this scene, the root ninja's expression behind the mask did not change at all, as if the dead were not their companions at all. They stepped back a bit, but realized that the speed of the fireball was too fast for them to retreat to safety. Water release, water barrier. The root ninjas skilled in water release immediately took action. A series of water curtains appeared, and 9 water curtains barely managed to block the giant fireball. The shadow clone of Zongshen Tianyi felt a bit disappointed upon seeing this. It should be noted that during the Fourth Shinobi World War, the entire water release team of the Allied Shinobi forces could only stop Madara's fire release. As the shadow clone felt dejected, a shadow silently approached its feet, and then the shadow clone sensed that it was being controlled. With the chakra interrupted, the giant fireball dissipated, and the root ninja in front wiped the sweat from their forehead. Nara clan, I was careless. The shadow clone felt a moment of disappointment, realizing that it was still not as good as those experienced ninjas in actual combat. At this moment, the 4 root ninjas hiding underground suddenly sprang up from the ground. Just as they intended to capture Zongshen Tianyi alive, they heard the sound of an explosive tag igniting. Upon closer inspection, they found it was attached to Zongshen Tianyi. Shocked, they thought, this guy actually. Boom! With a loud explosion, the shadow clone of Zongshen Tianyi dissipated, and the 4 root ninjas were blown into pieces. Damn, this was just a shadow clone. The root ninjas looked grimly at the spot where Zongshen Tianyi's shadow clone had just vanished. Meanwhile, Zongshen Tianyi, who had already returned to the base, received the memories of the battle from the shadow clone. Hee. Yujin did say to stock up on explosive tags. Zongshen Tianyi grinned mischievously. Not to mention, the rats that had just emerged from underground were definitely blown to bits. Since becoming Rasha's disciple, the supplies he received were quite substantial, especially the explosive tags, which were plentiful. When Zongshen Tianyi returned to the base, he immediately went to Rasha's side. At this moment, Rasha stood before a map with a worried expression. Ever since the support from Konoha arrived, the Sand Shinobi had been somewhat suppressed. Tianyi is back. How was today's training? Rasha only saw Zongshen Tianyi smile more often now. Teacher, I encountered Konoha's Umbu during my training. Zongshen Tianyi did not mention the route, as he was just a minor character in the sand. And how could he possibly know about Konoha's route? What? Rasha immediately came to Zongshen Tianyi's side, checking his body. Seeing that his student was uninjured, Rasha let out a sigh of relief. Don't worry, teacher, I'm fine. I used Shadow Clone as a cover and retreated directly. But will Konoha's Umbu coming here mean some conspiracy? Zongshen Tianyi was not sure if they were looking for him. He felt he did not have such a significant presence yet. He worried that Danzo was plotting something. Danzo, the dark side of the ninja world, truly made Zongshen Tianyi concerned that he might pull some disgusting tricks. Tianyi, I'll count this matter as an A-rank mission for you. Go find Maki now. By the way, you shouldn't go out of train from now on. Rasha's brow furrowed in concern. He feared something might happen to Zongshen Tianyi. Tianyi's talent was too good, and he did not want him to be harmed by Konoha's Umbu. Okay, teacher. Even if Rasha didn't say it, Tianyi did not plan to go out. If he really got ambushed, it would be too late for regrets. He then found Maki, who had just returned from a mission, with a bit of blood on his arm. Maki, are you injured? Tianyi said, feeling worried upon seeing the blood on Maki's arm. Maki was very kind to him, and Zongshen Tianyi respected this senior from the bottom of his heart. It's just a minor injury. I was caught off guard by Konoha's secret technique ninja. Maki glanced at the wound on his arm with a nonchalant smile. By the way, Tianyi, did you come to find me for something? Now that Zongshen Tianyi was no longer training under Maki, he guessed Tianyi must have something important to discuss. Maki, teacher wants you to see him, Tianyi said. Okay, I'll go. Upon learning that it was Lord Kazekage looking for him, Maki nodded and immediately headed towards the operations room. Initially, Zongshen Tianyi wanted to advise Maki to get his wound treated at the medical station first, but after a few jumps, he had already left. War. Zongshen Tianyi sighed and then found a place to train. At this moment, the root ninjas who had failed the mission were all kneeling before Danzo. You guys went to capture Zongshen Tianyi, and not only did you fail to catch him, but you also lost many to his shadow clone. Danzo's face darkened, and he was furious to the extreme. Yes, Lord Danzo. The root ninjas, who had always been emotionless, were sweating profusely in the face of Danzo's fury. Orochimaru stood aside with a hint of a smile. Tianyi-kun is not simple. He became even more interested in Zongshen Tianyi. A bunch of useless fools. You will go and accept your punishment later. Danzo said coldly. Yes. The root ninjas lowered their heads and left. Chapter 14, Self-Learning Rasengan. Danzo, I have to get going, and I hope you can capture Shin Tenichi soon. Orochimaru licked his lips and then turned to disappear into the darkness. Danzo squinted as he watched Orochimaru's departing figure. He felt that Shin Tenichi must be more complicated than Orochimaru had described, so he tapped the ground with his cane. Soon, a root ninja appeared in front of Danzo and knelt on one knee. Ryoma, You will personally lead the team to investigate Shin Tianyi. If possible, bring back his corpse. Danzo believed the chances of capturing him alive were slim, so bringing back the body was a better option. Yes. Yamanaka Ryoma nodded like an emotionless machine, then disappeared in front of Danzo. With his trusted subordinates taking action, Danzo felt confident that they would surely capture him. He then left the place. The next day came quickly. Shin Tianyi was practicing ninjutsu in the vacant lot of the base, accompanied by his shadow clones. At that moment, a ninja from the logistics department approached him with a large bag of balloons. Tianyi-sama, the balloons you requested have arrived. The logistics ninja looked at Shin Tianyi with a flattering expression. With his great strength and being the disciple of the Wind Shadow, even as a family ninja, he dared not offend him. Hearing others call him Sama, Tianyi felt a bit uncomfortable, but he was very happy inside. After all, he was just an ordinary person in both his previous life and this one. Thank you. Shin Tianyi took the balloons from his hands. You don't have to thank me, Tianyi-sama. If you need anything in the future, feel free to come to me. He felt it was necessary to build a closer relationship with Shin Tianyi. Tianyi's status was destined to rise within Sunagakure, far surpassing his unremarkable position as a family ninja. I'll be troubling you then, Shin Tianyi said politely. No, I won't disturb your training any longer, Tianyi-sama. Seeing Tianyi training with shadow clones, he couldn't help but admire him. In fact, many people knew the benefits of training with shadow clones, but few dared to do it. After all, the impact on the body and mind when using shadow clones was not something everyone could withstand. Shin Tianyi turned to his shadow clone and said, "You continue practicing ninjutsu. I'm going to train the Rasengan." After saying that, he hurried off to fill the balloons with water, creating some water balloons. Since the Hokage had provided the training process for the Rasengan, Shin Tianyi only needed to follow the steps. Because he had better control over chakra than Naruto at that time, Tianyi believed he would definitely learn the Rasengan faster than Naruto. Naruto took 12 days to learn the Rasengan. I should be able to learn it in a few days, right? Counting from when Jiraiya started teaching Naruto, it was a total of 12 days. This is from Baidu, so if it's wrong, please don't blame me. I can change it. However, many people in the base looked at Shin Tianyi with strange expressions. They couldn't understand how someone as grown as him could still be playing with balloons. This is too childish. I'm training, Shin Tianyi seriously explained to them. Oh, right. Everyone nodded in agreement. Seeing their attitude, Shin Tianyi felt a pang of anger. He decided not to explain further and directly took the filled water balloons back to his room to practice. At this moment, Fujita Yuma had already gone on a mission. Shin Tianyi discovered something hidden by Fujita Yuma at his bedside. Did this kid buy a new book again? A sly smile appeared on Shin Tianyi's face as he immediately took out the notebook, only to find that the kid was writing about the little emperor. Damn, I wanted to cultivate a body flicker technique. But this kid is actually learning to write this kind of thing like Jiraiya. Just as Shin Tianyi was about to disdain Fujita Yuma, he suddenly froze in place. After a moment, he crossed his arms and slowly said, "Letting this kid write about the little emperor isn't bad. It could increase some income for Sunagakure if it sells well in the future, and with me around, it will definitely be a bestseller." Jiraiya's make-out paradise must have earned him a lot of money, which made Shin Tianyi envious. After all, training requires money. He then put the item back. In his room, he began playing with the water balloons. During this time, Shin Tianyi quickly realized the benefits of practicing on the flowing creek. He managed to burst the balloon in less than an hour. Good. Next is to burst the air-filled balloon. It should have been a rubber ball, but the battlefield conditions were limited. At this moment, Shin Tianyi was filled with confidence, believing he might learn it in 2 or 3 days. After all, with a solid foundation, everything would fall into place. While he was practicing, Fujita Yuma walked in holding a book, his face filled with sorrow, and wiped his tears. "Yuma, what's wrong?" Shin Tianyi recalled that Fujita Yuma had always been a cheerful person, and this was the first time he saw him cry. Putting down the balloon, he walked over to Fujita Yuma. "Tianyi, Uncle Yamada just passed away." Fujita Yuma looked very sad. "I can never buy nice books from him again. This is war, Yuma." Shin Tianyi patted his shoulder. At this time, he noticed that Fujita Yuma was holding a book, and instantly, Shin Tianyi's expression changed. "This kid, Tianyi, don't misunderstand. This is the explosive tag production instructions that Uncle Yamada gave me. This is his secret technique." Fujita Yuma quickly explained. "Why would his secret technique be given to you? Are you his illegitimate child?" Shin Tianyi jumped up, feeling a sense of sorrow for Yuma's father. realizing that his only son wasn't his. Fujita Yuma said darkly, "How is that possible?" Uncle Yamada said, "I was the only one who paid for the books he wrote. So he left this for me." Shin Tenichi's eyes twitched uncontrollably. "No wonder. I thought the books Yuma brought back were mediocre. Turns out they were written by Uncle Yamada himself. Then you can study it well and strive to learn early. Once you master it, you can stay in the logistics department and 1T have to go out on missions." Shin Tenichi patted Fujita Yuma's shoulder. Fujita Yuma nodded seriously, then sat by the bed and read the book intently. Shin Tenichi also sat down to practice the Rasengan. Just like that, a day passed. As the saying goes, heaven does not disappoint the diligent. Shin Tenichi officially mastered the Rasengan the next day. Rasengan. Shin Tenichi formed a sphere with one hand and pressed it against a nearby large tree. The tree, which was about 4 to 5 meters in diameter, was instantly pierced and collapsed. Chapter 15. The oil woman Ryoma in the dark. This Rasengan is really practical. Minato is truly a genius. It would be even better if I could learn the multi-shadow clone technique. Then I could just send my shadow clones to charge in with the Rasengan. Zongshen Tianyi smiled with a hint of regret, wondering why Tsunegakure doesn't have those forbidden techniques. Konoha is really enviable. The training of the Rasengan has concluded, and my control over chakra has improved further. I don't know how long it will take to master magnet release. Zongshen Tianyi is eager to master magnet release immediately. At that moment, the alarm at the base rang out. Could it be that Konoha is attacking? Zongshen Tianyi immediately headed towards the command room. Normally, he wouldn't be allowed in, but who told him he was the disciple of the Kazekage? Upon entering the command room, Raza had already made the necessary arrangements. After Konoha's camp sent reinforcements, they kept testing the waters, and many Sunin shinobi died at their hands. This significantly weakened the morale within the base. Therefore, Raza planned to strike Konoha before the village's reinforcements arrived to boost morale. Otherwise, when the reinforcements come and see the low morale at the base, it will be detrimental to them and could be fatal for the subsequent battle. He looked at Zongshen Tianyi, who had just entered, and said seriously, "Tianyi, you will join the front line and fight against Konoha." Although he didn't want Zongshen Tianyi to take risks, as the Kazekage's disciple, Tianyi must lead by example. Seeing the Kazekage dispatch his only disciple would undoubtedly raise the spirits of those below. Even if the results of the battle were not good, he could still elevate Zongshen Tianyi's status and slightly exaggerate his achievements, which would also help boost morale. Of course, Raza had already arranged for a small Umbu team to protect Zongshen Tianyi. "Yes, teacher." Zongshen Tianyi nodded, feeling a bit excited about the upcoming battle. With his vast chakra, he only needed to fight to improve his strength. Seeing the fighting spirit in Zongshen Tianyi's eyes, Raza felt very satisfied. This is how a disciple should be. The many jounin present also smiled as they looked at Zongshen Tianyi. They were glad to have such an excellent junior in the village. After all, the stronger the village, the more benefits they could reap. "Everyone, please take care of things behind. Let those Konoha ninjas know the power of Tsunegakure." Raza's gaze became sharp. A killing intent filled the entire room. Zongshen Tianyi felt this killing intent, but felt no fear. On the contrary, he was very excited. The adrenaline rush making him eager to get onto the battlefield. "Yes, Lord Kazekage." Everyone placed their hands beside their legs and nodded slightly to Raza before heading out to prepare. "Tianyi, be careful on the battlefield. I might not be able to look after you, so you must be extremely cautious." Rasengan Zongshen Tianyi. "Don't worry, teacher, I won't die. I still need to learn magnet release and lead Tsunegakure out of the desert." Zongshen Tianyi smiled. "Good." Raza smiled back at Zongshen Tianyi. "This ambition is really nice." Zongshen Tianyi turned to prepare supplies. Just then, Fujita Yuma rushed in, reaching into his ninja tool pouch and pulling out all the explosive tags he had carefully stored. "Tianyi, I heard you're going to the front lines to fight Konoha. This is all the explosive tags I've saved up recently. Take them. You must come back alive." Fujita Yuma's eyes were filled with tears as he looked at Zongshen Tianyi. "Okay." Zongshen Tianyi accepted them and left the room, his heart warmed by Fujita Yuma's concern. Heading towards the assembly point, Raza also came over, looking at the 500 ninjas he had selected to accompany him into battle, nodding to them, and then waving his hand to set off. The crowd followed Raza towards the battlefield. The Sunin ninjas at the base saw that the Kazekage was personally leading the team, their previously dim eyes now shining with spirit. "Lord Kazekage is leading the charge. Those Konoha ninjas are doomed." "Exactly. Those Konoha ninjas are in for it. I just saw Lord Kazekage's disciple, Tianyi, among them." "Yes, I saw it too." Lord Tianyi has grown. We will definitely win in Sunagakure. Everyone excitedly clenched their fists, eager to follow Lord Kazekage into battle. Raza looked back at the Sunin ninjas in the base, and, seeing that their morale had been lifted, couldn't help but smile. At the same time, he glanced reassuringly at a room. Inside sat the Jinchuriki of Shikaku. This was also why Raza dared to lead the team out of the base after Konoha's reinforcements arrived. With the Jinchuriki present, there was no need to worry about Konoha launching a surprise attack. The movements of the Sunin ninjas were quickly detected by Konoha's sensing ninjas. A patrol team from Konoha immediately sent out a signal. As the signal burst in the air, the people at Konoha's camp quickly noticed. The Sunin ninjas are coming. At that moment, Orochimaru arrived at a high point in the camp, a hint of displeasure on his face. He had been conducting an important experiment, but had to stop because of the Sunin ninjas' attack. Being interrupted made him furious, his eyes filled with killing intent. At this time, the Konoha ninjas began mobilizing according to the emergency manual. Wind release, vacuum sphere. The Sunin army first encountered a patrol team from Konoha, directly teaming up to use ninjutsu. The members of Konoha's patrol team widened their eyes in horror, watching the sudden wind ninjutsu attack without any power to resist. The team consisted of ordinary civilian shunin, and facing the combined assault from the Sunin ninjas, they had no ability to fight back. After a series of screams, the retreating Konoha team fell to the ground, bloodied. Following this were several shurikens. Thud! The shurikens struck their hearts, and this unfortunate Konoha team was dead without a doubt. The Sunin army didn't even glance at them and continued to advance. As Zongshen Tianyi passed by, he caught a glimpse of them out of the corner of his eye, thinking to himself, it seems that civilian ninjas are expendable in any ninja village. As he passed them, Zongshen Tianyi sensed something amiss. Because he kept his sensing ninjutsu activated on the battlefield, he had just discovered several insects containing chakra. Instantly, he thought of Konoha's Oilwoman clan. Remembering the previous ambush by suspected root ninjas, he felt that Danzo must have sent his right-hand man, Oilwoman Ryoma, to deal with him. He needed to be cautious. Chapter 16. Bayun Morning. Are the lower ninjas in the ninja world this strong now? Zongshen Tianyi used his sensing ninjutsu to constantly check his surroundings, trying to find the hidden oil girl Ryoma, but he couldn't find him. However, he already had a countermeasure in mind. At this moment, the Konoha support ninjas had engaged with the sand ninjas ahead. Fire release, fireball jutsu. Wind release, wind cutter jutsu. The Konoha and sand ninjas immediately became entangled in battle. Zongshen Tianyi also took out a kunai from his ninja tool pouch and joined the fight. In the current situation, it wasn't very suitable for him to use ninjutsu, but it was a good opportunity to train himself. Bang! Zongshen Tianyi actively approached a special Jonin from Konoha. The kunai clashed violently with the opponent's cold, gleaming ninja sword, and in an instant, a crisp and piercing metallic sound echoed. Both Tianyi and his opponent showed a hint of surprise in their eyes. My taijutsu is not bad now. I didn't expect this Konoha special Jonin to be able to block it. Tianyi thought rapidly in his mind, wondering if this person was someone who had appeared in the Hokage. However, he couldn't recall at the moment. Bayun Morning looked at the sand ninja in front of him in surprise. He initially thought he could take the opponent down with one strike, but unexpectedly, the opponent blocked him. Moreover, judging by the strength, he was not weaker than himself. Seizing this moment, he pulled out 3 kunai from his ninja tool pouch and threw them at Zongshen Tianyi, with specially made steel wires attached to the ends of the kunai. Wind release, gale palm. Zongshen Tianyi performed ninjutsu, but this time he didn't strike out. Instead, he let the fierce wind swirl around him, protecting himself like the second Hokage's water release, water flow wall. He did this because he noticed the kunai from the Konoha ninja had steel wires attached. Not knowing the opponent's background, Zongshen Tianyi dared not be careless. The 3 kunai were instantly shredded by the strong wind, and after circling around Zongshen Tianyi a few times, they were flung out at high speed. The flying kunai fragments were aimed directly at Bayun Morning's face, while others flew in different directions, destroying several trees of varying sizes. This made Zongshen Tianyi's eyes light up. Perhaps he could develop a good ninjutsu using this technique. Wind release, vacuum sword. Bayun Morning held his ninja sword in reverse and swung it to create a powerful wind blade that sent the flying kunai fragments flying away. In that moment, Zongshen Tianyi also realized the identity of the person in front of him. Bayun Morning. Zongshen Tianyi had a deep impression of this character who had made a notable appearance, as he truly embodied the strength and qualities expected of a Jonin, especially with what he said, which was very impressive. facing more than 20 ninjas from a Wagakure alone. He said to them, "You won't escape unscathed." Bayun Morning warily observed Zongshen Tianyi in front of him, thinking to himself that this person was indeed quite flexible with wind release ninjutsu, and he couldn't let this kid leave alive. At this moment, he also guessed Zongshen Tianyi's identity. The opponent was very likely the disciple of the Kazekage, Zongshen Tianyi. So he advanced with his sword, and Zongshen Tianyi showed no fear, quickly stepping forward. The two engaged in a series of exchanges with their weapons, clashing dozens of times within moments. Just as Zongshen Tianyi and Bayun Morning were locked in a fierce battle, a Konoha lower ninja appeared nearby. He was carrying a large iron pot and was missing his left eye. Quick run! Bayun Morning sensed a middle-aged lower ninja rushing over, his face anxious as he urged the other to flee. Although Zongshen Tianyi, who was fighting him, was also just a lower ninja, his combat strength was much stronger than that of an ordinary jounin. If it weren't for his superior combat experience, he would have been taken down long ago. Zongshen Tianyi's heart skipped a beat upon seeing the newcomer. It was the 50-year lower ninja from Konoha, Maruhoshi Kokai. Although he was a lower ninja, his strength was that of a genuine elite jounin. Water release, water dragon bullet. A water dragon, about 20 to 30 meters long, appeared out of thin air and flew directly towards Zongshen Tianyi. At this moment, Bayun Morning couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. What was going on today? The two lower ninjas he encountered were stronger than the last. Could it be that the jounins in the ninja world are not as strong as the lower ninjas now? Body replacement technique. Zongshen Tianyi immediately used the body replacement technique, and the incoming water dragon smashed the replacement wooden stump to pieces. At this moment, Zongshen Tianyi also used Shadow Clone, while his main body used transformation technique, turning into a shuriken from the Shadow Clone's ninja tool pouch. The reason for this was naturally to hide from the lurking oil girl Ryoma, as his sensing ninjutsu had already detected an increase in the number of bugs around him. So he took this opportunity to conceal his main body. In the sky, Luosha was watching Zongshen Tianyi and noticed that the Konoha ninjas were teaming up against him, feeling a bit worried. However, he soon had no time to focus on his disciple, because Orochimaru had arrived. He immediately controlled the sand beneath him and flew toward Orochimaru. The two shadow-level powerhouses clashing made everyone on the battlefield instinctively retreat to safety. They didn't want to be caught in the crossfire of these two big shots unexpectedly. Bayun Morning instantly appeared beside Maruhoshi Kokai. "Senior, let's work together to take down this sand lower ninja. He should be Zongshen Tianyi, the disciple of the Kazekage." Bayun Morning noticed that this person had only used 6 hand seals when performing the water dragon bullet, feeling a deep admiration. After all, the water dragon bullet technique required 44 hand seals. Good. Maruhoshi Kokai nodded kindly. The two then moved towards Zongshen Tianyi's shadow clone. At this moment, the shadow clone had already distanced itself from them, so it was not polite anymore. Fire release. Great fireball. He directly infused 5 chakra points into it. A large fireball, 100 meters wide, appeared with a scorching temperature. The water accumulated on the ground due to the water release ninja evaporated in an instant. The ninjas on the battlefield felt as if they were in a sauna. "Yes, Lord Tianyi. Ha ha. With such a large fireball, those Konoha ninjas won't be able to escape." The sand ninjas cheered loudly upon seeing the massive fireball, their morale soaring. In contrast, the Konoha ninjas present were slightly agape, especially the newly arrived support ninjas, staring incredulously at the fireball before them. It seemed that Tsunegakure had produced an extraordinary genius. "This is troublesome." Narashikaku looked at the fireball that was even more dazzling and scorching than the sun, feeling very troubled. He wondered if the opponent could still use such ninjutsu. If so, it would be a bit troublesome for them, because to deal with a fire release technique of this scale, at least a dozen water release ninjas would need to work together to defend against it. At this moment, Bayun Morning and Maruhoshi Kokai, who were facing the fireball directly, were already sweating profusely, unsure if it was from the heat or fear. Chapter 17. Gale Palm Explosive Tag Machine. Gun, hurry up. We can't withstand this fire release. The two moved at lightning speed, but the flames still grazed them. Muruxing Gujia's left leg was engulfed in flames, and the intense heat instantly took away his left calf. Zongshen Tianyi noticed this and couldn't suppress the smirk at the corner of his mouth. He never expected that Muruxing Gujia's left calf was actually injured by himself. Hiss! Muruxing Gujia's face contorted in pain. The loss of his left calf nearly made him bite down on his molars. Bayun Zhaochen had a bit of luck. He was only grazed on his back by the heat wave. However, he could vaguely smell a hint of roasted meat from his back. Senior, let's go. Bayan Zhaochen helped Maruxing Gujia towards their teammates, but Zongshen Tianyi would never let them go. Just as he was about to chase after them, someone hidden in the shadows made their move. Insect assault technique. A swarm of parasitic insects quickly launched an attack on Zongshen Tianyi. Seeing the mass of black clouds approaching, Zongshen Tianyi couldn't help but express his disdain. Instead of learning good ninjutsu, they had to play with insects. Wind release, gale palm. Zongshen Tianyi pulled out several explosive tags from his ninja tool pouch. With the help of the violent wind, the explosive tags began to accelerate and circle around him. Explosive attack technique. Zongshen Tianyi smirked. 2 explosive tags flew towards the fleeing Bayan Zhaochen and Maruxing Gujia, while the rest headed towards Yunbloma. At the same time, the incoming parasitic insects were blocked by the wind wall formed by the gale palm. Countless wind blades sliced through them, scattering them in the fierce wind. Substitution technique. 2 Bayan Zhaochen and Maruxing Gujia saw the corner of the explosive tags ignite and felt a chill run down their backs. When the explosive tags detonated, the 2 had already dodged, but they were still not unscathed. The shattered pieces of the substitution wooden stake hit them like iron sand. What a pity. Zongshen Tianyi sighed regretfully upon seeing this. If only he could have captured both of them. Secret technique. Insect clone. Yunbloma reacted quickly, using the insect clone to avoid most of the damage. He looked at Zongshen Tianyi with wary eyes. Gale palm could be used like this? He knew that if he wanted to take this kid down alone, it would be quite difficult, especially on the battlefield. He made a hand sign, signaling the lurking root ninjas to take action. 20 root ninjas immediately charged towards Zongshen Tianyi. Zongshen Tianyi remained calm as he pulled out numerous shuriken from his ninja tool pouch, including his main body. Wind release, gale palm shuriken. The shuriken, enhanced by the wind release, flew at incredible speeds. All these root ninjas were elite, and facing several times the number of shuriken, they dodged with minimal cost. They didn't just step aside to avoid letting Zongshen Tianyi escape. If there were shuriken they couldn't avoid, they would take damage to less critical areas of their bodies. A bunch of lunatics. Zongshen Tianyi's gaze turned cold. These people could no longer be considered human. He then noticed that his main body had landed under a tree root 100 meters away, and the shadow clone smiled slightly, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Quick! Rescue Lord Tianyi. The Umbu protecting Zongshen Tianyi rushed over to save him, but they saw Zongshen Tianyi signaling them to retreat quickly. The Sand Umbu were filled with confusion and hesitated for a moment before gritting their teeth and retreating. They believed Zongshen Tianyi must have some life-saving technique. At this moment, Yunbloma also sensed something was off. Wind release, wind blade. Zongshen Tianyi formed his index and middle fingers into a sword, unleashing meter-long wind blades without hesitation. Puff puff. Some root ninjas couldn't dodge in time and were directly killed by the wind blades. Even as their comrades fell around them, the root ninjas did not retreat. Were these Konoha Umbu trying to get themselves killed alongside Lord Tianyi? Quickly, use ninjutsu to push them back. The sand ninjas became anxious. It was hard to come across a talent like this in the village. How could they let Konoha kill Tianyi? Meanwhile, Orochimaru, who was fighting with Raza, noticed the situation. It seemed like Lord Tianyi was about to die. Life really is fragile. Orochimaru chuckled coldly, and a hint of excitement appeared on his face. Once the root took Zongshen Tianyi's corpse away, he would be able to research why his chakra was growing so rapidly after he dealt with Raza. Raza's expression was troubled. He regretted bringing Zongshen Tianyi to the front lines so soon. He also blamed the Umbu protecting Zongshen Tianyi for allowing him to fall into such peril. The 15 remaining root ninjas arrived in front of Zongshen Tianyi's shadow clone, ready to strike when the shadow clone smiled. The explosive tags on him ignited. The indifferent, ruthless eyes of the root ninjas reflected a hint of fear. Facing death, very few remained unafraid. Lunatic. Yunbloma never expected Zongshen Tianyi to be so ruthless. Now he was too close to escape. Secret technique, insect wall technique. A large number of parasitic insects formed a wall, while he also had the parasitic insects inside him wrap around him. Boom! Amidst the sorrowful gazes of the sand ninjas, the explosive tags on the shadow clone exploded. Dust and smoke filled the air. Did that sand ninja die? He must have. With so many explosive tags, his body would have been turned to dust. This disciple of the Wind Shadow is truly terrifying. Yes, although they are not on the same side, one still admires such spirit. The Konoha ninjas displayed faint smiles. Although they had sacrificed some Umbu, the sand village lost a genius. It was still worth it. Lord Tianyi. The sand ninjas were heartbroken. The sand Umbu were burning with despair. Zongshen Tianyi was dead, and when they returned, Lord Wind Shadow would likely demand their lives. Cough, cough. Unwavering crawled out, blood flowing from all 7 orifices. The impact from the earlier explosion had severely injured him. To make matters worse, all his parasitic insects had been killed by the explosion. A ninja who played with insects had lost his insects. Now he was going to be toyed with. Wind release, wind blade. At that moment, Zongshen Tianyi appeared, sending a wind blade directly at Unwavering. Puff. Blood splattered. Unwavering's upper body flew up, and his original body stared intensely at Zongshen Tianyi, slowly saying, "So that was a shadow clone." He then crashed heavily to the ground. "Lord Danzo, I can no longer assist you." The smiles of the Konoha ninjas froze on their faces. At that moment, someone realized that Zongshen Tianyi had been fighting using a shadow clone. How cunning. Zongshen Tianyi observed the explosive tags had turned these root ninjas into fragments, nodding in satisfaction. Explosive tags are really useful. I must take 100 or so with me whenever I go out. With wind release and explosive tags, Zongshen Tianyi thought of a powerful name. Explosive tag, Gatling gun. Chapter 18. Tianyi's battle with 10,000 snakes. Pig deer. Butterfly Luo Sha noticed the actions of Zongshen Tianyi, his mouth first twitching slightly, then slowly curling into a smile. His disciple is quite impressive. Lord Tianyi is truly formidable. He just wiped out so many of Konoha's Umbu. Indeed, with so many Umbu dead, even Konoha must be feeling the pain for a while. The sand ninjas felt a surge of pride seeing that Zongshen Tianyi was still alive and had used shadow clones to take away so many Konoha Umbu. Meanwhile, the morale on Konoha's side had weakened a bit. In the Konoha camp, Danzo discovered that about 20 of the tongue curse severing seals had lost their effect, and his face darkened instantly. The loss of those seals meant he had lost over 20 subordinates. Although Danzo viewed the root ninjas merely as tools, losing so many at once was hard for him to accept. Damn it, what the hell happened? Danzo immediately sent someone to investigate. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, both sides were still engaged in combat. Zongshen Tianyi, wielding a kunai, had joined the fray. However, this time, the Konoha ninjas were very cautious of him, fearing that this kid might throw out a bunch of explosive tags. The Konoha ninjas hesitated to engage Zongshen Tianyi in close combat, putting them at a disadvantage. Nara Shikahisa, seeing that things might go awry, looked at his friends. "Shikahisa, what should we do?" Yamashiro, Aichi, and Akimichi, Choza spoke in unison. As members of the pig, deer, butterfly trio, they would advance and retreat together. "We need to take action against Zongshen Tianyi. Otherwise, the battle will tilt in favor of the sand ninjas." Nara Shikahisa said with a serious expression. The other two nodded solemnly, feeling the pressure. "Let's go." The three of them headed towards Zongshen Tianyi. At this moment, Zongshen Tianyi noticed them. These three must be the new generation of pig, deer, and butterfly. He became particularly cautious as they approached. He couldn't underestimate these three. Their secret techniques, when combined, could rival shadow-level fighters. Although the outcome was uncertain, that was already quite impressive. As Shikahisa and the others made their move, Orochimaru, noticing their action, used the opportunity while fighting Luo Sha to summon 10,000 snakes. Without waiting for 10,000 snakes to speak, Orochimaru pointed at Zongshen Tianyi and said, "As long as you can capture or kill Tianyi, I'll prepare 400 sacrifices for you." Upon hearing this, 10,000 snakes sprang into action, twisting its body towards Zongshen Tianyi. "Damn it, Orochimaru." Luo Sha felt insulted when he saw Orochimaru commanding a summoning beast to deal with his disciple while fighting him. A large wave of gold sand surged towards Orochimaru like a golden sea. Orochimaru sneered. Despite Luo Sha's impressive strength, he was still not capable of killing him. Meanwhile, Shikahisa and the others were delighted to see Orochimaru send his summoning beast to help them, boosting their confidence against Zongshen Tianyi. When Tianyi saw that 10,000 snakes had joined the fray, he cursed, feeling envious that he did not have a summoning beast of his own. Shadow Clone Technique. Zongshen Tianyi ordered his shadow clone to engage the pig, deer, and butterfly trio while his main body charged towards 10,000 snakes. Nara Shikahisa and the others felt a chill run down their spines upon seeing Zongshen Tianyi's shadow clone. After all, the crater from the earlier explosion was still there. "Be careful. Keep your distance from that shadow clone," Shikahisa warned, feeling frustrated. Is chakra just this abundant? Zongshen Tianyi began forming a Rasengan, charging directly at 10,000 snakes. Rasengan. Nara Shikahisa's pupils constricted as he noticed Isn't this a technique of Minato? How can Zongshen Tianyi use it? At that moment, he felt his intelligence was inadequate. Many sand ninjas on the battlefield also noticed this scene and were astonished. However, they were unaware that Minato could use this technique. They were simply surprised that Zongshen Tianyi had utilized a ninjutsu without hand signs. The Rasengan struck 10,000 snakes, and its proud armor failed to block the massive chakra-formed Rasengan. Damn kid, 10,000 snakes cried out in pain, opening its massive mouth capable of swallowing a large truck, and lunged at Zongshen Tianyi. Whoosh! Zongshen Tianyi instantly dodged out of the way, watching his 10,000 snakes wound continued to bleed. He felt that if he kept this up, the giant snake would be returning to the underworld soon. You little sand ninja, I will crush you bite by bite. 10,000 snakes glared at Zongshen Tianyi, its anger boiling as it charged towards him. Meanwhile, the sand ninjas were not idle. Wind release, wind cutter technique. 5 fire release, great fireball. 5 the sand ninjas launched ninjutsu attacks at 10,000 snakes wound, hoping to assist Zongshen Tianyi. However, their strength was insufficient to inflict any real damage, only serving to further anger it. With a powerful tail swipe, 10,000 snakes sent many sand ninjas flying who couldn't dodge in time. You all retreat. Zongshen Tianyi shouted at everyone. He then began forming hand seals. Compared to fire release, wind release was more effective against 10,000 snakes. The cutting ability of wind release posed a greater threat. Upon hearing Zongshen Tianyi's words, the sand ninjas immediately vacated the battlefield for him. Wind release, great scythe. Countless wind blades formed, devastating everything in front of 10,000 snakes like deadly scythes. The incoming wind blades made 10,000 snakes feel a sense of danger. Snake molting technique. 10,000 snakes used this technique to avoid Zongshen Tianyi's attack, glancing at him with fear. This kid has probably mastered the nature transformation of wind release. Zongshen Tianyi was not surprised that 10,000 snakes could evade him. He continued his barrage of ninjutsu. The immense chakra filled him with confidence. If one hit doesn't take you down, then 2, 3. Wind release, great scythe. Everyone on the battlefield felt a sense of dread at the unfolding scene. Zongshen Tianyi resembled a merciless machine, relentlessly using wind release ninjutsu against 10,000 snakes. 10,000 snakes no longer held its previous arrogance, now covered in countless wounds from the wind blades. Kid, I remember you. 10,000 snakes realized it was powerless against Zongshen Tianyi, and, fearing for its own life, fled back to the underworld. Zongshen Tianyi breathed a sigh of relief when he saw 10,000 snakes escape. At this moment, his shadow clone was also defeated by the combined efforts of Pig, Deer, and Butterfly. He turned to look at the wounded trio. These 3 truly have impressive strength. Zongshen Tianyi thought to himself, eager to master magnet release. Their ability to defeat his shadow clone was due to their secret techniques and mutual cooperation. Chapter 19 Mastering Magnet Release. Narashikaku couldn't help but feel that this guy, Rikaku, was way too strong. He would probably become famous in the ninja world in the future. Yamashiro Kai was panting heavily. When he had just entered the mind of Zongshen Tianyi's shadow clone, he realized that this guy's mental power was too strong for him to control it all. Such a person would generally be unaffected by ordinary illusions in the future. Perhaps only the Uchiha could have an impact on him. Yes, this is not good. Narashikaku looked at Zongshen Tianyi not far away and felt that this time it would be difficult to defeat Tsunagakure as easily as before. It would have been great if Hatake Tsukumo were still around. He could easily cut down Tsunagakure ninjas. Unfortunately, at this moment, Raza had been fighting with Orochimaru for a long time. Seeing that he posed no threat to him, his face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. However, seeing his disciple shine in this battle, his purpose was achieved, so he shouted to the Tsunagakure ninjas, "Retreat." Hearing their Kazekage's words, the Tsunagakure ninjas began to retreat in an orderly manner. The Konoha ninjas were still thinking about taking advantage of this opportunity to leave some people behind. Suddenly, Zongshen Tianyi stepped forward. Fire style, great fireball. At that moment, Zongshen Tianyi directly injected 5 cards worth of chakra. This time, he didn't deliberately compress the fireball, but aimed to increase its coverage. Instantly, a giant fireball with a diameter of 200 to 300 meters appeared. The Konoha ninjas were all forced back by the heat wave. They shielded their eyes with their arms. Is this Zongshen Tianyi still able to use such ninjutsu after all this fighting? Damn it, could it be that Zongshen Tianyi is the Jinchuriki of Tsunagakure? How frustrating. We can only watch them retreat helplessly. The Konoha ninjas cursed loudly. Clearly, they had the advantage, yet this time they suffered the most losses. What is this? Orochimaru looked greedily at the retreating figure of Zongshen Tianyi. I must get him, I must. Nara noticed Orochimaru's gaze and instinctively wanted to distance himself from him. His eyes were too creepy. We should return to the camp. After Orochimaru finished speaking, he left first. The other Konoha ninjas could only clean up the battlefield and then turn back to the base. Unlike their earlier confident departure, the returning Konoha ninjas all looked dejected. Looking at them, Nara couldn't help but feel a bit worried. He realized that Raza's sudden attack was meant to boost the morale of the Sunagakure ninjas. It seemed that a major battle was about to come. Nara felt a sense of concern this time, now that there was a variable on the Sunagakure side. Would the situation tilt in favor of Konoha? Hooray! Long live Kazekage, long live Tianyi! The civilian ninjas in the Sunagakure camp shouted. Raza and Tianyi gave them hope for victory in the war. Winning the battle meant more resources would be allocated to them, allowing them to narrow the gap with the clan ninjas. Meanwhile, the clan ninjas crossed their arms and looked displeased at Zongshen Tianyi. In their view, Zongshen Tianyi had stolen their spotlight. Kazekage is really too much. He doesn't even take any of our Sunagakure clan members as disciples, but he took a civilian. Yeah, we should go back and report this to Karura. The Sunagakure clan ninjas started complaining. Karura was a member of the Sunagakure clan. Although there is no official information proving that Karura is a ninja, I believe that Gar's mother, Kazekage, indicates that Karura is extraordinary. The other clan ninjas didn't say anything. They believed that if they were accepted as disciples by the Kazekage, they could achieve today's results as well. In the command room, everyone did well today. Let those Konoha bastards know how powerful our Sunagakure is. Raza smiled broadly. I want to especially commend Tianyi. You did great today. The Jonin present all looked favorably at Zongshen Tianyi. Today, Zongshen Tianyi had demonstrated that his strength had reached that of an elite Jonin. The happiest among them was Maki. After all, Zongshen Tianyi could be considered a disciple he had brought out, even if it was only for a short time. Next, everyone should rest well and remain vigilant against Konoha's retaliation. Once the village's reinforcements arrive, we will strike again and aim to capture Kiki Castle. Raza's eyes were filled with excitement. Kiki Castle was an important stronghold in the Land of Fire. Once captured, the gates of the Land of Fire would open, and at that time, the sacrifices of Sunagakure would be rewarded. Yes, everyone nodded excitedly. Why they fought Konoha for so long? Was it just to break through Kiki Castle and plunder resources in the Land of Fire? Afterward, everyone dispersed, and Raza took Zongshen Tianyi to an open space. Tianyi, today I will train you intensively. Raza hoped that Zongshen Tianyi could quickly master magnet release. Once Tianyi mastered it, he would be responsible for stopping Orochimaru, while Tianyi would be responsible for slaughtering the Konoha ninjas. At that time, no one could stop Sunagakure. Okay, sensei. Zongshen Tianyi nodded immediately. Raza handed over all the affairs in the camp to Maki and began rigorous training with Zongshen Tianyi. In the next 10 days, Raza continued to teach Zongshen Tianyi. Reinforcements from Sunagakure had now arrived at the camp. With the arrival of reinforcements, the morale in the camp soared. Everyone was adjusting their state while looking to the left side of the camp. There, Kazekage was conducting intensive training with Zongshen Tianyi. I hope Lord Tianyi can quickly master magnet release. Yes, if Lord Tianyi also masters magnet release, Konoha will definitely be devastated by us. But can Lord Tianyi really do it? Everyone was anxious. Since the second Kazekage researched magnet release, only the third and fourth Kazekages had learned it in Sunagakure. Fujita Yujin looked at the place where Zongshen Tianyi was training. Tianyi can definitely do it. At this moment, the clan ninjas looked jealous. They were unwilling to accept it. Why should a civilian ninja be personally taught by the Kazekage? That kid Zongshen Tianyi definitely can't learn it. The clan ninjas whispered. At this time, Zongshen Tianyi was sitting cross-legged on the ground. Raza nervously looked at Zongshen Tianyi, who had just said he felt something. Tianyi, don't let me down. Just then, Raza felt the iron sand beneath the ground continuously gathering towards Zongshen Tianyi. Tianyi had actually mastered magnet release. Ha! Raza laughed joyfully, looking up to the sky. Chapter 20. The magnetic ninjutsu of the third Kazekage. Before long, Zongshen Tianyi was surrounded by iron sand extracted from the ground. When Tianyi opened his eyes and saw the considerable amount of iron sand at his feet, a smile instantly spread across his face. Great! He had been looking forward to this day for a long time. Mastering magnetic release and possessing a large amount of chakra would definitely allow Zongshen Tianyi to reach the level of a Kage in combat power once he became proficient in it. Tian was doing well. Luosha had not stopped smiling during this time. The village now had a successor, and with this disciple, it would be easier to manage the village in the future. Moreover, he had trained a magnetic release ninja for the village, which was no small achievement. Thank you, teacher. If it weren't for you training me during this time, I wouldn't have mastered magnetic release so quickly. Zongshen Tianyi sincerely expressed his gratitude to Luosha. Magnetic release was the first step for him to become powerful. Luosha looked at Tianyi with satisfaction. All right, now you need to hurry up and extract more iron sand from the ground. The amount of iron sand determines your combat power. If this were a desert, your extraction speed would be faster, but I guess this could be considered a form of training for you. Luosha patted Zongshen Tianyi on the shoulder and planned to send someone to the village to bring some iron sand over. Yes, teacher. Zongshen Tianyi nodded. After Luosha finished speaking, he turned and left to find the scrolls of the third Kazekage's ninjutsu, leaving Tianyi to extract iron sand from the ground. Tianyi did not relax at all. The amount of iron sand was indeed somewhat linked to combat power. At that moment, people in the outpost saw Luosha come out with a smile, and everyone understood that Zongshen Tianyi had mastered magnetic release. Luosha noticed the eager eyes of Maki and others looking at him, their lips moving as if they wanted to say something, and he couldn't help but smile. He wouldn't miss this opportunity to boost morale. He controlled the gold sand to lift him high. The ninjas below looked at Luosha with fiery eyes. Everyone, Zongshen Tianyi has mastered magnetic release, and our village has gained another expert. Luosha's smile could not be contained at that moment. Upon hearing this news, everyone cheered. Great job, Lord Tianyi. With Lord Tianyi now having mastered magnetic release, when we fight against Konoha, we will definitely have the upper hand. Yes, Konoha will definitely be caught off guard. The eyes of the sand ninjas turned red. Zongshen Tianyi mastering magnetic release didn't directly concern them, but increased the chances of Sunagakure winning against Konoha. This was related to the interests of all sand ninjas. Fujita Yuma was the happiest, as his good brother had learned magnetic release. All right, Tianyi has made progress. I can't slack off either. Recently, Fujita Yuma had learned how to make explosive tags, and he was thinking of using them to find his own path. Later, Luosha sent someone through a summoning beast to report Zongshen Tianyi's situation back to the village's higher-ups, asking them to send some iron sand and the scrolls of the third Kazekage's ninjutsu. In Sunagakure, upon receiving the news sent back by Luosha, the elder group was very surprised. They never expected that Luosha's disciple would master magnetic release so quickly, and it was the same sand iron as the third Kazekage. They quickly coordinated to gather iron sand and the sand iron ninjutsu scrolls left by the third Kazekage. The materials were immediately sent to Kiki Mountain through the summoning beast. At the same time, this news also reached Chiyo and Eyes, who were located at the border of the land of Earth. Luosha had done well this time, as the village would gain another strong person. Chiyo was very happy. It had been a long time since a talent with Kaga-level aptitude had appeared in the village. That's right. Perhaps this child appearance could change the situation of Kiki Mountain in the future. Eyes had many worries on his face. Konoha had brought him immense pressure, and he was very concerned that something might go wrong in Luosha's battle with Konoha. If Kiki Mountain were to be defeated, Sunagakure might not benefit at all from this third Shinobi World War. Believe in him, Chiyo said slowly. If only the third Kazekage hadn't had an accident, and if only Sasori hadn't gone missing, this war might have turned out differently. At the Sunagakure outpost on Kiki Mountain, Zongshen Tianyi had gathered a lot of iron sand, sealing it with scrolls. He carried the scrolls back to his room to rest. Tianyi, you're back. Congratulations. Fujita Yuma, who was busy with explosive tags, immediately walked over with a smile when he saw Zongshen Tianyi returning. Yeah, Yuma, can you now make explosive tags by yourself? Zongshen Tianyi noticed a number of newly made explosive tags on Fujita Yuma's bed and looked at his friend in surprise, not expecting him to have that talent. Yes, I feel I have a good talent for making explosive tags. However, I have a problem right now. I want to use explosive tags to develop a ninjutsu, but I haven't made much progress. Fujita Yuma scratched the back of his head in frustration. I have an idea. Zongshen Tianyi told Fujita Yuma about the explosive tag cannon he had thought of earlier. After hearing Zongshen Tianyi's words, Fujita Yuma's mouth slightly opened in a complex expression as he asked, "Can this really work?" Of course it can. Zongshen Tianyi picked up the blank tag paper Fujita Yuma had used to make explosive tags and went outside, signaling Fujita Yuma to watch closely. Zongshen Tianyi used Gale Palm to create a wind swirling around him and then threw the blank tag paper out. The tag paper accelerated under the influence of the wind. Then, Tian controlled the wind to shoot the tag paper, one after another, at a speed much faster than that of shuriken. In theory, as long as there were enough tag papers, it could achieve continuous attacks. So it really works. Fujita Yuma watched Zongshen Tianyi's operation with his mouth agape, not expecting gale palm to be used this way. His admiration for Zongshen Tianyi surged like the Yangtze River. Did you see that, Yuma? If we replace it with explosive tags, even upper ninjas can't withstand that kind of attack. Zongshen Tianyi smiled. Great. This ninjutsu is perfect for me, but I don't know how to use gale palm. Fujita Yuma said awkwardly, fearing he would have to trouble Zongshen Tianyi again. Don't worry, I'll teach you. Zongshen Tianyi said with a smile. Fujita Yuma did not refuse, but he did not take it for free either. He looked at Zongshen Tianyi seriously and said, "From now on, I will supply you with explosive tags." As he spoke, Fujita Yuma stuffed all 200 explosive tags he had saved up over the past few days into Zongshen Tianyi's hands. Tianyi, these are what I made while working these days. Take them all. When you run out, come find me. Fujita Yuma grinned at Zongshen Tianyi. Zongshen Tianyi looked at his friend, his mouth twitching slightly. Those explosive tags could probably support a small battle. Then Zongshen Tianyi began to teach Fujita Yuma gale palm. Before long, the next day arrived. Early in the morning, someone came to inform Zongshen Tianyi to go to the operations room to find Luo Sha. Zongshen Tianyi quickly made his way to the operations room. At that moment, Luo Sha was smiling at Tianyi, saying, "Tianyi, these two storage scrolls contain a lot of iron sand. And this scroll contains the third Hokage's ninjutsu. Make sure to study it well." "Yes, teacher." Zongshen Tianyi felt that Luo Sha was definitely going to take action against Konoha soon. After receiving the 3 scrolls, he went to an open space to begin learning the third Kazekage's iron sand ninjutsu. Chapter 21. Orochimaru's salivating desire. While the sand ninja base was actively preparing for battle, Konoha was also getting ready. "Lord Orochimaru, it seems the sand ninja will likely take action in the next few days," Kakuzu said as he approached Orochimaru with intelligence reports. Orochimaru squinted his eyes. "Kakuzu, go make arrangements. This time, the sand will probably have a decisive battle with us. If we could defeat them this time, the battle at Kiki Mountain should come to an end." Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, sensing that this battle might not be so simple. Did the sand have some hidden trump card? At this moment, Orochimaru wasn't considering Zongshen, as despite his decent performance previously, he hadn't reached a level that could impact the battlefield. After Kakuzu left, Orochimaru went to Danzo's side. "Elder Danzo, do you have any news from Root regarding the Sand Ninja's movements?" Orochimaru inquired with a slight smile. Danzo shook his head, stating that he only knew that Tsunagakure had dispatched over 1,000 lower ninjas for support. Upon hearing this, Orochimaru decided to send someone to look for the Sand Ninja's Yakura. He speculated in his heart whether the sand had relocated Yakura, and he immediately sent someone to investigate. At the same time, he summoned a small snake, giving a scroll. After the snake swallowed it, it disappeared in a puff of smoke. What a waste of my precious time. Orochimaru licked his lips, leaving a shadow clone behind while his main body went to the underground laboratory to continue his research. At the Konoha camp, Senior, this is the prosthetic I commissioned someone to make. How does it fit? Hayakaze brought the completed prosthetic to Maruhoshi Kokai. "Thank you for your trouble." Maruhoshi Kokai squinted his eyes in gratitude towards Hayakaze. It had been quite inconvenient for him lately, and Hayakaze had been running around for him during this time. After putting on the prosthetic, Maruhoshi Kokai stood up, and Hayakaze stood beside him, ready to support him. Once he saw that he could walk without much issue, he retracted his hand. "Not bad. Thank you, young friend." Maruhoshi Kokai was quite satisfied with the prosthetic. "No need for thanks. Once you're familiar with it, we'll go after Zongshen Tianyi." Hayakaze's gaze gradually sharpened. He was determined not to lose again. Last time he'd been scared off by that kid shadow clone and explosive tag. This time, he had specifically sought out a friend from the Hyuga clan to team up against Zongshen Tianyi. Maruhoshi Kokai nodded. As a senior, he needed to eliminate potential threats for the juniors. Currently, Zongshen Tianyi was the greatest threat to Konoha. For a time, both the Sand Ninja and Konoha were sharpening their knives. In the following 3 days, conflicts between the patrols of both sides continued to escalate. The atmosphere was becoming increasingly tense. At the Sand Ninja base, a group of Sand Jonin gathered in the command room with Zongshen Tianyi and the Jinchuriki Fubuki as they looked at her Sarah. "Everyone, we now have sufficient supplies, and it's time to show Konoha our strength," our Sarah said, casting a glance at Zongshen Tianyi. His student had already mastered many of the third Hokage's jutsu. "Yes, The crowd nodded enthusiastically. Fubuki, you and I will be responsible for Danzo and Orochimaru. Maki, you take part of the forces to handle the left flank. Tenai, you lead another group to handle the right flank. Arcera began issuing the battle plans. No one present opposed Zongshen commanding a portion of the forces. Strength was paramount. All right, everyone, let's get moving. Arcera's gaze was sharp as a sword. This time we will surely crush Konoha. Yes, the group was filled with fighting spirit and quickly turned to prepare. Zongshen returned to his room and began organizing his ninja tool pouch, primarily focusing on the explosive tags given to him by Fujita Waima. After making his preparations, Zongshen stepped out of his room. The Sand Ninja army was also ready, and a fierce aura lingered in the sky. All the insects and birds in the area had fled. They sensed that a great battle was imminent. Konoha's camp soon detected the movements of the Sand Ninja, and their forces began to mobilize. This time, I will definitely take Zongsheni's head. Hayakaze strapped his ninja blade to his back. The Sand Ninja army gazed at Kiki Castle in the distance, their eyes filled with fervor. This time, they were determined to succeed. Meanwhile, Orochimaru and Danzo stood together at Konoha. Orochimaru, have you notified the village? Danzo looked gravely at the Sand Ninja side. After losing many subordinates, he felt a constant sense of insecurity. Now, with not many capable hands left en route, Danzo couldn't gather many people. Rest assured, Elder Danzo, Orochimaru revealed an eerie smile. At this moment, the great battle had begun. The ninja armies from both sides clashed. Various jutsu filled the sky. Kunai, shuriken, and explosive tags dominated the battlefield. Zongshen, being a disciple of the Wind Shadow, took the lead. He spotted 3 Konoha ninjas ahead. Magnet release. Iron sand shower. Zongshen used chakra to create repulsive force, rapidly launching small iron sand pellets toward the 3 Konoha ninjas who hadn't had time to react. Puchi! Puchi! Blood mist erupted as the 3 fell, their eyes filled with unwillingness. Where are the enemies? That was the last thing they left behind in this world. Zongshen then used the same method to quickly eliminate the small fry. The iron sand shot like bullets, taking down every Konoha lower ninja equally. He's here. At this moment, Hayakaze and his companions spotted Zongshen and quickly approached. The Hyuga ninja activated his Byakugan and noticed something was off. The chakra within Zongshen was even greater than Orochimaru's. Hayakaze, something's wrong. This person's chakra is greater than Lord Orochimaru's. Going after him is like walking into a death trap. The Hyuga ninja immediately pulled Hayakaze and Maruhoshi Kokai back. What? Hayakaze and Maruhoshi Kokai were stunned. It hadn't been long since they last saw him, and that kid's chakra was terrifyingly overwhelming now. However, at this moment, Zongshen also noticed them. Oh, 2 familiar faces. Zongshen looked at them. Magnet release. Iron sand wings. Zongshen flew up, soaring towards Hayakaze and the others. Hayakaze and Maruhoshi Kokai were not weak, but this time Zongshen would not let them off easily. He had mastered magnet release. Damn it. The 3 of them saw Zongshen with iron sand wings like the 3rd Wind Shadow. Their expressions turned grim. The opponent's strength was already formidable, and now having mastered magnet release, his power was likely approaching that of a Kage. At this moment, Orochimaru also noticed Zongshen. I never expected you, Tenai, to have mastered magnet release. Orochimaru watched Zongshen flying in the sky, feeling envious. Why can't I get my hands on that body? He wanted to abandon everything and directly kill Zongshen to obtain his body for further research. Magnet release. Iron sand barrage. 3 iron sand spikes shot rapidly towards Hayakaze and the others, each carrying an explosive tag. Chapter 22. The one-man battle against the Konoha 100 Ninja, class Water Style. Water Chaos Wave. Water Style, Water Dragon Bullet. Bayun Zouchin and Maruhoshi Koga immediately used Water Style ninjutsu. Once the iron sand got wet, the difficulty for Zongshen Tianyi to control it would increase, and the chakra consumption would also rise. The Hyuga ninja used the substitution technique to evade. As a Hyuga, he did not know the 5 basic nature transformations, and as a branch member, he certainly did not know the main family's secret technique, rebirth. Faced with Zongshen Tianyi's attacks, he could only choose to dodge. The 3 of them faced Zongshen Tianyi and were completely at a disadvantage, instead being pressed hard. They struggled to cope with Zongshen Tianyi. Not far away, Inuzuka, Shikaku, Nara Shikamaru, and Akimichi Choji saw this and rushed over. Shikaku looked at Zongshen Tianyi flying in the air turned his head to look at Yamanaka Hachi, who nodded in response. Secret technique.At disturbance technique. Yamanaka Hachi aimed to use this secret technique to interfere with Zongshen Tianyi, forcing him to come down from the air. Otherwise, as long as the opponent kept flying above, no one in Konoha could deal with him. However, he never expected that Zongshen Tianyi was a time traveler, and his mental strength was stronger than ordinary people, plus he received a strengthening every day. In front of Zongshen Tianyi, Yamanaka Hachi was like a newborn baby. His secret technique didn't even disturb Zongshen Tianyi for a breath's time, and instead backfired on him. Yamanaka Hachi felt as if countless steel needles had pierced his head. If it weren't for Akimichi Choji catching him in time, he would have collapsed. Hachi, Nara Shikaku, and Akimichi Choji looked at their friend with tense expressions. Shikaku, this person's mental power is too strong. I was backfired. Yamanaka Hachi trembled as he spoke, glancing at Zongshen Tianyi in the air, feeling a hint of fear in his heart. Shikaku felt that they were in a lot of trouble. It seemed they could only barely hold the opponent back. Shikaku, what should we do? Bayun Zhaochen came to Nara Shikaku's side, asking if he had any ideas, seeing that Inuzuka, Shikaku, and the others had arrived. Zongshen Tianyi naturally would not let them go. He opened a storage scroll, taking out a large amount of iron sand. Although Zongshen Tianyi had plenty of chakra on the battlefield, he was not arrogant enough to waste it. If he could save chakra, he would. Magnet-style, iron sand rain. Zongshen Tianyi manipulated the iron sand to form shurikens, which shot towards the 6 of them at high speed under the repulsive force. The 6 people realized they could not escape and could only brace themselves to take it. Nara Shikaku immediately formed hand seals. Earth-style, earth flow wall. 5 thick earth walls, 3 to 4 meters high, quickly rose up to block their path. The iron sand shurikens then attacked. Puff puff. The iron sand shurikens hit the earth walls like bullets, causing debris to fly everywhere. In less than 2 or 3 seconds, one of the earth walls collapsed. Seeing this, Zongshen Tianyi increased the chakra output, increasing the number of iron sand shurikens and their speed. The 5 earth walls held for less than 10 seconds in total. However, Nara Shikaku and the others managed to escape during that brief moment. The Konoha ninjas on the battlefield felt a chill down their spines upon witnessing this scene. Thank goodness it wasn't us facing this Zongshen Tianyi, or we would have been dead by now. Yeah, this guy's too terrifying. What now? Lord Shikaku and the others seem not to be this guy's match. A sense of urgency and fear arose in the hearts of the Konoha ninjas. If no strong ninja could stop him, then if he charged at them, the consequences were unthinkable. Seeing Nara Shikaku and the others fleeing, Zongshen Tianyi felt displeased. He wanted to test how strong he had become after mastering Magnet Style, but with them running away, he couldn't demonstrate his strength at all. It seemed he had to force them a bit. Zongshen Tianyi's gaze shifted toward the Konoha ninja class. Konoha ninja class. The Konoha ninjas that were coordinating to attack his side with ninjutsu. Zongshen Tianyi flew to the sky, creating a shadow clone, and the two began to form hand seals. Nara Shikaku's pupils shrank as he realized what Zongshen Tianyi was about to do. Not good. He is going to attack the ninja class. Nara Shikaku immediately shouted towards the ninja class, hoping they would react in time. At that moment, the commander of the ninja class, Sarutobi Katsudo, heard him and immediately looked over, frowning. What was this Zongshen Tianyi planning? Did he intend to take on their 100 elite Chunin alone? Ridiculous. Today, let this sand ninja kid learn how powerful the Konoha ninja class is. Although Sarutobi Katsudo looked down on Zongshen Tianyi's actions, he instructed everyone to cooperate. After all, underestimating an enemy on the battlefield could lead to death. Fire style, great fireball. Wind style, great cutting whirlwind. The already massive fireball, over 100 meters in size, accelerated even more under the enhancement of wind style, its momentum becoming increasingly terrifying, as if it wanted to completely engulf everything in its path with this terrifying power of wind and fire. Damn it, quickly use water formation wall. Sarutobi Katsudo's face turned extremely fearful at this moment. After shouting this, he immediately used body flicker technique to leave the area. Water style, water formation wall. 100 the ninja class coordinated expertly. The water formation wall created by the 100 elite Chunin was also quite impressive. It formed a 50-meter-high water curtain directly in the path of the raging fire. The Konoha ninjas watched this scene and slowly said, "This should be able to hold, right?" Boom! The sound of a massive explosion echoed as water and fire collided. Those close by felt as if their ears were about to go deaf. How was this possible? In the terrified eyes of the Konoha ninjas, the flames engulfed the water formation wall, and that 50-meter-high water curtain turned into mist in an instant, which was then blown away in the wind. The raging flames did not slow down at all, crashing toward the Konoha ninja class like a speeding train. Boom! Another loud boom echoed on the battlefield. Debris and dirt flew everywhere, and some Konoha ninjas who didn't team manage to dodge were injured, leaving significant wounds. When everything settled, the place where the ninja class had stood was now a small pit about 10 meters in diameter and half a meter deep. However, all the stones in the core area had turned to molten lava. Occasional black smoke billowed from the lava, as if still indicating that there had once been a 100-person ninja class here. Gulp! The sound of swallowing echoed. The Konoha ninjas looked fearfully at Zongshen Tianyi in the sky. This person's strength was already comparable to that of a Kage-level ninja. At this moment, even Zongshen Tianyi was somewhat surprised. He had not expected that after mastering magnet style, the power of his ninjutsu had also increased significantly. Tianyi-kun's strength has increased again. Orochimaru looked at Zongshen Tianyi and couldn't help but recall that every time he saw him, his strength had improved. Could this be Tianyi-kun's bloodline limit? Orochimaru felt that only a bloodline limit could explain why Zongshen Tianyi's strength had grown so rapidly during this time. Tianyi-sama is too powerful. This fire style, I think it's even stronger than the Uchiha's. That's right. I think Konoha's Hokage's fire style might not be as powerful as Tianyi-sama's. The Sand Ninjas were extremely excited at this moment. As long as Zongshen Tianyi came a few more times, the Konoha lineup would definitely collapse, and then they would be able to break into Jeking City. Chapter 23. Danzo's Attack. The arrival of the Golden Flash at this moment, Tsurutobi Shinosuke, who had just escaped, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. If he hadn't run fast, he would have ended up like those in the ninjutsu class, dead without a trace. At this time, Uchiha Shinichi was planning to strike again. Just then, Danzo jumped out. He couldn't just watch Uchiha Shinichi continue. If he did, their front line would surely fall. Wind release. Vacuum wave. Danzo spat out several wind blades toward Uchiha Shinichi in the sky. The agile Uchiha Shinichi controlled his iron sand wings to dodge, and casually threw a few kunai with explosive tags at Danzo. Shinichi didn't really want to harm Danzo. After all, with Danzo, Konoha was a good Konoha. Danzo easily avoided Shinichi's little trick. At this moment, 5 masked root ninjas appeared beside him. He had brought many root ninjas, but now only a few remained. This made him glare fiercely at Uchiha Shinichi. Elder Danzo, I thought you wouldn't make a move, Orochimaru commented while battling with Rasha. Humph. Danzo snorted coldly. Rasha's expression also turned cold. His disciple was shining brightly, and as a teacher, he couldn't fall behind. Magnet release. Gold sand tide. A large amount of gold sand directly covered the battlefield where Orochimaru and the others were, forming a 30-meter-high wave of gold sand that surged toward Orochimaru. Summoning technique. Orochimaru immediately summoned the 10,000 snakes. The newly summoned snakes were overwhelmed by the massive wave of gold sand. Amidst the sand, the furious roar of the 10,000 snakes emerged. Damn you, Orochimaru. Then, the 10,000 snakes broke free from the sand and glared at Orochimaru. If you don't prepare 600 sacrifices for me this time, just wait to be eaten. Don't worry, I will prepare them. Orochimaru smirked coldly. His lab already had many dead specimens, which would be good to throw to the 10,000 snakes. Soon, Orochimaru and the 10,000 snakes joined forces against Rasha. The two fought fiercely, instinctively distancing themselves from the battlefield. Danzo also moved against Uchiha Shinichi. Summoning technique. As the smoke cleared, a huge summoning beast resembling an elephant, the Dream Eater, appeared. Danzo stood atop its head, his sharp gaze fixed on Uchiha Shinichi. Dream Eater. He stomped on the Dream Eater, following Danzo's order. The Dream Eater opened its mouth wide and began to suck in Uchiha Shinichi using wind release. The surrounding trees were uprooted by the suction force. Konoha ninjas were the first to be affected, desperately getting sucked toward the Dream Eater's mouth. Oh, help! Elder Danzo, help! I don't want to die. Their cries for help did not catch Danzo's attention. He didn't even spare them a glance. In Danzo's view, these sacrifices were necessary. The Sand Ninjas felt a chill at the indiscriminate killing by Konoha's elder and instinctively moved away. Sighing, Nara Shikaku and the others watched their fellow villagers being sucked into the Dream Eater's mouth, a look of pity crossing their eyes. Shinichi felt a significant pulling force and smiled in response. Dealing with this big guy is quite simple. Sasuke sent him away with a single fire release. At this moment, Danzo was not idle either. Wind release. Vacuum sphere. He shot out accumulated chakra from his mouth like bullets, continuously releasing short breaths, attacking Uchiha Shinichi like a machine gun. The root ninjas beside Danzo also unleashed their jutsu, knowing that their techniques would hardly threaten Uchiha Shinichi. So they focused on sealing Shinichi's movements to prevent him from escaping the Dream Eater suction range. Uchiha Shinichi's hands formed into sword fingers. Wind release. Blade of wind. The blades of wind shattered Danzo's vacuum spheres one by one. At this moment, Uchiha Shinichi's shadow clone made its move, fire release. Great fireball. The 100-meter fireball was immediately sucked into the Dream Eater, causing it to writhe in discomfort, its face contorting in extreme pain. It was clear just how much agony it was in. Then it transformed into smoke, ending the summoning. Damn! Danzo's face darkened as he saw his summoning beast defeated so easily. He had hoped to defeat this kid to enhance his reputation and capture him for research. The Konoha ninjas breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the Dream Eater defeated. No one wanted to be swallowed by it. Dying at the hands of their comrades was simply too humiliating. Uchiha Shinichi left his shadow clone to fight Danzo. Knowing the clone understood his intent and planned to stall Danzo. You are too arrogant. Danzo was furious upon seeing Uchiha Shinichi leave a shadow clone to deal with them. Aspiring to be Hokage, he had never been looked down upon like this. Attack! Everyone attacked to destroy his shadow clone. Danzo rallied his root ninjas to work together against Uchiha Shinichi's shadow clone. As for letting his men hold off the shadow clone, he didn't even think about it. This kid's strength was no joke. He didn't want to take any risks. After all, he was the future 4th Hokage. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shinichi charged toward Nara Shikaku and the others. Magnet release. Iron sand, giant needle. The iron sand was compressed by Uchiha Shinichi, forming sharp iron needles. Enhanced with some wind release chakra to multiply its power. He's coming. Quick, defend. Nara Shikaku and the others realized that they couldn't escape from the flying Uchiha Shinichi and could only brace themselves. Earth release. Earth flow rampart. They disregarded other chakra considerations and continuously increased their chakra input. Walls of earth rose up in front of them, trying to block Uchiha Shinichi's attack. Puff, puff, puff. The sound of iron sand needles piercing through the earth walls grew closer. Their walls could not stop the iron needles. Everyone's faces grew worse. And just as they were about to use body flicker technique to evade, Uchiha Shinichi smiled. This time, the iron needles he prepared were enough to cover 50 meters. They couldn't dodge with their body flicker technique. At this moment, Akimichi Choza took out his secret medicine, looking determined as he glanced at Nara Shikaku and the others. He planned to use his life to save them. No! Nara Shikaku and Yamanaka and Noichi immediately shook their heads, grasping Akimichi Choza's arm. They would rather die together than let one of them live alone. Just then, a special kunai landed beside Nara Shikaku's foot. Everyone, I hope I'm not too late. A gentle voice rang out, and the previously desperate faces of Nara Shikaku and the others instantly lit up with hope. Minato, the morale of the Konoha ninjas, which had been low, surged as they became excited. Although the name of Namake's Minato wasn't that widely known yet, the Konoha ninjas all recognized his formidable strength. Chapter 24. One tail, Shikaku Minato Namake's, stood tall and straight, like a towering pine tree, emanating an innate aura of heroism and ease. A faint smile graced his face, making everyone feel incredibly close to him. Upon seeing him, Zongshen Tianyi's expression immediately changed. As Minato's teammate, seeing him brought immense reassurance, but as an opponent, it was infuriating. His flying thunder god technique was just too damn incomprehensible. Damn it, it was just a little too late. Zongshen Tianyi's expression darkened with Minato's appearance. It was impossible for him to kill Nara Shikaku and the others. At the same time, he distanced himself from Minato. Everyone, leave this to me. Minato smiled and looked at Nara Shikaku and the others. Be careful, that guy's magnet release is not ordinary. Nara Shikaku warned Minato, then moved away, but their eyes remained on the scene. If there was a chance, they would rush to support. Minato held his flying thunder god kunai, looking at Zongshen Tianyi, pondering how to deal with this flying opponent. Zongshen Tianyi was currently using chakra to control a portion of iron sand covering his entire body. He was worried that Minato would mark him with the flying thunder god seal, and that would be the end. Let me test the strength of Sister Waigai. Zongshen Tianyi hand-sealed, and a large amount of iron sand surged forth, covering the entire ground. The iron sand shot towards Minato like lightning, crushing trees and stones along the way. Minato faced the rushing iron sand without a hint of panic. He threw his flying thunder god kunai, and the next moment, he vanished from his spot, reappearing 100 meters away. Damn, that speed is incredible. Zongshen Tianyi watched his movements, feeling a twinge of toothache. This space-time ninjutsu was just too unfathomable. Minato crouched on a branch, looking at Zongshen Tianyi's figure, and directly threw a flying thunder god kunai at him. Of course, at this distance, the kunai couldn't reach him. But the next moment, he appeared in midair, and the flying thunder god kunai flew out of Minato's hand again. He used this relay technique to approach Zongshen Tianyi. Seeing this, Zongshen Tianyi immediately acted. Magnet release, iron sand wall. He created 6 iron sand walls around the flying kunai, controlling it within. Inside, he manipulated the iron sand to spin rapidly. As long as Minato dared to come, he would shred him to pieces with the iron sand. Minato realized Zongshen Tianyi's intention and understood that it would be very unfavorable to engage him in midair. So he stopped attacking Zongshen Tianyi and focused on the sand ninjas below. He threw out 2 or 3 dozen flying thunder god kunai, embedding them in the ground. Swish! His figure then appeared among the sand ninjas. Kill him. The sand ninjas, seeing someone daring enough to charge into their midst, pulled out kunai and ninja swords to attack Minato, all wearing smiles. Killing such a strong leaf ninja would be a huge gain. Damn it, I feel like Zongshen Tianyi cursed silently upon seeing Minato, focusing on the ordinary sand ninjas. Who the hell said this kid was a little son? He's nothing but a despicable scoundrel. Zongshen Tianyi attempted to control Minato's flying thunder god kunai with magnet release, but it was already too late. In just a few breaths, all the sand ninjas around Minato collapsed to the ground, clutching their necks. Blood dripped from Minato's kunai onto the ground. They hadn't even seen Minato's movements clearly. It's our turn now, Shikaku. Finkafu, who had been hiding among the sand ninjas, saw so many of his comrades die in an instant. A hint of reluctance appeared on his gentle face, and he prepared to make a move. Although he was reluctant to kill, he couldn't just watch as the leaf ninjas slaughtered the sand village's people like chickens and dogs. Old monk, quickly give me control of the body. I want to go out and kill. Shikaku was overly excited. He hadn't been out for a long time. This time, out of respect for the old monk, he would reluctantly make a move. At this moment, the Umbu guarding Finkafa noticed he was about to act and immediately urged the surrounding sand ninjas to retreat quickly. Seeing the Umbu signaling, everyone's expressions turned to panic as they scrambled away from the area, wishing they had a few more legs to run faster. What an evil chakra, just like the Ninetales. Minato, as Kushina's boyfriend, was very familiar with the chakra of tailed beasts. At that moment, his expression suddenly changed as he turned to the leaf ninjas and shouted, "Quickly retreat from here." Although the leaf ninjas didn't know what was happening, they still followed Minato's orders and prepared to withdraw. The sand ninjas they were fighting also did not attempt to stop them, disengaging from the battle. Some of them speculated that the village had deployed a jinchuriki, so it was important to prioritize their lives. Hypnotique technique. As Finkafu fell into a sleep state and lost control of his body, Shikaku sealed within him burst into laughter. "I'm out." The raccoon-like Shikaku appeared on the battlefield. Everyone felt a massive and evil chakra. Damn it, the sand ninjas actually released the one tail. Fall back. The Leaf J Nin immediately turned to instruct the CH Nin and Jinin to retreat. However, many of them found their legs unresponsive. For many, this was their first time facing a tailed beast, and they were paralyzed by fear. However, at this moment, the Leaf J Nin had no time to care about that and stood on high alert. They absolutely could not let the tailed beast break through their defenses, or they would lose the Kiki Mountain. Damn it, when did the sand ninjas send the Jinchuriki to the battlefield? Danzo, who was engaged in battle with Zongshen Tianyi Shadow Clone, looked at the one tail with a grim expression, a hint of retreat in his eyes. The situation was not looking good. Danzo gave a look to the root ninja and then turned to flee. "I'm going to become Hokage. I can't die here." Zongshen Tianyi Shadow Clone watched Danzo's fleeing figure, unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. However, he did not pursue but instead focused on eliminating the remaining root ninjas. At this moment, Orochimaru, who was fully engaged with Rasha, noticed Danzo running away and couldn't help but feel speechless. And he still thinks about becoming Hokage every day? Orochimaru, you guys have already lost. Rasha's smile was radiant. With Orochimaru's side stalling, Shikaku could completely break through the leaf's formation. Is that so? Orochimaru sneered, glancing at the flash of blonde hair in the crowd. The Flying Thunder God is not so easily dealt with. Moreover, Minato had learned sealing techniques from Kushina, so the outcome was still uncertain. Leaf's trash. Watch me blow you up. Shikaku's abundant chakra surged forth, wind release, vacuum sphere. A huge wind ball formed, heading towards Minato Namikaze and the others. Quick dodge. Everyone quickly avoided it. The elite ninjas managed to escape, but the lower ninjas behind them, who were of average strength and hadn't had time to flee, were in dire straits. They were directly blown into the sky by the high-speed wind ball, their bodies unable to withstand it, and they disintegrated in mid-air. Due to the sound of the wind, everyone couldn't hear the screams of those people, but by looking at their expressions, it was clear how painful it was. Damn it! Minato Namikaze watched as those children, who had just left the academy, lost their lives like this. He vowed in his heart to study the flying thunder god technique thoroughly later, to master a way to transfer such ninjutsu away. Chapter 25. The tailed beast ball actually dodged. I'll come again. Shikaku continued. At this moment, Zongshen Tianyi also made his move. He wanted to take advantage of Shikaku, suppressing them to eliminate the likes of Minato Namikaze. Especially Minato, his flying thunder god, is too difficult to deal with. Only after Minato is dead, what will Naruto do? What about Ashura? Zongshen Tianyi felt that the Sage of Six Paths would take care of it later. After all, he wasn't going to erase Ashura's chakra. He could completely control and select suitable individuals again. After all, there was no rule that saving the world had to be the son of Minato Namikaze. What about the other two? Shikaku, I'm here to help you. Zongshen Tianyi flew to Shikaku's side, forming hand seals with both hands. Fire release. Great fireball. Under Shikaku's wind release, the great fireball soared into the sky, engulfing Minato and the others within. How do you know my name? Shikaku looked at the flying sand ninja in front of him in surprise. He had only told Fuku his name, and he remembered that Fuku hadn't told anyone else. Zongshen Tianyi was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected to accidentally let it slip. But soon, he thought of a way to make Shikaku serve as his summoning beast, so he decided to play it mysterious for now, letting Shikaku seek him out later. He could even pretend to be the child of destiny, since Naruto hadn't been born yet. The fate he sees for himself should also be considered fate, right? At this moment, Minato Namikaze and the others appeared a kilometer away. Zongshen Tianyi saw this and flew over. Could this kid be the one the Sage of Six Paths said would become friends with our tail beasts? His eyes are also blue. Shikaku muttered a few times, deciding to set this matter aside for now. He needed to resolve the issue he promised the old monk first. Don't be afraid, Konoha scum. I'm here. Shikaku continued to attack. The once lush forest was now covered in sand due to his destruction. This made it convenient for Zongshen Tianyi, who hid his iron sand beneath the sand, ready to unleash a big attack on these Konoha ninjas when necessary. Minato is tough to deal with. A tailed beast plus a chakra-heavy magnetic release ninja. Shikaku had numerous wounds on him at this point, his brow furrowed. Although he was resourceful, he felt a sense of helplessness in the face of such a significant power gap. Leave the tailed beast to me, and I'll need you to help hold off that magnetic release ninja. Minato looked at the 20 or so Nin in front of him. Can you do it, Minato? Everyone looked at Minato with concern. Although the one-tail chakra is the least among the tailed beasts, it is still a tailed beast. Minato then revealed a sunny smile, reassuring everyone. Then he turned and headed towards the tailed beast without looking back. Shikaku and the others looked at Minato's retreating figure, their eyes filled with respect. Everyone, let us hold off that magnetic release ninja. Those who can use water release, soak his iron sand to weaken his power. Shikaku began to lay out the battle plan. In summary, it was one sentence. Use water release to crush him. Zongshen Tianyi saw Minato heading towards Shikaku and prepared to turn around to help Shikaku deal with Minato. Just then, water release. Water Dragon Bullet. Shikaku and the others launched their attack, with 15 water dragons rushing towards Zongshen Tianyi in the air. However, the speed of the water dragons was too slow, and Zongshen Tianyi quickly dodged. At the same time, he understood their intentions and sneered disdainfully. They wanted to hold him back and weaken his strength with water release. A good idea, but unfortunately, their minds weren't clear. Zongshen Tianyi's target was Minato. He ignored these people and quickly moved closer to Shikaku. It seems we can only join the battlefield now. Shikaku smiled wryly. Joining a battlefield with a tailed beast was extremely unwise. But the opponent's goal was clear. They wanted to take action against Minato. If they didn't help, facing a tailed beast and a magnetic release ninja who was no less powerful than a Kage, Minato would be at a disadvantage. and it was possible he could lose his life with one mistake. Everyone didn't back down and rushed to support Minato. They knew the situation. Minato could not have an accident. If he did, the balance would be broken, and Kiki Mountain would be lost. Magnetic release. Iron Sand Shuriken. This was a small innovation Zongshen Tianyi made based on Lo Sha's Gold Sand Shuriken. A massive amount of chakra controlled hundreds of thousands of iron sand shurikens, indiscriminately attacking the places Minato might go. Although the momentum was grand, the damage was minimal. It merely restricted Minato's movements a bit. Shikaku, let us work together. You come. Zongshen Tianyi's words were interrupted by Shikaku. Kid, I want to listen to you. Shikaku said proudly. If it weren't for this kid possibly being the one the Sage of Six Paths mentioned, he would have slapped him away long ago. Zongshen Tianyi was at a loss for words. If Shikaku could cooperate well with him, he could cause considerable trouble for Minato. The longer he battled with him, Zongshen Tianyi felt that the chances of killing Minato would decrease. The Flying Thunder God was truly unbeatable. If Minato wanted to escape, there was nothing Zongshen Tianyi could do. Now Zongshen Tianyi felt that this guy's downfall was definitely scripted. You're very powerful. Minato also looked at Zongshen Tianyi with caution at this moment. This person had been fighting for so long, and his chakra was still more than Minato's, which made him feel a bit troublesome. With him interfering, Minato couldn't take Shikaku away from the battlefield at all. Every time he got close, the iron sand would attack, giving him no opportunity. You too. Zongshen Tianyi crossed his arms and looked at Minato. Being praised by him was quite impressive. Minato, we're here to support you. Nara, Shikaku, and the others rushed over. Seeing Nara, Shikaku, and the others arrive, Minato's eyes filled with hope. If they could hold off the opponent for a bit, he could send the One Tail out of the battlefield and then come back to take Shikaku and the others with him. If he faced this magnetic release ninja one-on-one, it wouldn't be so troublesome. Nara Shikaku noticed Minato's predicament and gave him a look. Leave it to us. Use water release. Nara Shikaku directed everyone to start interfering with Zongshen Tianyi, and at this moment, Minato also threw out his Flying Thunder God Kunai. Water release. Water Dragon Bullet. Everyone attacked together. Zongshen Tianyi quickly dodged, his attention fixed on Minato. As for Shikaku and the others, he would leave it to his shadow clone to deal with. Just as Dan's ran away. Fire release. Great Fireball. The appearance of a shadow clone surprised Nara Shikaku. Did Elder Danzo? Nara Shikaku immediately looked in the direction where Danzo had been, but he didn't see a body. He scanned the area and still couldn't find Danzo's corpse. Damn it. The clever Nara Shikaku gritted his teeth, knowing that Danzo had escaped. At this moment, Namake's Minato was trying to get close to the One Tail. Just as he was about to touch its body, he sensed the chakra of Shin Tenichi. He quickly retreated, and in the blink of an eye, he was 100 meters away. Just where he had been standing moments ago, a small tornado formed from countless iron sand shurikens appeared. Namake's Minato's heart rate quickened at that moment. If he had reacted just half a beat slower, his body would have been shredded by those iron sand shurikens. That was close. In the sky, Shin Tenichi felt that he had almost succeeded, and he was quite regretful. Namake's Minato turned his head and saw that Shikaku and the others were being held back by Shin Tenichi's shadow clones, and he couldn't help but sigh. The hope of getting the One Tail off the battlefield was basically gone. Damn it, you little yellow bug, you've been jumping around in front of me this whole time. I'm going to kill you. Shikaku's eyes were filled with fury. At that moment, his mouth opened, and the yin-yang chakra gathered in the air. Everyone watching this side changed their expressions. Tail Beast Bomb. Retreat, retreat. Both sides were frantically pulling back. No one dared to take a hit from a Tail Beast Bomb. Shin Tenichi looked at the tailed beast bomb forming in Shikaku's mouth and felt a slight panic in his heart. If that hit head-on, it would definitely be devastating. Chapter 26. Killing the White Cloud in the morning. Maruxing Gujia at this moment. Wave Wind Watergate had not left, but was instead focused on Nara Shikahiza and the others. Only after they moved away did he let out a sigh of relief. He had left a Flying Thunder God Kunai 5 kilometers away, and he could go there directly later. However, that needed to be after the tailed beast bomb was fired. If he moved before it was fired, the One Tail would definitely adjust its trajectory. At that time, not only would it not avoid the tailed beast bomb, but there was also a high possibility of causing numerous casualties. Boom! Just as Shikaku fired the tailed beast bomb, Wave Wind Watergate activated the Flying Thunder God and disappeared. Zongshen Tianyi, who had been using sensory ninjutsu to track him, sighed. Can't the ninjutsu fail just once? Bang! The tailed beast bomb hit the ground, and in an instant, a mushroom cloud rose. The shockwave from the explosion sent some unsteady people flying. Following that, a large pit with a diameter of 2,000 to 3,000 meters appeared. The soil and rocks in the core area turned into red magma. With such power, it's no wonder they say tailed beasts are war machines. Zongshen Tianyi could feel that Shikaka did not use its full strength this time. Damn it, that blonde kid actually got away, making me furious. At this moment, Shikaku sensed Wave Wind Watergate's chakra from a distance and shouted angrily. In the distance, Lo Sha, who was fighting Orochimaru, felt disappointed that the One Tail and his disciple couldn't take down Wave Wind Watergate. He thought it was getting a bit tricky. The high-end combat power was currently balanced with Konoha, but the low-end combat power was not at an advantage. There had already been quite a few casualties. Is it going to end like this? Lo Sha was unwilling. They had dispatched the tailed beast and still couldn't take Kiki Mountain. This was also a significant blow to his reputation. Orochimaru looked at Lo Sha and couldn't help but smile. As long as things continued like this, victory would ultimately belong to Konoha. It's just that the casualties were a bit high. Shikaku, please help me hold off Wave Wind Watergate. Zongshen Tianyi shifted his gaze to the other Konoha ninjas. He couldn't deal with Wave Wind Watergate, so he would focus on others. Whoosh! Zongshen Tianyi moved at incredible speed and charged towards Nara Shikahisa and the others. Not good. Everyone's pupils constricted. Shikahisa, you all retreat. Wave Wind Watergate gave them a glance, signaling them to check. He would send the One Tail away and come back. He then quickly headed toward Shikaku. Several flying Thunder God Kunai were thrown toward Shikaku. Nara Shikahisa thought that they should be fine with Wave Wind Watergate returning under Zongshen Tianyi surveillance. Everyone, we must hold out until Watergate returns. Nara Shikahisa understood Zongshen Tianyi's intentions and looked seriously at everyone. At this moment, everyone nodded in agreement. Akiyama Dingswa took out a green secret medicine, spinach pill. He swallowed it in one bite. The spinach pill could stimulate human potential by 30% in a short time, and strength would triple. The others also adjusted their physical conditions. Magnet release, iron sand shuriken. Hundreds of iron sand shurikens, accompanied by the sound of slicing through the air, flew toward them. Water release, water barrier. 15 earth release, earth flow wall. 5 everyone immediately took action, but those who could use water release prioritized using their water ninjutsu. They aimed to create a lake together for greater safety. Puff! The iron sand shurikens pierced through the water curtain and earth flow wall at high speed. However, their speed was also reduced. The Konoha ninjas quickly dodged. However, Zongshen Tianyi didn't care. His goal had already been achieved. The 20 Konoha Jonin, who had originally been united, were now scattered. Zongshen Tianyi set his sights on Nara Shikahisa and the others. Killing them was of greater value. Minato Guji understood Zongshen Tianyi's intentions and immediately took action. Water release, water dragon bullet. In a watery environment, this time his water dragon bullet was more powerful than ever. A 30-meter-long water dragon rushed towards Zongshen Tianyi. Taking this opportunity, Minato Guji turned to Nara Shikahisa and the others and said, "You all hurry and run. His target is you." But Nara Shikahisa and the others showed a hint of reluctance in their eyes. "You all hurry. Don't worry. He wants to focus on us. Our chances of survival are greater. We'll help hold him off, and when Watergate returns, everyone will be safe." Bai and Zhaojian also stood up at this time. Okay. Nara Shikahisa knew this was not the time to hesitate, so he quickly led Akiyama Dingswa and the others to retreat. Bai and Zhaojian and Minato Guji, along with a few other Jonin, stood on the trees, warily watching Zongshen Tianyi. Zongshen Tianyi watched Nara Shikahisa and the others retreating, then turned his gaze to Bai and Zhaojian and Minato Guji. Killing these two would be bad. I feel something is off. Bai and Zhaojian felt a chill down his back. Magnet release, sand iron triangular prism. Zongshen Tianyi used iron sand to create a large number of triangular prisms, with wind release chakra attached, and then shot them towards Bai and Zhaojian and Minato Guji at high speed. Everyone used various means to block the triangular prisms. While they were doing their utmost to block the prisms, the iron sand hidden in the sand beneath the water gradually gathered together under Zongshen Tianyi's influence. Fire release, great fireball. Zongshen Tianyi infused 2 cards of chakra into the ninjutsu, and a massive fireball surged towards them, forcing Bai and Zhaojian and Minato Guji to block the triangular prisms while also escaping the fire's attack range. In an instant, they were physically and mentally exhausted. At the same time, the fierce fire and water met, creating a large amount of white mist. This made it harder for Baiyun Zhaojian and the others to see. But this impact was not significant for Zongshen Tianyi, who had decent sensory abilities. The hunt was on. Zongshen Tianyi smiled wickedly. He activated magnet release, controlling the hidden iron sand to swiftly attack Baiyun Zhaojian and the others. The first to suffer was an unknown Konoha Jonin. His legs were shredded into pieces by the iron sand, and he fell to the ground, immediately being buried by the iron sand. The screams vanished in an instant. This made Baiyun Zhaojian and the others' hair stand on end. Wind release, vacuum blade. Baiyun Zhaojian blew away the white mist in front of him, allowing him to see the situation clearly. Dozens of iron sand shurikens were flying towards him. Before he could react, the iron sand shurikens turned him into a sieve. He fell directly to the ground, landing right at Minato's feet. Watching such an excellent junior die, he couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. However, the next second turned into real heart pain as an iron sand spear pierced through his chest from behind. Puff! Minato looked at the spear, and a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He then fell beside Baiyun Zhaojian. The remaining few passing Jonin also followed in their footsteps and fell down. At this moment, the shouting of the Shikaku on the battlefield disappeared. Was Shikaku sent away by Minato Namikaze? Zongshen Tianyi felt a bit regretful. Soon after, Minato returned. He activated his mark and arrived beside Nara Shikaku and the others. Minato, you're back. Hurry and save Hakuyun and Marahoshi-senpai. Nara Shikaku and the others became excited. With Minato there, they could confront that magnetic release ninja. All right, they rushed over, but what they saw were only the bodies of Hakuyun and Marahoshi Kosuka, slaughtered by Zongshen Tianyi. Sorry, you guys came back a bit late. Zongshen Tianyi grinned at them. Looking at the leading Minato, he couldn't help but feel a hint of regret. If only Shikaku had checked a bit more, he might have been able to take out Nara Shikaku and the others as well. How is this possible? Marahoshi-senpai and the others just died like this? Damn sand ninja. Nara Shikaku and the others had red eyes, staring at the bloody bodies of Marahoshi Kosuka and Hakun. They were so close, yet they didn't dare to step forward, because there was some iron sand on those bodies. They couldn't determine whether that iron sand was intentionally left there by Zongshen Tianyi. Minato, who had been smiling, now looked sharply at Zongshen Tianyi. TSK, that gaze is really scary. Zongshen Tianyi joked, but inside he was tense, not daring to be careless. At this moment, not far away, Rasha saw that Shikaku was missing. With the loss of Shikaku, this operation could be considered a failure, so he signaled to retreat to their base. Seeing this, Zongshen Tianyi flew into the sky to cover the sand ninja. When he saw some Konoha ninjas trying to pursue the retreating sand ninja, he immediately took action. Explosive tag cannon. Explosive tags flew rapidly towards the pursuing Konoha ninjas with the help of wind release. Bang, bang, bang. The Konoha ninjas cried out in despair. As the little son, Minato quickly adjusted his mindset to help those avoid Zongshen Tianyi's attack range. Shikaku can fly. It's just too annoying. Akimichi Choza said weakly at that moment. The effect of the secret medicine had worn off, and he felt utterly drained. Yeah, luckily we have Minato here, who knows time-space ninjutsu. Otherwise, we would be in big trouble, Nara Shikaku said as he looked at Zongshen Tianyi in the sky, slowly realizing how those enemies facing Minato felt. Helpless despair. Chapter 27. The murderous wave, Wind Minato, and the Tsundere Shikaku with the deity Zongshen Tianyi dividing the battlefield in the sky. The sand ninja quickly withdrew safely from the area. At this moment, Tianyi glanced at Wave, Wind Minato, who was continuously rescuing the wounded from the battlefield, and slowly commented, "What a warm-hearted person. It's a pity we are not on the same side." He then turned and left the battlefield. Nara Shikaku and the others relaxed upon seeing Zongshen Tianyi leave. His presence had kept everyone on edge. At this moment, Akimichi Dingza directly sat down on the ground, unable to hold on any longer due to the burden brought by the secret medicine. Is Dingza all right? Nara Shikaku hurried over to him, squatting down to check on him. The trio of Inuzuka, Shino, and Akimichi were now in a difficult situation. Yamanaka Hichi was still unconscious, and Akimichi Dingza had lost his combat ability due to the secret medicine, leaving Nara Shikaku feeling somewhat powerless. What should they do if they encountered that person again? Orochimaru, I'll let you go this time, but next time, I will definitely kill you. Luo Sha saw that all of his people had retreated, leaving behind a harsh comment as he controlled the sand to leave. Orochimaru scoffed, thinking that Luo Sha couldn't kill him. He then approached the battlefield. looking at the fallen Konoha ninjas and softly murmuring, "Life is truly fragile." Orochimaru-sama. Wave Wind Minato approached Orochimaru with a guilty expression. "I couldn't stop them." Minato had come to support this side after receiving news from the village, but ended up accomplishing nothing. So many from the village had fallen on the battlefield. Minato-kun, it's alright, you did very well. Facing Tianyi-kun and the one tail alone is already quite impressive, Orochimaru said with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. However, to others, that smile looked particularly sinister. Minato nodded. "Orochimaru-sama, do you know that magnetic ninja well?" Seeing Orochimaru's friendly demeanor, he curiously asked. "I watch him grow up. He is an absolute genius, having reached this level in less than 2 months. It's just a pity that we couldn't capture Tianyi-kun earlier." Orochimaru couldn't help but lick his lips. Now, capturing Zongshen Tianyi seemed unlikely. Tianyi's strength might not be greater than his, but the other party was determined to leave. And he couldn't keep him. A genius? A trace of wariness appeared in Minato's eyes. The emergence of such a person in Sunagakure posed a significant threat to the village. He resolved in his heart that if given the chance, he must eliminate Zongshen Tianyi to eradicate the danger for the village. At the Sunagakure base, although they hadn't captured Kiki Mountain this time, the Sand Ninja were particularly excited because they had witnessed Zongshen Tianyi's achievements. He had driven away the Konoha elders and had shown no weakness against Konoha's time-space ninja. A powerful warrior had been born before their eyes. Despite this failure, they believed they would surely succeed in the future. Luo looked at Zongshen Tianyi with a smile in his eyes. When he had just fought Orochimaru, he had also paid attention to Tianyi, seeing how he calmly dealt with Wave Wind Minato and even made Danzo turn a flee. Tianyi did well. Luo patted Zongshen Tianyi on the shoulder. "Teacher, this is what I should do. But it's a pity that Wave Wind Minato was too tricky. Otherwise, we might have already taken Kiki Mountain." Zongshen Tianyi expressed a hint of regret. If the other side hadn't come, with Sunagakure's current lineup, defeating Orochimaru and occupying Kiki Mountain would have been entirely feasible. "Don't worry, Konoha's situation isn't good right now. That Wave Wind Minato might be reassigned to support somewhere else at any time. When that happens, we will have our chance," Luo said with a hearty laugh. At this moment, the sealing team quickly approached Luo with a scroll. "Kazekage-sama, we have found the location of the Jinchuriki." The sealing team reported the situation to Luo. "Good." Luo then looked at Zongshen Tianyi. "Tianyi, I need you to cooperate with the sealing team to bring back the one-tail Jinchuriki." Luo didn't dare to leave the base, worried that Konoha might launch a counterattack. Therefore, the only one suitable to retrieve the Jinchuriki was Zongshen Tianyi. "Yes." Zongshen Tianyi nodded, and under the guidance of the sealing team, they set off towards the distance. Luo watched Zongshen Tianyi leave, smiling as he said, "It feels good to have someone to rely on. If it weren't for Tianyi, he would have to personally retrieve the one tail." He then called for Maki and others to begin the subsequent defenses. Zongshen Tianyi, following the sealing team, arrived in the desert. Upon seeing Funboku sitting cross-legged in the sand, Tianyi immediately understood that this master had successfully subdued Shikaku. "Lord Tianyi." Funboku sensed Zongshen Tianyi's arrival and immediately stood up, looking at him with a kind expression, putting his hands together and slightly bowing. "Master Funboku, are you all right?" Zongshen Tianyi showed respect to this master. In fact, Funboku could be considered the first perfect Jinchuriki in the ninja world, and his temperament was enough to impress Zongshen Tianyi. Kushina Uzumaki doesn't count, as she relied entirely on strength to suppress the Ninetales and does not qualify as a perfect Jinchuriki. Hearing Tianyi's words, Funboku was taken aback, bending down without straightening up for a long time. Ever since Shikaku was sealed inside him, people in the village had not called his name anymore, referring to him only as the one-tail Jinchuriki, not to mention calling him master. No wonder Shikaku feels somewhat fond of this person. In the spiritual space, "Old monk, I never said I felt good about this guy," Shikaku said with a hint of tsundere. Funboku, hearing Shikaku's voice, said nothing but smiled. After spending so many years with Shikaku, he naturally understood the beast's temperament. "Shikaku, when I'm gone, you won't be lonely anymore." Funboku had originally worried that after his death, no one would understand Shikaku, but looking at Zongshen Tianyi before him, he felt much more at ease. He could sense that this person had no fear or disgust towards the tailed beasts. "Master Funboku, let's go back," Tianyi said with a smile. "Lord Tianyi." At this moment, the sealing team members, holding the scroll, looked at Zongshen Tianyi with concern. The seal hadn't been reinforced yet. If the one tail escaped, it would be troublesome. "Don't worry. Nothing will happen, Zongshen Tianyi assured the group. The sealing team members looked at Zongshen Tianyi, recalling that Tianyi controlled magnetic release, iron sand, just like the third Kazekage. If the one tail went berserk, he would surely be able to suppress it like the third Kazekage, so they said no more. Along the way, Tianyi and Funboku continued to chat, and the topic naturally revolved around Shikaku. As soon as it was mentioned that Shoha was a proud and kind big raccoon, Shoha in the Fuku spirit space jumped and shouted, as if about to explode with anger at any moment. Fuku's smile never left his face because he sensed that Shoha was not actually angry. Perhaps it was just in a proud state, as Tianyi said. Soon, Zongshen Tianyi and the others returned to their base. Just as they arrived, Tianyi heard many screams coming from the medical base. Sigh. This made Zongshen Tianyi unable to suppress a sigh. Fuku bowed in that direction and then returned to the room specially built for him. Zongshen Tianyi looked around. The walls were covered with sealing diagrams, presumably prepared to prevent Fuku from losing control. Master Fuku, I'm going to find my teacher first, and I'll come back to see you later, Zongshen Tianyi said with a smile. His visit was not just to see Fuku, but to learn from Shoha. It should be noted that the magnetic release of Tsunagakure was learned from Shoha at this time. Zongshen Tianyi wanted to improve his magnetic release, and the best way currently was not to study it himself, but to learn from Shoha. After all, on the battlefield, the enemy would not give you time to research. All right, Fuku said with a slight smile, watching Zongshen Tianyi leave. In the spiritual world, Shoha thought, this little brat is really annoying. After learning that Zongshen Tianyi had left, it couldn't help but feel a bit reluctant. Fuku was a quiet person, usually enjoying reciting scriptures, and although this guy Tianyi talked too much and was quite annoying, it was still better than listening to Fuku recite scriptures. At this moment, after hearing Shoha's words, Fuku's mouth curled up slightly, and that smile seemed to spring from the softest part of his heart. Chapter 28, Guarding Shikaku. I also want Ninetales. In the operations room, Raza was discussing the follow-up battle plan with Maki and others. Although they did not capture the Kiki Mountain, Konoha suffered significant losses this time, losing over 10 Nin in one go. Raza smiled slightly. Even though he did not achieve his goal, Konoha's strength had been weakened. Everyone shared a rare laugh. It was difficult for Tsunagakure to gain the upper hand against Konoha. We will proceed according to the earlier arrangement. We will wait until Minato Namikaze from Konoha is reassigned before we take action. Raza was quite wary of Minato, who had time-space ninjutsu. With him around, it would be extremely challenging for them to capture Kiki Mountain. Yes, everyone nodded and then went down to prepare. When they exited the operations room, they saw Zongshen Tianyi waiting outside and greeted him with smiles. Tianyi also nodded back at them with a smile. Seeing that Tianyi was looking for the Kazekage and they had their own tasks, they turned and left without chatting. Maki looked at the current Zongshen Tianyi, unable to hide his smile. He didn't expect that after such a short time, Tianyi had already taken on significant responsibilities. Tianyi is doing well. Maki patted his shoulder and then flashed a hearty smile. Next time we meet, I might have to call him Lord. He then strode away. After watching him leave, Tianyi entered the room. Teacher, I've already sent Master Fuben back. Zongshen Tianyi reported on his mission. Fuben, Master? Raza was about to hand some scrolls to Zongshen Tianyi when he was puzzled by the mention of Master Fuben. His mind raced, and he suddenly recalled that there was a tailed beast host mentioned in the files named Fuben. Good, you've worked hard this time. Was there any incident? Raza asked. To get the one tail to return obediently, his disciple must have put in quite a bit of effort. There were no incidents. When we found Master Fuben, he had already reverted from his tailed beast transformation. Zongshen Tianyi briefly explained the situation at that time to Raza. Raza felt a bit incredulous upon hearing that the one tail did not cause any trouble. He didn't expect the host to keep the one tail in check this time. Raza nodded in satisfaction. Teacher, I believe Master Fuben can now control the one tail. There is no need to imprison him anymore. Zongshen Tianyi was not only referring to their location, but also the village. As the perfect host, Fuben should not go berserk. No, the host must be imprisoned. Raza's attitude was very firm at this moment, similar to his teacher, the third Kazekage. Seeing Raza's stance, Zongshen Tianyi chose not to continue the discussion. This is the insight gained from previous Kazekage when suppressing the one tail. Take this back and study it carefully. Tomorrow, you will start monitoring the host. I'm worried that since the one tail just emerged, it might go out of control. This task was precisely what Zongshen Tianyi wanted to hear. He originally planned to find some reason to request to be close to Fuben. All right, teacher. Zongshen Tianyi turned and returned to his resting room with the scrolls. Just as he sat down, he saw his friend Fujita returning, covered in blood. Yuma, what happened to you? You're all bloody. Zongshen Tianyi placed the scrolls on his desk, looking at him anxiously. How could the village send someone skilled in making explosive tags to the front lines? Tianyi, you're back. Don't worry, I went to help at the medical station. Fujita immediately explained upon seeing the concern in Tianyi's eyes. Zongshen Tianyi breathed a sigh of relief. However, Fujita sat down on a chair made of earth with a sad expression. Tianyi, when I was helping at the medical station, I learned that out of the 30 people in our class, only the 2 of us are alive now. The rest all died in battle. Fujita felt very pained thinking of those fallen friends. Zongshen Tianyi also slowly sat down in a chair upon hearing this. He had anticipated this, but he didn't expect it to happen so soon. The class Zongshen Tianyi originally belonged to was not an elite class, just an ordinary one. The moment they left the school, their fates seemed to have been sealed. If Zongshen Tianyi hadn't crossed over, the original body would have long been dead somewhere. If Fujita hadn't learned to make explosive tags, he too might have died in battle at any moment. Let us work hard and strive to ensure our juniors don't have to walk the same path we did. Zongshen Tianyi spoke at this moment. Fujita nodded firmly. He then pulled out a large stack of explosive tags from his clothes. Tianyi, these are the explosive tags I drew. You must be careful. Fujita said worriedly. Don't worry. Zongshen Tianyi smiled and accepted the explosive tags. All right, Tianyi, I'm going to start creating. Fujita said with a mischievous grin, then changed into a different outfit, took out his notebook, and began to create. Zongshen Tianyi watched his friend writing with a lewd expression and said nothing, nor did he look down on him. Perhaps this is Yuma's way of relieving his emotions. War is indeed very oppressive, and the reason Zongshen Tianyi does not feel this way is mainly because he is currently immersed in the feeling of his strength growing. At this moment, Zongshen Tianyi took out the scrolls given by Raza and began to study them seriously. These scrolls not only detail the methods and techniques for suppressing Shikaku, but also contain some insights into magnetic release. Tianyi quickly immersed himself in the study. Time swiftly passed to the next day. After Zongshen Tianyi got up and had breakfast, he brought 2 portions of breakfast to the room where Fubin was held. At the door, the on duty nodded slightly to Zongshen Tianyi. They had already received orders that the Kazekage's disciple would assist them in guarding the one-tail host. Please open the door. I'll go in and take a look, Tianyi said with a smile, looking at the Yes. The acted quickly, opening the seal on the door. They were extremely tense, with some even drawing kunai as if facing a formidable enemy. Seeing this, Tianyi felt a bit helpless. Sunagakure still knows too little about hosts. Their attitude toward a perfect host is even more serious than towards an S-rank rogue ninja. Zongshen Tianyi nodded at the who opened the seal on the door and then strode inside. Once Tianyi entered, they quickly resealed the door, and everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. Fubin, sitting cross-legged in the room and chanting sutras, slowly opened his eyes. Lord Tianyi, you actually trouble yourself to bring me breakfast. Fubin stood up, clasped his hands together, and bowed slightly to Zongshen Tianyi. I just happen to have some free time. That Master Fubin, does Shikaku eat? I just happen to bring 2 portions. Zongshen Tianyi naturally knew that tailed beasts do not need to eat these, but he had to maintain a proper attitude. Funfu was surprised to hear Tianyi say this. He didn't expect Tianyi to come and deliver breakfast and also think of Shoha. In the spiritual world, Shoha huffed, this idiot kid. Doesn't he know that tailed beasts don't need to eat? However, when he mentioned the god Tianyi, there seemed to be a slight change at the corner of his mouth. Lord Tianyi, tailed beasts don't need to eat, Funfu said with a smile while looking at the god Tianyi. Oh, so that's how it is. I was wondering how much food a tailed beast as big as that needs every day, the god Tianyi joked. At this moment, Shoha leaned back, arms crossed. Old monk. You tell that kid he's a big idiot. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Shoha's words, Funfu didn't say anything, just smiled and sat down to eat. The god Tianyi also sat cross-legged beside him and took out the scroll that Rasha had given him before. Of course, it wasn't the one from last night, but the one given to him earlier to learn magnet release. After finishing the meal, Funfu curiously looked over. Lord Tianyi, what is this? Master Funfu, my teacher asked me to come and take care of you, and I thought since I have nothing to do, I might as well learn the magnet release of the 3rd Kazekage. After all, the 3rd Kazekage is the strongest Kazekage, so his magnet release must also be the strongest. The god Tianyi said without misleading anyone. Among those who can use magnet release, the 3rd Kazekage was indeed the strongest. In the spiritual space, Shoha shouted, nonsense. My magnet release is the strongest. The 3rd Kazekage doesn't even compare to me. Old monk, you quickly tell this kid. He was jumping and yelling. "I am the strongest." Funfu revealed a slight smile and then slowly said, "Lord Tianyi, Shoha says his magnet release is the strongest." "I don't believe it." "Clearly, the third Kazekage's magnet release is the strongest." The god Tianyi shook his head directly. A hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. Although he was plotting against Shoha, he meant no harm. Tianyi believed Shoha could sense his attitude. Perhaps he was playing along with him. "Old monk, let me speak, and you can translate. I want this kid to know that my magnet release is the strongest." Shoha shouted. However, there was no sign of anger in his eyes, just a mischievous grin. If that old man of the six paths is telling the truth, and this kid is truly the child of destiny, then helping him now, next time you have to give me more chakra, preferably all of Kyuubi's chakra. Although Shoha had doubts about the identity of the god Tianyi, he felt it was worth a gamble. If he succeeded, he might grow 8 more tails. If he was deceived, he wouldn't lose anything. So Funfu acted like a translator and began to convey Shoha's words. Chapter 29. The Ninetales is about to appear. As Zongshen Tianyi listened, he occasionally expressed his own opinions. 5 hours passed just like that. Zongshen Tianyi had gained quite a lot. At this moment, Tianyi stood up, bowed to Funfu, and thanked Master Shoha and Funfu. Funfu immediately stood up and helped Tianyi up. "Lord Tianyi, I didn't do much, just helped relay a message," Funfu said, shaking his head slightly. Zongshen Tianyi noticed that Funfu's lips were dry and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The foundation of Suna's sealing techniques was still too weak. They had brutally sealed Shoha inside a human body and locked all the doors and windows, making it impossible for him to directly enter Funfu's mental space. If that were the case, he could have discussed directly with Shoha. "Master Funfu, please thank Shoha for me. I feel like my understanding of magnetic release has deepened," Zongshen Tianyi said gratefully. In the mental space, Shoha remained as proud as ever, arms crossed. "Old monk, tell this kid that I accept him as my little brother." Shoha felt that Zongshen Tianyi was quite a good person. He could sense that Tianyi did not harbor fear or disdain for them, but instead treated them as friends. This made Shoha very satisfied. Funfu felt a bit surprised after hearing this. He didn't expect Shoha to recognize Zongshen Tianyi so quickly. However, looking at the clear-eyed, smiling youth before him, he couldn't help but smile as well. "Lord Tianyi, Shoha says he acknowledges you as his little brother," Funfu said with a smile. Zongshen Tianyi was also quite surprised. "He recognized me so quickly?" "Master Funfu, please tell my big brother, thank you." Zongshen Tianyi laughed heartily. Recognizing a tailed beast as an older brother is quite interesting. Funfu joined his hands together, smiling. "Once I leave, Shoha's life should be much easier." Meanwhile, Shoha was happily lying in the mental space. Konoha camp. At this moment, although the sky above the camp was clear, everyone's hearts were shrouded in gloom. Konoha had suffered significant losses this time. In the operations room, Orochimaru sat at the top, glancing around the room at the people, and couldn't help but shake his head. Everyone had been busy treating injuries yesterday, and only today had time for a meeting. Many spots in the room had become vacant. "Elder Danzo, please explain to everyone why you chose to escape at that time." Orochimaru turned to Danzo. Given Konoha's significant losses, someone had to take the blame, and Danzo was a very suitable candidate. Orochimaru now understood that his master was well aware of Danzo's ambitions, but had never intended to act against him. When someone needed to take the fall, Danzo's role would become apparent. Minato and the others looked at him with dissatisfaction. The scene of Danzo escaping yesterday made them very angry. "You, Danzo, always talk about doing it for Konoha, but when it really mattered, you ran faster than anyone." Danzo's face turned particularly dark when he realized Orochimaru had thrown him under the bus. "How dare he? I had insufficient chakra at the time and couldn't hold on any longer." Danzo casually found an excuse. The others rolled their eyes. "No chakra? You certainly didn't seem like it when you ran. All right, this is not the time to discuss whose responsibility it is. Instead, we need to think about what to do next." Danzo then pounded the table. Considering Danzo's identity, the others decided not to continue arguing and looked at Orochimaru. "I will write down the reasons for the situation and send it to teacher Sarutobi. At that time, I will ask them to send some skilled ninjas," Orochimaru said nonchalantly, glancing at Danzo from the corner of his eye, showing no fear of his gloomy face. After all, he and Danzo were merely in a cooperative relationship. The most important thing was that Danzo needed him. Nara Shikaku and the others breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Orochimaru's words. With Danzo taking the blame, the impact on them and their families would be minimal. This time, the tricky opponent was not the Jinchuriki, but that kid named Zongshen Tianyi. His strength, is not inferior to mine. Minato, if you face Zongshen Tianyi alone, how much chance do you think you have? Orochimaru asked his friend's disciple. To break the deadlock, it depended on whether Minato could quickly take down Zongshen Tianyi. I don't know. That person gives me the feeling that he seems to understand me very well, and he has always been very wary of me. Moreover, his magnetic release has a significant impact on me, Minato said with a bitter smile. The other party could control his flying thunder god kunai, making it very difficult to get close. Orochimaru began to ponder. Everyone silently watched him. Let's wait for the village's support to arrive before we act. At that time, I will deal with Zongshen Tianyi, and Minato will handle the One Tail. As for Elder Danzo, I will trouble you to take some J-Nin to hold off the One Tail. Orochimaru turned to Danzo. At this point, the J-Nin present all showed a hint of rejection in their eyes. They did not want to act with Danzo. If things went wrong, this guy would definitely abandon them and run. Danzo also wanted to refuse. All the elite from his route who came with him had died. He didn't want to face the tail beast, but he didn't stand up to directly oppose it. He planned to sneak back to Konoha later. Hizashi will cover for me. Orochimaru smiled slightly when he saw Danzo agree. However, this smile carried a hint of disdain, as Orochimaru had already seen through Danzo's little schemes. All right, everyone, take care of your injuries. A great battle awaits us. Orochimaru was confident that Suna was also thinking of ways to mobilize troops from various places. It wouldn't be long before a more brutal battle would break out. Yes, everyone's expression was serious. Then they all stood up to leave, but Minato stayed behind. Minato, do you have any questions? Orochimaru asked as he looked at Minato, who remained alone. Orochimaru-sama, please leave the One-Tail Jinchuriki to me. Once the battle begins, I will send the One-Tail Jinchuriki away, Minato said to Orochimaru. Ha ha ha. Orochimaru laughed at that moment, shaking his head. Minato, you're thinking about your little girlfriend, aren't you? I have a feeling that Teacher Sarutobi will arrange for your little girlfriend to come. At this time, Orochimaru's gaze shifted outside the operations room, where Small Snake had just seen Danzo leave the camp, quickly heading toward Konoha. Minato's face turned slightly red, and he nodded gently. He didn't want to see Kushina on the battlefield, let alone see her enter tail beast mode. Currently, Kushina's control over the Ninetales was not strong. He was worried she might lose control at that time. Yesterday, you sent the One Tail away once. Do you think Suna will give you another chance? Moreover, the progress of Zongshen Tianyi is definitely rapid. I can't guarantee that I will be able to completely defeat him at that time. Perhaps I will still need your help. Orochimaru refused Minato Namikaze. A day later, Danzo traveled day and night and finally returned to Konoha, looking at the familiar village before him. The tension in his heart finally eased. After entering the village, he went straight to the Hokage building and arrived at the Hokage's office. At this time, Hiruzen Sarutobi was discussing the situation of the war with the other two elders of Konoha regarding Tsunagakure. Unexpectedly, Tsunagakure has another strong user of magnet release. Mito Gadian and Tka Rin fell a headache. I plan to send Kushina to support Tsunagakure. After Danzo left, Orochimaru summoned a snake to report the situation to Hiruzen Sarutobi. He knew that the situation at Kiki Mountain was very dangerous now. After thinking for so long, he decided to send Kushina out. What? Mito Gadian and Tka Rin were both surprised. Hiruzen, the Jinchuriki cannot leave the village. Mito Gadian immediately opposed. Just then, the door was pushed open by Danzo. Hiruzen, you finally made a correct decision this time. Let me take the Jinchuriki to support Orochimaru and the others. A hint of excitement appeared on Danzo's face. He had already envisioned himself controlling the Ninetales to defeat the four nations and then successfully taking the position of Hokage. Danzo, weren't you at Kiki Mountain? Yes, how did you come back? Mito Gadian and Tka Rin were both puzzled by Danzo's sudden appearance. Ahem, I called him back. Hiruzen Sarutobi shot a reproachful glance at Danzo and then helped him cover up. Mito Gadian and the others looked at the two old friends and naturally did not believe it. But since Hiruzen spoke up, they would not continue to dwell on the matter. Hiruzen, let me take the Jinchuriki. Danzo's eyes were filled with fire, and his face was slightly flushed with excitement. Impossible. I will let Shino lead a team of Umbu and the Sealing Squad to protect Kushina to the front lines. Hiruzen Sarutobi understood that if he really handed Kushina over to this guy temporarily, he would definitely dare to cast a curse seal on her and control her. Hearing Hiruzen arrange for his son to go, Danzo's anger burned in his heart. Can't I compete with this kid? Hiruzen, Shino is still young, and his strength is still lacking. If something happens to the Jinchuriki on the way, he can't bear the responsibility. Danzo slammed the table. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a puff of smoke and then said slowly, "Don't worry, I will send more Anbu with you." Seeing that Hiruzen was unwilling to relent, Danzo was about to explode with anger. "Hiruzen, you will regret this." "Danzo, I am a Hokage." Danzo glanced at Hiruzen Sarutobi and then slammed the door as he left. Chapter 30. Zongshen Tianyi investigates the support troops hiding the Ninetales soon after. Sarutobi Hizashi began arranging personnel to support Kiki Mountain. He had a small plan in his heart. As he was getting older, he feared that after this war, he would have to retire. He wanted his eldest son to become Hokage, but Shino's strength was a hard obstacle. So he thought to take advantage of his current position to secure enough military achievements for his son. This way, he could later serve as a Hokage advisor or assistant. Moreover, with him as the former Hokage, no one would underestimate the Sarutobi clan. After his death, with Shino around, the family wouldn't face any major problems. "Let's send some people from our family this time." Mito Gate-in and Tikaharu also stepped forward, harboring similar thoughts as Sarutobi Hizashi. While Hizashi was still in office, they wanted to find some good missions for their ninjas to accumulate military achievements. Sarutobi Hizashi agreed. En route. "Damn Hizashi." Danzo sat gloomily in his chair. He felt very unwilling to let such a good opportunity slip through his fingers. However, he was currently helpless. Root had suffered heavy losses this time, and the strength in Danzo's hands couldn't stir up any waves. Root needed more manpower. Danzo tapped the table. A Root ninja quickly knelt before him. "Go select some geniuses from the various clans." The various clans Danzo referred to were naturally the major secret arts clans of Konoha. He also wanted Uchiha and Hyuga, but they definitely wouldn't give them up, and Hizashi would obstruct him. He could only reach out to clans like Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi. However, his favorite was still the Yamanaka clan. The ninjas of the Yamanaka clan were very versatile, and their family power wasn't strong, allowing him to suppress and exploit them. Root was nominally a talent training base for the Anbu, while the Yamanaka clan was the real talent training base for Root. Yes, the Root ninja left expressionlessly, and Danzo looked at the ceiling, thinking, "Hizashi, just wait. I will eventually prove that I am more suited to be Hokage than you." The decision made by the teacher back then was wrong. Meanwhile, Kushina was happily organizing her things. She was about to leave the village for a mission, and it would be with Minato. Thinking of this, a smile spread across her face, and she hastened her movements. Hokage building. Sarutobi Shino was standing in front of Sarutobi Hizashi. "Father, I've already sent someone to notify Kushina. Are we really taking her with us?" He was still a bit worried. The Ninetales Jinchuriki had never left the village before. If something unexpected happened outside, it would be a huge loss for the village. "Don't worry, Shino. Kushina can suppress the Ninetales. You don't have to worry about her. Just remember to pay attention to your safety when you get on the battlefield. I will dispatch some experts from the family to protect you." Compared to Kushina, Sarutobi Hizashi was more worried about his eldest son. "Father, don't worry. I will be careful." Sarutobi Shino lowered his head in shame at his father's caring gaze. His grandfather, Sarutobi Sasuke, was a well-known ninja during the Warring States period. His father was the third Hokage, yet his own talent was average, and he was just 8 Jonin now. He felt he was disappointing his father's expectations. "Shino, it's okay. Don't be so down. Everyone has their own path. I believe you will find your own ninja way in the future." Sarutobi Hizashi patted his eldest son, feeling not quite right himself. His eldest son, while not exceptionally talented, had always been a reassuring presence since childhood. In contrast, his youngest son, though slightly more talented, had always been immature. "Sai, you should go back and rest for a bit. Once the ninja army is dispatched, you'll have your hands full." Sarutobi Hizashi lit up a cigarette. "Yes." Sarutobi Shino turned and left. At this moment, the various clans were feeling very uncomfortable. The Hokage was organizing a new team to support Kiki Mountain, and because the Hokage's son was involved, their clan would also have to send people along. Meanwhile, Danzo was also recruiting. The people sent to Danzo would not return. At this time, the clan leaders of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans gathered together. Akimichi Torikes was also sitting beside them. This time, Danzo has taken several talented kids from our clan. The leader of the Yamanaka clan slammed his hand on the tea table in front of him in anger. The Nara clan leader also had a grim expression. Their clan had lost quite a few children too. Sigh. Both the Akimichi clan leader and Akimichi Torikes couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, their clan's secret arts were not very suitable for covert missions. Otherwise, they would also be suffering. However, the relationship between the Inuzuka, Nara and Akimichi clans was close, and they had always stood on the same front. Now that they had both suffered losses, the Akimichi clan was anxious. After this war, the third Hokage should step down. When the new Hokage takes office, the situation might improve significantly. The Nara clan leader spoke at this time. He saw Sarutobi Hizashi and the two advisors from the other clans acting, and he understood that Sarutobi Hizashi was already preparing to retire. What was frustrating was that while they were plotting their way out, they needed to send people, but they didn't know who the next Hokage would be. The leader of the Yamanaka clan slowly said this. Then, everyone stopped discussing further. This topic was too sensitive, but they knew that the next Hokage would definitely be chosen from the lineage of the third Hokage, Kiki Mountain. At this time, there had been no large-scale conflict between Sunagakure and Konoha. There were just some small tests. Zongshen Tianyi's task was still to guard the division of fortune every day. However, more often, he was discussing magnetic release with Shikaku with the help of the division of fortune. 5 days passed in a flash. With the help of Shikaku, Zongshen Tianyi made considerable progress. His application of magnetic release became more adept, allowing him to attach wind chakra to every piece of iron sand. The power increased significantly. It was like progressing directly from black powder to TNT. Lord Tianyi, it seems your magnetic release has advanced further. The division of fortune looked at Zongshen Tianyi sitting cross-legged, controlling the iron sand in an experiment, and a smile appeared on his face. Seeing his friend's progress made the division of fortune very happy. Master Division of Fortune, this is all thanks to you and Boss Shikaku's help. Otherwise, I don't know how long it would take me to figure this out on my own. Zongshen Tianyi was very happy at this moment. He should now be able to truly become a shadow-level powerhouse. Although he might be the weakest among them, he was still comparable to a shadow-level existence. In the spiritual space, this little brother is still not bad, much better than the previous shaman. Shikaku remained as proud as ever. Lord Tianyi, Lord Kazekage requests you to come to the war room. At this moment, a voice from the Umbu came from outside. Upon hearing this, Zongshen Tianyi turned to look at the division of fortune. Master Division of Fortune, Boss Shikaku, I'll be leaving now. Tianyi felt that support from Konoha might be on the way, and another great battle was about to happen. All right, Lord Tianyi, you go ahead and get busy. Funfu clasped his hands together, watching Zongshen Tianyi leave the room. Shoha, it's just the two of us again. As Zongshen Tianyi walked along the path, he noticed many new faces, or rather, youthful faces that looked about 10 years old, with some even appearing to be 9. He couldn't help but stop in his tracks. Were they rushing from the village to provide support? Zongshen Tianyi looked for the Umbu that had come to inform him. Yes, Lord Tianyi, the Umbu nodded. There was a hint of reluctance beneath his mask, but with the battle situation reaching this point, they had no choice but to let these students who had only been in the Ninja Academy for 2 or 3 years graduate. Zongshen Tianyi nodded at them. Years ago, Senju Hashirama implemented the one nation, one village system for peace so that children wouldn't have to go to the battlefield so early. However, the results weren't good. Although today's children didn't have to go to the battlefield at the age of 5 or 6 like in the Warring States period, it only delayed it by a few years, and the battlefield had become even more intense. Zongshen Tianyi withdrew his gaze and arrived at the operations room. Raza and Maki were looking at the map with serious expressions. Teacher, Zongshen Tianyi called out to Raza, then smiled and nodded at Maki. Maki smiled back in response. Tianyi, we just received intel that support from Konoha is arriving soon. However, we don't know how many are coming or who the experts are. I need you to intercept and see who is coming, Raza said with a grave expression, looking at Zongshen Tianyi. Given Tianyi's strength, it was very appropriate for him to complete this task. After all, Tianyi could fly, so he could gather information and fly back directly. Okay, teacher. Zongshen Tianyi nodded. Now that he had made progress in his strength, he also wanted to see how strong he had become. Tianyi, be careful this time. We've mobilized the Jinchuriki on our side. I'm worried Konoha might also deploy the Ninetales Jinchuriki, Raza said with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, Zongshen Tianyi couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Konoha shouldn't deploy them, right? The Ninetales Jinchuriki had never been deployed before, but Tianyi didn't dare to underestimate it. After all, he had crossed over, so it wasn't impossible for the Ninetales Jinchuriki to be deployed. Don't worry, teacher. I'll be careful. Zongshen Tianyi nodded seriously. He then took the mission scroll from Raza's hands and left. Maki wanted to follow, but thinking that his strength might only hold Tianyi back, he decided not to speak up. At this moment, Sarutobi Shino was leading over 1,000 ninja troops towards Kiki Mountain. Kushina was full of excitement. Annie slowed down. Obito, Kakashi, and Rin followed closely behind Kushina. Previously, Due to Orochimaru's request for help, Minato directly headed to Kiki Mountain, and the three of them were temporarily assigned to Kushina. Now, that Kushina was heading to the battlefield. They were going along as well. Hey, why are you three so slow? Kushina came in front of Obito and poked his forehead with her finger. Among the three, she liked the cheerful and lively Obito the most. Annie, we've been on the road for so long without resting. Obito looked at the energetic Kushina in front of him and couldn't help but marvel at how Minato could stand her. Chapter 31. Confronting Kushina. Obito awakens. Kakashi crossed his arms and looked at Obito with disdain from the corner of his eye. Damn, Kakashi, what kind of look is that? I want to duel with you. Obito fired up immediately upon sensing Kakashi's gaze and rushed in front of him, ready to fight. All right, Obito, Kakashi means no harm. Rin hurriedly stepped in, grabbing Obito's arm. Kakashi, for Rin's sake, I'll let you off the hook today. Feeling Rin's small hand holding his, Obito's heart soared with joy. After dropping a threatening remark, he immediately asked Rin if she was tired or needed water. Tail end. Kakashi scoffed. Meanwhile, Kushina smiled at the scene unfolding before her. Sarutobi Shino was directing the team to rest. Among the 1,000 people, half were clan ninjas, while the other half were civilian ninjas who had completed many missions. They could be considered an elite ninja army. He had arranged for several members of the Hyuga branch family to stay vigilant, although they were in the land of fire. He couldn't rule out the possibility of a ninja squad attacking from somewhere. He was particularly worried about the Sand Village learning of their intel and coming to disrupt them. While everyone was resting, a dark spot flew through the sky. This dark spot was Zongshen Tianyi. Seeing the ninja army ahead, Zongshen Tianyi couldn't help but narrow his pupils. He sensed a massive evil power, the Ninetales. He was shocked that Konoha had indeed brought out Kushina. It was truly surprising. The ninja army that followed was not simple either. Zongshen Tianyi's expression darkened as he looked at the ninjas. Their strength was considerable. They could not be allowed to reach Kiki Mountain so easily, otherwise the Sand Village would be in trouble. He couldn't imagine what would happen if this elite group safely arrived at Kiki Mountain. They wouldn't just be unable to capture it. They might even be driven out of the land of fire. To his dismay, there were even Hyuga ninjas present. Zongshen Tianyi planned to quietly manipulate some iron sand to approach them and take away a wave of Konoha ninjas. However, he noticed several pairs of Byakugan scanning the surroundings like radars below. Fortunately, it didn't look up. Otherwise, Zongshen Tianyi would have been exposed. In that case, I'll use the upgraded version of the explosive tag cannon, the explosive tag bomber. A sly smile crept onto Zongshen Tianyi's face. Recently, he had created an iron sand clone, and with the explosive tags, it became an explosive tag bomber. He not only had 500 explosive tags given by Fujita Yuma, but also another 1,000 he had acquired from logistics. That was definitely enough for the people below. The explosive tag bomber. Zongshen Tianyi split into 3 iron sand clones, each carrying 500 explosive tags, and flew over the Konoha ninjas. Boom! As the first explosive tag hit the ground and detonated, a cacophony of explosions followed. Damn it, where did these explosive tags come from? Quickly use ninjutsu to defend. Earth style, earth flow wall. Water style, water formation wall. The ninjas above took action, and for a moment, the sounds of explosions and collapsing earth walls rang out, drowning out the screams of the ninjas being blown up. Damn it! At this moment, Kushina discovered the source of the attack. The sky. Adamantine ceiling chains. 8 chains made of chakra sprouted from Kushina's back, 3 of which shot directly into the sky towards Zongshen Tianyi's iron sand clones. The other 5 went to protect the weaker ninjas. This is bad. Obito's eyes lit up as he watched Kushina's operation. It was incredibly cool. However, he quickly realized he was being lifted off the ground as one of the chains wrapped around his waist. Anti-weight? Before Obito could finish his sentence, he felt intense pain in his waist. Count. It's too heavy. Obito felt like he was going to be split in half by the chain. At this time, the other Konoha ninjas, saved by Kushina, were also screaming. They felt they were going to die not at the hands of the enemy, but rather from their own people. Meanwhile, Kakashi, who was hiding behind a few doghead earth walls with Rin, couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth beneath his mask. He now understood why Annie favored Obito more. It turned out both of them were reckless people. In the sky, Zongshen Tianyi's 3 iron sand clones were directly blown apart by Kushina's chains. What a pity. How many people did that kill? Zongshen Tianyi found Kushina's adamantine ceiling chains a bit annoying. Without them, he was confident that half of the Konoha ninjas below would have died under his explosive tag bomber. That was dangerous. I'm glad I managed to avoid it. Seeing the iron sand swirling in the air, Kushina wiped her forehead. Kushina, Hurry up and let go. Sarutobi Shino shouted anxiously from atop a tall earth wall, cupping his hand around his mouth. Let go of what? Kushina turned back, realizing that at least 100 people were bound by her adamantine ceiling chains, and they were all foaming at the mouth, looking like they were about to die at any moment. Sorry, I didn't notice this side. Kushina quickly released the adamantine ceiling chains. She had been focused on saving people and didn't pay attention to the force. Em alive. I thought I was going to die. Obito lay on the ground, staring blankly at the sky, feeling hopeless. The others were no better off, all lying on the ground, looking like they were about to die. Sarutobi Shino looked at this scene, his face turning pale with anger. Many had already been blown up by the explosive tags, and now so many had collapsed because of Kushina. They hadn't even reached Kiki Mountain, and they had already suffered such non-combat losses. His plan to gain military merit might be ruined by this woman Kushina. Not far away, Zongshen Tianyi looked at the scene below and slowly said, Naruto's unreliability is clearly inherited from his mother. Someone, Kushina's Kagaya's heart, I sensed Zongshen Tianyi, and she immediately looked up at the sky. At this moment, all the Konoha ninjas who were treating the wounded turned to look at the sky. Magnet release, sand iron shower. A large amount of iron sand flew out of the storage scroll in Zongshen Tianyi's hand. Each grain of iron sand was covered with his wind chakra. The grains of iron sand tore through the sky, rapidly descending towards the ground. Ninjutsu class, quickly use Earth-style ninjutsu. Sarutobi Shino immediately began directing. Earth-style, Earth flow wall. 200 earth walls rose from the ground, trying to block Zongshen Tianyi's attack. Kakashi seized the opportunity to pull Obito to his side. Is this person really the Wind Shadow's disciple, Zongshen Tianyi? Kushina said with a serious expression. Wave Wind Minato had sent her some messages via the ninja frog from my Bokuzen. The Wind Shadow's disciple. On the ground, Obito lay with a hint of fear in his eyes. The Wind Shadow was on par with the Fire Shadow. And didn't that mean the Wind Shadow's disciples were as formidable as the legendary Sannin? Some of Zongshen Tianyi's iron sand was blocked, but a significant amount still penetrated the defenses, speeding directly toward the Leaf Village ninjas. Some Leaf ninjas, unable to react in time, were pierced through their bodies by the iron sand. The wind chakra covering Tianyi sliced through their wounds. The sounds of screams and wails filled the air. Obito and Rin were protected by Kushina and did not suffer any harm. As they watched the others around them fall into pools of blood, they felt a deep sense of loss. Many of the fallen had been chatting with them and taking care of them just moments before. Now, in the next second, they were dead. Kakashi looked at the scene with a calm expression. Having experienced so much, he was already used to it. Kakashi, take care of Obito and the others. I'm going to kill that guy. Kushina's hair was now completely lifted. Good luck, sensei. Kakashi nodded. At this moment, Kushina charged forward. Chains made of chakra surged towards Zongshen Tianyi in the air. Having abundant chakra gave her such confidence. Zongshen Tianyi dodged while marveling at Kushina's astounding chakra. Only she could make the adamantine ceiling chains like this. I want to be foolish enough to fight you. Zongshen Tianyi knew he was no match for her. With the Ninetales, her chakra was practically limitless. How foolish would he have to be to engage her in battle? Looking at the iron sand on the ground, Zongshen Tianyi revealed a malicious smile. Just now, Kushina had destroyed his 3 iron sand clones, and now he had a chance to use them. Magnet release. Iron sand shuriken. Zongshen Tianyi manipulated the iron sand on the ground, starting to attack the leaf ninjas. Many people failed to react and were directly taken down by the iron sand shuriken. Even Kakashi didn't react in time, but at a critical moment. Rin pushed him away. The iron sand shuriken hit Rin, but fortunately only grazed her arm. However, it left a deep wound that exposed her bone. Rin. Obito's eyes widened as he looked at Rin bleeding. In his eyes, 2 commas were spinning as he activated the Uchiha clan Sharingan. Obito. Kakashi stared in shock at Obito, who he always thought was incapable of awakening the Sharingan. But when he did, it was directly a double tomo. Seeing she couldn't take down Zongshen Tianyi, Kushina infused her chakra into the kunai that Minato had given her. At that moment, Minato, who was originally at the Kiki Mountain camp, sensed it and immediately activated the flying thunder god to come over. Kushina, are you okay? Minato asked immediately upon arriving. I'm fine, but Zongshen Tianyi is here, and he has killed many people from the village. Kushina hurriedly pointed at Zongshen Tianyi in the air. Long time no see, Minato. I'll take my leave. Zongshen Tianyi realized it was time to retreat as Minato arrived, and turned to flee. Chapter 32. The Surge of Red Sand Pressure. Zongshen Tianyi's new mission. Zongshen Tianyi had no way to deal with bluffing Shuemin and had to remain cautious. Staying behind could very well cost him his life. Watching Zongshen Tianyi fly away, everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. The pressure this person brought was simply too great. Thank goodness you came, Shuemin, otherwise, we might have all died here. Sarutobi Shino came over, holding the wound on his arm. Even under the protection of many skilled fighters, he had sustained some injuries. Bluffing Shuemin turned to look at the reinforcements, a hint of anger appearing on his face. Damn, that Zongshen Tianyi. He actually killed so many of us. Adding the people mistakenly injured by Kushina before, the number had likely reached over 600. Sarutobi Shino looked at the casualties and couldn't help but feel a twinge of fear. The opponent's strength was too formidable. Bluffing Shuemin looked at Sarutobi Shino and saw that he was also injured. So he asked with concern, Shino, is your injury serious? Sarutobi shook his head. It's a minor injury, but the entire sealing team that came with me is dead. His expression was particularly grim. With the sealing team wiped out, if Kushina went berserk later, they would be in danger. Kushina noticed out of the corner of her eye that Sarutobi Shino was discreetly looking at her, and her expression immediately soured. She crossed her arms and rolled her eyes at him. I believe Kushina can control the Ninetales. Bluffing Shuemin looked at Kushina with a touch of tenderness. He didn't want his little girlfriend to be on the battlefield, but the current situation required her involvement as well. Kushina nodded. By the way, Shuemin, with Zongshen Tianyi's strength, he won't pose any threat to the situation at Kiki Mountain, right? Sarutobi Shino asked nervously. The situation in Konoha was precarious. If the situation at Kiki Mountain dragged on too long, the other Hidden Stone Village and Hidden Cloud Village would definitely launch a direct attack on the Land of Fire. Bluffing Shuemin wanted to say it wouldn't be a problem, but seeing the scene of rescuing the injured, he slowly replied, it's hard to say, but I'll take him down. His eyes were exceptionally determined. Kushina looked at Bluffing Shuemin with loving eyes. Sarutobi Shino nodded. He felt that Shuemin's strength would definitely be enough to deal with Zongshen Tianyi, this magnetism ninja. Let's take these injured back to the camp, Bluffing Shuemin said. Okay, everyone nodded. At this moment, Bluffing Shuemin approached his 3 disciples. Rin had already bandaged her wound, but since her arm was injured, she couldn't treat herself and could only do a simple wrap. Obito was still on the ground. Teacher, Sensei, you're here. Bluffing Shuemin looked at Obito, momentarily stunned. Obito, what happened to you? He noticed something was off. Many of the injured were like Obito. Kushina's face immediately turned red. Obito and the others were all injured by her. Teacher, it's nothing. Obito glanced at Kushina, worried about being beaten up later, and decisively fell silent. Bluffing Shuemin realized that Obito and the others must have been hurt by Kushina. Obito, your Sharingan is activated. Bluffing Shuemin looked at his disciple with excitement, genuinely happy for Obito. Really? Obito took out a kunai and saw the double tomo in his eyes. I activated the double tomo. Kakashi, you're no longer my match. Obito shouted excitedly, almost jumping up if he weren't injured. But soon, he moved too much and a sharp pain shot through his waist, distorting his face in agony. Obito, don't move. Rin immediately crouched down to check his injuries, and after seeing there was no major issue, she felt a lot more at ease. Idiot. Kakashi rolled his eyes at Obito and then stopped looking at him, worried about catching his stupidity. Kushina smiled at Obito. Lord Shuemin, we need your help to take some seriously injured people back to the camp. A medical ninja quickly ran over. Some ninjas had been injured by Zongshen Tianyi's explosive tags, and they needed to be sent back for treatment quickly. All right. Bluffing Shuemin thought that Zongshen Tianyi had left, told Kushina, and hurriedly went to use the Flying Thunder God to transport the seriously injured. The 4 watched Bluffing Shuemin get busy. Obito then closed his double tomo. Rin, how about we find a medical ninja to help treat your wound? After Obito regained his composure, he saw that Rin's arm was still not healed and felt very distressed. Rin, don't worry. Now that I've activated the double tomo, when we get on the battlefield, I'll take down Zongshen Tianyi to avenge you. Obito felt like he could fly to the sky, standing shoulder to shoulder with the heavens. Okay, Obito, I believe you. Rin smiled warmly at Obito. As for my injury, let us not bother anyone right now. There are many seriously injured people. Rin looked worriedly at the other ninjas. Everyone, let us go help the medical ninjas with those injured. Kushina rolled up her sleeves, wanting to help. Sensei, no. Kakashi, Rin, and Obito shouted in unison. Meanwhile, the injured closest to Kushina gritted their teeth and crawled away, wanting to distance themselves from her. Sensei, Obito and Rin still need you. I'll go help others, Kakashi said, constantly giving Obito and Rin meaningful glances. Right, Sensei, my waist hurts so much. I feel like I need your care. Sensei, me too. Rin, who wasn't good at lying, was blushing and stuttering. Kushina understood the intention of these three little ones and tapped Rin's forehead. All right, I want to go. Rin shrank her head and stuck out her tongue. This left Obito dumbfounded. Kakashi then went to help others. At the Konoha camp, as bluffing Shueimon transported the seriously injured, news of the reinforcement team being attacked by Zongshen Tianyi quickly spread. Tianyi's strength has increased again. After hearing this, Orochimaru's interest in Zongshen Tianyi deepened. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't win, he would have charged into the Sand Village's base to capture him for his dissection table for a thorough study. Narashikaku rushed over. Lord Orochimaru, I just learned from Shueimon that the entire sealing team that came with Kushina has been wiped out. If we let Kushina go to the battlefield now, the risk is enormous. Narashikaku felt that the situation was extremely tricky. After waiting so long for the Jinchuriki to arrive at the front lines, the sealing team that was supposed to ensure the Jinchuriki wouldn't go berserk was all killed by Zongshen Tianyi. What is this? But Shikaku had no way out now. Kushina had to go into action. They couldn't be held back by the Sand Village at Kiki Mountain for too long. Orochimaru wanted to resolve the trouble here as soon as possible. Narashikaku knows this, but once the Ninetales goes out of control, the ones who will suffer are very likely be them. After all, it is not Sunagakure that is imprisoning the Ninetales, but Konoha. If he were the Ninetales, he would definitely choose to attack the Konoha ninjas. You don't have to worry, Minato has also mastered quite a few sealing techniques, and when the critical moment comes, he can seal the Ninetales back. Orochimaru feels a bit jealous of Minato. He has also mastered quite a few sealing techniques, and his talent is considered good. But compared to Minato, he feels a bit lacking. Narashikaku feels that Minato is under a lot of pressure. When the time comes, he needs to face Zongshen Tianyi while being wary of the Ninetales going out of control. Shikaku, please keep a close eye on Sunagakure. Tianyi has attacked the support troops, and Sunagakure will definitely send someone to test us. After Orochimaru finished speaking with a smile, he turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared. Shadow clone, huh? Narashikaku showed a hint of helplessness. Lord Orochimaru has handed these matters over to me again. At Sunagakure's base, Zongshen Tianyi arrived at the operations room. Teacher, I'm back. After entering the operations room, Tianyi saw Maki there, so he nodded slightly at him. Maki was very happy to see Zongshen Tianyi return safely. How was Tianyi? Rasha put down the documents in his hand and looked at Zongshen Tianyi. Teacher, this time Konoha sent out the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Moreover, over 1,000 people came, but I managed to kill quite a few of them. Zongshen Tianyi recounted the information he had learned to Rasha. Upon hearing Tianyi's words, both Rasha and Maki showed a serious expression. The Ninetales Jinchuriki. Tianyi, did you engage with the Ninetales Jinchuriki? How strong is the opponent? Rasha prayed in his heart that the opponent's strength was average. He just knew that this possibility was as small as himself being the god of the ninja world. I did engage with her, but she didn't use her true strength. However, based on her strength at the time, she is not weaker than me. Zongshen Tianyi considered that Kushina possessed many sealing techniques, and with her massive chakra, it was very likely that her information shadow would be defeated by her. Damn it! Why are there so many geniuses in Konoha? Rasha's face looked particularly grim. The Jinchuriki's own strength is not weak, plus the most powerful Ninetales. At that time, the One-Tails would definitely be overwhelmed and beaten. Lord Kazekage, why not transfer Yakura over? Otherwise, if we want to defeat Konoha, I'm afraid. Maki had already spoken very tactfully. If the Ninetales participated in the battle, Sunagakure might be defeated. Let us transfer Yakura over. At the same time, have the clan leaders in the village mobilize and send them to Yakura's position to keep an eye on Kirigakure. After Rasha finished speaking, he rubbed his forehead. If he wanted those clan leaders to move, he would have to give up a lot of benefits to them. But there was no other way now. His position as Kazekage was already unstable. If they lost on Kiki Mountain, his position might be shaken afterwards. Yes, Maki immediately went to prepare. Rasha looked up at Zongshen Tianyi. Tianyi, I have an important task for you. Rasha looked at Zongshen Tianyi apologetically. He had just returned and hadn't had time to rest before he needed to send him out again. He took out a scroll from his pocket and handed it to Tianyi. Zongshen Tianyi thought it was a mission scroll, but when he opened it, he found it was a ninjutsu scroll. This is the Earth-release ninjutsu that our Sunagakure has mastered. Consider it a reward for these 2 missions. Rasha said with a smile. Thank you, teacher. Zongshen Tianyi happily accepted the ninjutsu scroll. This time, I need you to attack Konoha's supply transport team. In the last battle, Konoha consumed a lot of supplies, and they have gathered a lot of supplies again. I need you to personally destroy these batches of supplies. Rasha took out the intelligence and explained to Zongshen Tianyi. Tianyi looked at it and saw that the leader of the Konoha team was Aburame Shibi, Shino's father. A well-rounded ninja. This could be a bit tricky, Tianyi said slowly. Don't worry, even if the mission fails, it's fine. Even if you just interfere with them a bit, it will put a lot of pressure on them. Tianyi, I still want to arrange for any helpers for you this time. Rasha was not targeting his student, but believed that having a helper would only drag Zongshen Tianyi down. After all, Zongshen Tianyi can fly, and when the critical moment comes, he can fly away directly. Zongshen Tianyi nodded. Chapter 33. The luxurious transport team, get ready. Luo Sha came to Tianyi's side and patted him on the shoulder. Teacher, I'm off. Zongshen Tianyi turned and left. He needed to gather more explosive tags. After watching Zongshen Tianyi leave, Luo Sha returned to his seat to continue handling his tasks. At this moment, Zongshen Tianyi arrived at logistics and found Fujita Yuma. Tianyi, you're back. Fujita Yuma's face lit up with joy upon seeing his friend safe and sound. Zongshen Tianyi smiled and nodded. Tianyi, once I'm done here, let's go roast some rabbits. I caught a fat one while I was out earlier. Fujita Yuma wiped his mouth with his sleeve, having grown tired of the military rations he had been eating for so long. Zongshen Tianyi shook his head. You can eat it by yourself, Yuma. I have to go execute a mission later, and I don't know when I'll be back. He smiled wryly. Fujita Yuma, didn't he expect his friend to leave again so soon? Tianyi, you're really suffering. I have only 100 explosive tags here. Take them all. Don't save them. Use them when you need. Fujita Yuma handed over all the explosive tags he had. Okay. Zongshen Tianyi nodded, took them, waved goodbye to Fujita Yuma, and went to the head of the logistics department to collect more explosive tags. After some friendly discussion, Zongshen Tianyi left the logistics department with a storage scroll on his back. As Zongshen Tianyi left the sand-hidden base, an inconspicuous middle-aged ninja arrived at a corner and secretly handed a note to a small snake. The snake then slithered into the bushes and disappeared. A supply transport team was slowly making its way to Kiki Mountain. The laborers in the team were diligently pushing the carts. Although they were heading to the battlefield, there were no fearful expressions on their faces because there were 5 elite ninjas from Konoha leading the team. Wind Shimi, Hizumi-Akane, Mitakashi Zikio, and 2 passers-by. Shimi, is there any unusual movement around? Hizumi-Akane approached Wind Shimi, looking around vigilantly. This mission was not only significant, but also involved his daughter and the Hokage's youngest son among the escorting genin. Everything's fine, Wind Shimi reassured Hizumi-Akane with a confident look. His insects had been scouting the area, and he would be the first to know if anything unusual happened. Akane, don't be so tense, Mitakashi Zikio said with a smile. Although he was talking to Hizumi-Akane, his attention was focused on Sarutobi Asuma. As the leader of the Umbu, he had joined this transport mission primarily because of the 3rd Hokage's son. After causing a stir for a long time, the 3rd Hokage had agreed to let him go to the battlefield, planning for him to serve as a clerk at the rear base while Mitakashi Zikio's task was to protect Sarutobi Asuma. You don't understand. Hizumi-Akane was particularly troubled. It was already enough for him to worry about his daughter joining him on this escort mission. Now, the 3rd Hokage's son was coming along too. What made matters worse was that the kid liked his daughter. Watching someone else's pig constantly hover around his little cabbage made him even more irritable. At this moment, Wind Shimi adjusted his sunglasses. He actually wanted to tell Hizumi-Akane not to worry, as there were 2 Umbu squads secretly following them. But considering the 3rd Hokage's decision to have Umbu protect his son, he refrained from mentioning it and simply patted Hizumi-Akane's shoulder. At that moment, Sarutobi Asuma was walking beside Hizumi-Akane. Akane, are you thirsty? Do you want some water? Akane, are you hungry? I have special military rations that don't taste bitter. Sarutobi Asuma buzzed around Hizumi-Akane like a little bee, completely ignoring the murderous glare from Hizumi-Akane. Mitakashi Zikio, worried that Hizumi-Akane might not be able to resist hitting the kid, hurried to his side. Akane, I heard there's a genius from Sandhidden named Zongshen Tianyi. He seems to have mastered magnet release. Mitakashi Zikio chatted with Hizumi-Akane about Zongshen Tianyi, while those around them perked up their ears, curious to listen. Meanwhile, Zongshen Tianyi had arrived at the location indicated in the intelligence report, knowing that the team was led by Wind Shimi. So he remained in the air and didn't come down. The bugs of the YN clan were too bothersome, and if he hid below, he would surely be discovered. What Zongshen Tianyi didn't know was that there were small snakes moving around in the woods at that moment, searching for something. Soon, one small snake opened its mouth wide, and Orochimaru's figure crawled out from inside. Not found Tianyi-At? It seems Tianyi-At is hiding in the sky. Orochimaru licked his lips, looking up at the sky with a sly smile. He had deliberately leaked information about the transport team to Sand Hidden Village. He had also manipulated the intelligence a bit, slightly concealing some of the escort personnel. Tianyi-At, this time I must catch you. Orochimaru sneered. He knew that the ninjas escorting this transport were not ordinary, and with his presence, the chances of capturing Zongshen Tianyi were very high. 3 hours passed quickly. The transport team's figures soon appeared on the road, where Zongshen Tianyi lay in ambush. Here they come. Zongshen Tianyi smiled as he looked down. Explosive attack bombardment. Tianyi immediately split into 8 iron sand clones, each carrying 500 explosive tags, charging straight at the escort team below. Not good. There are enemies in the sky. Him.E's insects sensed the chakra fluctuations and immediately looked up at the sky. At that moment, 8 black dots appeared above, rapidly approaching. Explosive tags flew toward them in a dense swarm, their fierce momentum seeming to engulf them in an instant. Explosive attacks. Shimi cursed as he watched the rain of explosive tags descending from the sky. Whose family has so much money to do this? P.S. There will be another chapter tonight. Sorry for not acknowledging the gifts everyone sent earlier. I want to thank all the generous supporters now. Chapter 34. Tianyi, Asuma Konoha's Forbidden Technique. Secret Technique. Insect Wall Technique. Yamanaka Shimi's body was inundated with a large number of parasitic insects, flying towards the sky, attempting to block the explosive tags of the Iron Sand clone. Bang, bang, bang. However, as the explosive tags exploded in the air, countless dead parasitic insects fell from the sky, creating a rain of insects. The defense formed by the parasitic insects did not last 3 seconds before being blown apart by the explosive tags. Sarutobi Asuma watched this scene, his legs trembling uncontrollably. This will kill me. At this moment, he regretted rushing to the front lines. They hadn't even reached the front lines yet, and were already attacked. If they did reach the front lines, wouldn't that mean certain death? Sunset Red was also extremely nervous, but kept encouraging herself in her heart. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. Sunset Red and Murasaki joined forces, raising a large number of earthen walls around them. Earth Release, Falling Rock. After the two completed their techniques, they immediately pulled Sunset Red and Sarutobi Asuma away with a body flicker technique, leaving the others to fend for themselves. Originally meant to control the enemy, the Earth Release, Falling Rock was now used to protect their supplies. Run! At this point, the other 2 Jonin shouted at the remaining people and fled. The Falling Rock wouldn't hold. Staying any longer meant being killed by explosive tags or crushed by the earthen walls. Run! The Chunin and Jinin present all ran towards the outside. Those laborers knew they couldn't escape on their own, so they crawled under the carts, hoping the carts would protect them. Bang bang! Under the attack of numerous explosive tags, the earthen walls collapsed. Some ninjas who couldn't escape were directly engulfed by dust, unable to even let out a scream. Father! They! Sunset Red covered her mouth with her hands, her eyes filled with terror. They died just like that? Sunset Red looked at her daughter, who was deeply shocked, her heart filled with pain. Sarutobi Asuma, beside her, was also trembling in fear. If it hadn't been for Murasaki pulling him out just now, his fate would likely have been the same as theirs. At that moment, the Umbu protecting them in the shadows all appeared in an instant, surrounding Sarutobi Asuma for protection. Damn it, Murasaki. The incoming person should be the Wind Shadow's disciple, Zongshen Tianyi. At this moment, an Umbu ninja wearing a dog mask almost revealed Murasaki's identity. Damn it, just moments ago they were talking about him, and now he attacked. Murasaki glanced at the supplies and saw that there had been no detonation, which eased her worries. Although the supplies were covered by the earthen walls, fortunately, they hadn't been destroyed and could still be dug out for use later. Zongshen Tianyi in the sky noticed so many Umbu below and was somewhat surprised. Why are there so many Umbu? Is there a big fish down there? Zongshen Tianyi sensed the chakra below, finding that the strongest chakra among them was only 2 or 3 cards, posing no threat to him. So he immediately flew down. If he could catch a big fish, it might change the current situation of the battle. Zongshen Tianyi is coming. Yamanaka Shimi immediately controlled the parasitic insects to fly towards Zongshen Tianyi. Tianyi looked at the black cloud, made up of parasitic insects, with disdain. Fire release. Great fireball. He immediately used a fire technique to burn the parasitic insects. Seeing that his parasitic insects didn't last even a moment against Zongshen Tianyi's fire technique, Yamanaka Shimi realized that Zongshen Tianyi had an extraordinary mastery of fire techniques. Jinjutsu, illusionary tree, binding kill. Sunset Red acted at this moment, but then she failed. What? This person's mental strength is so powerful. Sunset Red wanted to use Jinjutsu in conjunction with Yamanaka Shimi, but ended up failing herself. Jinjutsu? Zongshen Tianyi coldly smiled at Sunset Red, knowing that his mental strength had been strengthened daily, rendering him immune to ordinary Jinjutsu. To make Zongshen Tianyi fall into Jinjutsu, it would probably require those Uchiha guys, and even then, it would have to be a 3-tomo or a Mangeki Sharingan. You don't come without a reason. Take this. Zongshen Tianyi manipulated the iron sand towards these guys. The iron sand was covered with wind chakra, making their speed extremely fast. The surviving Konoha Genin and Chunin hadn't even seen what it was when their bodies were riddled with holes from the iron sand. However, Sunset Red and Sarutobi Asuma were unharmed, as they were well protected. Sunset Red and Sarutobi Asuma were now covered in cold sweat. If they hadn't reacted quickly just now and escaped with the body flicker technique, their fate would have been as tragic as those who had fallen. Earth release. Earth Dragon Bullet. 3 Fire release. Fire Dragon Bullet. 3 Tuumbu teams seized the opportunity to jointly attack Zongshen Tianyi in the sky. Body replacement technique. Seeing that dodging was no longer possible, Zongshen Tianyi immediately used the body replacement technique to evade their attacks. You guys from Konoha Zumbu are quite strong. Zongshen Tianyi praised them while glancing at the protected Sarutobi Asuma out of the corner of his eye, pondering who this kid was. Because the young Sarutobi Asuma looked nothing like the scruffy bearded man from the anime, Zongshen Tianyi couldn't figure out who this guy was for a moment. It wasn't until he saw the red pupils in the eyes of the little girl beside him that he realized. Sarutobi Asuma. Zongshen Tianyi didn't expect to encounter the 3rd Hokage's youngest son. If he could capture him and exchange him for forbidden techniques from Sarutobi Hiruzen, wouldn't that be a huge gain? For example, multi-shadow clone technique, Flying Thunder God. Asuma's identity was exposed. Everyone's expressions turned ugly. If they focused on capturing Sarutobi Asuma, they feared they wouldn't be able to stop it. Magnet release. Iron Sand Shuriken. Zongshen Tianyi controlled a large number of shuriken made from iron sand, aimed at Sarutobi Asuma. Block him. Water release. Water formation wall. Yuwashi Murasaki was the first to act. The others immediately used water techniques, trying to weaken the power of the iron sand shuriken. Secret technique. Insect attack technique. Yamanaka Shimi unleashed a large number of parasitic insects from her sleeves towards Zongshen Tianyi. Shadow clone technique. Zongshen Tianyi created a shadow clone to deal with Yamanaka Shimi. He still regarded her quite seriously. Tianyi was wary of stumbling over the insects. Ninja technique. Hidden shadow, snake hands. A large number of pythons flew out from behind Zongshen Tianyi. Tianyi immediately used body flicker to dodge. Damn it, even Orochimaru has come. Zongshen Tianyi cursed the informant in his heart. What kind of information was this? Could be a trap specifically targeting him? Chapter 35. The ecstatic Orochimaru, summoning technique. As the smoke dissipated, 3 giant snakes appeared. The one in the middle was Manda, while the other 2 had never appeared before. Orochimaru, you still haven't given me the last sacrifice. Manda raised its head, its cold eyes staring at him, looking as if it wouldn't do anything without benefits. Manda, capture Tenkai, and I'll give you 1,000 sacrifices. Orochimaru's gaze was fixed on the deity Tenkai. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Manda was particularly pleased and began to attack Tenkai with the other 2 giant snakes. The 3 giant snakes swung their tails, creating a continuous sound of air being sliced. Tenkai, taking advantage of the aerial position, dodged effortlessly without any pressure. However, the trees on the ground suffered greatly, being left in ruins with shattered trunks everywhere. Great! With Lord Orochimaru here, we can definitely capture this deity Tenkai, Yuhi Kurenai said, her small face filled with excitement. Sarutobi Asuma looked at Kurenai and thought to himself, I want to become a strong ninja too, so Kurenai will definitely see me in a new light. However, Yamanaka Ino and the others did not share this view. Tenkai could fly in the sky, making it difficult to capture him. The only reason he wasn't escaping was that he was being protected by Mitarashi Anko and the Umbu, who were guarding Asuma. Let us strike. Even if we can't capture him, we need to seriously injure him, Yamanaka Ino said. Mitarashi Anko gave a look to the Umbu ninjas, signaling them to protect Asuma. While she joined the battle, Tenkai created an iron sand clone to play with the 3 giant snakes, and at this moment, he opened a storage scroll, unleashing all the iron sand he had brought. Magnet release. Iron sand, giant needle. The iron sand, under the influence of chakra, formed a sky full of iron sand needles, dense enough to rival Yamanaka Ino's bugs in number. This made the Konoha ninjas' scalps tingle. Water release. Water dragon bullet. Several ninjas skilled in water release immediately acted. 5 30-meter-long water dragons flew toward the iron sand needles in the air, trying to block some. However, faced with the overwhelming number of iron sand needles, the ones they knocked away were merely a drop in the bucket. Lord Orochimaru. Mitarashi Anko looked at Orochimaru at this moment. If Orochimaru didn't act now, they, including Sarutobi Asuma, would all die. Orochimaru turned to look at his teacher's son, Asuma. Asuma couldn't die here. He instantly appeared in front of them and began to hand seal. Summoning technique, triple Rashomon. 3 loud, penetrating booms erupted. 3 massive, eerie doors slowly rose from the ground. The doors displayed a dark, ancient hue, carved with various terrifying images of demonic creatures, which seemed ready to break free from the wooden doors at any moment. Orochimaru unleashed his strongest defense. Bang! Countless iron sand needles flew over in an instant, crashing violently against the Rashomon. The entire sky echoed with the sound of the collision. The first door was instantly torn apart by the iron sand needles, and countless iron sand needles were destroyed in the impact, scattering everywhere. Some of the splattered iron sand unexpectedly injured Manda and the others. That damn deity Tenkai, I will kill him. Manda never expected that his supposedly impenetrable scales could be breached like this. The other 2 giant snakes fared even worse. Their scales were not as sturdy as Manda's, and blood began to flow from their wounds. Injured, they went berserk and began to attack indiscriminately. This made things difficult for the Konoha ninjas who weren't protected. They were already struggling against Tenkai's iron sand needles, and now they had to deal with 2 rampaging giant snakes. They felt doomed. At that moment, 2 unknown Konoha Jonin, while dodging the giant snake's tails, failed to notice the iron sand needles above them. They were directly pierced through from above. The 2 were pinned to the ground. This scene brought a tremendous visual shock to the Konoha ninjas. We are no match for them. Let's run. I don't want to die. I surrender. Lord Tenkai, I surrender. I want to go home. At this moment, some of the surviving Konoha ninjas wanted to flee the battlefield, while others knelt down to beg for mercy. Damn it. How can it be like this? As Konoha ninjas, we must never abandon our comrades or surrender to the enemy. They are a disgrace to Konoha. Sarutobi Asuma hid behind Rashomon, watching those Konoha ninjas angrily jumping up and pointing at them. Orochimaru slowly turned his head to look at him, filled with disdain. You speak so nobly, yet you hide behind me. Yuhi Kurenai looked at Sarutobi Asuma with a complicated expression. Ha ha, you Konoha are truly hypocritical. Tenkai also heard Asuma's accusations, which made him unable to help but laugh mockingly. Just as Sarutobi Asuma was about to retort bang, the other 2 Rashomon couldn't hold up either. Let us go. Everyone immediately dodged. Sarutobi Asuma, being taken by the Umbu to the trees, looked at the spot where they just stood, now completely covered by Tenkai's iron sand needles. If they hadn't dodged, they would have been turned into a sieve. Ninjutsu, Shadow, multi-snake hands. Orochimaru seized the opportunity to strike at Tenkai, unleashing a multitude of pythons from his sleeves, charging toward Tenkai in the air. Wind release, great cutting whirlwind. Tenkai unleashed a wind technique, slicing all the pythons into pieces. At this moment, Orochimaru spat out a sword from his mouth, flying toward Tenkai. So disgusting. Tenkai dodged in the air, looking at Orochimaru's outrageous tongue, wondering to himself, how did this guy modify himself? Yuhi Kurenai watched Orochimaru's actions, her small face turning pale. Is this still human? Tenkai, you were careless. On the other side, 5 Orochimarus appeared. The first Orochimaru to show up was just a shadow clone. 5 releases? Great multi-shadow clone technique. As the most favored disciple of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru was also capable of this signature jutsu, although this was not mentioned in the original work. Orochimaru has all elemental chakra and, With his high talent, it would definitely not be a problem. Tenkai, realizing he couldn't dodge in time, quickly activated a large amount of iron sand to spin rapidly around him for protection. Boom! Everyone tensed up at this moment. Is he dead? Yuhi Kurenai and the others kept their eyes on the sky. This is my dad's strongest jutsu. Tenkai is doomed. Sarutobi Asuma jumped up and waved his fist. Orochimaru frowned at this moment, sensing a hint of danger. Whoosh! A sound of air slicing through rang out, and then 5 iron sand needles nailed the 5 Orochimaruses to the ground. 4 of them turned into smoke and dissipated. This can't be real, right? Asuma, Sarutobi, and Kurenai Yuhi looked at Orochimaru, their eyes full of disbelief. The legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, was defeated just like that? The members of the Yamanaka clan, including Shikamaru Nara, showed no signs of surprise, knowing that Orochimaru couldn't possibly be defeated so easily. Just then, Orochimaru on the ground opened his mouth wide, and another Orochimaru crawled out from it. Orochimaru, your substitution technique is a bit disgusting. At this moment, Zongshen Tianyi crossed his arms and looked at Orochimaru. While from the corner of his eye, he glanced at the iron sand beside him. A lot of it had turned into molten iron. He thought to himself, good thing I use iron sand often, otherwise I would have been in danger just now. Zongshen Tianyi had some minor injuries on him, and a drop of blood fell from one of the wounds. This is useful, isn't it? Tianyi, your strength is now. Orochimaru noticed the blood dripping from Zongshen Tianyi and excitedly extended his tongue to catch it. After retracting his tongue, he immediately spat out a test tube to preserve the blood. Upon witnessing this, Zongshen Tianyi couldn't help but feel a twitch in his eyelid. Does Orochimaru think I have awakened some bloodline limit? The people from Konoha instinctively took a few steps back. Orochimaru, your weird habit is truly off-putting. Zongshen Tianyi's peripheral vision was observing Asuma, Sarutobi's side. Just now, quite a bit of iron sand had splattered onto the tree where he was standing. Chapter 36, Sarutobi Asuma captured. Iron sand clone. Zongshen Tianyi, he made his move. The iron sand on the tree instantly formed an iron sand clone. Charging straight at Sarutobi Asuma. Poof! He effortlessly took out 2 Umbu who didn't have time to react. If they hadn't been in the way, Zongshen Tianyi, he wouldn't have bothered to take action. No. Sarutobi Asuma was terrified to the point of soiling himself as he faced the iron sand clone that was so close. The surrounding Umbu immediately positioned themselves in front of Sarutobi Asuma. Fire release. Great fireball. Yusho Washizi directly attacked, sending a 10-meter wide fireball towards the iron sand clone. Boom! The iron sand clone was instantly blown apart by the fireball. Before they could catch their breath, the splattered iron sand began to form shuriken under Zongshen Tianyi's control. Poof! Poof! 2 Umbu had their throats sliced open, blood spraying out. They clutched their necks and fell from the tree. Yusho Washizi immediately grabbed Sarutobi Asuma by the collar and jumped to the ground. The others quickly followed. Orochimaru was about to rush over to support them when Zongshen Tianyi formed a shadow clone that appeared in front of Orochimaru. Orochimaru, your opponent is me. The shadow clone wore a sly smile as it looked at him. Ninja technique, serpent's nest formation. A large number of snakes spewed from Orochimaru's mouth, and the shadow clone immediately controlled the iron sand to strangle these snakes. In the blink of an eye, all the snakes spat out by Orochimaru were completely annihilated by the iron sand. The ground was littered with pieces of snake meat, making one's scalp tingle. Orochimaru, seeing the troublesome shadow clone of Zongshen Tianyi, quickly formed multiple shadow clones to rush for support. But they were all blocked by the shadow clone of Zongshen Tianyi. A large amount of iron sand kept Orochimaru and his shadow clones from advancing. At this moment, Zongshen Tianyi charged directly towards Sarutobi Asuma. Earth release, earth flow wall. For Sunset Hong and Yusho Washizi immediately teamed up. At the same time, they exchanged glances with Aburame Shimi and shouted, Shimi, quickly take Asuma and go. Aburame Shimi, seeing this, directly picked up Sarutobi Asuma and swiftly headed backward. No, Hong. Sarutobi Asuma turned to look at Sunset Hong, knowing that if she stayed behind, she might not survive. Sunset Hong didn't respond to Sarutobi Asuma, but instead took out a kunai from her ninja tool pouch. With a determined gaze, she faced Zongshen Tianyi, who was approaching. Seeing his daughter like this, Sunset Jinhong felt a sense of pride. His daughter had truly become a ninja. Wind release, wind blade. Zongshen Tianyi used the wind blade to cut down the 10-meter high earth wall they had raised. Seeing Aburame Shimi retreating with Sarutobi Asuma. Tianyi noticed something was off. Both Aburame Shimi and Sarutobi Asuma had lost half of their chakra. Moreover, under Sunset Jinhong's feet lay their chakra. So, it was a shadow clone running away. Zongshen Tianyi thought to himself, if it weren't for my strong sensing ability, I would have been fooled. You think you can pass us? To capture Asuma, you'll have to go over our dead bodies. Yusho Washi Zixiao and Sunset Jinhong thought that Zongshen Tianyi would try to push through. They wondered if there was enough time for them to reach Orochimaru's side. In their view, as long as they regrouped with Orochimaru, Zongshen Tianyi wouldn't be able to capture Sarutobi Asuma. Since that's the case, I'll just kill you first before going after them. Zongshen Tianyi revealed a wicked smile. Yusho Washi Zixiao and Sunset Jinhong's expressions stiffened slightly. This is not what we expected. Magnet release. Iron sand rain. Waves of iron sand formed countless fine needles, rapidly shooting towards Yusho Washi Zixiao and the others. Water release. Water barrier. For earth release. Earth flow wall. For everyone thought to first use water release to weaken the power of magnet release and then rely on earth flow wall for defense. However, their efforts were completely ineffective. The fine needles formed from iron sand pierced through the water curtain and earth wall, flying towards them. Poof, poof. Because Zongshen Tianyi's attack was too wide, they had nowhere to dodge, and everyone was hit. Sunset Jinhong directly shielded his daughter with his body. Standing behind her father, Sunset Hong watched the blood mist splatter from his father's body, tears streaming down her face. Father! Just when everyone was on the verge of collapse and about to give in, countless parasitic insects crawled out from underground, forming a wall of bugs to block much of the damage. Aburame Shimi and Sarutobi Asuma's real bodies also emerged from the ground. At this moment, Aburame Shimi had very little chakra left, having divided half with the shadow clone, and spent a large amount to summon the parasitic insects, now gasping for breath. Shimi, you shouldn't have acted. Yusho Washi Zixiao, seeing Aburame Shimi bring Sarutobi Asuma out, had a serious expression. We had no choice. Asuma couldn't hold on underground. And if you all die, I won't last until Lord Orochimaru comes to support. Aburame Shimi looked helplessly at Sarutobi Asuma. Her earth release wasn't trained enough to move people underground. Carrying him for so long underground was already pushing her limits. Bang! Just then, the fine needles on the ground transformed into an iron sand clone. The iron sand clone kicked the already exhausted Aburame Shimi away and grabbed Sarutobi Asuma, tossing him into the air. Sarutobi Asuma screamed as he fell face down, and Zongshen Tianyi flew in to catch him. Meanwhile, a large amount of iron sand covered him, leaving only one vent. Everyone goodbye. Zongshen Tianyi laughed as he took Sarutobi Asuma away. The battle on Orochimaru's side also concluded, and he looked at Zongshen Tianyi flying away with Sarutobi Asuma, his expression particularly grim. Zongshen Tianyi didn't capture him, but only got his blood, and he had inadvertently lost his teacher's youngest son. He instinctively licked his lips, muttering quietly, hoping that Sarutobi-sensei wouldn't find out that I leaked the information. Yusho Washi Zixiao and the others looked at Zongshen Tianyi, taking Sarutobi Asuma away, exchanging helpless glances. They were done for. Don't worry, everyone, Sunagake shouldn't kill Asuma. Orochimaru walked over at this time. Zongshen Tianyi knows Sarutobi Asuma's identity, and at most, he'll use Asuma to trade with Sarutobi-sensei. Everyone, you should come back with me and heal properly. Your injuries are quite severe. Orochimaru noticed that the wounds on them still contained Zongshen Tianyi's wind chakra, continuously disturbing their bodies. Yes, Lord Orochimaru. They forced a smile. Although Sarutobi Asuma wouldn't die, they hadn't protected him well, and the third Hokage would definitely make things difficult for them in the end. Now that it was wartime, getting into trouble could very well mean death. Orochimaru looked at their dejected faces and said nothing, instead notifying someone to clean up the supplies buried here. He then hurriedly left. He still needed to go back and study the blood of Zongshen Tianyi to see if he could discover anything. After Orochimaru left, Yujito Han was holding her father's hand. Father, let me take care of your wounds. She had red eyes, looking at her father's injuries with concern. I'm fine, Han. You should go check if there are any other survivors. Yujito Shinro found a reason to coax his daughter away. Do you think Asuma's information might have been leaked by Lord Orochimaru? Yujito Shinro and Mitarashi Zixiao asked in unison. The three of them suspected this because Orochimaru had arrived too timely, and his reaction upon obtaining Zongshen Tianyi's blood made them feel he was very suspicious. It shouldn't be. Yamanaka Shimi pondered for a moment and then shook his head. If Asuma's situation had leaked, the ambushers couldn't have been just Zongshen Tianyi alone. Yamanaka Shimi explained. Chapter 37. Fujita Yujin's special talent first. Let's report the situation to Lord Hokage. At this moment, Sunset Mako felt a bit helpless. At the same time, she kept praying, hoping that Sarutobi Asuma would be okay. The group immediately used their summoning beast to return to Konoha and relay the news about Sarutobi Asuma. Konoha. Sarutobi Hizashi finished his work and smiled as he took out a crystal ball from his drawer, planning to check on the safety of the village's women. Just then, someone knocked on the office door. He swiftly put the crystal ball back in the drawer, adjusted his posture, and said softly, "Come in." An Umbu hurriedly entered. His face was very flustered beneath the mask. Sarutobi Hizashi noticed his abnormality, and his expression immediately became serious. "Lord Hokage, just now the captain's summoning beast conveyed a message. Your son, Sarutobi Asuma, has been captured by the Wind Shadow's disciple, Zongshen Tianyi," the Umbu reported. "What?" Sarutobi Hizashi shot up from his chair as if his seat had a spring. He leaned on the table, his expression grave. How many people did the other side mobilize? Sarutobi Hizashi furrowed his brow, unable to understand why his son had been captured. Not to mention that there were many capable people protecting his son. The key question was how the Sand Village had learned of the situation. Could it be that someone leaked the information? For some reason, Sarutobi Hizashi's first thought was of his friend, Danzo. "Lord Hokage, there is only Zongshen Tianyi," the Umbu quickly replied. Upon hearing that it was only Zongshen Tianyi, Sarutobi Hizashi dismissed his suspicions. If the news of his son had been leaked beforehand, the Sand Village would not have sent just one person to ambush. Sarutobi Hizashi's expression turned particularly ugly. He was very dissatisfied with the few people assigned to this escort mission. How could so many of them fail to protect his son? The Umbu continued, "Lord Hokage, Lord Orochimaru had also gone to provide support, but still couldn't stop Zongshen Tianyi, hearing that his apprentice could not stop the attack." Sarutobi Hizashi's expression grew even darker. This indicated that there was a ninja on the Sand Village's side who could rival Kage. This was very unfavorable for Konoha. "You can leave now," Sarutobi Hizashi ordered. The Umbu bowed and left. Sarutobi Hizashi sat back in his chair. He wasn't worried about Sarutobi Asuma's safety. As long as the Sand Village wasn't foolish, they would know that a living Asuma was more useful than a dead one. However, he was troubled about what to use to exchange for his son later. Just as he was pondering this, the other three members of Konoha's F4 rushed over with the news. "Hizashi, we heard that Asuma was captured." Mito Menyen and Tinari Koharu spoke up. Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hizashi with concern, but instead of comforting him, he anxiously inquired, "Hizashi, your disciple Orochimaru couldn't stop Zongshen Tianyi either?" "Yes." Sarutobi Hizashi nodded at his three friends. "Damn, it seems that kid has grown to rival Kage." Danzo nearly ground his back teeth. "Hizashi, you don't need to worry. The Sand Village won't do anything to Asuma. We'll find a way to get him back." Mito Menyen comforted him. Tinari Koharu also nodded in agreement. Danzo wanted to advise Sarutobi Hizashi not to exchange forbidden jutsu from the sealing book with the Sand Village. But after thinking it over, he chose to remain silent. After all, if he were in the position of the Sand Village's higher-ups, he would definitely not let this opportunity slip away. Sarutobi Hizashi nodded. The four briefly discussed, and then Sarutobi Hizashi immediately sent orders to Yamanaka and Noichi and the others, instructing them to communicate privately with the Sand Village. Danzo said goodbye to Sarutobi Hizashi and then left. He still had an important matter to attend to. In the Land of Rain, Sage's Eye, the incident with Zongshen Tianyi made Danzo eager to enhance his strength. At this moment, Zongshen Tianyi returned to the outpost with Sarutobi Asuma. Maki was the first to approach Zongshen Tianyi. "Tianyi, are you hurt?" "This is..." He pointed curiously at Sarutobi Asuma, who was wrapped in iron sand nearby. "This is my big catch." Zongshen Tianyi controlled the iron sand to reveal Sarutobi Asuma's head. Maki squinted, then his eyes widened in shock. This is the third Hokage's youngest son? "That's right. When we attacked their transport team, I didn't expect to find him, so I just captured him directly. Just in time. I'm very interested in the sealing book from Konoha." Zongshen Tianyi aimed to elevate his power to the 6 paths level. It was clear that relying solely on magnet release wouldn't be enough. Although magnet release had significant potential, it still fell short in a world that emphasized bloodlines. Therefore, Zongshen Tianyi needed to master more power. "Dream on, Zongshen Tianyi. Konoha will never." Maki quickly covered Sarutobi Asuma's head with iron sand again, leaving only a breathing hole. Tianyi, you did well this time. With this kid in hand, we can control Konoha well. Maki's mouth curled into a smile. The pressure from Konoha, mobilizing the Ninetales, Jinchuriki, instantly dissipated a lot. Although just capturing Sarutobi Asuma couldn't change the entire situation, it would at least make the people from Konoha hesitant and afraid to act with full force. I'll go find the sealing team. Tianyi, you should go report to the Wind Shadow. Maki hurried off to find the sealing team. Zongshen Tianyi then brought Sarutobi Asuma to the command room. As soon as he entered the command room, he saw Rasha patting Fujita Yujin's shoulder and praising him. Zongshen Tianyi found it a bit strange to see his teacher praising Fujita Yujin. What kind of big deal had his friend accomplished? Tianyi, you're back. Rasha noticed his disciple had returned, but like Maki, his attention was drawn to the iron sand person beside him. Fujita Yujin stood next to Rasha, signaling to Zongshen Tianyi. Seeing his friend being valued by the teacher, Zongshen Tianyi felt very happy. He then retracted his gaze. Fujita Yujin said goodbye to Rasha and quickly left. Teacher, when I attacked the Konoha transport team, I unexpectedly found the third Hokage's youngest son there. So I captured him. We can use him to trade with Konoha. Zongshen Tianyi revealed Sarutobi Asuma's face. At this moment, Sarutobi Asuma didn't dare to make a sound in front of the Wind Shadow, who was at the same level as his father. Zongshen Tianyi covered him back up again. Good job. Rasha was very pleased. Looking at Zongshen Tianyi with satisfaction in his eyes, he felt increasingly proud of his disciple. Even though Kaikizan had been defeated, thanks to the achievements brought by his disciple, no one could shake his position as the Wind Shadow. Tianyi, what do you think we should ask from Konoha? Luosha, considering that this person was captured by Zongshen Tianyi, wanted to see Tianyi's opinion. All the forbidden techniques in Konoha's Book of Seals. Zongshen Tianyi initially wanted the cells of Hashirama, but then thought that Tsunagakure lacked the corresponding research talent and also didn't have money for research. So he didn't mention it. When the time came, he could trade with Orochimaru if necessary. Hearing Zongshen Tianyi's words, Luosha couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. His disciple really had quite the appetite. He didn't even dare to think like that. Tianyi, they probably won't give us all the forbidden techniques. Luosha shook his head. It's fine, let's just aim high first. We can always negotiate for more later. Zongshen Tianyi smiled. Right? And let's ask Konoha for more money. The village is short on funds everywhere. Luosha felt this was reasonable, so he said cheerfully, Tsunagakure is too poor. If it weren't for the ongoing war, I want to find a place to use my magnet release to dig for gold. Zongshen Tianyi thought his teacher was quite unfortunate. Among the 5 Kage, he was the only one working to earn money for the village. By the way, did you just say there was something up with Yujin? Zongshen Tianyi inquired about his friend's situation. Tianyi, your friend is incredibly talented at making explosive tags. He can produce as much in one day as 30 people. If he had a larger chakra reserve, I dare say he could probably produce the amount of 50 or 60 people a day. Speaking of Fujita Yujin, Luosha was also very pleased to have such a genius. The village might even be able to do business with explosive tags in the future. Wow, I can't believe Yujin has that talent. Zongshen Tianyi then thought of Conan. If Fujita Yujin learned paper jutsu, wouldn't he be able to pull out 6 trillion explosive tags at will? Plus, with his own explosive tag bombardment technique, leveling the ninja world in the future wouldn't be a problem. It seems I need to visit the Land of Rain and make sure Fujita Yujin learns paper jutsu. However, Zongshen Tianyi planned to wait until he obtained the Flying Thunder God technique from Konoha and learned it before going. After all, although Obito wasn't there yet, Uchihamadara and Kurizetsu were watching. He didn't want to risk it. Yeah, if it weren't for the logistics department informing me, I wouldn't have known that someone who likes to write those kinds of books would have such strong talent. Luosha recalled how, when he went to see the kid earlier, he was lying on the bed, writing about the little emperor's uncle, and he almost couldn't control himself from kicking him. The talent for writing those kinds of books is quite extraordinary. Zongshen Tianyi thought of Jiraiya, who was one of the few ninjas among the Hokage that could use Sage Mode. Although he was only half-baked, it was still quite impressive. Chapter 38, The Flying Thunder God, is in hand. At this moment, Maki walked over with the sealing team. The members of the sealing team looked at Zongshen Tianyi with admiration in their eyes. To them, Zongshen Tianyi had infiltrated the enemy's rear to complete a mission and even captured the son of the 3rd Hokage, which was nothing short of divine. Kazekage-sama, Tianyi-sama. The sealing team looked up at the two with respect. Raza looked at them with authority and nodded, then signaled Zongshen Tianyi to hand over Sarutobi Asuma to the sealing team. Zongshen Tianyi then released all the iron sand binding Sarutobi Asuma. Without the support of the iron sand, Sarutobi Asuma slumped to the ground, unsure if he was too weak from being restrained for so long or frightened by the situation. The Hokage's son is quite useless. I mean, we haven't even done anything yet, and he's already soft. It's really embarrassing for his father, the mighty Hokage. Indeed, I thought the Hokage's son would be tougher. The sealing team looked at him with mocking eyes. He blushed and weakly said, I was just trapped by this iron sand for too long. That's why I'm like this. I'm not afraid of you. Sarutobi Asuma's words lacked conviction. Ha ha ha. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. Seal his chakra, Raza said with a smile, instructing the sealing team to apply several layers of seals on him, while looking at Maki. Maki, personally watch over this kid. Tianyi, please pay some attention to him as well. He was still worried that someone from Konoha might infiltrate, so he asked Maki to personally supervise and asked Zongshen Tianyi to keep an eye on him too. Understood, Kazekage-sama. Understood, sensei. Maki and Zongshen Tianyi both nodded. By the way, Maki used some methods on this kid to pry some information out of him. Raza thought that, as the son of the Hokage, Sarutobi Asuma should know something. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Asuma couldn't help but fidget uncontrollably. Kazekage-sama, leave it to me, Maki said with a chilling smile, then took the sealing team and the kid away. After that, Zongshen Tianyi bid farewell to Raza and returned to his room to rest. Fujita Yuma saw Zongshen Tianyi return and immediately smiled at him. Tianyi is back. Were you able to rest for a few days? There's no mission now, so I should be able to rest for a few days. Zongshen Tianyi thought to himself that his teacher wouldn't arrange another mission for him. Right? All right. I'll accumulate some explosive tags for you over the next few days. Fujita Yuma said with a smile. Okay. Zongshen Tianyi nodded. He did not tell Fujita Yuma about the paper jutsu. He planned to wait until he mastered the Flying Thunder God before saying anything. Saying it now would only stir Fujita Yuma's emotions without any real purpose. Konoha Camp. Mitsuhashi Zikio and others had arrived at the camp first. Hong, you'll stay here at the camp and rest well for a while. Siejin Hong did not plan to take his daughter with him, as they were going to find Sunagakure to redeem Sarutobi Asuma, which would definitely be dangerous. He didn't want his daughter to take risks. Father, you must pay attention to safety. Sia Hong knew what her father was going to do and was extremely worried. It's all right, we're not going for a fight this time. Siejin Hong comforted her with a smile, then left to join Mitsuhashi Zikio and the others to figure out how to contact Sunagakure. Since this matter couldn't be made public, they couldn't seek help from others. Sia Hong tightly clasped her hands in front of her chest, watching her father leave. The next day came in the blink of an eye. Zongshen Tianyi had just stepped out of his room and stretched when an umbu appeared in front of him. Tianyi-sama, Kazekage-sama is looking for you. All right. Tianyi nodded and then went to the operations room. Tianyi, someone from Konoha has come to negotiate. Raza was in an exceptionally good mood at this moment, as he expected to gain a lot from Konoha. Oh, so soon. It seems the third Hokage values this little son of his quite a lot. Zongshen Tianyi said with a smile. For this matter, I'll trouble you to negotiate with them. Raza said with a smile while looking at Zongshen Tianyi. Me? Zongshen Tianyi pointed at himself in surprise. Raza nodded with a smile. But, Sensei, I've never participated in such negotiations. Zongshen Tianyi felt he wasn't qualified. No, you're the most suitable for this. You're the one who personally captured Sarutobi Asuma, and your strength is there too. Most importantly, you have a big appetite, so letting you negotiate might yield some surprises. Raza wanted Zongshen Tianyi to take charge to prevent the Elder Council and the ninja clans of Sunagakure from getting involved. If they participated, they would definitely want to share the benefits. Moreover, with them involved, the negotiations would undoubtedly drag on for a long time. Currently, Raza just wanted to gain advantages from Konoha as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the battle situation deteriorated or there were major changes in the ninja world, it might affect the negotiations. All right, Zongshen Tianyi thought for a moment and understood Raza's concerns, so he agreed. This is the agreed location by the other party, a tavern in a small town. You can take a few umbu teams with you. Tianyi, be careful when the time comes. Raza looked at Zongshen Tianyi with concern. Don't worry, Sensei. If anything goes wrong, I'll slip away immediately. Zongshen Tianyi nodded. After that, Zongshen Tianyi took the small team arranged by Raza, a total of 13 people, and headed to the designated tavern. After an hour of travel, they arrived at the small town. Due to the battlefield being nearby, this small town was currently extremely desolate. Those with a bit of money had already moved away. Zongshen Tianyi used a sensing ninjutsu and couldn't help but smile, because the three people from Konoha were all familiar faces. You guys keep an eye on the surroundings, and once there's any movement, send a signal immediately. Zongshen Tianyi instructed the Umbu. Yes. They dispersed instantly to monitor different parts of the small town. Zongshen Tianyi then entered the tavern, pushing the door open. See Yejinhong. Mitsuhashi Zikio, we meet again. Oh, and I almost forgot you, Oil Girl Jouet. Zongshen Tianyi looked at Oil Girl Jouet, thinking, their Oil Girl clan is really sneaky. If I hadn't used sensing ninjutsu before entering, I wouldn't have noticed this guy was here. The three of them looked at Tianyi with grim expressions. Let's get straight to the point. If you want to redeem Sarutobi Asuma, it's simple. Hand over a copy of all the sealing techniques from Konoha and pay us a ransom of 1 billion ryo. Zongshen Tianyi crossed his arms and looked at them with a smile. Bang! The good-natured Xie Jinhong stood up, slamming the table. Zongshen Tianyi, is this attitude really how you want to negotiate with us? Why don't you just say you want us to give you Kiki Mountain? The sunset was a deep red as Shinhong put both hands on the table, her eyes seemingly about to pop out. If you all are willing, of course you can. Zongshen Tianyi shrugged. You. Shinhong was so infuriated by Tianyi's shamelessness that she wanted to pull out a kunai and give him a couple of hits. Yusho Washi Zixiao stood up, signaling Shinhong to calm down. Zongshen Tianyi, your request is too outrageous. We cannot agree to that. Please propose another one. Yusho Washi Zixiao said. Just report this condition to your Hokage. Zongshen Tianyi waved his hand. The three of them saw him close his eyes and stop talking, so they could only use their summoning beast to relay the message back to Konoha. Damn it, this Zongshen Tianyi. Why doesn't he just ask for my life? Sarutobi Hizashi shouted as he jumped onto his desk after receiving the message from Yusho Washi Zixiao and the others. This nearly scared Yusho Washi Zixiao's summoning beast to death. Afterwards, Sarutobi Hizashi informed the summoning beast of his bottom line. 2 forbidden techniques for 5 million ryo. Upon receiving this news, Yusho Washi Zixiao and the others felt their scalps go numb. Would this kid really agree to such conditions? Thus, both sides entered into intense negotiations. 2. Damn it. Tell the Hokage, I want 200. We don't even have 200 ninja techniques in our sealing arts. Then 100. This negotiation lasted for 3 days. Because they couldn't reach an agreement, Sarutobi Hizashi eventually called Orochimaru to help. Tianyi-kun, your request is too outrageous. Hokage-sensei cannot possibly agree to it. Orochimaru observed Zongshen Tianyi with a scrutinizing gaze, filled with confusion as he had previously used Zongshen Tianyi's blood for research and found nothing special about him. This left him puzzled. The exhausted Shinhong and her companions nodded in agreement. Then we need Flying Thunder God, Multi-Shadow Clone, Earth Release, Rebirth, 8 Gates, Dark Walking Technique, 5 Elements, Sealing, Spirit Transformation Technique. Zongshen Tianyi listed them one by one. Orochimaru and the others frowned. How's this kid know so many sealing techniques? At that moment, Orochimaru really wanted to tie Tianyi up and dissect him. Zongshen Tianyi listed a dozen techniques in one breath. All right, that's enough. By the way, tell your teacher that Flying Thunder God and Multi-Shadow Clone are a must, and if there are any issues with the techniques provided. Tianyi didn't continue, but Orochimaru and the others realized that Sarutobi Asuma must have been placed under a forbidden jutsu by Tsunagakure. Tianyi-kun, you're becoming more interesting. Let me contact Hokage-sensei first. Orochimaru summoned a small snake, wrote down Zongshen Tianyi's demands, and sent it back to Konoha. Upon receiving this news, Sarutobi Hizashi seriously doubted that his son had been investigated by Tsunagakure. But his son didn't know so many ninja techniques. In the end, Sarutobi Hizashi agreed to give the Flying Thunder God, Multi-Shadow Clone, 5 Elements Sealing, and Dark Walking Technique, along with 35 million ryo. He also decided to send the Uchiha clan to fight Tsunagakure. Let them fight among themselves. The next day, both sides met at a small tavern, exchanging ninja techniques and money for Sarutobi Asuma. Zongshen Tianyi held 2 scrolls, saying that once they succeeded in training, they would come to lift the restrictions on him. But don't worry, we know that if no one succeeds in training the Flying Thunder God within 6 months, we will still come to lift it. Good. Orochimaru nodded. Yusho Washi Zixiao and the others checked Sarutobi Asuma and confirmed that he indeed had a forbidden technique on his heart, looking somewhat better than before, but still not great. Zongshen Tianyi turned to leave the tavern, but before he left, he glanced at Sarutobi Asuma. In the future, this kid's worth will be 35 million. Now his father has given him 35 million. What a coincidence. P.S. To all the esteemed readers, please support me with your love and energy. Thank you for your support. Chapter 39. Iwagakure prepares to strike Tsunagakure after Zongshen Tianyi left. Orochimaru shifted his gaze to Sarutobi Asuma. Asuma, you should return to Konoha with them. After saying this, Orochimaru turned to leave. This time, Sarutobi Asuma did not insist on going to the front lines. Yashitai Zixiao and the others looked at the silent Sarutobi Asuma, thinking that after this experience, he should have matured a lot. Jinhong, go bring your daughter here. We will return to Konoha together, he said, looking at Waihai Kurenai. Thank you. Waihai Kurenai, who was troubled by this, thanked him and quickly headed towards the Konoha camp. At this time, Zongshen Tianyi returned to the base with something. Teacher, this time we obtained 4 ninjutsu from Konoha, along with 35 million. Among these ninjutsu is the Flying Thunder God. When Zongshen Tianyi saw that Rasha wanted to ask why the money was so little, he mentioned the Flying Thunder God. Rasha instantly beamed with joy. He knew how troublesome Namake's Minato was. If someone from Sunagakure learned the Flying Thunder God, the revival of Sunagakure would be in sight. Tianyi, copy these ninjutsu and practice them at home. I hope you can master the Flying Thunder God as well. Rasha patted him, thinking that if his disciple learned it, this time at Kiki Mountain, Sunagakure would have it secured. Okay, teacher. Zongshen Tianyi nodded with a smile, sat down, and began copying the ninjutsu. After a while, he copied all 4 ninjutsu and rubbed his slightly sore wrist. There was a hint of seriousness in his gaze towards the Flying Thunder God. When he was copying it, he found that he recognized the characters, but when combined, he felt a bit confused. To learn the Flying Thunder God, one must put in some thought. However, considering he had obtained a training cheat, the multi-shadow clone technique. Teacher, I've finished copying. Zongshen Tianyi handed the original scroll of ninjutsu to Rasha. Good. You've worked hard lately, so take a good rest. Sarutobi Asuma has a forbidden technique on him, and Konoha 1T launched a large-scale attack recently. During this time, you should practice hard and strive to master the Flying Thunder God as soon as possible. After Rasha took the scroll and glanced at it, he now understood why the second Hokage learned the Flying Thunder God after his death. The difficulty was extraordinarily high. He hoped Zongshen Tianyi could learn and master it. Okay, teacher. Zongshen Tianyi nodded and turned to leave the operations room. Afterward, Rasha lowered his head and began planning how to deal with Konoha, but he did not intend to directly confront them for the time being. After all, the Ninetales Jinchuriki was still at Kiki Mountain. Rasha did not believe that placing a forbidden technique on Hokage's youngest son would allow them to control Konoha. If Sunagakure went too far, Konoha would not care about Sarutobi Asuma's life or death. Rasha had to seek benefits within the limits that Konoha could bear. At this moment, when Zongshen Tianyi returned to his room, he found Fujita Waima had not yet returned. Waima should still be in the logistics department making exploding tags. So he took out the multi-shadow clone technique he had just copied. First, learn this. That guy Naruto could learn it quickly. I definitely can too. Inside the Konoha camp, Namake's Minato and Kushina came to the operations room to find Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru, when will we strike Sunagakure? Kushina rubbed her fists. After being ambushed by Zongshen Tianyi last time, she had been thinking about revenge. After resting in the camp for so long, she immediately dragged Minato to find Orochimaru. Kushina, we won't be attacking Sunagakure for now. Orochimaru turned his head and smiled. With the recent situation regarding Sarutobi Asuma, considering his teacher's temperament, he surely wouldn't want us to stir up trouble here. Why not? I came here to deal with Sunagakure. Kushina was confused. She even wondered if Orochimaru didn't trust her to control the Ninetales and was saying this intentionally. But now the situation has changed. You should go and practice well with Minato. If we need you later, I will send someone to notify you. Don't worry, I don't mean to look down on you. Orochimaru knew Kushina's temperament, so he spoke in a way to ease her. All right then. Kushina felt that Orochimaru meant no harm, so she believed his words. As she was about to leave with Namake's Minato, he gently said, Kushina, you go back for a moment. I want to ask Lord Orochimaru something. Okay. Kushina nodded and pouted as she left. After she left, Minato looked at Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru, did something happen with Asuma? He has been cursed by Sunagakure. They said they would lift it in half a year. Orochimaru found this explanation untrustworthy. Minato felt the same, but since it concerned Asuma, no one dared to gamble. During this time, Konoha would definitely not act against Sunagakure. After all, no one wanted to be remembered with resentment by the Hokage. If Sunagakure used this matter to constantly pressure them, it would be troublesome. A serious expression appeared on Minato's face. After all, this was a time of war. Trust the higher-ups, they will have a solution. Orochimaru smiled slightly. If Sunagakure really intended to exploit Asuma for benefits, he thought Danzo would certainly help Asuma. Minato nodded, then bid farewell to Orochimaru and turned to leave. Iwagakure, Tsukikage building. Father, Konoha and Tsunagakure made a deal. It seems they used some ninjutsu to exchange Tobi Asuma back. Huangta reported the news he received to the third Tsukikage, Noki. Oh, it seems Tsunagakure has gained a lot from this. Noki had originally planned to strike Konoha first, but upon receiving this news, he felt he could first target the weaker Tsunagakure. They needed to force Tsunagakure to hand over the ninjutsu they obtained from Konoha. The ninjutsu that could exchange the third Hokage's son back was definitely not ordinary. Huangtu, you and Shuri take the explosive troops and 5,000 ninja army to the Land of Wind. Press Tsunagakure to hand over the ninjutsu they obtained. By the way, bring back some supplies. Noki looked sharply at his son. Tsunagakure has recently produced a genius. It seems we need to be more vigilant on that side in the future. Yes. Huangtu immediately left to mobilize personnel to strike Tsunagakure. After Huangtu left, Noki, sitting in the Tsukikage position, murmured, Tsunagakure, don't let me down. He wished Tsunagakure could obtain the Flying Thunder God from Konoha. Although Namake's Minato had not revealed much yet, Noki, who had witnessed Senju Tobarama's Flying Thunder God, was extremely wary of it. P.S. Thank you to all the big shots of the gifts. A wave of free gifts is requested. Thank you, thank you. Chapter 40 Mastering Shadow Clone Technique. Tianyi rushes to support multiple shadow clones. At that moment, Zongshen Tianyi learned it and instantly created a room full of shadow clones. Tianyi, you're back. Fujita Yuma opened the door and came in, staring at the room full of Zongshen Tianyi clones, his mouth wide open. Yuma, you're back. Check out this new ninjutsu I just learned. Isn't it impressive? Zongshen Tianyi couldn't help but show off to his friend. Whoa! Fujita Yuma's eyes widened in shock as he pinched each shadow clone, realizing they were all tangible. His mouth opened even wider, almost big enough to fit an apple. Zongshen Tianyi then dispelled the shadow clones, feeling a slight fatigue wash over him. However, after so many enhancements, he quickly adapted. At the same time, he understood the terrifying aspect of the multiple shadow clone technique. The chakra consumption was just the smallest part of it. The fatigue and memories brought back from each shadow clone upon dispelling were the real lethal factors. Good thing I have a cheat. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to handle this multiple shadow clone technique at all. Zongshen Tianyi smiled faintly. Tianyi, does this ninjutsu have any drawbacks? Fujita Yuma, having learned quite a bit himself, knew that the more powerful something was, the greater the cost. He worried that this ninjutsu might consume Zongshen Tianyi's lifespan. Yes, but it's not a big deal. It just brings some fatigue when dispelling. Zongshen Tianyi replied with a smile. Oh, that is good. Upon learning that it only caused fatigue, Fujita Yuma felt relieved for his friend. He then pulled out a notebook with a mischievous grin. Tianyi, this is a book I wrote. Can you take a look? You little. Zongshen Tianyi looked at him speechlessly, then impatiently took it and glanced through it, his face instantly turning red. So explicit. At the same time, he was surprised to see Fujita Yuma had quite a talent for writing in that particular genre. Seeing Zongshen Tianyi's reaction, Fujita Yuma was confident that his book was good, and he laughed with his hands on his hips. Once the war is over, I'll become a writer, and I'll definitely become a wealthy man. Zongshen Tianyi couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Yuma, your talent for making explosive tags is so good. You could totally make money from it. Right now, an explosive tag costs about 300 Ryo, and the price will only go up as the war continues. Making explosive tags is so lucrative. Tianyi, you don't understand. I don't like making explosive tags at all, but writing is different. I feel like I'm soaking in a hot spring when I write. Fujita Yuma's face showed a smile. Seeing Fujita Yuma like this, Tianyi couldn't help but shake his head. All right, as long as you like it. I'm going out to practice my new ninjutsu. Now that Zongshen Tianyi had mastered the multiple shadow clone technique, he could begin learning the Flying Thunder God technique and also conduct further research on magnetic release with some shadow clones. 2 days passed. Zongshen Tianyi, who had been focused on studying, was called to the operations room by the Umbu. At this moment, everyone in the operations room looked serious, and Tianyi noticed a beautiful female ninja among them. The first beautiful back in the ninja world, Yakura, looking at her beautiful back. Zongshen Tianyi thought it was a pity not to get a cupping therapy done on it. Lord Wind Shadow, is this impolite kid your disciple? Yakura shot a sharp glance at Zongshen Tianyi. Tianyi's face turned red instantly, but he quickly pretended nothing happened. Maki and the others couldn't help but chuckle quietly at this scene. Cough cough. Rasha awkwardly cleared his throat and said, Yes, Yakura, this is my disciple Zongshen Tianyi. With Zongshen Tianyi's presence, Rasha was no longer so hostile towards Yakura. After all, No matter how strong Yakura was, could she defeat both him and his disciple? Yakura, I'm sorry, I was rude just now. Zongshen Tianyi slightly bowed to Yakura. All right, since you're young, I won't hold it against you. Yakura rolled her eyes at him and didn't say anything further. Seeing everyone had arrived, Rasha stood up. Everyone, we just received news from Elder Kazekage that a Wagakure has taken action against us. Everyone's expressions turned serious at this moment. Zongshen Tianyi felt speechless upon hearing this. When he watched Naruto, he always wondered why the wind, earth, lightning, and water countries didn't unite to attack Konoha during the Great Ninja Wars. Konoha was so wealthy, with ninjutsu and resources. Clearly, attacking Konoha would yield greater benefits. Although Konoha was strong, it couldn't withstand being besieged by the four major countries. Yet they didn't. While attacking Konoha, they insisted on fighting each other. During the Second War, the Wagakure's second Tsuchikage Mu and Kirigakure's second Mizukage Terum Mei fought, and both ended up dead. What was that about? During the Third War, the Third Raikage didn't attack Konoha, but led a sneak attack on a Wagakure, only to be killed in a surrounding ambush. It was all so baffling. Damn it, that cursed Wagakure. Why don't they attack Konoha and come to attack us instead? Zongshen Tianyi couldn't help but curse. Rasha glanced at Zongshen Tianyi and said, Onoki learned about our transaction with Konoha and demanded that we give him a share of the ninjutsu we obtained from Konoha. Upon hearing this, Zongshen Tianyi couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. All right, Onoki's actions are indeed understandable. If Zongshen Tianyi were Onoki, he would also choose to attack Tsunagakure under these circumstances. After all, compared to Konoha, Tsunagakure was far weaker. That damned old dwarf Tsuchikage was simply too much. Exactly. If he has the ability, he should go and capture Sarutobi Asuma, just like Lord Tianyi did. Lord Wind Shadow, we absolutely cannot give them our ninjutsu. Yes, let us fight a Wagakure. At this moment, everyone was itching to charge into a Wagakure with an army. Zongshen Tianyi fell silent. Given the situation, they could only fight a Wagakure. If they just handed over the ninjutsu, Tsunagakure would become a laughing stock in the ninja world. Moreover, later on, Himogakure and Kirigakure would likely do the same, and eventually, even those smaller countries might dare to demand ninjutsu from Tsunagakure. Tianyi, you and Yakura head to the land of Earth to support Elder Chiyo and Elder Kazekage. Rasha felt extremely fortunate that Zongshen Tianyi had captured Sarutobi Asuma earlier. Now Konoha would definitely not dare to launch a large-scale attack. Minor skirmishes could be dealt with on their own. Originally, Rasha wanted Tianyi to study the Flying Thunder God technique more, but now there was no way. If he left, there would be no one to command here. Okay, yes, teacher. Yi Tsong and Zongshen Tianyi nodded with serious expressions. After the meeting, Zongshen Tianyi immediately went down to prepare the things that needed to be taken away. It's a time of great upheaval. We must quickly master the Flying Thunder God. Chapter 41. Just arrived and joining the battle, confronting the explosion release ninja show. After finishing his preparations, Sagami Tenny headed to the logistics department to collect explosive tags. He had used quite a few last time and needed to restock. Since Fujita Yuma was busy making explosive tags at the moment, he was unaware that Tenny was leaving and couldn't provide him with any. After collecting the explosive tags, Sagami Tenny arrived at an open area to wait for Yakura. At this time, Yakura was also ready and walked over, crossing her arms and looking at Sagami Tenny. Hey, don't fall behind later. I won't wait for you. Thinking of Tenny's rudeness earlier, Yakura planned to speed up a bit to make him suffer. Don't worry, Lady Yakura. I won't fall behind, Sagami Tenny said with a smile. I hope so. After saying that, Yakura turned and ran towards the base. While Sagami Tenny used his iron sand to lift himself into the sky and followed Yakura towards Chiyo and the others. Yakura glanced up at Tenny flying in the sky and secretly thought, I don't believe you can fly all the way there. It took her 2 days to reach the base from Kikishin at her own speed. She didn't believe that with Tenny's amount of chakra, he could fly for 2 days straight. A day later, Yakura was extremely shocked to find that not only had Sagami Tenny maintained his flight, but he had also created 2 shadow clones in the sky to study ninjutsu. Throughout the journey, Sagami Tenny appeared to be completely at ease. Meanwhile, Yakura, having rushed for a day and night, had a hint of fatigue on her face. Damn it! Yakura silently cursed. What a monster! At that moment, she understood why Rasha had taken this commoner as a disciple. His chakra endurance was simply outrageous. Sitting cross-legged on the iron sand and studying Flying Thunder God, Sagami Tenny glanced at Yakura below and couldn't help but sneer. Want to see me make a fool of myself? No way. A day later, At the border of the land of wind and the land of earth, Grandma Chiyo, Elder Hrai, IWA Shinobi have given us an ultimatum. If we don't hand over the ninjutsu we obtained from Konoha, they will declare war directly. At this moment, a sand ninja, looking slightly panicked, approached Chiyo and Hrai. Chiyo and Hrai snorted coldly, their expressions extremely indifferent. They were filled with anger. That damn shorty Noki was simply too much. I'll poison him to death sooner or later. Chiyo cursed, thinking that if she could take on Noki, she would definitely storm into a Wagakure to kill him. After a few curses, Chiyo decided to teach the IWA Shinobi at the border a lesson. Sister, let's hold them off for now. Yakura and Rasha's disciples are on their way here. Calculating the time, they will arrive soon, and once they do, we will have the advantage here. Hrai noticed his sister's intention to take action and hurriedly grabbed her arm, saying, Chiyo, wait. Chiyo nodded after hearing this. She then sent someone to relay a message to the IWA Shinobi that they were still discussing matters internally. Soon, this news reached the hands of Noki and Sho. Noki, let's attack the Sand Ninja directly. They must be waiting for reinforcements. Sho could tell that the Sand Ninja's words were just a stall tactic. Okay, only by hitting them hard will they honestly hand over the Konoha ninjutsu. Noki agreed. With the military order given, the entire base began to mobilize. This time, they had 5,000 ninja troops, determined to crush the 2,000 sand ninjas opposite them. Sho rubbed his fists together, eager to achieve merit after so long. Fame in the ninja world starts from Sunagakure. The movements of IWA Shinobi were quickly noticed by the sand ninja. Gomashiyo, Eddiashai. The IWA Shinobi are on the move. Upon receiving this news, Chiyo and Hrai stood up. However, they did not appear overly panicked. Although IWA Shinobi had 5,000 men, 2,000 more than them, they had a puppet master unit. Puppets could make up for the gap in numbers. Let them know the strength of Sunagakure. Chiyo led the way out, with Hrai closely following her. Soon, both armies formed their formations on the desert. No one wasted words. They immediately engaged in battle. Shuriken and kunai flew across the battlefield, occasionally accompanied by ninjutsu, explosion release, landmine fist. Sho charged into the battlefield using explosion release, followed closely by the Iwagakure demolition unit. Boom! Many sand ninjas were blown away, crying out in despair. Damn it, the puppet master unit is moving. Seeing the Iwagakure demolition unit join the fray, Chiyo immediately ordered her puppet master unit to also take action. However, they weren't going to intercept the Iwagakure demolition unit. Instead, they aimed to attack other IWA ninjas. The speed of the demolition unit in killing couldn't match that of the puppet master unit. After all, a single puppet master could control multiple puppets. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Noki destroyed several puppets at this moment. Despicable sand ninjas only know how to target the weak. If you have the guts, come at me directly. Noki watched as the puppet masters slaughtered those weaker genin, feeling a deep resentment towards the sand ninja puppet masters. Noki, your opponent is me. Chiyo produced the Chikamatsu 10 puppets made by the puppet master ancestor, Monzaemon. At this moment, Hrai also approached Sho. The four of them tacitly moved away from the battlefield. While chaos reigned on one side, Sagami Tenni and Yakura arrived at the scene. It started. Seeing the battle, Yakura and Tenni exchanged glances and immediately joined the fight. Magnet release, Iron Sand Shuriken. Sagami Tenni flew above the battlefield, manipulating the iron sand to form shuriken, which quickly flew towards the IWA ninjas below. Puff puff. Many IWA ninjas, unable to react quickly enough, were taken out by the iron sand shuriken. Is that the Wind Shadow? No, it's the Wind Shadow's disciple, Sagami Tenni. Great, with Lord Tenni here, we are sure to win. Although these people hadn't been to Kikishin, the fame of Sagami Tenni had spread here. After all, they were quite concerned about the Wind Shadow's disciple from their own village, especially since he had mastered magnet release. Scorch release, overheating kill. At this moment, Yakura also joined the battlefield. Anyone touched by her scorch release instantly turned into a dried corpse. Sagami Tenni couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing Yakura's actions. Damn. If Yakura were to travel back to ancient Egypt, she could definitely handle all the mummy production. Damn it. Noki didn't expect the reinforcements from Sunagakure to arrive so quickly. Sho also noticed this and immediately called over several Iwagakure Jonin to help him hold off Hrai while he dealt with Sagami Tenni and the others. If they let Sagami Tenni continue, they would surely wipe out the IWA ninjas. Noki saw Sho's actions and wanted to learn from him, but he thought that Chiyo was much more troublesome than Hrai. If he sent a few Jonin to block her, they might all end up dead. Show. It's up to you. Explosion release. Impact. Show slammed his hands on the ground, using the shockwave from the explosion to propel himself to the height of Zongshen Tianyi. He clenched his fist with one hand and shouted as he flew over. Explosive release. Earth Thunder Fist. Zongshen Tianyi knew that as long as he wasn't hit, he would be fine, so he directly controlled the iron sand to dodge. After dodging, his back was exposed to Tianyi, and if he flew up to seek death, he couldn't blame me. Fire release. Great fireball. Zongshen Tianyi was worried that this guy wouldn't be burned to death, so he directly infused 5 cards worth of chakra in one go. The overwhelming flames engulfed Show. The battlefield below was stunned by this scene, frozen in place. My God, can humans really do this? This is a natural disaster, absolutely a natural disaster. Long live Master Tianyi. The Sand Ninjas were incredibly excited. With such a strong warrior around, they absolutely could not lose. Chiyo and the others smiled slightly. With such an outstanding junior in the village, they felt relieved. Zongshen Tianyi looked at Show, engulfed in flames, and felt something was off. That was a shadow clone. The kid is seeking death. At that moment, Show's figure suddenly appeared in midair, just when Show used explosive release to send himself into the sky. He used a shadow clone technique to disguise his main body as a piece of earth blown away by the explosion. P.S. To all the big bosses, little brother is asking for some free love-powered support. Thank you all. Chapter 42 title, Iron Sand Butcher. Be careful. At this moment, Yakura shouted loudly at the sky where Zongshen Tianyi was. Although she was a bit displeased with this kid, it didn't mean she would just watch Zongshen Tianyi get into trouble. Explosive release. Landmine fist. At this moment, Show's fist had already hit Zongshen Tianyi's face. Bang! In an instant, Zongshen Tianyi exploded into a cloud of smoke. The anxious sand ninja let out a sigh of relief. It was just a shadow clone. A hint of a smile appeared on Yakura's pretty face at that moment. She almost forgot that Zongshen Tianyi had been using shadow clones all this way. Show, take this. At this moment, outside the battlefield, Tianyi's main body appeared. A long spear made of iron sand appeared in his hand, rapidly spinning and charging up. Magnetic release. Electromagnetic cannon. The iron sand spear transformed into a black streak of light, heading straight for Show in the air. Puffed. The spear directly hit Show's abdomen, blowing him apart. And only then did the sound of the spear cutting through the air resonate on the battlefield. Chiyo, Zong, and Yakura all looked at Zongshen Tianyi in shock. The speed of this ninjutsu was faster than sound. Show. Huangtu's eyes turned bloodshot. Show could be considered one of the few experts from Iwagakure. Yet he was killed just like that by Zongshen Tianyi. Moreover, his death was so brutal. At this moment, the Iwagakure ninjas felt a chill run down their spines. Lord Show is dead just like that. If the enemy targets us, we are simply not a match for them. It seems that only the Tsukikage can come and stop this guy. At this moment, Iwagakure believed that only their Tsukikage could defeat the opponent. Everyone joined forces to unleash ninjutsu against Zongshen Tianyi. For the will of the stone, for the village, even if we exhaust our chakra and die, we must kill Zongshen Tianyi. Huangtu planned to take a gamble. It would be even better if he could kill him. The only regret Huangtu had was that many of the lower ninjas brought this time had limited power. Their ninjutsu could only bolster the momentum and pose no significant threat to Zongshen Tianyi. Yes, upon hearing Huangtu's words, the Iwagakure ninjas had red eyes, staring intently at Zongshen Tianyi. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Earth release, Earth Spear. Earth release, Rock Iron Cannon Technique. In an instant, countless ninjutsu surged like a tidal wave, blocking out the sky and covering the earth as they rushed towards Zongshen Tianyi. Some of the timid sand ninjas were so frightened by the scene that they sat down on the ground. We might die here. A cold sweat broke out on their foreheads. Huangtu intended to use the lives of these thousands of people to keep Tianyi here. Quickly help Tianyi. Zong shouted loudly at the sand ninjas. At that moment, Zongshen Tianyi jumped onto a sand dune. Fire release. Great fireball. Zongshen Tianyi injected 100 cards of chakra into his ninjutsu. He spat out a fireball with a diameter of a kilometer. The scorching flames glassified all the sand within a 2-kilometer radius. The sand ninjas, who could endure high temperatures, were forced to retreat 5 or 6 kilometers by the wave of heat. Huangtu gathered the Iwagakure ninjas together, ensuring that Zongshen Tianyi wouldn't have to worry about harming the villagers. Is this still human? Lord Tianyi is like a tailed beast, so terrifying. Lord Tianyi's strength is simply horrifying. The sand ninjas watched as Zongshen Tianyi single-handedly held off thousands of Iwagakure ninjas, Their worldview was completely rewritten. Although many of the thousands of Iwagakure ninjas were lower ninjas, making the numbers somewhat inflated, it was still something they could hardly imagine before. Is this the god of the ninja world? One sand ninja said slowly. Chiyo rolled her eyes at him. If the god of the ninja world was like this, the warring states would never have ended. But Zongshen Tianyi's strength had already made Chiyo feel admiration. This disciple of Raza is likely already the strongest in our Sunigakure. Chiyo's face was filled with joy. As Zongshen Tianyi continued to inject chakra, the Iwagakure side began to fall into a disadvantage. Everyone, it's our turn to take action. Kill all these Iwagakure ninjas. Chiyo led the sand ninjas and immediately flew towards the Iwagakure army. Upon noticing that the sand ninjas were coming to attack, the Iwagakure side immediately fell into chaos. Zongshen Tianyi seized the opportunity, magnetic release, iron sand drizzle. Countless iron sand particles formed into fine needles, shooting towards the Iwagakure ninjas like lightning. What is that? Magnetic release. It's Zongshen Tianyi's magnetic release. Run. The Iwagakure ninjas instinctively looked up at the sky, only to see that the blue sky was now densely packed with countless fine needles that appeared out of nowhere. They felt like raindrops, rapidly attacking the direction where everyone was. At this moment, the fear of death gripped the Iwagakure ninjas like a ferocious beast, making their legs uncontrollably tremble, leaving only one thought in their minds: run for their lives. Unfortunately, their escape speed couldn't match Zongshen Tianyi's iron sand needles. Those Iwagakure ninjas who tried to flee in panic were turned into sieves by the iron sand needles. Earth release, earth flow wall. Huangtu and the other upper ninjas formed seals to create earth walls to block Zongshen Tianyi's attack. Gulp. They looked at the ground, covered with dead Iwagakure ninjas, feeling a chill run down their spines. At this moment, out of over 4,000 Iwagakure ninjas, only a little over 1,000 remained. The survivors were all somewhat capable. The lower ninjas had basically all died under Zongshen Tianyi's attack. Ha ha ha. All these Iwagakure ninjas are dead. Lord Tianyi is amazing. This magnetic release is even more terrifying than the third and fourth Kazekage. Yes, our Sunigakure is invincible. At this moment, the sand ninjas were extremely excited. Although Sunigakure didn't have a bloodline limit like Konoha's ninja clan, our magnetic release is powerful. Chiyo looked back at Zongshen Tianyi. This kid's magnetic release might already be stronger than Raza's, but she didn't know how he compared to the third. Unfortunately, the third had never cleaned up such a large number of miscellaneous soldiers, and Chiyo couldn't tell who was stronger, him or the third Kazekage. Retreat. Huangtu knew that numbers meant nothing to Zongshen Tianyi, so he decisively issued the retreat order. He looked at the dead Iwagakure ninjas with a guilty expression, then used earth release, Iwagakure technique, to quickly escape underground. The Iwagakure upper ninjas followed Huangtu's lead, quickly fleeing using the Iwagakure technique. Those who couldn't use this ninjutsu could only grit their teeth and run towards the land of earth. Chase. Chiyo and the others naturally wouldn't miss such a good opportunity to beat a retreating enemy. Yakura, worried, came to Zongshen Tianyi's side, concerned that he might exhaust his chakra after killing so many people. After all, they had been on the road for so long without resting before rushing to support the battlefield. Are you all right? Yakura asked as she approached him. I'm fine. Zongshen Tianyi shook his head, his gaze complex as he looked at the rock shinobi he had killed on the battlefield. However, he did not feel regret, as they were invaders. With the conclusion of this battle, Zongshen Tianyi's name resonated throughout the shinobi world, having killed 2,000 rock shinobi in one battle. Tianyi earned a title, the Iron Sand Butcher. It was evident that this title was given by the rock shinobi, and there was now a bounty on Tianyi in the black market. Not much, just 3 Asuma worth. P.S. Seeking free support to power this with love. Thank you to all the big shots for your support. Chapter 43. Danzo, Asuma, dedicate your life to Konoha. One day later, Zongshen Tianyi and others arrive at the IWA shinobi outpost. Now that Lus and the others have escaped, the sand shinobi naturally enter the land of earth. Many sand shinobi began to scavenge everything once they enter the land of earth. Sunigakure is too poor and needs to recover. At this moment, Zongshen Tianyi split off a large number of shadow clones to continue researching the Flying Thunder God technique and developing magnet release. Chiyo and Eyes arrived at Zongshen Tianyi's side. Watching him split off so many shadow clones to practice ninjutsu, they immediately rushed to his side. Kid, are you crazy? If the shadow clones are released, you might lose your life. Although Chiyo and the others couldn't use multi-shadow clone technique, they knew the dangers of having so many shadow clones. Elder Chiyo, Elder Eyes. Don't worry, I will be fine. This isn't my first time doing this. You two can also learn the multi-shadow clone technique. It's very convenient for training. Zongshen Tianyi smiled at the still worried Chiyo siblings. The two of them trembled slightly at first. Then the small tremor gradually increased, and they couldn't help but twitch. After exchanging glances, their expressions became somewhat complicated. After a moment, they slowly spoke. What a freak. They dared not try Zongshen Tianyi's training method. If Tianyi continued like this, the day he released the shadow clones would be the day of their death. Tianyi, you should take care of your health and not split too many clones, Chiyo said, taking a deep breath and advising Zongshen Tianyi. Eyes looked enviously at Zongshen Tianyi's shadow clones. Tianyi, are you okay after this battle? Eyes asked with concern. He was worried that something might have gone wrong with Zongshen Tianyi's body at the last moment. Elder Eyes, don't worry. I'm fine, Zongshen Tianyi replied with a smile. Chiyo was still worried and grabbed Tianyi's hand to sense him. After finding that his body was indeed full of vitality and showed no signs of injury, she felt much more at ease. Your body is really extraordinary. It feels even stronger than Bonchu's. Chiyo thought to herself that Zongshen Tianyi might have awakened a bloodline limit. Zongshen Tianyi smiled, feeling that as days went by, both his body and spirit were being strengthened repeatedly. When his chakra surpassed 1,000 calories, he would be able to awaken Sage Mode. There would be no problem awakening the Hashirama body in the future. When you have time in the future, you can come and learn some medical ninjutsu with me. Chiyo believed that Zongshen Tianyi's overwhelming vitality must have a yang attribute. Note, the ninja world has records of yin and yang attributes. As a high-ranking member of Strategizing, Chiyo should know that yin and yang attribute chakra is not far-fetched, right? Please don't criticize. If he were to perform medical ninjutsu, the effect would probably not lose to that Senja girl from Konoha. Alright. Zongshen Tianyi immediately split off a shadow clone, and the clone smiled while scratching the back of its head, eagerly looking at Chiyo. Tianyi would not miss the opportunity to learn another ninjutsu, especially one that could save lives. A black line appeared on Chiyo's forehead. Come with me, old lady. She glared at Zongshen Tianyi and then left with his shadow clone. Kid, you should rest more. That Inoki guy probably won't let this go so easily. Eyes patted Zongshen Tianyi's shoulder and then turned to handle his affairs. Zongshen Tianyi also joined in the study of the Flying Thunder God technique. With his outstanding perception abilities, Zongshen Tianyi had already grasped the basics. IWA, Shinobi Headquarters. Damn it, that's Zongshen Tianyi. Inoki was furious at this moment. Of the 5,000 ninja troops, only a little over 1,000 managed to escape back to the village. The explosive unit also suffered significant losses. Commander Shikari was directly killed by Zongshen Tianyi. The rest either died at Zongshen Tianyi's hands or were caught and killed by Chiyo and her people. Father, this is all my fault. If it weren't for my greed to kill Zongshen Tianyi, we wouldn't have suffered such heavy losses. Lus thought about the 5,000 people he brought, over 3,000 of whom had died. An immense guilt surged in his heart. If he hadn't let them take action earlier, the chakra save could have greatly increased their chances of survival. Lus, you did nothing wrong. If it were me, I would have done the same. Inoki comforted his son. Exchanging some quickly trainable genin and civilian shunin for a genius is simply too cost-effective. The only regret is not being able to kill him. Lord Suchikage. At this moment, an IWA shinobi rushed in anxiously. The Sand Shinobi are rampantly scavenging resources in our territory. Many villages and towns have been completely robbed. Bang! Inoki, now resembling the Rakage, smashed the table in front of him. Ouch, my back. However, before he could finish his harsh words, his frail back gave out. Father, Lord Suchikage. The two immediately rushed over to support Inoki, helping him slowly to a chair. Immediately notify Han. I will personally lead the army to deal with Sunagakure. Have old AI prepare defenses against Kumogakure. I'm worried those brutes will come over. Inoki immediately made arrangements. Yes, the orders were swiftly issued. Iwagakure immediately sprang into action. Hokage Office. Danzo learned from his spies that a war had broken out between the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind, and he also knew that Inoki intended to take action personally. He immediately kicked open the door to the Hokage's office with the information in hand. Hiruzen, Inoki from Iwagakure is going to take action against Sunagakure. This is an opportunity. If we let Orochimaru and the others take action now, we can definitely defeat the Sand Shinobi. Then we can push into the Land of Wind, attack Sunagakure, and force them to surrender. Danzo was extremely excited. He wanted to retake command of the army, and this time victory was assured. No, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately opposed. The sealing team is currently researching the seal on my son. and they haven't found a way to lift it yet. If we act rashly, my son will definitely die. Hiruzen, is Asuma more important than the entire Konoha? Danzo knew why Sarutobi Hiruzen refused, and he slammed both hands on the table, loudly questioning him. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly took a puff of smoke, then said with a solemn face, Danzo, of course, Asuma is not as important as Konoha. Danzo remained silent, looking at him. But the current situation does not allow us to take action. Kumogakure has increased its military presence at the border, and once Inoki gains certain benefits in Sunagakure, he will definitely turn around and attack us. Sarutobi Hiruzen barely found a reason. Danzo saw that his friend was refusing to start this inevitable war for the sake of his son. He turned to look at Sarutobi Hiruzen, coldly saying, Hiruzen, you will regret this. Danzo, I am a Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up, slamming his hand on the table. Humph. Tobarama snorted coldly. He decided to send people to eliminate Asuma Sarutobi. After that, he slammed the door and left. Sarutobi Hizashi watched his figure and felt that this guy must be plotting something. So, while giving Orochimaru orders not to make any moves, he sent several Umbu to protect his youngest son. At the same time, he also dispatched Mitokado Izumi, Akatsuki Shinju, and Yamanaka Shiho to protect his son and atone for their past mistakes. P.S. Big shots, please support for free with love. 100,000 words. And I don't know when it will debut. I hope it 1T flop. Chapter 44. Learning to Fly with the Flying Thunder God. After handling this matter, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the information sent regarding Zongshen Tianyi and couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache. The Iron Sand Butcher. Now Suna has produced such a master, what a hassle. Shikaku, why did you have to commit suicide back then? We only wanted you to lose the chance to become Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought of the deceased Konoha White Fang and felt an immense sense of nostalgia. If he were here, the Sand Ninja would have probably been defeated long ago. But there is no such thing as regret medicine. At Kiki Mountain, Orochimaru was busy with his experiments on the dissection table. At that moment, a small snake emerged from the corner and spat out a scroll from its mouth. Orochimaru picked it up and saw that it was from his teacher, instructing him to hold back. A hint of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. The ninja hero is getting old. Orochimaru couldn't help but sigh, his resolve for immortality becoming even stronger at that moment. He sent a shadow clone to inform the others at the base, while his main body continued to immerse in his experiments. After learning of Sarutobi Hiruzen's orders, Namake's Minato and the Inoshikacho trio couldn't help but feel a hint of doubt regarding the will of fire. However, the four quickly adjusted their mindset. Minato wondered, do we really not? Narashikaku glanced at Namake's Minato and asked, well, Lord Hokage has given the order. I believe Lord Hokage has his plans. Minato said with a sunny smile, though there was a hint of bitterness behind it. If I become Hokage in the future, I will never allow such things to happen. Time flowed like a gentle stream, and 3 days passed quietly like a feather slipping through fingers. At this moment, Zongshen Tianyi was already able to successfully perceive space and had begun to attempt the engraving of the Flying Thunder God seal. This step would likely take some time. Yakura approached Zongshen Tianyi and asked, how's it going? Any new progress today? Yes, but not much. To truly master it, I still need some time. Zongshen Tianyi replied with a bitter smile. He had been training for 3 days with the help of the multi-shadow clone technique, yet still hadn't mastered it. Don't underestimate these 3 days. Zongshen Tianyi had split into 100 shadow clones, which was equivalent to nearly a year of training for him. Not to mention the days spent researching after obtaining the Flying Thunder God. Minato's talent is truly extraordinary. Tianyi couldn't help but marvel. His own perception ability wasn't weak, but even with the multi-shadow clone technique, he was only just scratching the surface. Yakura showed a disdainful expression. You're not doing too well either. Hey, if you're so capable, why don't you try? Zongshen Tianyi rolled his eyes. Ahem. Yakura awkwardly coughed, glancing at the Flying Thunder God technique in Tianyi's hands but understood nothing. Forget it. I think my blaze release is already powerful enough. I don't need the Flying Thunder God. Humph. Zongshen Tianyi rolled his eyes again and continued his training. Yakura sat cross-legged beside Tianyi, watching him train. She had come with a task. Chiyo had asked Yakura to keep an eye on Zongshen Tianyi, worried he would exhaust himself with the multi-shadow clone technique. As evening approached, Zongshen Tianyi dispelled the shadow clones and closed his eyes to absorb the memories brought back. I made further progress. Zongshen Tianyi attempted to engrave the Flying Thunder God mark on a kunai. Unlike the Sword of Love chosen by Minato, Tianyi chose a small circle. The difficulty of engraving Wound necessarily decrease due to fewer characters. The reason Tianyi chose a small circle was for concealment. Yakura watched Tianyi with eager eyes, her hands instinctively clasped in front of her chest. If Tianyi mastered the space-time ninjutsu, he would be able to support others in various places, which was extremely important for the underpowered Sunagakure. I did it. Zongshen Tianyi looked at the small circle on the kunai, grinning widely. He then threw the kunai at a distant rock. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to activate the ninjutsu. Tianyi closed his eyes, sensing the mark and establishing a spatial connection through his chakra. In the next second, his figure disappeared from the spot and reappeared on the rock where the kunai landed. I did it. Ha ha ha. Zongshen Tianyi placed his hands on his hips, laughing towards the sky. With a massive chakra and mastering the flying thunder god and magnet release, Zongshen Tianyi could be considered among the ranks of shadow-level powerhouses. Seeing Tianyi succeed, Yakura also raised her fist, her face filled with joy. She instantly appeared beside Zongshen Tianyi. You did well. It only took you 3 days to master the flying thunder god, even stronger than Minato's talent. Although Yakura didn't know how long it took Minato to master the flying thunder god, it definitely wasn't just 3 days. Ahem. Zongshen Tianyi couldn't help but cough. His talent in space-time ninjutsu couldn't compare to Minato. He had only succeeded by relying on the multi-shadow clone technique, a cheat tool. Tianyi, should we create a batch of special kunai like Minato's? Yakura suggested. I noticed Minato's kunai is different from the ordinary ones we use. No. I wouldn't be that foolish. I'll just use these ordinary kunai. That way it'll be easier to catch people off guard. Zongshen Tianyi smirked. Minato's flying thunder god kunai was too conspicuous. Everyone would recognize it at a glance and flee quickly. Choosing the same as the ordinary ones, combined with magnet release manipulation, would make it hard for others to defend against. You're truly cunning. Yakura crossed her arms, looking at Tianyi, thinking, this kid isn't a good person. You can't use cunning in the context of a ninja's affairs. Zongshen Tianyi thought Yakura was still too naive. No wonder she would end up being sold out in the end. Yakura rolled her eyes at Tianyi and then said, let us go tell Elder Chiyo and the others. I'm sure they'll be happy to hear this. Zongshen Tianyi nodded, then followed Yakura to where Chiyo and Aizo were. At this moment, they looked serious as they studied the intelligence they had received. Noki has arrived with the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails and 4,000 ninja troops. This time, the ninja army was different from the previous one, which mostly consisted of lower-ranked ninjas. This time, it was truly the elite of Iwagakure. Sister, it seems we'll have to retreat to the desert. Aizo said slowly. The Jonin present understood that it would definitely not be as simple as just retreating back into their territory. Noki was determined to invade the land of wind. But fortunately, the wind country, filled with flying sand, had nothing to compete with IWA Ninja 4. At most, it would just be a loss of face. P.S. Dear readers, please allow me to ask for some free love power. Thank you all for your support. I appreciate it greatly. Chapter 45. Confronting Inoki Elder Ebiz, We Won't Retreat. Yakura strode in with Zongshen Tianyi, and everyone's eyes turned towards them. She pointed at Tianyi and said, this kid has mastered the flying thunder god. Chiyo and the others stood up excitedly, their eyes filled with enthusiasm as they looked at Zongshen Tianyi. Tianyi, have you really learned it? Chiyo asked eagerly. Zongshen Tianyi used magnet release to control a kunai engraved with the flying thunder god mark, which flew to Chiyo's side. In the next second, Tianyi, who was still at the door, vanished and then appeared beside Chiyo. The Jonin present could tell that Tianyi's movement wasn't just a body flicker technique, but that he had truly appeared out of thin air. Great! Since Tianyi has learned the flying thunder god, I can confidently let him handle Inoki. Chiyo had previously been reluctant to let Zongshen Tianyi confront Inoki. After all, his dust release was too powerful, and Chiyo feared that Tianyi might be killed by Inoki, causing Sunagakure to lose this talented individual. But now she felt reassured. With the flying thunder god, Tianyi could quickly evade danger if it arose. Everyone began to increase their patrols while discussing how to deal with the IWA ninjas. At this time, Inoki had not rushed to attack. They were resting in place. Time flew by to the next day. Zongshen Tianyi's chakra had increased by 10 cards. Tianyi's data will be noted at the end of this chapter. In the operations room, Elder Chiyo, Iwagakure has launched an attack. A sand ninja said anxiously, though there was not much fear in his eyes. In his view, they had Tianyi on their side, which gave them a definite advantage. Since that old dwarf Inoki wants to attack, let's show him the might of Sunagakure. Chiyo said, turning to Zongshen Tianyi. Tianyi, Inoki is up to you. Yes. Zongshen Tianyi nodded, very interested in Inoki. That dust release was something he was quite envious of. Everyone for Tsunagakure. Chiyo raised her fist high. For Tsunagakure. Everyone followed Chiyo's lead, and at this moment, they felt Tsunagakure was rising. The sand ninjas began to take action. Zongshen Tianyi left a mark here for emergency return and then gave Chiyo, Ibiz, and Yakura each a kunai with a mark. Tianyi, be careful. Chiyo said, we can lose this battle, but you absolutely cannot be harmed. In Chiyo's eyes, Tianyi was the opportunity for Tsunagakure's rise. Don't worry, Elder Chiyo, I value my life. Tianyi smiled. He then controlled the iron sand to fly towards the IWA ninjas, while Chiyo and the others quickly rushed to the battlefield. Ashisuki, you and Han will be responsible for dealing with Chiyo, Ibiz, and Yakura. Inoki believed that with Han, the Jinchuriki, Zuki, and the others could easily hold back the three opponents. He wanted to personally eliminate this genius from Tsunagakure, Zongshen Tianyi. Father, be careful. Zuki said worriedly as he looked at his father. Inoki nodded and then flew into the sky. At this moment, the sand ninjas had arrived. Inoki! Chiyo shouted angrily at the Tsukikage in the sky. If it weren't for this guy inciting the IWA ninjas to attack, forcing Zongshen Tianyi and the others to come for support, perhaps they would have already taken Kiki Mountain. Inoki looked down coldly at Chiyo and then turned his gaze to Zongshen Tianyi, who was also in the sky. Kid, you're impressive, but what a pity. Inoki envied Zongshen Tianyi for having shadow-level strength at such a young age. Why couldn't Iwagakure produce such a genius? After all, I'll use dust release to blast you 17 or 18 times. He continued, now, hand over the ninjutsu you obtained from Konoha, and then pay us 7 or 8 billion in war reparations, and I might consider letting you off. Inoki said again, magnet release, iron sand shuriken. Without any hesitation, Zongshen Tianyi decisively made his move. He took out a scroll, and iron sand surged out, gathering together. In the next instant, it rapidly transformed into countless shurikens. Under the influence of magnet release, these iron sand shurikens seemed to come alive, flying towards Inoki with fierce momentum like a storm. Damn it! Inoki didn't expect Zongshen Tianyi to attack directly. He thought the kid would just scold him first. Dust release, original world dissolution technique. A white cylindrical object formed in his hand and shot towards Zongshen Tianyi. The iron sand shurikens flying towards Inoki were instantly disintegrated by the dust release. The originally dense shurikens were blasted apart, leaving a void. Chiyo and the others looked worriedly at Zongshen Tianyi in the sky. Zongshen Tianyi easily dodged Inoki's dust release, and then saw some iron sand shurikens flying past Inoki. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. With a twist of his left hand, those iron sand shurikens that had flown past Inoki all reversed direction. That's the convenience of magnet release. Earth release, Earth Dome. Inoki hardened his body. Clang! The iron sand shurikens struck Inoki, producing a metallic clash. Kid, your attacks are. Inoki's words were interrupted when one of the iron sand shurikens transformed into Zongshen Tianyi. That's right, just now. Zongshen Tianyi had secretly created a shadow clone that transformed into an iron sand shuriken and flew over. Rasengan. The shadow clone's left hand held a Rasengan and smashed toward Inoki, while the right hand aimed to leave a flying thunder god mark on him. If successful, Inoki would undoubtedly become Zongshen Tianyi's captive. Earth release, rock fist technique. Being too close, Inoki didn't have time to use dust release, after all. It had a bit of a delay. Bang! The rock fist was smashed to bits by the Rasengan, and cold sweat appeared on Inoki's forehead. He had just been quick enough to hold back. Otherwise, his hand would have been turned to dust. At this moment, the shadow clone's right hand reached out towards Inoki. Although Inoki didn't know what he was trying to do, years of battle experience gave him a strong sense of crisis. If he got touched by his opponent, he would definitely die. Earth release, rock clone. Inoki created a rock clone to block in front of him. Zongshen Tianyi's shadow clone was stopped by this rock clone, and the mark couldn't be placed on Inoki. Inoki then immediately controlled the light-heavy rock technique to fly higher, until he reached the clouds. Inoki's racing heart calmed down a little. The shadow clone showed a hint of regret. It was so close. Note, summary of Zongshen Tianyi. Not counted in the word count. To prevent everyone from saying I'm just filling space, I'll add 10 chakra points for each day that passes. I haven't mentioned it every time, but a reader reminded me that if I don't write it down, people might think the system doesn't exist. So I've decided to note it down every day from now on. It won't take up much space, so please don't be harsh. As for the protagonist panel, I'll post it every few days for everyone's convenience. Host, Zongshen Tianyi Chakra, 600. 1 points, 60 days have passed, chakra attributes. Wind, earth, lightning, fire. Yang ninjutsu. Body flicker technique, wind release. Gale palm, wind release. Sickles, wind release. Great sickle, fire release. Great fireball, wind release. Blade of wind, explosive tag mechanized cannon. Explosive tag bomber, flying thunder god. Shadow clone technique, Rasengan, magnet release. Sand iron rain, sand iron wings, sand iron giant needle, sand iron shuriken, sand iron wall. Electromagnetic cannon. If I missed anything, please let me know. Thank you. Ninjutsu, yet to learn. 5 elements seal, dark walking technique, earth release collection, given by Luo Sha. Not yet unfolded, so I won't mention them one by one, but if I learn them later, I'll write them down individually. Thank you all for your support. This time, everyone sent a lot of gifts, and I was moved to tears. From now on, I'll update 3 times a day. Thanks for your support. Since this is my first time writing about Naruto, I've only been reading before. There's still many things I haven't noticed, and I apologize for that. I'll gradually improve in the future. Thank you all. Chapter 46. Captured Noki alive. Noki. Zongshen Tianyi and his shadow clones flew towards Noki in a pincer formation. After flying higher than Noki, they immediately unleashed their jutsu. Fire release, great fireball. Wind release, gale palm. Zongshen Tianyi infused both jutsu with 5 cards of chakra. The overwhelming flames dispersed the entire cloud layer, and the ninja below felt as if the sun had been obscured. Lord Kazekage, the IW ninjas looked anxiously at the sky, their hearts tightening. My father won't be in danger. Huanta didn't believe his father could be defeated so easily. After all, he was the Kazekage. Noki looked at the flames rushing towards him with destructive force and immediately formed hand seals. Water release. Exploding water shockwave. A large amount of water gushed from Naka's mouth. Although he didn't use this jutsu as outrageously as Deidara, it barely managed to fend off Zongshen Tianyi's attack. Buy Noki some time. Dust release. Detachment of the limit technique. Noki glared fiercely at Zongshen Tianyi, confident that the opponent wouldn't escape this time. Under the cover of the misty water, he used nearly half of his chakra to create a 10-meter diameter cylindrical barrier. However, all of this was within Zongshen Tianyi's perception. He couldn't afford to be careless against Noki, and his sensing jutsu never wavered. Tianyi left a shadow clone in place, while his main body flew directly above. Closing in on Noki. Whoosh! With a flash of light, Tianyi's 2 shadow clones were instantly destroyed by Noki. The mist in the air also disappeared. Were they killed? They must be dead. Lord Kazekage's dust release is lethal. No one can withstand it. Ha ha! The genius of Sunagakure is gone. The IWAE ninjas, seeing that Zongshen Tianyi had vanished from his original location, believed he was definitely dead. Chiyo, Yakura, and Eroso's expressions tightened. Although they knew Zongshen Tianyi had mastered Flying Thunder God, they were still worried. After all, the reputation of dust release was well known, which made them anxious. Just when everyone was concerned about Zongshen Tianyi, he flew down from a higher altitude. Magnet release. Electromagnetic cannon. A black streak of light shot through the sky towards Noki at lightning speed. The Sand Ninjas were thrilled, while the Ido Ninjas looked regretful. Noki realized he couldn't dodge at this speed and decided to take it head-on. Earth release. Heavy stone technique. A layer of rock appeared on Naka's body, protecting him. While he used earth release. Earth spear. Naka's entire body became quite bulky, but he confidently looked at Zongshen Tianyi. Zongshen Tianyi smirked disdainfully. Relying on his body to withstand his electromagnetic cannon was akin to looking for a turd while lighting a toilet. Boom! The rocks covering Naka's body offered no resistance and were instantly shattered, exposing Noki. Damn! Noki desperately controlled his body to evade the attack. However, it was too late. Escaping unharmed was impossible. Naka's feet were pierced by an iron sand spear. The excruciating pain made Noki scream, and the heavy stone technique nearly failed, but Noki still plummeted from the sky, albeit not as fast. Zongshen Tianyi threw a marked kunai in the direction where Noki was falling. Father. Huangtu immediately used the heavy stone technique to fly into the air, trying to catch Noki. Chiyo saw an opportunity and shouted, "Everyone, kill these IWA ninjas! Kill!" The Sand Ninjas charged excitedly towards their opponents. Scorch release. Over steaming kill. Wherever Yakura went, nothing grew. Corpses fell to the ground one after another. Chiyo and the other puppet masters unleashed all their puppets into the IWA ninjas. Everyone knew this was a great opportunity to deal a heavy blow to a Wagakure. Once this battle was over, they wouldn't have to worry about a Wagakure anymore. In the sky, Huangta caught his father, and when he saw his father's legs were gone, tears streamed down his face. "Father, I'm fine, hurry and go." Noki gritted his teeth and said, while Zongshen Tianyi looked down at them from above with his arms crossed. "All right." Huangta nodded, but the next second, they heard Zongshen Tianyi's voice from behind. "Where do you two think you're going?" Zongshen Tianyi used Flying Thunder God to appear behind them, leaving a mark on the back of their necks. Noki looked at the suddenly appearing Zongshen Tianyi with a terrified expression and said, "Flying Thunder God, you've learned Flying Thunder God." Just now, he and his son's necks had been touched by him, meaning they had definitely received the mark. "It's over." "Correct." Tianyi flashed a friendly smile. And the next second, he gave Huangtu a pill. He controlled his chakra, choosing not to kill Huangtu, but instead severely injuring him. Huangtu fell heavily to the ground and fainted. Zongshen Tianyi then carried Noki towards the battlefield. "The Kazekage has been captured. Long live Lord Tianyi." "Haha, we from Sunagakure are the strongest." The sand ninjas below were extremely excited. After so many years, they were finally going to make a name for themselves. "Damn, everyone get out of the way." Han, seeing that Kazekage captured, immediately panicked. He was about to enter Tailed Beast transformation. At this moment, the Tailed Beast cloak was already manifesting on him. He had to rescue the Kazekage. The crowd nodded, quickly creating distance to support elsewhere. "Sister, this is bad." Their Jinchuriki is about to make a move. Eroso, who had been observing the enemy, shouted at Yakura, simultaneously alerting all the sand ninjas. "This is bad." Chiyo and Yakura's expressions turned extremely grim. They knew that facing a tailed beast was very disadvantageous for them. After all, they couldn't win in a fight and couldn't outlast them either. The other ordinary sand ninjas looked terrified. They remembered the scene of the One Tail rampaging in the past and looked at Chiyo and Yakura. "We can't let the Five Tails Jinchuriki get close to Tianyi." Chiyo and the others rushed forward. At this moment, Chiyo thought that even if they had to sacrifice the 10 people of Kinmatsu today to stop the opponent, they would do it. "Tianyi, you hurry and take the Kazekage away." Eroso shouted at Zongshen Tianyi. With the Kazekage in hand, this war would be a victory. However, Tianyi did not leave. Zongshen Tianyi sent out a shadow clone from the sky, and a large amount of iron sand flew towards Han under his control. Magnet release. Iron sand. A 50-meter wave made of iron sand slammed down on Han. The iron sand engulfed Han, forming a pyramid-like shape. Although the now-tailed, beast-formed Han was constantly attacking, trying to escape, the iron sand kept reinforcing, and he couldn't break free for a while. "Kazekage, make your people surrender." Zongshen Tianyi looked down at the pale-faced Noki. "We IWA ninjas will never surrender." Nakis Will of Stone would never allow him to betray his village. Zongshen Tianyi looked at the old man and couldn't help but chuckle. Then he slowly spoke. "Have you ever thought about what will happen to your village if you die?" Tianyi looked at Anoki. Anoki's face was exceptionally grim. "Let me think for you. Your village will definitely be besieged by our Sunagakure, Kumogakure, and Kirigakure. By then, there will be no Earth country in the entire ninja world, let alone a Wagakure," Zongshen Tianyi said with a smile. "You." Anoki knew he couldn't die now. He had to stay alive until the next Kazekage was chosen, even if it meant just surviving. "You must ensure that you won't kill these people." Anoki looked at the people from his village. "Of course, I'm not a murderer," Zongshen Tianyi replied with a smile. Anoki looked at him with a strange expression. At that moment, Tianyi remembered the nickname a Wagakure had given him, Iron Sand Butcher, and couldn't help but blush. "The Wagakure, surrender," Anoki shouted loudly. Then he completely lost his spirit. Chapter 47, Dust Release in Hand. Danzo's scheme Nakis voice spread across the battlefield. The rock shinobi looked at Noki being held in the air by Z-Ng-Sage in T New York, and then they all despondently dropped their weapons. Their Kazekage had been captured, and they had already lost this war. Han was also restrained, and Z-Ng-Sage in T New York Shadow Clone had stopped as well, having used a large amount of iron sand to control him, disarm them of their ninja tools. Chiyo glanced at the rock shinobi and then arranged for people to gather them together, confiscating their shuriken, kunai, and explosive tags. She also ordered the sealing team to seal the chakra of the rock shinobi's Jonin, especially Han, who was given special attention with seals one after another. As for the other Nin and Genin, they were not dealt with. Without the Jonin, they wouldn't pose much of a threat. At this moment, Z-Ng-Sage and T New York landed on the ground and handed Noki over to Chiyo for her to treat him. Although T New York had learned medical ninjutsu by following Chiyo, he still did not have the ability to heal Noki. His injuries could be considered severe. T New York did well. Chiyo looked at Noki, whose legs had already been lost, and felt a surge of joy. Naka's strength would certainly drop significantly. Old dwarf, let me give you some simple treatment, Chiyo said with a sly smile. It was impossible to heal him, but she planned to secretly administer some slow-acting poison. Zengesa entinen naturally sensed hius little trick. But he said nothing and instead thought it was well done. After a simple bandaging, Zongshen and T. New York took out a pen and several blank scrolls. Looking at Noki with a smile. Come on, Kazekage, write down your dust release training methods. Oh, and also the super heavy rock technique and the light and heavy rock techniques. Write them all down. Looking at the blank scrolls and the pen before him, Noki was filled with regret. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have been so greedy, thinking of getting ninjutsu from Tsunagakure to Konoha. It would have been much easier to just attack Konoha. They would have been easier to defeat. Will you let us go after I write? Noki asked as he took the scrolls, looking up at Zongshen and T. New York. Yes, but you have to pay. Kazekage, the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails, along with so many people, will require you to give us 10 billion ryo. Chiyo almost stumbled upon hearing this. Impossible. If he took everything from us, we wouldn't have that much. Noki felt he had given this kid the wrong nickname. He should have been called the Iron Sand Butcher, but rather the Iron Sand Toad, because a toad dreams too grandly. Chiyo also nudged T. New York, suggesting he shouldn't ask for such an outrageous amount. How much can you offer? Zongshen and T. New York asked. Noki glanced at the rock shinobi who were looking down and at the restrained Han, then slowly said, I can give you 300 million ryo. T. New York looked at Noki and softly replied, 300 million ryo? It seemed your Kazekage still has quite a bit of money. How about you give us 600 million ryo along with your ninjutsu? Of course, this is just a rough compensation. Later, Elder Chiyo and Elder Kike Z will discuss the details with you. Chiyo thought that 600 million in cash was something a Wagakure could still scrape together. Noki thought for a moment and nodded. 600 million was still feasible, but once this money was paid, it would be difficult for a Wagakure to take advantage of the turbulent ninja world later on. He could only hope that Kumogakure and Kirigakure wouldn't attack. As for Konoha, Noki knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen wouldn't make a move. All right. Noki closed his eyes and slowly nodded. He then began to write down the training methods for dust release. Noki, if this is fake, you better watch out for your neck. Zongshen and T. New York said, his eyes sharp. Noki looked up at Zongshen and T. New York and said nothing, just nodded. This kid was too troublesome, with Flying Thunder God and Magnet Release. If he went to a Wagakure, the village would be turned upside down. Thus, he immediately dismissed any small thoughts he had and obediently began to write. T. New York, you should go rest for a while. We'll take care of things here. Chiyo smiled at Zongshen and T. New York, thinking that since he had captured Noki and even controlled the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails, he should take a good rest. Okay, Elder Chiyo, I'll leave the rest to you. Being able to rest was something Zongshen and T. New York naturally liked. After all, it would take some time for Noki to finish writing the dust release techniques. Zongshen and T. New York then left the battlefield and returned to the camp, where he began to produce a large number of shadow clones to practice the 5 elements sealing technique and the dark walking technique. Time passed swiftly, and before they knew it, the next day had arrived. Zongshen and T. New York woke up, smiling, having gained an additional 10 chakra cards. At this moment, Yetsong brought over the dust release training methods that Noki had written overnight. Here you go, kid, I think with your talent. It won't take long for you to master it. Yetsong thought of the scene where this guy trained with hundreds of shadow clones and couldn't help but drool with envy. Thank you. Zongshen and T. New York took the scroll with a smile and went to practice. Dust release, here I come. Meanwhile, the news of its Kazekage being captured by the Iron Sand Butcher was presented to the various leaders. In Konoha, at the Hokage building, I didn't expect Zongshen and T. New York to grow so strong so quickly. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the information in his hand, feeling a hint of fear in his heart. At the same time, he began to worry, thinking that he didn't have the strength to capture Noki himself. At this time, Danzo quickly arrived at the Hokage building. Hiruzen, do you know about Zongshen and T. New York? Danzo's face was filled with urgency. He felt he must increase his own strength. I need to make a trip to the Land of Rain. I know, this is getting a bit tricky. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath. His young son's forbidden jutsu had not yet been dealt with, and now he learned that Tsunagakure had gained such a strong individual. We must take action against Zongshen and T. New York. Danzo's expression was serious. No, Hiruzen immediately spoke to stop him. The sealing team has not made progress yet. We cannot act now. Moreover, Z-Enjusage entity New York strength is not weak. We cannot let Danzo act recklessly. Don't forget your identity, Hiruzen. I need to go to the land of rain and find Hanzo. I hope you think carefully. Danzo's eyes darkened, secretly thinking. At this point, Hiruzen, you still prioritize your son over Konoha. Fortunately, I have already sent someone to take action. What are you going to do in the land of rain? Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression was serious. He was worried that Danzo would act recklessly and attack Sunagakure without authorization. Danzo assessed Sarutobi Hiruzen and said coldly, I told you. I'm going to take action against Z-Enjusage NT New York. But don't worry, I won't act myself. I'll let Rasha take action. He certainly could not reveal his true intentions to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Rasha taking action? Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but think of Hitaki Kakashi. If Orochimaru also took this step, would you be at ease? Moreover, Rasha is not a broad-minded person. Danzo showed a hint of mockery. Zongshen Tianyi's achievements on Kiki Mountain can only be described as dazzling, but they won't have much impact on Rasha's position as Wind Shadow. However, Zongshen Tianyi's capture of Earth Shadow is a different matter. He already possesses the strength of a shadow, and his achievements are far more impressive than Rasha's as Wind Shadow. As long as he sends someone to provoke a little, will Rasha take action against his good disciple? Before leaving, Danzo glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen and thought to himself, if it's Hiruzen then, Danzo cannot reveal that it was us who did this. Sarutobi Hiruzen acknowledged Danzo's actions. Danzo nodded and left the Hokage building, heading straight for outside the village. P.S. This is the last chapter for today. Thanks again for everyone's support. The little brother once again kneels to request free love-powered support. Thank you, big shots. Chapter 48. Asuma is dead after Danzo left. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in a chair and took a deep puff of smoke. It seems that the experiment must be restarted. Seeing the strength of Zongshen Tianyi, the sense of crisis in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart grew stronger. After all, Zongshen Tianyi was only in his teens, and his strength had not yet reached its peak. Once he reached his peak, the crisis for Konoha would be extremely great. The power of wood release must re-emerge in Konoha. Boom! At that moment, a massive explosion occurred outside the Sarutobi residence. A whole street was directly blown away. Damn! What's going on? Someone go investigate immediately. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and immediately ordered the Umbu outside to investigate. Yes, Hokage-sama. At this time, voices from the Umbu could be heard outside the room, and someone went to investigate the explosion site. What happened? The village was attacked. Hurry to rescue people. The explosion actually occurred next to the Hokage's family residence. It must have been done by the enemy. Seeing this, the ninjas in the village rushed over. Even the ninjas from the Sarutobi clan at the Sarutobi residence rushed to the entrance of their family compound. Watching the familiar street disappear in the explosion, the members of the Sarutobi clan couldn't help but gasp in shock. Fortunately, this explosion happened outside. If it had been in our residence, it would have been disastrous. They couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat that had appeared on their foreheads. At this time, the explosion also attracted the attention of those protecting Asuma Sarutobi in the residence. What's going on? Has the village encountered an attack? Wai Kurenai looked outside the courtyard, filled with confusion. Mitokado Hamura and Oil Woman Jiwei also came to his side, looking outside. Should we go see what is going on? Wai Kurenai turned to them and asked softly, let us not. Our mission is to protect Asuma. There are others in the village as well, Mitokado Hamura said steadily. Without the Hokage's order, he really didn't dare to leave. If something happened to Asuma Sarutobi, he would definitely not survive. Wai Kurenai and Oil Woman Jiwei exchanged glances and then nodded. Just then, 8 root ninjas dressed in Umbu clothing quickly arrived. Sirs, the Hokage has dispatched us to protect young Master Asuma, the 8 of them said. All right, thank you for your trouble. It was no surprise that the Hokage sent personnel to protect his son after an incident occurred outside the Sarutobi residence. The 3 of them did not suspect anything extraordinary. The 8 of them quickly moved into the courtyard. Once they entered the courtyard, they soon arrived at Asuma Sarutobi's room. Inside, there were 10 members of the sealing team studying the forbidden jutsu on Asuma, along with 2 Umbu squads standing guard over him. At this moment, Asuma was sitting in the room, feeling very impatient. Ever since he returned, he had a large crowd around him, feeling like an animal in a zoo being observed. Now seeing 8 more people walk in, his displeasure grew even more. What does the old man take me for? Why are there more people sent again? Asuma Sarutobi shouted at the 8 new root ninjas. The 2 Umbu squads originally protecting Asuma looked warily at the root ninjas. It wasn't time for a shift change. What were these guys doing here? Young Master Asuma. Just now the village was attacked by enemies, and an entire street outside the Sarutobi residence was destroyed. Hokage-sama is worried for your safety and has sent us to reinforce, the leading root ninja explained. Hearing this, the Umbu members felt somewhat relieved, as they had also heard the loud explosion just now. After hearing the root ninja's explanation, Asuma stopped complaining, though the impatience on his face only grew. At this time, 4 root ninjas stood at the 4 corners of the room, while the other 4 stood still. The Umbu felt something was strange, but didn't think much of it. After all, they were sent by the Hokage in Shunti. 4 purple flames formation. However, at this moment, the situation suddenly changed as the 4 root ninjas at the corners moved to isolate the Umbu squads outside. The other 4 root ninjas quickly removed their clothing, revealing the runes of the 4 symbols sealing technique beneath. The 4 symbols sealing technique. A torrent of black water surged out from their bodies. No, the sealing team members were aware of the terrifying nature of this sealing technique and showed signs of despair on their faces. Asuma Sarutobi's expression froze, and he kept mumbling, "I'm a son of the Hokage. You can't kill me." Outside, Waihai Kurenai and the others saw the rising 4 purple flames formation, and their faces changed dramatically. Before they could even enter the room, they saw the room engulfed by black water. Boom! A large pit was left behind. In the pit lay the bodies of 4 root ninjas who had used the 4 symbols sealing technique. What the hell? Waihai Kurenai couldn't help but curse. Asuma was gone. How far were they from death? Midokado Hamura and Oil Woman Jiwei felt their hearts sink. Asuma. Sarutobi threw away the lunchbox in his hand and rushed over, seeing that his son's room now only had a large pit, with 4 figures resembling Umbu lying at the bottom, their faces filled with pain. The comforting words from Waihai, Kurenai, and the others could not be uttered at this moment. The news of Asuma's death quickly reached Sarutobi Hiruzen's ears. Upon hearing this news, Sarutobi Hiruzen rushed to the Sarutobi residence. Hokage-sama, we are sorry we could not protect young Master Asuma. Waihai Kurenai and the others bowed apologetically, their faces filled with guilt. Once again, this time, Asuma had died right under their protection, and there wasn't even a body left. Sarutobi Hiruzen ignored them and walked over to comfort his wife, which filled Waihai Kurenai and the others with a sense of fear. It's over. Our lives are definitely not safe. After calming down for a moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen said coldly, "Check the tongues of these 4. He saw the sealing technique as inscriptions on the bodies of the 4 and realized it was the 4 symbols sealing technique, which made him suspicious of his friend. Shimura Danzo. The Umbu immediately pried open the mouths of the 4 and pulled out their tongues, but there was nothing on the tongues. Everyone present knew about the existence of Root and was quite surprised to see that there was no tongue curse removal seal. It wasn't Danzo who did this. Danzo, would I be so foolish as to send those who have had the tongue curse removal seal lifted and brainwashed to the point where they don't even know their own parents' surnames? However, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not think so. He believed it was definitely related to Root. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked towards the outside of the village and thought to himself, Danzo, it seems that I cannot let you live anymore. P.S. Today there are still 3 chapters, as a thank you for the gifts everyone sent yesterday. I kindly ask everyone to give some free love-powered gifts again. Chapter 49, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The Ninja Hero Experience card is activated. Everyone turned their attention to Sarutobi Hiruzen. He closed his eyes for a moment, and when he opened them again, there was a sharp glint in his gaze. The Ninja Hero Experience card was officially activated. Someone, go notify Orochimaru and the others to take action and quickly resolve the battle at Kiki Mountain. Begin the attack on Sunagakure. Also, inform clan leader Fugaku to come to my office. Now that his son was gone, there was no need to give any concessions to the Sand Shinobi. He wanted to cripple Sunagakure and make them pay a price. Although his son was not killed by the Sand Shinobi, his death was caused by the Sand Shinobi's forbidden jutsu. Yes, an Umbu member immediately went to relay the message using a summoning beast to the camp at Kiki Mountain. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked down at his wife, Pahahoku. Don't worry, I will avenge Asuma. Sarutobi Pahahoku covered her mouth and nodded. Then, Sarutobi Hiruzen instructed a servant to help his wife down. You've all worked hard during this time. Please take a good rest. The village will still need your help later. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to the 3 members of the Uzumaki clan, comforting them, but his tone did not give them a sense of security. His words sounded completely different in their ears. You all go back and rest for a bit. I'm going to find a dull knife to slowly chop you all to death. Lord Hokage, we are leaving. Please accept our condolences. The three bowed again, leaving the Sarutobi clan with worried expressions. As Sarutobi Hiruzen watched their retreating figures, he had his own calculations. Yamanaka Shimi is the young clan leader of the Yamanaka clan. I will spare him for now. Once the war is over, I will deal with him. Considering that he still needed the Yamanaka clan, he did not plan to kill Yamanaka Shimi during this Third Shinobi World War. However, he would not let Uzumaki Mito and Yamanaka Shizen go. The Uzumaki and Yamanaka clans had long since declined. Killing the two of them would not pose a problem as long as there was no evidence. I will leave it to Danzo to handle at that time. He then headed to the Hokage building. At this moment, Danzo, who was heading to the Land of Rain, smiled slightly upon learning that his people had succeeded. Lord Danzo, it seems that Hokage-sama is already suspicious of you, one of the root ninjas said. No matter. I am doing this for Konoha. Danzo replied calmly. I will soon obtain the sage's eye. At that time, will I still be afraid of Hiruzen? However, he could let Hiruzen take over Root. He didn't fully trust others. Hiruzen was so cunning that he would undoubtedly handle Root's affairs well. At this thought, Danzo couldn't help but smile wickedly. He then quickened his pace, hoping to reach the Land of Rain sooner. Hokage building. Uchiha Fugaku was now sitting in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Clan leader Fugaku, it's time for your Uchiha clan to contribute to Konoha. The situation in the ninja world is turbulent, and we must quickly end the war with the Land of Wind to prevent the other three great nations from taking advantage of it, Sarutobi Hiruzen said seriously. Of course. Uchiha Fugaku clenched his hands tightly. It was finally the Uchiha's turn to go to the battlefield. He had been looking forward to this for a long time. Clan leader Fugaku, I will leave the rest to you. I believe with the strength of the Uchiha clan, which has always been formidable after this war, with the great achievements you will make, you should be able to rise to a high position in Konoha and be granted the title of elder. Sarutobi Hiruzen painted a bright picture for Uchiha Fugaku to encourage the Uchiha clan to fully engage against the Sand Shinobi. However, he did not mention Hokage, as that would have been too unrealistic. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes instantly lit up. If the Uchiha could obtain a position as an elder, it would help alleviate the current tensions between the clan and the village, easing the resentment within the clan. Hokage-sama, you can rest assured. Our Uchiha clan will strike with full force. We will work with Orochimaru to completely defeat Tsunagakure. Uchiha Fugaku said with a determined tone. Good. Clan leader Fugaku. Prepare to leave as soon as possible. I have already ordered Orochimaru to take action. By the time you arrive, he may have already taken the fight to the Land of Wind. Sarutobi Hiruzen believed that with Konoha's current strength at Kiki Mountain, defeating the Sand Shinobi would not take long. Yes, Uchiha Fugaku hurriedly left. At this moment, Mito Minyin and Tino-Ke Haru came out. Hiruzen, are you really planning to give the Uchiha a position as an elder? They asked. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, and Mito Minyin and Tino-Ke Haru breathed a sigh of relief. How could I give the Uchiha a position as an elder? It's just to motivate them a bit, to make the Uchiha work hard for Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen would not allow the Uchiha to extend their reach into the higher echelons. But what if they come to you for the elder position afterward? They questioned again. At that time, I will directly announce my abdication. If I abdicate, there is no way for them to become elders. They can only be disappointed, he replied. Moreover, knowing the Uchiha's nature, they won't care about the elder position at that time. They'll be thinking about how to become Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen chuckled. Those Uchiha madmen are almost obsessed with becoming Hokage. That's true. The two felt much more at ease. The position of the fourth Hokage was already determined, and it was naturally their supported Minato Namikaze. Only with Minato as Hokage would their power not be stripped away. At Kiki Mountain, the Konoha camp, Orochimaru had received the news from the village. Initially, he was a bit surprised. He couldn't understand why his teacher would order him to take action. After receiving the information from his agents in Konoha, learning that Asuma was dead and that it was likely Danzo's doing, he couldn't help but smile. Was Danzo not afraid of his teacher coming after him later? Or did Danzo possess some new ability that made him feel he could deal with his teacher? Orochimaru became intrigued. He thought that after defeating the Sand Shinobi here at Kiki Mountain, it would be necessary to contact Danzo. Perhaps he could gain some unexpected surprises. Orochimaru summoned all the ninjas in the camp. Minato Namikaze, Kushina, Sarutobi Shinji, and Inuzuka Kiba, among others, all arrived. P.S. There is one more chapter. Thank you all for your support. I kindly ask everyone not to abandon the book. If you feel that my updates are too few, please leave a message here. If many people request more updates, I will increase the frequency of updates to satisfy everyone. Also, I humbly ask for some gifts. Let's charge this wave with love for free. Chapter 50. Encounter on the battlefield of One Tail and Ninetales. Everyone. A command just came from the village, instructing us to take action and end this standoff at Kiki Mountain. After seeing everyone arrive, Orochimaru conveyed the village's orders. Hearing this, those who knew the inside story about Asuma were very surprised and instinctively looked towards Sarutobi Shino. Is the Hokage not concerned about Asuma? Most of the civilian Nin looked at each other in confusion, not understanding what was happening. Orochimaru, could you be mistaken? How could my father give such an order? Sarutobi Shino immediately stood up, as his brother still bore the forbidden seal of Sunagakure. I have some bad news for you. Your brother was attacked and killed. Orochimaru turned to Sarutobi Shino. This statement struck Shino like a thunderbolt, leaving him frozen on the spot. Everyone was even more shocked. The Hokage's son was actually attacked and killed in Konoha. Everyone, we need to quickly end this war. Orochimaru began to make arrangements. Kushina, I leave the One Tail to you. Rasha, I will hold them off. Minato, you just need to deal with those Sand Shinobi. At the same time, Minato, be wary of Tanichi-kun. The news from Iwagakure indicates that he has learned the Flying Thunder God technique. In Orochimaru's view, this operation posed no significant difficulty. The only thing to be cautious about was whether Zongshen Tianyi would come. Orochimaru's words nearly dropped everyone's jaws. Those in the know were astonished that Zongshen Tianyi had learned the Flying Thunder God so quickly. Those unaware were completely baffled. Why would Zongshen Tianyi learn the Flying Thunder God? Minato, how long did it take you to learn the Flying Thunder God? Orochimaru curiously inquired. Wave Wind Minato gave a wry smile. Lord Orochimaru, it took me 7 months to master it. He originally thought his talent in this area was quite good. But Zongshen Tianyi was even more explosive. The worst part was that the opponent was an enemy of Konoha. Minato, why on earth did that guy Tianyi learn the Flying Thunder God? Kushina voiced the thoughts of the civilian Nin present. Those in the know felt a bit awkward. This was a difficult question to answer, especially since it concerned the Hokage. Wave Wind Minato was troubled, unsure of what to do. Answering directly could put the Hokage in a difficult position, but he couldn't lie, and he certainly didn't want to deceive Kushina. Fortunately, at this moment, Orochimaru helped Minato out, saying, Kushina, this is a village secret, and Minato doesn't know. Wave Wind Minato gave Orochimaru a grateful look. All right, Kushina pouted. Now let us get moving. We'll end the battle tonight. Orochimaru instructed everyone. Yes. The crowd immediately stood up, their eyes filled with determination. Soon, the ninjas in the camp surged out, charging towards the Sand Shinobi's encampment. Kushina, be careful out there. Wave Wind Minato was worried that he wouldn't be able to keep an eye on Kushina on the battlefield. Don't worry, Minato, I'm not weak. To tell you a secret, I can now maintain control for a long time, even in the presence of the Six Tails. Kushina slightly tilted her head and said to Wave Wind Minato, That's amazing. Wave Wind Minato smiled brightly and gave Kushina a thumbs up. At the Sand Shinobi's encampment, Kazekage, the Konoha ninjas are attacking us. They've all mobilized. A sensing ninja rushed into the command room and reported to Rasha. What? Doesn't Orochimaru care about killing his teacher's son? Rasha thought that the Konoha ninjas were attacking because Orochimaru was acting behind Sarutobi Hiruzen's back. After all, the weak Sarutobi Hiruzen would have such guts. Go release the Jinchuriki and let him join the battle. Rasha began to worry. If Konoha really attacked, given the current strength of their Sand Shinobi, they would be no match. Yes, an Umbu ninja hurriedly went to release Fubuki. Meanwhile, Rasha controlled the sands to fly high into the sky and saw the Konoha ninjas charging in. He shouted, Orochimaru, you're attacking. Don't you fear killing your teacher's son? Rasha's shout puzzled many Konoha ninjas. However, they remembered that the Hokage's eldest son was with them, so they thought Kazekage was using Sarutobi Shino to threaten Orochimaru. Orochimaru said nothing and chose to take action. Summoning technique. Summoning the 10,000 snakes. This time, 10,000 snakes. Help me take down Rasha. There will be plenty of offerings for you afterward. Orochimaru didn't even give 10,000 snakes a chance to speak. All right, 10,000 snakes, seeing Orochimaru so straightforward, immediately became cautious. If there was even a hint of danger, he would cancel the summoning and return to the Riga Kobo. He had been tricked by Orochimaru before. Damn it, sealing team, activate the forbidden technique against Asuma. I want to see if Orochimaru will feel good about this. Rasha didn't believe that Sarutobi Hiruzen would take revenge for his son. The sealing team, upon receiving the order, intended to activate the forbidden technique, only to find that the forbidden technique was no longer available. To be precise, Asuma was already dead. Kazekage, Sarutobi Asuma, is dead. The sealing team reported loudly. Upon hearing this, Rasha gritted his teeth. How could Sarutobi Hiruzen have such courage? Then he couldn't care about that anymore, as Orochimaru was already attacking. The war began again. Fubuki sighed and then slowly said, Shikaku, I'll trouble you this time. For the sake of the old monk and my little brother Zongshen Tianyi, I'll help you, Sand Shinobi, this once. Shikaku said proudly. Fubuki used the technique of temporary sleep. Then Fubuki continuously poured out sand, gradually forming Shikaku's figure. Konoha, here I come. Shikaku swung its tail, sending many Konoha ninjas flying. One tail, your opponent is me. At this moment, Kushina rushed out, seeing the large number of Konoha ninjas sacrificed. The chakra of the Ninetales surged from her body, forming a layer of armor. Nara Shikaku and others looked towards Wave Wind Minato. Minato, is Kushina going to be alright? Don't worry, Kushina is fine. Wave Wind Minato believed in his girlfriend, his eyes filled with killing intent as he glared at the Sand Shinobi on the battlefield. To ensure Kushina's safety, he needed to quickly take care of these opponents. Seeing Kushina, Shikaku's eyes widened. The Ninetales, the one he hated the most, had arrived. The Ninetales within Kushina opened its eyes, sensing Shikaku's chakra. It was unexpected that Kushina encountered that useless Shikaku. It hoped Kushina could beat him up. The Ninetales planned to cooperate well with Kushina today to help her deal with Shikaku. Take this, a tailed beast bomb from me. Today I saw a comment saying one tail can't use a tailed beast bomb, and I just found evidence. I'll share it later, of course. The TV version. Shikaku wanted to directly blow up the Ninetales Jinchuriki, which would eliminate the Ninetales, allowing him to brag to other tailed beasts about having defeated the Ninetales before. When the Ninetales is revived in the future and we have a chance to meet, I will be able to mock him in person. P.S. Chapter 3. Thank you all for your support. Little brother is asking for some free gifts. And thanks to everyone. Chapter 51. Defeat at Kiki Mountain. Raza seriously injured seeing a tailed beast ball being launched. Sarutobi Shino and the others beside Kushina immediately turned and ran without a second thought. They didn't know if Kushina would die from the explosion, but they definitely would. Upon seeing this, Kushina directly entered her tailed beast transformation, and it was the 6 tails that she could currently control. Similarly, a tailed beast ball formed in her mouth as well. Boom! The 2 tailed beast balls collided and exploded, creating shockwaves that uprooted all the trees in the vicinity. Sarutobi Shino and the others were sent flying in embarrassment. Those who were closer were affected as well. Subsequently, the Konoha and Sand ninjas tacitly distanced themselves from the area. If they stayed any longer, their lives would be in danger. Lord Shino, let's go. Those who had regained their senses immediately grabbed Sarutobi Shino and fled further away. At this time, Minato was paying attention to his girlfriend. Seeing her enter the tailed beast transformation, he quickly took out his flying thunder god kunai and threw it into the fray. The Sand ninjas were slaughtered by Minato like pigs. The morale of the Konoha ninjas surged. Great job, Lord Minato. Those Sand elite ninjas can't hold him off for even a second. This battle is a sure win for Konoha. Kill. The Konoha ninjas, filled with excitement, charged into the battlefield with fervor. Among the hot-blooded, there was naturally Obito. Don't run too fast, or if you die later, Rin and I won't be able to find your body. Kakashi had a hint of worry in his eyes. Although the Sand ninjas were retreating, this was a battlefield. It was very normal to be caught off guard and die unexpectedly. Damn Kakashi, I won't die. I'm going to be Hokage. Obito jumped in front of Kakashi, shouting angrily. Kakashi rolled his eyes in disdain, as if to say, you think a loser like you can become Hokage? Ah. Obito, seeing Kakashi's expression, rolled up his sleeves, ready to punch him. Obito, enough. We're on a battlefield. Rin hurriedly pulled Obito back, persuading him. All right, I'll listen to you. Obito stood beside Rin with a smile, while Kakashi rolled his eyes again. Raza watched as his villagers fell one after another. Knowing that this battle was a loss for the Sand, he signaled to the Umbu who had been watching this side to notify the Sand ninjas to retreat, while he and the one-tailed Jinchuriki would hold the line. Soon, the order was passed down. Raza, you think you're leaving so easily this time? Orochimaru licked his lips. His teacher's son was dead, And if Kiki Mountain couldn't inflict serious damage on the sand, he wouldn't be able to explain it to Sarutobi-sensei later. Orochimaru, do you think you can keep me here? Raza showed a hint of disdain. Facing Raza's contempt, Orochimaru was not angry, but continued to restrain him. At this time, Minato noticed that the sand ninjas were rapidly retreating. He was delighted and turned to look at his girlfriend. Seeing that the one-tail was fighting fiercely against the tailed beast transformed Kushina. Seeing that Kushina was not in any danger, Minato felt relieved. He then turned his gaze to Raza. To quickly end this battle, the best method was to deal with either the one-tail or Raza. Between the two, it was obviously easier to deal with the latter. So, Minato rushed to support Orochimaru. Nara, Shikaku, and the others, who were in battle, realized that Minato's actions indicated that the fight was coming to an end. Raza alone was no match for the combined forces of Orochimaru and Minato. If things went well, they might even capture Kage. Raza also noticed Minato rushing over. Damn! Raza immediately controlled a large amount of sand to try to restrain Orochimaru and Manda, freeing himself to deal with Minato. Meanwhile, Orochimaru regretted not having taken a flying thunder god kunai from Minato earlier, which could have brought him here sooner. Previously, Minato had suggested that Orochimaru take a kunai with him, but Orochimaru had refused. The reason for Orochimaru's refusal was simple. He didn't want to carry something that could threaten his life. Magnet release, sand wave. Raza controlled a large amount of sand that rolled continuously, attacking Orochimaru and Manda. The dense yet numerous sand quickly suppressed Manda. Damn! Manda sensed danger and immediately released the summoning, returning to the Riga core. Orochimaru's face turned particularly ugly at this scene. What is Manda doing? Why did it run away? He felt that Manda was becoming increasingly cowardly. Seeing Manda leave, Raza's face revealed a hint of a smile. One less. With one less beast, Raza could take it easier. However, at this moment, Minato also attacked. A flying thunder god kunai was thrown toward Raza, who immediately controlled himself to retreat without hesitation. He also surrounded himself with a large amount of sand that spun rapidly around him, protecting his body tightly. Raza, why are you acting like a turtle? Orochimaru sneered. Watching as Raza was so guarded against Minato, he couldn't help but think, why can't I learn the flying thunder god? Orochimaru, let us team up to deal with him. Minato displayed 10 flying thunder god kunai, ready to strike at any moment. Raza unwillingly glanced at the two of them, then controlled the sand to move toward the one-tail. The situation was dire. He needed to take the one-tail Jinchuriki and escape. Otherwise, they would be in danger. Kushina. Minato left a flying thunder god kunai behind and immediately used the flying thunder god to appear next to Kushina. Damn! Raza in the sky gritted his teeth in anger at this scene. However, he couldn't abandon the one-tail and run away. That would leave Tsunegakure without a top combat power, and he wouldn't be able to explain it to the village. Magnet release, sand. Raza controlled a large amount of sand to move toward Minato from all directions, trying to force him to use the flying thunder god to leave, thus giving him a chance to awaken his split soul. Minato saw through Raza's intentions and deliberately retreated under Raza's pressure. A smile formed at the corner of his mouth. Previously, he had moved the one-tail, and he had placed his flying thunder god mark on it. Once Raza approached, he would immediately activate the flying thunder god. At that point, even if Raza didn't die, he would be seriously injured. Orochimaru clearly remembered the previous event, and he now crossed his arms, watching Raza with a smile. Minato successfully left the area and appeared beside Orochimaru. Orochimaru then quietly spat out a scroll, taking out a large number of explosive tags. Let us arrange a good surprise for Lord Kazekage. Minato took the explosive tags and nodded with a smile. At this moment, seeing that Minato had left, Raza immediately flew to the side of the one-tail. Quick! Before he could wake up Finfu, a figure appeared here. Luo Sha's eyes showed a hint of panic. It's Minato Namikaze. Minato left a large number of explosive tags for Luo Sha, then quickly disappeared. Luo Sha immediately used gold sand to protect himself, hoping to withstand it. Boom! A large number of explosive tags exploded instantly. Even Shikaku, the tailed beast, was in pain from the explosion. When the smoke cleared, one of Luo Sha's hands had been blown off, and he was lying in a pool of blood. At this moment, Funfu was half asleep and half awake, shouting in the spiritual world, Shikaku, hurry and take Lord Kazekage away. What a hassle. Shikaku also knew that he was no match for Kushina in her tail beast form. So he grabbed Luo Sha from the ground and quickly headed towards the land of wind. Kushina fired a few tailed beast balls at the fleeing Shikaku. P.S. Thank you to all the readers for the gifts today. This is the first update. I'm asking for some free love to power up. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 52. The body of Shoha is failing, of course. These tailed beast balls were all dodged by Shoha. Damn Ninetales. I will definitely give you a good beating in the future. Shoha cursed while running. At the same time, he looked at the Rusha in his hands, wondering if this guy was going to die. After all, he is the master of my little brother. If he dies, my little brother will be very sad. Shoha thought for a moment and decided to run toward the place with people. Hopefully, someone would be able to save this guy. At this moment, the Konoha ninjas were excitedly celebrating. They had won this battle. Moreover, the opponent's Wind Shadow had been severely injured. Minato, well done. After praising Namake's Minato, Orochimaru immediately rushed off to search for Rusha's flesh. After all, the opponent was also a magnet release ninja, and his flesh was worth studying. Lord Orochimaru. Minato watched Orochimaru spit out some test tubes filled with nutrient liquid from his mouth, then look everywhere for flesh, shaking his head helplessly. Kushina also excitedly ran over. Minato, did you see? The one tail just ran around in panic after I hit it. If the third Hokage had sent me to the battlefield earlier, we would have won long ago. Kushina said proudly, hands on her hips. Minato smiled as he looked at his girlfriend. Yes, if Kushina had joined the battle earlier, Tsunagakure might have already surrendered by now. Minato followed up on Kushina's words. Kushina was very happy to hear this. Teacher. At this moment, Obito, Kakashi, and Rin also walked over. Obito, are you okay? Kushina was the first to look at Obito, and after seeing he was fine, she turned to Kakashi and the others. Obito shook his head and then told Kushina how he had just killed the sand ninjas. Kushina also shared how she dealt with the one tail. The two were very excited at the moment. Minato stood by with a smile, watching his girlfriend and disciple. Kushina and Obito have a really good relationship. Teacher, are we going to attack Tsunagakure again? Kakashi asked at this moment. Yes, definitely. The village should have sent reinforcements by now, and the Wind Shadow is severely injured. As long as we put in some effort, we can completely defeat Tsunagakure. Minato felt that the war between the village and Tsunagakure wouldn't last much longer. Kakashi nodded. At this moment, in the land of Earth, the joy on Chiyo and the others' faces had all disappeared. Everyone, we just received news from the village. We were defeated at Kiki Mountain. Many people also died in the war. Chiyo spoke heavily. The village suffered significant losses this time. And the most critical issue was that the Wind Shadow and one-tailed Jinchuriki were both missing. But only the higher-ups knew about this. Does Sarutobi Hiruzen not care that his son might die? Zongshen Tianyi was puzzled. He didn't think Sarutobi Hiruzen had that kind of courage. At the same time, he silently prayed that Fujita Yuma wouldn't have any accidents. Sarutobi Asuma was attacked and killed in Konoha. Chiyo explained to Tianyi. Oh, so that's how it is. Zongshen Tianyi felt that this matter must have been done by Danzo. Entering Konoha and killing the Hokage's son, Zongshen Tianyi thought that no other village would know about it. Elder Chiyo, what is Danzo doing now? Zongshen Tianyi asked curiously. His son was dead. Sarutobi Hiruzen shouldn't still not take action against Danzo, right? According to our spies in Konoha, it seems that Danzo has gone out to carry out some mission. Although Chiyo didn't know why Zongshen Tianyi was asking about Danzo, she still informed him about Danzo's news. After learning this, Tianyi felt a hint of curiosity. That guy Danzo going out of Konoha definitely wouldn't be for anything good. Tianyi thought of something, which was the Akatsuki in the Land of Rain. Yahiko died during the Third War. Now that Danzo suddenly left the village, it couldn't be related to this matter, right? Zongshen Tianyi thought he could take a trip to the Land of Rain to get his hands on Conan's paper, Jutsu. If possible, it would also be fine to recruit their trio to Tsunagakure. As for Uchiha Madara behind them, Zongshen Tianyi wasn't that afraid. After all, he was just recruiting talent to Tsunagakure and not targeting Nagato's Rinnegan. After all, who knows how many trump cards Uchiha Madara has left with that Rinnegan. It's better to honestly keep it on Nagato's face. Once he develops for a few years, Uchiha Madara will just be a younger brother. Elder Chiyo, I want to go to the Land of Rain. Zongshen Tianyi spoke up at this time. The Land of Rain? Everyone turned to look at Zongshen Tianyi in confusion. They didn't understand why Tianyi suddenly wanted to go to the Land of Rain. Chiyo softly asked, Tianyi, is there something urgent over there? Yes, there's something urgent. Zongshen Tianyi nodded. Chiyo paused for a moment, thinking of Zongshen Tianyi's identity and strength. She couldn't stop him too much. If Rusha and the One Tail had an accident, the village would still need Zongshen Tianyi to stabilize things. So she nodded and said, Tianyi, you go, but in 7 days, no matter if you succeed or not. You must come back. The village needs you. Chiyo's tone carried a hint of pleading. Elder Chiyo, once I finish my business, I will return immediately. Zongshen Tianyi nodded, leaving a flying thunder god kunai for Chiyo, and then quickly left. After everyone watched Tianyi leave, they continued with the meeting. When the meeting ended, Chiyo kept Yakura behind. Yakura, I have an important task for you now, Chiyo said sternly. Seeing Chiyo's expression, Yakura immediately stood up straight. The Wind Shadow and one-tailed Jinchuriki are missing after the battle at Kiki Mountain. Now I need you to take the Umbu to the Land of Fire to search for news about the Wind Shadow. Chiyo's words shocked Yakura immensely. Although she had previously been displeased with Rusha, she knew that Rusha's strength was not weak. Now that he was missing, and he disappeared along with the one-tailed Jinchuriki, this was a serious matter. Understood, Elder Chiyo. I will definitely bring back the Wind Shadow and the one-tailed Jinchuriki. Yakura knew that if Rusha and the one-tailed Jinchuriki did not show up for a long time, the consequences would be severe. Yes, once Tianyi finishes his business, I will have him find you immediately to help you search for the Wind Shadow. Chiyo said, Elder Chiyo, why did you just agree to let that kid Tianyi go to the Land of Rain? Yakura asked, confused. Shouldn't this situation require Zongshen Tianyi to lead the ninja army to guard against Konoha? Tianyi has urgent matters, and he can use the Flying Thunder God technique. Once the village needs him, he can return quickly. Chiyo actually speculated in her heart that the Wind Shadow might have been seriously injured and escaped to the Land of Rain. Arranging for Yakura to lead the team, there was only to divert everyone's attention to the Land of Fire, so as not to bring danger to Rusha. Sunagakure could not lose another Wind Shadow. That would be a huge blow to morale. As for why Luosha doesn't contact the village's higher-ups, Chiyo can understand to some extent. After all, Luosha has some conflicts with the village's leadership, so it's normal not to trust them. P.S. This is the second chapter for today, and there will be another one soon. Thank you all for the gifts. Little brother appreciates everyone here. Chapter 53. Tuanzo. The sage eyes are truly enchanting. Yetsong nodded, then hurriedly led the Umbu squad towards the Land of Fire to search for Rasha and the one-tailed Jinchuriki. Chiyo turned her head to look in the direction of the Land of Rain, her brows furrowing tightly, hoping nothing would go wrong. At this moment, Kaibozu came over to comfort his sister. Sister, don't worry, nothing will happen. Chiyo nodded at his words, and then went to handle matters in the Land of Earth. Bunfuku was slowly walking through the desert, carrying the severely injured Rasha on his back. Originally, Shikaku intended to take them to find a village. But Bunfuku's body couldn't hold up any longer, so Shikaku had no choice but to retreat back into Bunfuku's body. Old monk, you should rest for a while. Your body is about to give out, Shikaku said with concern. He could already feel Bunfuku's life force rapidly depleting. No, Lord Kazekage's injuries need treatment. If this continues, he will die. With every step Bunfuku took, a sharp pain shot through his body. Shikaku looked at Bunfuku's twisted face, feeling a twinge of guilt and regret. He should have immediately used some chakra to protect Bunfuku during the explosion. Indeed, Shikaku was a moment too slow, allowing Bunfuku to be injured by the shockwave of the explosion. Although he wasn't killed instantly, it gradually led to Bunfuku's body breaking down. Shikaku, if I can't hold on much longer, you should come out by yourself. Don't die with me, Bunfuku said. Although he knew Shikaku wouldn't really die, it would still take years for him to be revived. Old monk, I will, Shikaku replied, feeling very upset. After all, Bunfuku was one of the few people he recognized over the years. Bunfuku continued to grit his teeth, carrying Rasha forward. Fortunately, Rasha's injuries had been somewhat bandaged by Bunfuku. Otherwise, he would have already died. Shikaku sighed deeply as he watched Bunfuku, then lay down in the spiritual world. The next day arrived. Chakra 10 card. Zongshen Tianyi arrived at the Rain Village. He originally planned to go directly to find Yahiko and the others. But he thought that if he went now, they would definitely not agree to come with him and would not teach him the paper jutsu. After all, the current Akatsuki was still an organization that had not been tempered by society. He needed Hanzo and Tuanzo to give Akatsuki a lesson. Only then would they understand what the world was like. At that time, he would step in and rescue Yahiko from Hanzo. Tuanzo has arrived. Zongshen Tianyi sensed the familiar cold chakra. A sly smile crept onto his lips. He did not eavesdrop on the meeting between Hanzo and Tuanzo. After all, he knew what they were planning, and there was no need to take the risk of being discovered and disturbing them. Zongshen Tianyi left a shadow clone to watch them and sent another shadow clone to keep an eye on the Akatsuki side. Because of his appearance, Obito had not yet been incited by Madara, so Zongshen Tianyi was worried about any mistakes. As for Zongshen Tianyi himself, he found a deserted place to create a large number of shadow clones to continue practicing dust release. Hanzo and Toanzo had already finished their meeting. Toanzo arrived at the place Hanzo arranged to rest. At this time, Hanzo sent someone to invite the Akatsuki members for a meeting to hold a discussion. Inside the room, Toanzo was asking the medical ninjas who had come with him, "Is everything ready?" Toanzo thought that soon he would be able to obtain the sage eyes, and his body under his clothes couldn't help but feel excited. "Lord Toanzo, everything is ready. Once we obtain the items, we can immediately proceed with the eye exchange." The medical ninjas replied, nodding. "Hizashi, it won't be long before the position of Hokage is mine." Toanzo couldn't help but smile, as his long-time dream was finally about to be realized. "Konoha will definitely rise to greatness in my hands. Toanzo, someone, go capture that girl from the Akatsuki organization." Toanzo knew the girl had a connection with Yahiko, Nagato, and the others, so he planned to use her to force Yahiko to death and obtain the sage eyes. "Yes, Lord Toanzo." The root team immediately set off. The Akatsuki organization, invited by Hanzo, was also very excited. "Great. It would be even better if Lord Hanzo could recognize our ideology," Yahiko said, excitedly waving his fists. The other Akatsuki members also had smiles on their faces. Gaining the recognition of a demigod greatly encouraged them. Konan and Nagato both smiled as they watched Yahiko. That night, the Akatsuki held a party to celebrate. Late at night, Konan was suddenly captured by the root team. The next day, when Yahiko and the others discovered Konan was missing, they began searching everywhere. Whereas Konan, for some reason, both Yahiko and Nagato felt a twinge of unease in their hearts. "Yahiko, Nagato, you go meet with Lord Hanzo. We'll search for Konan," one of the members suggested. "Yes, we believe we could definitely find her." Daibutsu, Jihue, and others immediately stood up. Yahiko and Nagato exchanged glances and chose to trust their companions. Then, the Akatsuki split into two groups. One went to search for Konan, while Yahiko and Nagato took a portion to meet with Hanzo. All of this was under the watchful eyes of Zongshen Tianyi's shadow clone. It began. The shadow clone revealed a smile. If it weren't for him, this incident would have taken years to unfold. Yahiko's death occurs after Obito becomes Madara. Then, the shadow clone voluntarily pierced itself, transforming into a cloud of smoke that dissipated. Meanwhile, Zongshen Tianyi, who was practicing dust release, received the memories of the shadow clone and then connected with all the shadow clones on this side. "It's time to work." Zongshen Tianyi stood up, then activated Flying Thunder God to arrive beside the shadow clone, watching Hanzo and the others. "Oh, Konan has already been brought here." Zongshen Tianyi saw that Konan was now captured by Hanzo. Not long after, Nagato and Yahiko also arrived. When they saw Konan being held by Hanzo, they all displayed incredulous expressions. Konan, even if Yahiko and the others were naive at this moment, they understood that the meeting was nothing but a trap from start to finish. At this moment, Toanzo was even more excited as he looked at Nagato. Those enchanting eyes. The sage eyes are truly captivating. P.S. This is my first time writing Naruto, so there are many shortcomings. Please forgive me. I will gradually revise it. Lastly, my little brother asked for some free gifts. This is the last update for today. Thank you all for your support. If you want more updates, just shower me with gifts. Shamelessly asking for gifts. Chapter 54. Magnetic escaped the law of heaven and earth. Hans, you are truly despicable. Yahiko clenched his fists tightly. He originally thought Hans had called them here to discuss peace. Unexpectedly, this guy had actually captured Konan. Hans merely sneered at Yahiko's words. In his eyes, Yahiko and the others were nothing but ignorant fools. How could the ninja world possibly become the way they described? Hans placed a kunai against Konan's neck and coldly said, "Yahiko Nagato, if you want to save this girl." A sinister smile appeared on his lips. A sense of foreboding arose in Yahiko and the others. "Nagato, if you kill Yahiko with your own hands, I will immediately release her." Hans mocked. He thought the Akatsuki would soon fall into internal strife. "Get out of here!" Konan screamed desperately, tears streaming down her cheeks. She wasn't afraid of death, but she was afraid of everyone dying. The members of Akatsuki began to speak up. "Leader, we will cover your escape." They knew that Hans would not let them go, so they planned to use their lives to protect Yahiko and Nagato. "Nagato, take care of Konan and everyone else." After Yahiko finished speaking, he was about to charge toward the kunai in Nagato's hand. The speed was so fast that the Akatsuki members didn't have time to react. Just at that critical moment, a wall made of iron sand appeared in front of Yahiko. Bang. Yahiko had no time to dodge and crashed into it, immediately losing consciousness. Before he passed out, confusion filled his mind. Where did this iron wall come from? In the distance, Zongshen Tianyi watched as Yahiko knocked himself out and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This kid is truly sincere. When the iron wall dissipated, Nagato rushed over and, seeing that Yahiko was only unconscious, allowed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he looked anxiously at Conan. Meanwhile, Hans and Danzo had not noticed Conan. The two immediately became alert at the sudden change, especially Danzo, who was flooded with unpleasant memories. At this moment, Zongshen Tianyi also stepped forward. Everyone, why not give me a face and let us all stop? Hans and the others squinted at Zongshen Tianyi and immediately recalled his identity, the Iron Sand Butcher of Sunagakure. They didn't understand why this guy had come here, but they were all cautiously on guard against him. Zongshen Tianyi! Danzo glared in the direction of Tianyi, his tone filled with anger. In his view, his reputation had been ruined by Tianyi. Oh, isn't this our old friend Danzo? Why aren't you hiding in Konoha? What are you doing here? Zongshen Tianyi looked at him with a hint of mockery. You! Danzo glared at Tianyi's disdainful gaze, his anger almost bursting out his chest. I'm the future Hokage, and you dare to look down on me like this. So, is there something going on in our land of rain? Hans felt immense pressure at this moment. Zongshen Tianyi's achievements in capturing Noki made him realize that he might not be able to take down his opponent. At this time, the members of Akatsuki also learned that the person before them was the renowned Iron Sand Butcher, feeling a mix of gratitude and fear. After all, he was known as the Butcher. Oh, I was just passing by, but then I encountered a group of interesting young people. I think their ideals are good, and I want to help them. Everyone present was speechless. After all, Zongshen Tianyi was just a teenager himself. Sir, this is a private matter for our land of rain. Hans did not want to let Akatsuki go, but he also did not dare to easily offend Zongshen Tianyi. After all, this guy was like the legendary Sannin from the Second Great Ninja War, a disciple of the shadows from the 5 great nations. And this kid's strength was even greater than that of the Sannin at that time. It's fine, my interference is not a problem, Zongshen Tianyi said with a smile. While a handful of iron sand shurikens in his hand were spinning rapidly under the effect of magnetic escape. Magnetic escape, electromagnetic cannon. Tianyi directly attacked the root members under Danzo's command, who were now acting unruly at Danzo's signal. Bang! The people present did not react in time before Tianyi's attack struck. In the core area of Zongshen Tianyi's assault, several root ninjas were instantly obliterated by the massive energy. The outsiders fared no better. Corpses were left missing arms or legs. Danzo had only narrowly avoided this attack thanks to his subordinates' reckless actions. Tianyi, seeing this, wanted to tell Danzo that he wouldn't have killed him even if he hadn't dodged. Go and take that kid's eyes. Although Danzo knew that Zongshen Tianyi had arrived, his hopes of obtaining the sage's eyes were slim, yet he had to try, even if it meant sacrificing all the elite members of the root. Yes, the root ninjas charged toward Nagato. Nagato, hurry and go. Conan shouted from her bent position to Nagato below. She now understood that the target of Konoha's Umbu all along had been Nagato's eyes, and their attacks on Akatsuki were merely incidental. Zongshen Tianyi did not make a move at this moment. He wanted to see if Nagato could use the Rasengan. However, as the root ninja's hands were about to reach for his eyeballs, he still fiercely protected the unconscious Yahiko in his arms. It seemed this kid's emotional investment was still too shallow. Or perhaps in his heart, Conan and Yahiko were more important than himself. What a good child. Zongshen Tianyi crossed his arms, watching this scene. At this moment, his shadow clone moved. Indeed, when Zongshen Tianyi's main body stepped out, his shadow clone had already used Earth-style heart-cutting technique to burrow underground and was waiting. Danzo, seeing his subordinates about to succeed, was ecstatic. The sage's eyes are mine. Magnetic escape, electromagnetic cannon. Zongshen Tianyi's shadow clone launched a massive amount of iron sand, shining with a dark light. The small iron sand, not only fast but also powerful. The fastest root ninja, at such a close distance, could only watch as their bodies were torn apart and then flew aside, crashing down into a pile of flesh. Danzo, seeing his subordinates being smashed to pieces, shouted angrily, "Useless, a bunch of useless trash." At this moment, Zongshen Tianyi took out a storage scroll and emptied all the iron sand inside. Magnetic escape, the law of heaven and earth. This was a jutsu developed from the Susanoo, created to deal with the Mangeki Sharingan. A massive amount of iron sand formed a giant over 100 meters tall, while Zongshen Tianyi's chakra continuously drew iron sand from underground, making the giant even more powerful. To subdue Nagato and the others, one must show some real skill. The law of heaven and earth was most suitable. It was large, and thus could shock people. Hans and the others, seeing this godlike existence, couldn't help but take a few steps back. At that moment, the giant slapped down toward the root ninjas, due to the speed being too fast. The root members could not escape, and could only brace themselves to block. Earth-style, earth flow wall. Water-style, water array wall. However, the root ninjas' defenses were nothing but a joke in front of the law of heaven and earth. They shattered at the first touch. Bang! The root ninja was slapped into a meat pie, just like that. Is this what power is? Nagato held Yahiko, staring foolishly at the scene before him. If he could master such powerful strength, no one would dare to lay a hand on Konin and Yahiko in the future. He touched his own eyes, determined to harness the power of his eyes. In the shadows, Kurozu observed this scene and smiled. This. Danzo swallowed hard as he looked at the black giant before him, a terrifying memory surfacing in his mind. This thing before him reminded him of Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. P.S. Yesterday, Many Big Shots sent a lot of gifts. To thank everyone, there will be 3 updates today. Thank you all for your support. I bow in gratitude here. And then, I shamelessly ask for some free, love-powered support. Don't worry, this won't count towards the word count. Chapter 55 successfully winning over Yahiko, Nagato, and others. How could magnet release be so powerful? In Danzo's eyes, magnet release was simply a limit-breaking Kekkai Genkai. Actually, I hadn't thought much about developing magnet release, but thanks to the reminders from readers, I will gradually develop it later. Thank you all for your reminders and support. Danzo looked at Tenny Zongshen, feeling that Tenny's existence was now a serious threat to Konoha's safety. No, I must bring this news back. I need to warn Hizashi to be cautious of him. Otherwise, Konoha will suffer significant losses. After finding a suitable excuse for his escape, Danzo turned around and ran without saying a word. The root ninjas he brought were all dead, and no one was there to cover for him. Thus, he executed a series of life-saving maneuvers and prepared to use his right eye Sharingan to cast Izanagi for his survival. His right eye Sharingan belonged to Uchiha Kagami, and he obtained the Izanagi technique from him as well. The only regret was that this Sharingan was Kagami's, and it was a Manjiki Sharingan. But because Kagami had used it too much and was nearly blind, using it for Izanagi could be considered a last hurrah. The official materials do not state whether Uchiha Kagami had a Manjiki, but it doesn't matter much for the plot. I'm just using it to explain why Danzo knows about Izanagi, Uchiha's secret technique. This scene naturally did not escape the gaze of Tenny Zongshen, who stood on the platform. The higher-ups of Konoha were becoming increasingly detestable, always calling for others to sacrifice, yet when it came to their own time, they could always find an excuse to escape. At this moment, Hans looked at the fleeing Danzo, cursing him in his heart. At this moment, how could Hans not understand that Danzo had his eyes set on that guy named Nagato, and he had been used by him? Lord Tenny, I will release the Akatsuki members now. Hans immediately used a kunai to cut the ropes binding Konin's hands. If it were in his younger days, Hans would have wanted to spar with Tenny Zongshen. But now, having been worn down by reality, Hans only wanted to maintain his rule. Konin immediately fled to Nagato's side. Lord Tenny, please spare Hans. After handing Yahiko over to Nagato, he stood up and shouted at Tenny Zongshen, who was on the giant. The members of Akatsuki immediately changed their expressions. Hans wanted to kill them, yet Nagato still wanted Tenny Zongshen to spare him. Hans and the others from Amigakure all breathed a sigh of relief. Especially the AIM ninjas. They did not know if Hans would die at Tenny Zongshen's hands. But they knew that if a fight broke out, they would surely die at the hands of the Iron Sand Butcher. Hans thought that these Akatsuki members were still too naive. They'd been tricked once and still did not understand the dirtiness of the ninja world. I will kill him myself in the future. Nagato's gaze was sharp as he looked at Hans. The man before him was toying with Yahiko and everyone's ideals. It was unforgivable. Konin and the members of Akatsuki looked at Nagato, then smiled. Nagato, let's chop this Hans up together. The group looked at Hans with resolute eyes. Hans tightened his grip on the scythe in his hand. If it weren't for Tenny Zongshen being nearby, he would have rushed over to give each of these guys a taste. All right, Tenny Zongshen saw that after this incident. Nagato had undergone some changes and felt that winning over Akatsuki to Sunagakure would be completely feasible. Hans glanced at Tenny Zongshen, then quickly left with his people. Tenny also lifted the ninjutsu and came to the side of the Akatsuki members. Everyone's heart raced, and their nerves tightened upon seeing Tenny. Everyone relax. I'm not a killer. Killing on a battlefield is unavoidable. I actually dislike war as well, Tenny Zongshen said to Nagato and the others. His words were hard for those present to believe. But no one pointed it out. By the way, what do you all plan to do next? It seems that the land of rain may no longer have a place for you. Tenny Zongshen prepared to recruit them. Nagato looked at everyone, and everyone lowered their heads, their expressions very dejected. They had originally wanted to change this country with their efforts. But Hansa's actions made them feel that they had been too naive in the past. It hurt so much. Yahiko woke up at this moment, holding his head. Upon seeing himself in Conan's arms, he was momentarily stunned, then shouted, "Conan, are you okay? You scared me to death." He opened his arms and hugged Conan. "Yahiko, you can't be this foolish in the future. We all still need you," Conan said, blushing. Everyone nodded. "Yes, I won't anymore." Yahiko showed a sunny smile. Tenny Zongshen looked at his face and thought, "This smile is comparable to Minato Namake's. Who is this?" Yahiko noticed Tenny Zongshen, looking at him with a sense of familiarity. "Yahiko, this is Lord Tenny. We owe our lives to Lord Tenny this time. Otherwise, we would be done for." Nagato quickly introduced Tenny Zongshen to Yahiko and explained what had just happened. He also asked Yahiko what they should do next. The sunny and optimistic Yahiko fell silent at this moment, slowly lowering his head. He was very confused now. Everyone also discreetly quieted down, focusing their gaze on Yahiko. Although Yahiko always felt that it was Nagato who possessed the Rasengan that was destined to change the world, all members of Akatsuki saw Yahiko as their guiding light in the darkness. "Yahiko, your goals are not wrong. It's just that your methods are misguided." Tenny Zongshen spoke at this time. "Huh?" Yahiko and the others looked at Tenny Zongshen, wanting to hear his insights. Peace cannot be achieved simply by everyone being honest with each other. To have peace, one must possess strength. Just like the god of shinobi and the Azura of the ninja world back in the day, their power was so great that no one dared to start a war. Tenny Zongshen said, "But many people will die this way." Yahiko and the others said slowly, "That is the price that must be paid to achieve peace. I want to invite you to join me and fight for peace in the ninja world, even at the cost of our lives. You don't need to rush to answer. You can first see how I do things. After all, you can't stay in the land of rain anymore. So let's find a way to restore peace in the ninja world together." Tenny Zongshen, not adept at persuasion, looked sincerely at Yahiko and extended his hand. "But we are from the land of rain," Yahiko said slowly. "This country, always in tears, was terrible, but he loved it dearly." "Ha ha ha. So what? We are warriors of peace. Does the difference in country stop us from seeking peace?" Tenny Zongshen hit the nail on the head. These guys wanted peace, so he positioned himself as an ally in that quest for peace. If Sunagakure unified the ninja world, wouldn't that lead to peace? Yahiko, Conan, and Nagato looked at Tenny Zongshen in shock, not expecting the Iron Sand Butcher to actually harbor a yearning for peace in his heart. "I promise you. But if we find that what you do is different from what you say, we will leave." Yahiko plans to follow Tenny to sea. Okay. Tenny's heart was filled with joy. Bringing Shao to Sunagakure could be said to be a huge gain. Others don't know, but Conan and Nagato have one with shadow-level strength behind them, and the other is even beyond shadow. Chapter 56, Tianyi the Guardian Crane, My Spirit Beast. I'm here in the dark. Heiju thought it was fine for Zongshen Tianyi to take Nagato and the others away. He could later find an opportunity to guide Nagato onto the path of collecting tailed beasts. For now, Nagato was still following them to strengthen his power. He left by Ju to keep an eye on them and went to report the situation to Uchiha Bido. "Are all your people here?" Zongshen Tianyi thought that if they were all here, he would take them to the station in the land of Earth first. There were Elder Chiyo and others there, and they could give Yahiko and the others a formal identity. "Some people are not here. Let's first regroup with them," Yahiko said. Okay. Zongshen Tianyi didn't care much about the others, but if they wanted to bring them along, so be it. After arriving at the Akatsuki's base, Zongshen Tianyi surveyed the surroundings. Since Akatsuki often took on missions that didn't pay much, sometimes even working for the villagers for free, the entire base looked very shabby. "You are a group of true warriors." Zongshen Tianyi asked himself warmly. He couldn't do that. He might do something without benefits if he was in a good mood and had nothing else to do, but he would never do something like Akatsuki long-term. "Huh? Lord Tianyi, what do you mean?" A regular member, hearing this, scratched his head in confusion. "We are ninjas, not warriors." Nothing. Seeing the pure and foolish look in this person's eyes, Zongshen Tianyi immediately extinguished the desire to explain. "Lord Tianyi, can we talk to you about the methods to achieve peace?" Yahiko, Nagato, and others had come to Zongshen Tianyi's side. They hadn't discussed in detail earlier because the place wasn't suitable. Now that everyone had time, they planned to have a good talk. Of course, Zongshen Tianyi nodded. Having lived in a peaceful country since childhood and having watched many videos of his predecessor's struggles, he did have some methods to share. This greatly shocked Yahiko and the others, making them feel that Zongshen Tianyi was a person who was burdened with the responsibility of striving for peace in the ninja world. Just as Yahiko and the others resolved to follow Zongshen Tianyi in their efforts for peace, Bunfu finally delivered Rasha to a clinic in a town. Afterward, Bunfu sat down outside the town, unable to move, as the vitality within him rapidly waned. Shoha, you could go now. I have one last request for you, all right? Bunfu's voice sounded like an old bellows being pulled with difficulty. Speak, old monk. I will agree. Shoha felt Bunfu's body gradually collapsing and felt very uncomfortable. After you go out, don't harm the people of the Land of Wind, okay? They are already suffering, being exploited by nobles, and facing this terrible environment. Bunfu's eyes were filled with pity. The people of the Land of Wind were suffering. He wasn't worried about the village. Shoha wouldn't foolishly rush in, as that would only make it easier for the village to seal him again. Okay, Shoha thought the old monk was really too kind. He had always considered others throughout his life, and even in death, he was still worried about others. Then he came out of Bunfu's body. Now Bunfu's body was completely worn out, and the seals on him could no longer hold back Shoha. After Shoha emerged, Bunfu looked at Shoha's massive body, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth, and then his eyes gradually closed. Old monk, Shoha sighed, looking at Bunfu. He then picked up Bunfu's corpse, turned, and left, finding a suitable place to control the sand and bury Bunfu deep underground. Then Shoha ran toward the depths of the desert. I am free. There was a hint of sadness in his smile. At the same time, Rasha's identity was recognized. Soon, the village learned of Rasha's location and hurriedly sent people to bring the severely injured Rasha back to the village, far away in the Land of Earth. Chiyo and Ebizo were baffled by the news. Rasha was found in the Land of Wind. What was Zongshen Tianyi doing in the Land of Rain? Was there a tailed beast host there? What was Tianyi actually doing? Chiyo was very confused. Sister, it's fine. We'll know when Zongshen Tianyi returns. However, another piece of news soon arrived from the village. Someone had discovered the One Tail running away in the desert. The One Tail had escaped from a Jinchuriki. Chiyo's expression became serious. Such an event occurred during wartime. Sister, notify Yakumo to come back. Also, let that kid Tianyi return. Konoha will definitely mobilize forces against us. Ebizo said, if Asuma Sarutobi had not died, Konoha would likely not have entered the Land of Wind, but now that he was dead, no one knew if Hiruzen Sarutobi would take this opportunity to seek revenge for his son. Understood. Chiyo immediately sent someone to call back Zongshen Tianyi and Yakumo. At this moment, Zongshen Tianyi was leading all Akatsuki members to the station in the Land of Earth. Tetsusa dragged everyone through the air. Everyone looked at Zongshen Tianyi with admiration. To fly with so many people and appear so at ease was truly astonishing. At midnight, Zongshen Tianyi and the others finally arrived at the station. Chakra 10 cards. However, Zongshen Tianyi didn't fly directly into the station. After all, this time he wasn't alone, and there were Akatsuki members with him. If he flew directly in, they might be regarded as attackers. As soon as they landed, many sand shinobi surrounded them, led by Chiyo and Ebizo. Tianyi, who are these people? Chiyo looked at the forehead protectors on Yahiko and the others, realizing they were from the Rain Village, and immediately became wary. Elder Chiyo, they're joining our Sunagakure, Zongshen Tianyi said. Yahiko and the others opened their mouths, but ultimately said nothing. Well, okay then. Ebizo, take these people to register. Chiyo didn't object, but had her brother take them down. Tianyi gave Yahiko and the others a reassuring look. They obediently followed Ebizo down. They trusted Zongshen Tianyi. After all, with Tianyi's strength, he didn't need to use such small tricks if he wanted to harm them. After they left, Chiyo immediately walked over. Tianyi, what does this mean? You specifically went to the Land of Rain, just for these people? Chiyo asked in confusion. Yes, Elder Chiyo. Don't underestimate them. Among them, there are a few with good talent. Their future strength won't be weak compared to the Kage. Zongshen Tianyi smiled. Really? They aren't T. Hanzo's people, right? Chiyo said worriedly. After all, during the Second Great Ninja War, Sunagakure had fought against Amigakure. Elder Chiyo, don't worry. Zongshen Tianyi explained their conflict with Hanzo and expressed Yahiko and the others' ideals. He also mentioned that Yahiko's trio were disciples of Jiraiya. Their ideals were indeed quite naive. Chiyo couldn't help but shake her head, then looked at Zongshen Tianyi. You've brought me trouble. The identities of Yahiko and the others are indeed a bit tricky. As for the people from the Land of Rain, that's one thing, but he's also one of the legendary 3 ninjas of Konoha, Jiraiya's disciple. Haha, Elder Chiyo, don't worry. They will integrate well into our village, Tianyi said with a smile. Chiyo nodded, then with a serious expression, said, Tianyi, I have an important task for you. The One Tail has escaped from its Jinchuriki, and now I need you to take the sealing team to reseal Shikaku. Tianyi was stunned upon hearing this. He thought of the kind and gentle-faced Fukuin. Sigh, Elder Chiyo, I'll leave Yahiko in your care for now, and I'll handle the One Tail. Tianyi thought to himself that since Master Fukuin was gone, he could have Shikaku as his summoning beast. Just thinking about using a tailed beast as a summoning beast feels so powerful. All right, thank you for that. Once you're done with this, you should go see your teacher. He's seriously injured this time. Chiyo looked apologetically at Tianyi. It's no trouble. I'm also a part of the village. Once I'm finished, I will go see my teacher directly. Tianyi has great respect for Rasha. He then prepared to lead the team to find Shikaku. P.S. Everyone, the 3rd update for today is complete. Thank you for your support. Recently, there have been a lot of comments, and I can't respond to everyone like before. So please forgive me. I'm sorry. Lastly, I'm shyly asking for some gifts. Thank you for all the gifts. Chapter 57, Tuan. I found the Sage Eye. Yuan, did you cause trouble again? There is a way for Zongshen Tianyi to resolve Luosha's injury, and in the future, he can trade with Orochimaru to have him create a hand for Luosha. The trade content will naturally be that the Uchiha clan's Sharingan can evolve into the Rinnegan. He can also take the opportunity to obtain the summoning scroll from the Dragon Cave. He is still very eager for Sage Mode. However, in the future, the Uchiha clan will not only have to face Tuanzo's targeting, but also deal with a greedy Orochimaru. Lord Tianyi, we are ready and can set off at any time. At this moment, a group of people came before Zongshen Tianyi, many of whom were from the sealing team, and they were holding a jar. Tianyi thought to himself, this must be the jar that sealed Shikaku back then. After seeing them, Tianyi did not want to bring them along, as he was going to make Shikaku his summoning beast, not to seal him. You are not allowed to act without my order. Only after receiving my command can you take action. After thinking for a moment, Tianyi still decided to bring them along. If Shikaku is uncooperative, he could just keep him in a jar for a few days to calm down. Yes, the sealing team members nodded in full cooperation. Even without Tianyi's words, they wouldn't dare to act recklessly. After all, tailed beasts are not to be trifled with. A moment of carelessness could lead to death. Let us go. After Zongshen Tianyi said this, he used iron sand to fly into the sky with everyone, heading toward the place where Shikaku had first appeared, guided by one person. As the sun rose and set, day turned to night, and an entire day's time quietly passed. Zongshen Tianyi, chakra 10 cards. At this moment, Tuanzo returned to Konoha in a sorry state. Upon learning that Tuanzo had returned, Sarutobi Hiruzen personally found him, who had just returned to the root base. At this time, Sarutobi's face showed a hint of coldness. He felt that this guy had probably caused trouble again, as none of the root ninjas who went with him had returned. What happened, Tuanzo? Big trouble. I encountered the Sage Eye. Tuanzo knew that he could no longer obtain the Sage Eye, so he simply told Sarutobi Hiruzen. What Sage Eye? A big question mark appeared on Sarutobi's head. Don't tell me it's the legendary eyes of Sage of Six Paths? Tuanzo nodded, yes. It's the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. Sarutobi looked at him skeptically. Seeing that his good friend did not believe him, Tuanzo hurriedly said, the person who possesses the Sage Eye is Jiraiya's disciple from the Land of Rain. He must have recognized him. Yet this guy didn't bring him back. Tuanzo was angry just thinking about it. If he had brought him back, he might have had the Sage Eye by now. Sarutobi felt that his disciple's actions in the Land of Rain made sense now. Meanwhile, he fixed his gaze on Tuanzo. This Tuanzo only tells me after failing. After the war, I'll send him to meet the teacher. With his son's matter, and now the Sage Eye issue, Sarutobi was already eager to send off this old friend. Unfortunately, it was wartime, and he might still need Tuanzo. What was even more pressing for Sarutobi was that Zongshen Tianyi from Sunagakure had made contact with that Sage Eye user. Zongshen Tianyi killed my subordinates and saved him. That person has probably already been captured back to Sunagakure by Zongshen Tianyi. Tuanzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. At this moment, Sarutobi's expression turned very ugly. Tuanzo had forcibly placed someone who should have a good impression of Konoha into Zongshen Tianyi's hands. Facing the accumulated anger in Sarutobi's chest, Tuanzo did not mind. His buddy would calm down himself later. Now the battlefield situation with Sunagakure is in our favor. We can force Sunagakure to hand over that boy. At that time, I can train him to become Konoha's most loyal weapon. Tuanzo said this. but his eyes were filled with desire for the sage eye. Huh! Sarutobi shot him a glance. Then he turned and left, needing to quickly ask Jiraiya. After Sarutobi left, Toanzo knocked on the table, and at that moment, a root ninja walked in. Go notify the traveling priestess to go to Sunagakure and find a way to encourage the relationship between Luo and Zongshen Tianyi. Don't worry, the relationship between the main character and Luo will not turn bad. Toanzo revealed a cold smile. Zongshen Tianyi, you ruined my good plans, and you shouldn't expect to have it easy. Yes, Lord Toanzo. The root ninja quickly left. Toanzo looked at the dwindling talent in the root base and thought it was time to ask Hiruzen for some people. Hokage building. Sarutobi had just used the communication frog to send a message to Jiraiya when Sarutobi People Lake walked in. Seeing his wife come in, Sarutobi coughed, and all the umbu protecting the office instantly left. He also set up a barrier. Dazen, the equipment and researchers are ready, and they have started their research. However, their talents may not be sufficient to study would release, I fear. Sarutobi People Lake shook her head with a hint of disappointment. Don't worry. After we defeat Sunagakure, I will have Orochimaru take care of this matter. For now, I can only trouble you to keep an eye on it. Sarutobi no longer trusted Toanzo, so he let his wife take the lead. She nodded. Meanwhile, the communication frog had already delivered Sarutobi's letter to Jiraiya in the north. When Jiraiya saw that Nagato and the others were suspected to have been taken away by Zongshen Tianyi, he couldn't help but feel worried. Nagato, please don't get into trouble. Jiraiya was very concerned about them. After all, the one who took them away was Zongshen Tianyi, known as the Iron Sand Butcher. Lord Jiraiya, the people from Kimogikure attacked our transport team. At this moment, a Konoha ninja rushed in. Damn! Jiraiya immediately got up to handle this matter. His pressure was mounting. If this continued, he would have to seek help from the village. Land of Wind. Zongshen Tianyi was leading a group of people searching for the One-Tail's presence. Even with information about him, Tianyi and the others searched for 2 days. Chakra, 20 cards. Lord Tianyi, look, that's the One-Tail. At this moment, someone spotted the silhouette of One-Tail who was playing in a pile of sand. Seeing this, Zongshen Tianyi immediately controlled the iron sand to fall and turned to the crowd, saying, You all run as far as you can. Yes. Everyone quickly fled backward, knowing that a great battle was about to ensue. After Zongshen Tianyi watched these guys leave, he turned to approach One-Tail. Shikaku, long time no see. Zongshen Tianyi said with a hearty laugh as he approached Shikaku. It's you, brat. Shikaku stood up immediately upon seeing Zongshen Tianyi, his eyes warily watching him. Tianyi's sudden appearance made him suspect that Sunagakure was coming to reseal him. P.S. Today there will still be 3 updates, but starting tomorrow, it will return to 2 updates. Brothers who want extra updates, please support me with your love. I'm shamelessly asking for free gifts, and now that I don't have enough content, I can only rely on begging for free gifts to get by. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 58. Summoning Scroll? No, this is the Tailed Beast Scroll. Big Brother Shikaku, I'm not here to seal you. I want to sign a little brother agreement with you. Zongshen Tianyi took out a summoning scroll that he had prepared in advance and smiled at Shikaku. Little brother agreement? Shikaku became interested and crouched down, signaling Zongshen Tianyi to continue. Big brother, I'm your little brother, right? Zongshen Tianyi continued. Shikaku nodded. He accepted this. If someone bullies me, will you help me? Zongshen Tianyi looked at Shikaku. Of course. I'm your big brother. If someone bullies you, I will definitely help you. Shikaku patted his chest. But big brother, you usually stay deep in this desert, and you won't be able to get here in a critical moment. So we need to sign a little brother agreement. That way if I encounter trouble, I can summon you for support. Zongshen Tianyi opened the summoning scroll at this moment. Looking at the summoning scroll in front of him, Shikaku understood this guy's plan. He wanted to treat himself as a summoning beast. If he hadn't sensed any malice from Zongshen Tianyi, he would have blasted him with 17 or 18 tailed beast balls. Zongshen Tianyi knew what Shikaku was thinking, so he smiled and said, Big brother Shikaku, this is not a summoning scroll. Oh, what is it then? Shikaku crossed his arms and had a look on his face that said, Go ahead, keep fooling me. Big brother, this is a tailed beast scroll. It's the first tailed beast scroll in the ninja world. Not even the Ninetales from Konoha has one. This is groundbreaking. In the future, when people in the ninja world mention it, the first one they'll think of is you, big brother Shikaku, not that Ninetales. Zongshen Tianyi knew that Shikaku liked to overshadow the Ninetales, so he deliberately said this. Sure enough, when Shikaku heard Zongshen Tianyi's words, his eyes lit up. When it comes to tailed beasts, the first one that comes to mind for ninja world people is definitely the Ninetales, who has the most chakra. If he can set this precedent, Wouldn't he be able to overshadow the Ninetales? Seeing that Shikaku was tempted, Zongshen Tianyi showed a hint of a smile. Big brother Shikaku, from today on, our Sunagakure will no longer seal you. As long as you don't destroy the village or the towns, it's fine. Although Zongshen Tianyi didn't get the village's permission, his strength permitted it. Really? Shikaka became even more interested. Yes, but big brother, I will arrange a team to serve you. You know, there are a lot of bad people in the ninja world. With them around, I can know right away if you encounter danger. Zongshen Tianyi added. Shikaka nodded. He had heard that the Ninetales was just living peacefully at home when Uchiha Madara came and controlled him to fight Senju Hashirama. After Uchiha Madara was killed, the Ninetales was sealed by Senju Hashirama's words. You are too powerful. I must seal you. It was really too evil. Kid, I can sign this Tail B scroll with you, but we must fight first. Shikaku felt a bit uncomfortable with Zongshen Tianyi's little scheme, but considering he was his little brother, it wasn't appropriate to kill him. However, Shikaku decided to let him suffer a bit. Then, Shikaku directly initiated an attack. He controlled the sand to form a tornado directed at Zongshen Tianyi. Whoa! Zongshen Tianyi saw this and put the summoning scroll, no, the tailed beast scroll behind his back, then threw a flying thunder god kunai and disappeared from his spot. The nearby sand ninjas saw the fight starting and immediately became so nervous they almost forgot to breathe. Do you think Lord Tianyi can take on the One Tail? Of course. Lord Tianyi is the disciple of the Wind Shadow, and he can use magnetic release like the third Wind Shadow. Exactly. Just prepare the things to seal the One Tail later. At this time, Shikaku was continuously manipulating the wind and sand, quickly affecting them. Run. The sand ninjas continued to retreat nearly 10 kilometers. In the center of the storm, Zongshen Tianyi was not having a good time. Whoa, big brother Shikaku, your strength in the desert is too strong. Zongshen Tianyi felt that Shikaku in the desert was completely different from Shikaku outside the desert. In the desert, Shikaku's strength could definitely rank in the top 5 among tailed beasts. Ha ha, little brother, you see how powerful I am. Shikaku laughed loudly. The desert was his home turf. Big brother, I'm coming too. Zongshen Tianyi released the iron sand from the storage scroll and used a large amount of chakra to extract iron sand from underground. The difficulty of extracting iron sand in the desert drastically decreased. Countless iron sands surged out from the sand. Shikaku curiously watched Zongshen Tianyi, wanting to see what his little brother planned to do. Magnetic release. Law of heaven and earth. 100-meter tall, iron sand giant formed, with Zongshen Tianyi standing on the giant's head. This iron sand giant was thicker than the one Zongshen Tianyi had created the first time. Controlling it also required more chakra. Not bad. Not bad. Your strength does not humiliate me. Shikaku looked at the giant that was almost twice his height and laughed. Although the giant Zongshen Tianyi created was big enough, it still couldn't compare to him. Wind release. Vacuum bomb. Shikaku took a deep breath, his belly expanded, and then he slapped his belly. Instantly, a wind bomb over 50 meters in size shot towards the iron sand giant and Zongshen Tianyi. Zongshen Tianyi knew Shikaku wanted to vent, so he didn't run away. Instead, a gap opened beneath his feet, and he entered the interior of the iron sand giant. Increasing the chakra input, under the influence of magnetic release, the iron sand giant became even denser. Boom! When the wind bomb hit the iron sand giant, a lot of iron sand was blown away, but fortunately, the main body was not significantly affected. The damaged areas were quickly compensated with new iron sand. Shikaku looked at the iron sand giant in front of him and thought, does this kid have such a huge amount of chakra? Let me see how much he really has. He continuously bombarded it, while the iron sand giant stood firm. The iron sand from underground was continuously extracted, filling in the areas that were hit. The sand ninjas hiding in the distance felt like it was raining from the sky. Looking up, they saw the sky filled with iron sand slowly falling. Why do I feel like Lord Tianyi is standing there venting for the One Tail? Exactly. Just like when my girlfriend hits me. Everyone realized their brains weren't working properly. After more than half an hour, Shikaku stopped. Kid, to be honest, are you Uchiha Madara's illegitimate child? Why do you have so much chakra? Shikaku stared wide-eyed at the iron sand giant. Zongshen Tianyi came out from inside and stood in the palm of the iron sand giant, smiling bitterly. Big brother Shikaku, if I were really Uchiha Madara's illegitimate child, I wouldn't be playing with magnetic release, but would release. That's true. All right, let's stop fighting. Using vacuum bomb won't kill you, and using tailed beast balls, I'm worried I'll kill you. Shikaku waved his hand. Zongshen Tianyi smiled and released then cheerfully took out the tailed beast scroll. The two of them began to sign the tailed beast scroll. I, the Great One, have become the first tailed beast to sign the tailed beast scroll. Ninetales, go eat my fart. Great, I have a summoning beast now. At this moment, from a distance, the sand ninjas saw that the battle here had ended and immediately rushed over. Then they saw Zongshen Tianyi and the one tail, one big and one small, sticking their butts up and busying themselves with something on the ground. Everyone exchanged glances, thinking about what they should do. Chapter 59, Raza, after the war. The position of Wind Shadow is passed to Tianyi. The scroll was quickly signed. Boss Shikaku, I'll trouble you to take care of things in the future, Zongshen Tianyi said, looking up at Shikaku with a smile on his face. Shikaku nodded proudly. The old monk was right, this kid is good. It would have been even better if the old monk were still around. Boss, I'll collect the iron sand around here for a bit, Zongshen Tianyi said. Seeing the ground covered in iron sand, he thought to himself, can't waste this. So he immediately used magnet release to control the iron sand into a storage scroll. Do you really need these things? Shikaku asked Tianyi. Zongshen Tianyi nodded. Then Shikaku pulled out a large pile of iron sand from underground. At this moment, Tianyi looked at Shikaku with shining eyes, like a 100-watt light bulb. Boss, if you help the village mine iron and gold, the village will be rolling in it. Zongshen Tianyi imagined himself, along with his teacher Raza and Shikaku, forming a mining team, working hard in the desert every day. He would sit in the position of Wind Shadow, leading Sunagakure to become the #1 village in the ninja world, then unify the ninja world. He couldn't help but laugh at the thought. Shikaku looked at the silly, smiling Tianyi and thought, what is the use of these things? You can't eat them. He then snapped back to reality and waved at the sand ninjas in the distance. The sand ninjas, seeing this, reluctantly approached Zongshen Tianyi. Lord Tianyi, this one tail is... What one tail? Call him Lord Shikaku. He is my boss, Tianyi said very seriously to everyone. Everyone's jaws almost dropped in shock. Wasn't he Lord Tianyi here to seal the one tail? Why is he calling the other party his boss? Lord Shikaku. However, everyone still obediently called out. Shikaku just snorted coldly at them, feeling their emotions. He knew they wanted to seal him, so he had no good temper with them. You guys will serve boss Shikaku from now on. Do whatever the boss says. Oh, and you need to prevent any bad people from getting close to the boss. This is my flying thunder god Kanai. If there is any danger, inject chakra into it, and I will rush over quickly, Zongshen Tianyi told them. Lord Tianyi, this. They all looked up at Shikaku, thinking, it's over, we're doomed. Don't worry, boss Shikaku is a good tail beast. As long as you don't offend him, he won't do anything to you. Tianyi glanced at Shikaku and said with a smile. Shikaku nodded in agreement, saying he usually just liked to play with sand, definitely a good tail beast. Everyone couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths. What a damn good tail beast. Boss Shikaku, I need to go back to the village for a bit. Once I arrive, I might need to summon you, so I'll trouble you then. Zongshen Tianyi planned to let Shikaku make an appearance in front of his teacher and the village as higher-ups. All right, go ahead. If you run into danger, remember to call me. Shikaku nodded. Tianyi glanced at the sand ninjas, giving them a look that said to take good care of Shikaku, and then flew away. The sand ninjas cried out internally, Lord Tianyi, don't go. Shikaku, using his peripheral vision to look at these guys, decided to tease them a bit. He used chakra to form a sandstorm tornado, instantly blowing them far away. Seeing this, Shikaku laughed inwardly. Their tough days were just beginning. Sunagakure. Raza woke up from his coma, looking around the room with a hint of confusion. Didn't I get blown up by the explosive tag of Minato Namikaze? Where's this? Lord Wind Shadow is awake. At this moment, a nurse noticed Raza had woken up and shouted immediately. Not long after, medical ninjas rushed in to check on Raza. The village's elder council and some clan leaders also quickly arrived outside the ward. After the medical ninjas completed their checks and confirmed that Raza was out of danger, they stepped aside. The village's higher-ups then entered. What is the situation now? Where's the one tail? Raza saw the higher-ups present and immediately asked. Lord Wind Shadow. Konoha has gathered ninja troops at the border, and they've also sent Uchiha over. Once they join forces, they will invade our wind country, they replied. The one-tailed Jinchuriki is dead, and Elder Chiyo has sent your disciple to seal the one tail. Everyone looked at Raza with a hint of dissatisfaction. Sunagakure had suffered too many losses in this battle. If it weren't for Raza's disciple Zongshen Tianyi capturing Onnoki alive, they would have wanted to dispose of Raza. Tianyi's strength could indeed suppress the one tail. We don't need to worry about the one tail, Raza sighed in relief. He still trusted his disciple very much. A brief meeting was held in the ward. Raza learned about the current situation of Sunagakure from everyone. Because of the defeat at Kiki Mountain, the daimyo had directly cut the village's budget by 20%. Once Konoha invades the Wind Country, that budget might be cut again. As everyone dispersed, Raza let out a deep sigh. At this moment, Karura came over to Raza with a worried expression, tears streaming down her face. Looking at his wife's swollen eyes from crying, Raza said apologetically, "Karura, I'm sorry for making you sad." Karura shook her head. "You should rest for a while. Don't worry. The village has the elders here. Nothing will happen." She came to Raza's side, wiped the tears from her face, and gently pressed her hand against Raza's forehead to relieve his stress. Wind Shadow Tower. At this time, the Elder Council and clan leaders were all gathered together. "Everyone, Raza is really disappointing. Not only did we lose the battle at Kiki Mountain, but he also got seriously injured. That's right. Why don't we change the Wind Shadow?" Raza had lost a hand, and his strength must have decreased significantly. But his disciple and wife are not weak. Especially Zongshen Tianyi. When everyone thought of Zongshen Tianyi, they couldn't help but feel a headache. They didn't think they were stronger than Onoki. In the end, after discussing for a long time, they decided to hold off on any actions and wait and see. Meanwhile, Zongshen Tianyi had already returned to the village and arrived at the ward. "Teacher, you." Tianyi saw a beautiful woman in the room and thought, "I messed up. Better run." Just as he was about to turn and leave, he was called back by Raza. "Tianyi, why are you running?" Kura looked at Tianyi, covering her mouth and smiling a little, then gently said, "You must be Tianyi. Come sit." "Okay, teacher's wife." Zongshen Tianyi looked at Kura, thinking to himself how lucky his teacher was to marry such a beautiful and gentle woman. Karura then stood aside and didn't speak anymore. "Tianyi, how is One Tail doing?" Luo Sha saw that Zongshen Tianyi had no injuries and immediately thought that Zongshen Tianyi hadn't found One Tail. He then saw Tianyi smiling as he took out the Tailed Beast scroll. "Look, teacher, the summoning scroll. What does this have to do with One Tail?" Luo Sha was puzzled. No, this is the Tailed Beast scroll, and it's not called One Tail, it's called Shoha. Now he's my boss, and in the future, if I encounter danger, I can summon him to fight. We've agreed that he won't randomly destroy towns in the future. Tianyi opened the Tailed Beast scroll to show Luo Sha. Luo Sha and Karuro were both astonished. They never expected someone could actually sign a summoning contract with a Tailed Beast. "Tianyi, you're not joking with me, are you?" Luo Sha's mouth twitched slightly, but deep down, he already believed it a bit. "Teacher, if you don't believe me, I'll summon him for you to see." Zongshen Tianyi used iron sand to pull the sickbed and Karuro to a large open space in the village. "Wait, I'll send someone to notify the village's high-ranking officials." Luo Sha planned to use this opportunity to intimidate the village's higher-ups. He had just sensed that there were already people in the village who were dissatisfied with him. "All right, Tianyi.At." Luo Sha immediately sent the Umbu to notify the village's higher-ups and also inform the villagers. He intended to relay the message to Konoha, letting them know that although our village's Jinchuriki died, the Tailed Beast still listens to us. Additionally, he planned to have Zongshen Tianyi take over as Kazekage later. He had lost one hand, and his combat effectiveness would definitely decline significantly in the future. Staying in the Kazekage position would only make everyone dislike him. So he planned to let his disciple take over. However, he felt that Sunagakure was likely to be defeated in the upcoming battle, and Tianyi shouldn't bear the responsibility. Therefore, Luo Sha planned to take the blame for the defeat himself. Not long after, the higher-ups arrived, examining Zongshen Tianyi, thinking about how to get closer to him later. Meanwhile, the villagers who were aware of the situation watched from a distance, still quite worried. "One Tail is a Tailed Beast. Tianyi, let's get started," Luo Sha said to Tianyi when he felt it was about time. Tianyi nodded, then immediately formed hand seals, summoning technique. As a huge cloud of smoke rose, a massive figure appeared. "Kid, what do you want from me?" Shoha's voice came from the still dispersing smoke. Soon, the smoke cleared, revealing Shoha's figure. The villagers instinctively wanted to run towards the evacuation area. The ninjas were on high alert, ready to act at any moment. "Boss, I'm in the village now. I summoned you to let everyone know I have you as my boss," Zongshen Tianyi said with a smile. "Oh, so that's how it is." Shoha nodded. He realized this was to support Zongshen Tianyi. So he crossed his arms and looked at the people of Sunagakure. "Listen well, everyone, this kid Zongshen Tianyi is my little brother. If anyone dares to bully him in the future, I'll give them a tailed beast ball." Shoha's words stunned everyone. Someone really managed to tame a tailed beast. Although he acknowledged the other as his boss and called himself a little brother, it wasn't pitiful at all. Seeing everyone's shocked expressions, Shoha was very satisfied. Then said to Zongshen Tianyi, "Kid, I'm heading back now. I still want to have some fun with them." After saying that, Shoha took the initiative to cancel the summoning and return to the depths of the desert. Have fun with them? Zongshen Tianyi rubbed the back of his head. He thought to himself, Shoha wouldn't be messing with the people he left behind, would he? P.S. This is the last chapter for today. Thank you all for the gifts. Good news, I've been overwhelmed by everyone's gifts. And tomorrow there will still be 3 updates. Keep the small gifts coming. Little brother is shamelessly asking for gifts, even though today has 3 updates. The word count is nearly 8,000 words, which would be 4 updates elsewhere. Little brother is working hard, so please don't stop the gifts. Chapter 60. Solo Night Raid on Konoha Camp. After the figure of Shikaka disappeared, everyone's hearts had not yet calmed down, especially those ninjas who had participated in suppressing Shikaku. Meanwhile, Raza looked at Tenny Zongshen with a smile, secretly thinking that taking Tenny as a disciple was undoubtedly the best decision of his life. Lord Tenny is truly amazing. Even the tailed beast can be his summoning beast. Does this mean we won't have to worry about losing control of the tailed beast in the future? Definitely. Didn't you see how the one tail behaved? It was standing on Lord Tenny's side. The ordinary villagers in the village were very happy at this moment. The village had become even stronger. The clan leaders of the ninja tribes were now eagerly looking at Tenny Zongshen. Lord Tenny, may we sign a contract with Lord Shikaku? Everyone looked at Tenny with hopeful eyes. Of course, but you'll need to defeat Shikaku first and have enough chakra, Tenny Zongshen said with a smile as he looked at the ninjas from these clans. Everyone's expressions turned dark. Defeating the one tail? What a joke. All right, everyone disperse, Raza said from his sickbed. Seeing this, everyone bowed to Raza and then turned to leave. Tenny returned to the hospital room with Raza and Kurura. Tenny, you should rest for the night. Tomorrow you need to head to the border. Konoha has gathered a lot of people in the land of rivers, and it won't be long before they attack us. We need you to personally oversee the situation, Raza said seriously, as the current situation was quite dire. Understood, Master. By the way, I want to ask about Lord Maki and Yuma. How are they doing? Tenny Zongshen asked with concern, especially worried about Yuma. Don't worry. The intel from the Umbu reported that both Maki and your friend are fine. Your friend surprised everyone with his explosive tags. He killed quite a few people while retreating from Kiki Mountain. They are currently on guard against Konoha in the land of rivers, Raza replied. Tenny was quite surprised by Fujita Yuma. He initially thought that the kid was only talented at making explosive tags, but it turned out he had more skills. That's great. Tenny smiled, relieved that he had taught him about explosive tag mechanisms. Master, I'm heading to the border now, Tenny said as he prepared to leave. Tenny, you should rest a bit. Konoha is waiting for reinforcements. They want to attack right away, Raza said at this moment. He thought about his disciple, who had just fought the one tail and rushed back without resting properly. Master, it's fine. The situation in the land of rivers is very dangerous. I need to get there quickly, Tenny Zongshen replied, worried that Orochimaru and the others might launch a surprise attack on the land of wind before Konoha's reinforcements arrived. All right, Tenny, be careful, Raza said to Tenny as he watched him leave. Tenny nodded with a smile. Don't worry, Master, I'll be fine. Then Tenny flew out of the window, heading towards the land of rivers. Raza and Kurura watched him leave, and then Raza turned to Kurura. Kurura, I'll need you to help keep an eye on the situation in the land of water. Raza felt a bit reluctant, but had no choice but to send his wife along with some clan leaders. It's fine. As the wife of the Kazekage, this is what I should do, Kurura said with a smile, and after sharing a tender moment with Raza, she left. Land of rivers. At this time, the Konoha camp was less than 50 miles from the border of the land of wind. Orochimaru was discussing the subsequent battle plans with Minato and other Jonin when an Umbu rushed in with urgent intel. Orochimaru-sama, we received an urgent message from Spy in Sunagakure. Hearing this was related to Sunagakure. Everyone's attention turned to him. Orochimaru took the intel from the Umbu, and upon reading that Tenny Zongshen had tamed the one tail and made it his summoning beast, a twitch appeared at the corner of Orochimaru's mouth. Truly worthy of Lord Tenny, Orochimaru said as he passed the intel to Minato. Kushina immediately leaned over to Minato's side, peering at the intel. Wait, what? The one tail has become Lord Zongshen's summoning beast? How is that possible? She couldn't help but think of the Ninetales in her belly, which was constantly trying to escape and unleash a tailed beast bomb on Konoha. As for becoming a summoning beast, that seemed utterly impossible. Soon, this intel spread throughout the room. This Zongshen Tianyi is a monster, isn't he? Seriously, How did he manage to do that? This has to be false intel, right? Everyone looked incredulous. Everyone, our surprise attack plan is cancelled. We will wait for the reinforcements from the village before taking action, Orochimaru announced. He had initially planned a surprise attack on the Sand Ninja at the border of the land of Wind late at night. But with this new development, no one dared to act recklessly. If they launched an attack midway and Tenny Zongshen descended with a one tail, even if they succeeded, their losses would be significant. Everyone nodded in agreement. Time quickly passed into the early hours of the morning. Tenny Zongshen, Chakra 10 card. Tenny Zongshen finally arrived at the border camp around 2 or 3 in the morning. The atmosphere in the Sand Ninja camp was filled with gloom. The patrolling ninjas looked dejected. Seeing this, Tenny Zongshen knew that the Sand Ninja needed a significant victory to boost their morale. The sensing ninjas stationed at the camp detected Tenny Zongshen's presence and stood up excitedly. Everyone, Lord Tenny has arrived. As soon as the sensing ninjas spoke, many rushed out of their rooms, and upon seeing Tenny Zongshen arrive at the camp, smiles finally appeared on their faces. In recent days, they had been on edge, fearing that Konoha ninjas would attack. Now that Tenny had come, everyone felt a lot more at ease. Maki, looking fatigued, walked over, and a smile appeared on his face when he saw Tenny. Tenny, you're here, Maki said with a grin. Lord Maki, are your injuries serious? Tenny noticed the injury on Maki's arm and hurriedly asked. Maki waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing, just a minor injury. I got grazed by a Konoha ninja's jutsu while retreating, Maki said, pulling Tenny towards the operations room to explain the current situation. Currently, there were only about 500 ninjas stationed in the Sand Ninja camp, and their morale was severely low. Many were already saying that Tsunegakure would definitely lose this time. After learning all the details, Tenny Zongshen knew he had to take action. Do you know where the Konoha camp is located now? Tenny turned to ask Maki. Yes, it's right here. Maki pointed to the location of the Konoha camp on the map, and then looked up at Tianyi. Tianyi, what do you plan to do? I plan to go over and have some fun with them, Zongshen Tianyi said with a smile. No, it's too risky. There are too many experts on the other side. You can't go. Maki forbade Zongshen Tianyi from taking that risk. Tianyi waved his hand. It's not me going, but I'll send out some shadow clones. After saying this, Zongshen Tianyi immediately created 2 shadow clones. Maki understood. I'll leave it to you. Let the guys from Konoha enjoy themselves today, Tianyi said to his 2 shadow clones. Yes. The 2 shadow clones quickly left the area. They approached the Konoha camp from the sky. At this moment, the Konoha camp had its barrier against the sky open, specifically to prevent Zongshen Tianyi from attacking from above. Not long after, the shadow clones of Zongshen Tianyi arrived and noticed that the entire Konoha camp was under a sensory barrier, causing them to laugh. Konoha is really vigilant. The 2 shadow clones exchanged glances, used sensory ninjutsu to probe, and chose 2 directions with the most people. In the next second, a large iron sand shuriken, the size of a wash basin, appeared in each of their hands. Magnet release, electromagnetic cannon. With the magnetic force, the 2 iron sand shurikens shot towards the Konoha camp like lightning. Just as the 2 iron sand shurikens reached the barrier of the Konoha camp, the guards were about to loudly warn the camp. However, before they could shout, the camp was breached. Boom! 2 deep trenches over 3 meters wide pierced through the entire Konoha camp. Everything in their path was destroyed. The Konoha ninjas who were on these 2 routes left no corpses behind. Orochimaru and the others rushed out at this moment, their expressions extremely serious as they saw the 2 deep trenches. It's Zongshen Tianyi. Yamashiro Aoi was the first to notice the 2 shadow clones of Zongshen Tianyi in the sky. Everyone looked in the direction he pointed. Take action and capture him, Orochimaru shouted. Everyone immediately took action. Various ninjutsu were directed towards the Zongshen Tianyi in the sky. Kushina even directly entered her tailed beast transformation, wanted to launch a few tailed beast balls at Zongshen Tianyi in the sky. Magnet release, law of heaven and earth. 1 shadow clone directly created a giant iron sand golem over 100 meters tall and headed towards the tailed beast transformed Kushina. The Konoha ninjas stopped their attacks for a second upon seeing this scene. Damn, this guy has gotten much stronger, Minato Namikaze cursed as he looked at Zongshen Tianyi. Nara Shikaku and the others nodded in agreement. The other shadow clone was forming seals for a summoning jutsu, intending to summon Shikaku. Seeing this, Minato's expression changed. He realized that this guy had turned the one tail into a summoning beast, so he immediately pulled out his flying thunder god kunai and threw it with all his strength towards Zongshen Tianyi. He had to stop this guy. P.S. To thank the great supporters, there will be 3 updates today, and there will be more tomorrow. Thank you all for your support. Thank you to the omniscient and all-powerful great supporter for the divine certification. Chapter 61. Minato, the unmarked ninjutsu of Zongshen Tianyi, feels so strange. Minato, I'm here to help you. At this moment, Akimichi Dingza directly used the multiplication technique, and his whole body began to grow larger. He transformed into a giant over 40 to 50 meters tall, almost comparable in size to the One Tail. Then he swung a fist at Zongshen Tianyi. Your opponent is me. Another shadow clone controlling the Iron Sand Giant kicked the Akimichi Dingza away. Dingza, Narashikaku, and Yamanaka Ino saw their good brother get kicked and were both urgent. However, both of them tacitly did not use their family secret techniques, as they knew that the family secret techniques would not work on Zongshen Tianyi. Not only would they fail to control him, but they would also end up dizzy themselves. Water Style team, use Water Style on this giant. Narashikaku considered that this giant was made of iron sand, and if too much water penetrated, the power of Magnet Style would decrease. After all, water would increase the resistance and stickiness of the iron sand, thereby reducing the movement speed of the Iron Sand Giant in front of them. Earth Style team, restrict the giant's feet. Kushina, use Tailed Beast Bomb to bombard this giant. Narashikaku placed the main hope on Kushina, hoping that the Tailed Beast Bomb could disperse this giant. Otherwise, it would be troublesome later. The Tailed Beast transformation, Kushina nodded. Water Style, Water Dragon Bullet. 24 Water Style, Water Chaos Wave. 300 The Water Style team brought out their best Water Style techniques. The Earth Style team naturally did not fall behind, constantly using ninjutsu to interfere with the Iron Sand Giant's advance. I'll help you too. Orochimaru summoned 10,000 snakes, which helped to bind the giant's feet. The 10,000 snakes did not act, but looked dissatisfied at Orochimaru. Last time you didn't give me a sacrifice. You ran away without doing anything last time. Do you think I will give you a sacrifice? As long as you bind this giant this time, I will give you double the sacrifice. Orochimaru said to the 10,000 snakes, then went to help Minato. The 10,000 snakes snorted and then headed towards the Iron Sand Giant, wanting to use its massive body to bind the giant's legs. The shadow clone controlling the Iron Sand Giant saw this and conjured many iron sand spears with both hands. Such a big target cannot be wasted. Zongshen Tianyi's shadow clone grinned. Magnet Style, Electromagnetic Cannon. The iron sand spears flew towards the 10,000 snakes with black streaks of light. The scales of the 10,000 snakes couldn't withstand it, and blood splattered out. The 10,000 snakes, in pain, immediately released the summoning and fled back to the dragon cave in embarrassment. It resolved never to respond to Orochimaru's summons again. Its current opponent was getting more absurd. Orochimaru noticed the 10,000 snakes out of the corner of his eye and was not surprised when he saw it flee decisively. Nowadays, the 10,000 snakes were getting more useless. He wouldn't summon it next time. Ninja-Art, Shadow Multi-Snake Hand. A large number of pythons flew out from Orochimaru's sleeves towards Zongshen Tianyi's shadow clone in the sky. At this moment, Minato had already arrived next to the shadow clone. Zongshen Tianyi, don't think about summoning the One Tail. At this moment, Minato had not yet developed the Rasengan and relied mainly on the kunai of Flying Thunder God in his hand for close-range attacks. The shadow clone smiled slightly at the glinting kunai. Rasengan, it stopped forming seals and directly smashed a ball towards Minato. Seeing this, Minato immediately threw a kunai of Flying Thunder God to the side and quickly activated Flying Thunder God to dodge the attack. He thought to himself, unmarked ninjutsu. But why does this ninjutsu feel somewhat familiar? Below, Orochimaru also noticed this scene, licking his lips. Tianyi-kun, you have many secrets. War Minato, I'm here to help you. At this time, a Konoha ninja flew over on a ninja hawk. Minato landed on the ninja hawk upon seeing this. Thank you, but you should go down. It's too dangerous here. Minato noticed that the one coming to his aid was just a CH Nin and was worried he wouldn't be able to protect him later. The Konoha CH Nin did not act coy but nodded and then patted the ninja hawk. Kagetsu, cooperate well with Lord Minato. After saying this, he chose a suitable opportunity to jump onto a large tree. Minato then handed one of his kunai of Flying Thunder God to the ninja hawk. Kagetsu, bite this. I'll need you to take care of the rest. Kagetsu nodded while biting the kunai of Flying Thunder God. Orochimaru was down below using ninjutsu in coordination with Minato. You guys are really interesting. The shadow clone chuckled. Then it disappeared without a trace. Damn, that guy must be hiding to summon the One Tail. Minato's expression turned grim, blaming the higher-ups of Konoha in his heart for giving the Flying Thunder God to Tsunagakure. Orochimaru's expression was also quite complex. Nowadays, Zongshen Tianyi's mastery of the flying thunder god was becoming more and more proficient. In the future, capturing Zongshen Tianyi would become significantly more challenging. Minato, let's focus on resolving the shadow clone first. Orochimaru shouted to Minato before rushing towards the Iron Sand Giant. At this moment, the Iron Sand Giant was being besieged by thousands of Konoha ninjas. If it weren't for the shadow clone continuously extracting iron sand from underground, the giant would have been defeated long ago. Take this, you old hag. Kushina launched a tailed beast bomb at the Iron Sand Giant. Everyone became tense. The Iron Sand Giant slightly tilted its body but did not evade the tailed beast bomb. Its left arm was completely vaporized by the tailed beast bomb. The tailed beast bomb flew far away and exploded. Great, we've taken out one of its arms. Just a few more hits, and this Iron Sand Giant won't be able to hold on. Yeah, the tailed beast is still powerful. We've been fighting for so long and couldn't do anything. But the tailed beast bomb took out one of its arms in one shot. Victory belongs to Konoha. Unlike the excitement of the Konoha ninjas, Shikaku frowned. He noticed that iron sand was constantly emerging from underground, repairing the Iron Sand Giant. If it didn't stop it, the giant would never be defeated. Dingza, can you hold on? Shikaku turned to the enlarged Akimichi Dingza. I can. Akimichi Dingza nodded. Dingza, please hold back this giant. The rest of you, use Earth style to harden the entire ground with me. Shikaku shouted. Yamanaka Ino saw this and used a secret technique to inform everyone on the battlefield. Kushina saw this and stopped using the tailed beast bomb, worried about hurting Akimichi Dingza. Minato and Kagetsu flew above the Iron Sand Giant, wanted to take out the shadow clone above. However, as soon as the opponent saw Minato coming, it directly entered the body of the Iron Sand Giant. It also controlled a large amount of iron sand in the sky to prevent Minato from getting close. Damn it! Minato, seeing that he couldn't get close, could only let Kagetsu take him back to the ground. At this point, although everyone didn't know why they needed to harden the ground, they still followed Shikaku's lead. Orochimaru understood at this moment. The Nara clan truly had high intelligence. He thought to himself, if only all the people in my lab had this kind of intelligence, research would definitely go smoothly. However, Orochimaru did not intend to recruit members of the Nara clan. They were too smart, and being overly intelligent was not a good thing. Then, Orochimaru also used Earth style to harden the ground within a 10-mile radius with the help of several ninjas. The shadow clone realized it could no longer extract iron sand from underground and showed a hint of surprise. These guys are really impressive. They noticed this so quickly. The shadow clone was not panicked at all because after such a long time, another shadow clone should have appeared with the one tail. Dings will retreat. Kushina now, Shikaku shouted. Yes. All right, take this, a tailed beast ball. Akimichi Dings were quickly retreated, and the tailed beast ball from Kushina flew towards the Iron Sand Giant. Shikaku's brows were tightly knitted because he knew that Zongshen Tianyi had mastered the flying thunder god, making it difficult to defeat him. Just as the tailed beast ball was about to hit, the Iron Sand Giant suddenly disappeared. Boom! The tailed beast ball landed behind, creating a mushroom cloud. Damn! He dodged it. This is too incomprehensible. Exactly. At this moment, the Konoha ninjas felt the disgust of the space-time ninja. The Iron Sand Giant then appeared on the right side of the Konoha camp, and everyone was about to rush over when Orochimaru's hand stopped them. Don't go. Chunin and Jinin, retreat now. Orochimaru said coldly. Huh? Everyone was still confused. At that moment, the voice of Shikaku echoed on the battlefield. Haha, Stinky Fox, I'm here. Shikaku ran over, and upon seeing the tailed beast transformation of Kushina, he was extremely excited. Today, he was going to beat up the Ninetales with his little brother. Chapter 62. Dug up a tailed beast with soil eyes. Shikaku goes berserk. That was the one tail. At this moment, a Konoha Chunin saw Shikaku and, terrified, pointed at him while taking a few steps back. A synchronized sound of swallowing could be heard on the battlefield, although they had the Ninetales with them. The Ninetales was sealed inside the Jinchuriki, and nothing compared to the direct pressure of the one tail appearing on the scene. Shikaku, I'll need your help later, said Zongshen Tianyi, who was standing atop Shikaku's head, grinning. No problem, Shikaku replied with a hearty laugh. By the way, kid, when you use fire style, I'll use wind style, and we'll roast that stinky fox. All right, the shadow clone nodded. At this time, the Iron Sand Giant took the initiative to attack the Konoha ninjas. His iron fists relentlessly pounded the ground, and those unable to dodge were turned into meat patties. Seeing this, Akimichi Dingza wanted to step in and block, but Shikahiza hurriedly called out to him. Dingza, You need to withdraw with the Chunin and Jinin right now. We'll handle this. Shikahisa saw that Dingza had already held on for so long and wanted him to retreat first. Otherwise, Dingza might very well die in battle today. Dingza, just go. Orochimaru chimed in. You've done well today. Yes. Akimichi Dingza immediately canceled his secret technique, returning to his normal size, and felt a bit weak. Just as he was about to fall, several Chunin rushed over to support him as they retreated to the rear. Want to leave? Did you ask us first? Shikaka roared. Let us treat them to a tailed beast bomb. Zongshen Tianyi said immediately. Okay. Shikaka nodded and opened his mouth to begin gathering the tailed beast bomb. Upon seeing this, Kushina also started brewing her own tailed beast bomb to block it. With me here, you still want to use a tailed beast bomb? Zongshen Tianyi chuckled. Magnet release, electromagnetic cannon. A half-meter iron pillar appeared in his hand, and with a whoosh, it shot towards Kushina, the massive impact sending her flying as she transformed into her tailed beast form. At the same time, the iron sand that had been scattered earlier was now sweeping back under the control of Zongshen Tianyi's shadow clone, burying Kushina, who had crashed heavily to the ground. Kushina, Minato, seeing his girlfriend in such a state, was about to rush over to help but was blocked by Orochimaru. Minato, we must stop this iron sand giant. Don't worry about Kushina. She can handle it, Orochimaru urged. This. Minato glanced over with a serious expression, then reluctantly turned his gaze back. He charged fiercely at the iron sand giant. Orochimaru shook his head and followed suit. Meanwhile, the Konoha ninjas were retreating to the back, including Kakashi, Obito, and Rin. Teacher and mother, please don't get hurt, Rin said as she retreated, glancing back at the situation. They'll be fine. Sensei can use Flying Thunder God. And mother is the Ninetales Jinchuriki. They'll definitely beat Zongshen Tianyi to a pulp, Obito said, though he was also worried. All right, let us not talk. We need to retreat. The longer we stay here, the more trouble we'll bring to them, Kakashi said, knowing that if they didn't leave soon, Minato would have to hold back when he fought. They could only help by moving quickly. Obito and Rin nodded in agreement. At this moment, the shadow clone of Zongshen Tianyi, standing atop the iron sand giant, spotted Obito. Obito! He immediately threw a Flying Thunder God Kanai in that direction and activated Flying Thunder God. When he appeared above Obito and the others, only Kakashi reacted in time. Be careful. Kakashi drew his white fang short blade from his back and attacked the shadow clone. Rasengan. The shadow clone launched a Rasengan directly at Kakashi, shattering the white fang short blade, which had claimed an unknown number of sand ninja lives. In that moment, Kakashi was stunned to see his father's blade break like that. The Rasengan struck him directly. Pooh! Kakashi spat blood and was sent flying. Kakashi. Obito and Rin looked at the flying Kakashi, filled with concern. Obito activated his Sharingan, wanting to protect Rin. However, the shadow clone quickly reached out and gouged out Obito's left eye. Obito screamed, clutching his left eye in agony. At this moment, the shadow clone glanced at the ground to the left, where it seemed something was hidden beneath. White Zetsu. He said nothing and took no action. With a hint of pity, he looked at Obito, then activated Flying Thunder God and returned to the top of the iron sand giant. Leaving one of Obito's eyes was naturally a hope that he would evolve his Sharingan into a Manjikyu Sharingan. This was a big win. The shadow clone returned to the side of the main body, and Maki, seeing Zongshen Tianyi's shadow clone return with Obito's left eye, immediately became anxious. Main body, this is Obito's left eye. Hearing this, Zongshen Tianyi quickly took out a test tube containing nutrient solution from his storage scroll and placed Obito's left eye inside. Good, well done. Tianyi thought about how Obito's eye would evolve into a Manjikyu later, and he could directly use it. Just thinking about wielding Flying Thunder God and Kamui made him happy. Main body, I'm heading to the battlefield now. It's quite lively over there. The shadow clone activated Flying Thunder God and left. Maki looked at the double Tomo Sharingan in Zongshen Tianyi's hand and curiously asked, Tianyi, is there anything special about this double Tomo? He found it a bit strange. Logically speaking, the double Tomo shouldn't attract Zongshen Tianyi at all right now. You'll know in the future. Zongshen Tianyi replied with a smile. At this moment, Rin urgently treated Obito's eye. Obito, we need to get out of here. It's too dangerous. Once the pain in Obito's eye eased, he immediately carried the unconscious Kakashi on his back. Rin picked up the broken white fan short blade and ran off with Obito. In her mind, she was still wondering why Zongshen Tianyi would come over to gouge out Obito's eye. Meanwhile, Obito didn't feel sad about losing an eye. Instead, he was quite relieved that Rin was safe. Boom! Shikaku released 3-tailed beast bombs in quick succession, instantly obliterating countless enemies. He then excitedly approached Kushina, who was trapped by Zongshen Tianyi's iron sand. Stepping on her, he placed his hands on his hips and laughed heartily, ha ha ha, stinky fox. Didn't he expect that one day you'd be under my foot? The shadow clone, standing on Shikaku's head, showed a hint of helplessness. Bang! At that moment, the trapped Kushina burst out, and Shikaku almost stumbled from the surprise. Meanwhile, Kushina had revealed 8 tails. In the spiritual world, damn Shikaku, I'm going to kill you. Don't worry, Kushina, when I get out, I'll make sure to take down Shikaku. The anger of the Ninetales has severely affected Kushina, who is gradually losing consciousness. Soon, she loses awareness, and the Ninetales takes control of her body. Following that, the tailed beast bombs are unleashed towards Shikaku in a frenzy, as if they were free. Magnetic release, sand iron wall. The shadow clone, consuming a large amount of chakra, gathers all the iron sand from the surroundings, while another shadow clone directly disassembles the iron sand giant and concentrates all the iron sand in front of Shikaku. Shikaku also uses his strongest defense, the shield of Shikaku. Damn it, this stinky fox has gone crazy. If Shikaku were human, he would probably be drenched in cold sweat by now. Meanwhile, Orochimaru and others look terrified, urging everyone to run. If so many tailed beast bombs explode, they might not make it out alive. At this moment, Minato is extremely worried about his girlfriend, and Nara Shikaka kicks him, saying, Minato, stop dawdling, run. After being kicked, Minato snaps back to reality and grabs Nara Shikaku and Yamenka Ino and activates Flying Thunder God to escape from the area. At this time, some Konoha Jonin widen their eyes in shock, cursing, damn, that Nara Shikaku is too despicable. I thought he was just reminding everyone. But it turns out he had this ulterior motive. Boom! 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 At this moment, explosions continue and mushroom clouds rise one after another. The Sand Ninja's base can even see the mushroom cloud from the Land of Rivers. What the hell is this your shadow clones doing, Tianyi? Maki turns to look at Zongshen Tianyi. I think it's mostly the QB from Konoha, Tianyi replies, as he himself doesn't possess such abilities. At this time, Orochimaru and the others have escaped, watching the continuous explosions, and everyone can't help but wipe their cold sweat. Will Zongshen Tianyi die? Do you think someone who can use Flying Thunder God would die from this explosion? Yeah, he probably took the one tail and ran. Damn it, he forced us into this situation all by himself. How are we supposed to fight this battle now? Everyone feels disheartened. They can't see any hope of victory. Clearly, they're the #1 ninja village in the ninja world, yet now they can't even defeat the Sand Hidden Village, which is one of the 5 great ninja villages. P.S. This is the last chapter for today. Thank you all for your support. So I've released 9,000 words. Thank you all again. And tomorrow I will continue with 3 chapters of 8,000 words. Lastly, I humbly ask for some free gifts. Thank you everyone. Chapter 63. Minato Namikaze goes to learn sage arts. As the smoke cleared, the Konoha camp had vanished, revealing a massive pit over 1,000 meters wide. Kushina was still in a frenzy, her tail remaining at 8. Her body was still under the control of Kurama. Shikaku had already been released from the summoning by Zongshen Tianyi Shadow Clone, and one of the 2 Shadow Clones had been defeated. It seemed today could only end here. However, before it did, I must deal with you properly. The Shadow Clone looked at the fiercely glaring Kushina. Magnetic release, electromagnetic gatling. Iron sand shurikens were launched from the Shadow Clone, moving so fast that everyone saw a black line striking Kushina. Kurama, controlling Kushina's body, wanted to fire a few tailed beast balls to deal with the Shadow Clone, but he had no time to launch them. Iron sand shurikens bombarded the tailed beast-formed Kushina's body. If it weren't for the tailed beast cloak, Kushina would have been torn to pieces. Damn it, Zongshen Tianyi, I'll remember you. Kurama roared at the Shadow Clone in the sky. Hating yet another powerful human after Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, and Uzumaki Mido. Gradually, Kushina's body was pushed down to the rock layer beneath her. Kushina. Minato Namikaze saw his girlfriend and became anxious, but Nara Shikaku quickly held him back. Minato, don't go over there. You won't be able to help Kushina in this situation. She has the protection of the Ninetales. She will be fine. Nara Shikaku wouldn't let Minato go to his death. Hearing Nara Shikaku's words, Minato could only watch with tears in his eyes as his girlfriend was brutally beaten by Zongshen Tianyi. At this moment, the chakra of the Shadow Clone also depleted, and it vanished in an instant under everyone's watch. Many were stunned by this scene. Wait, did I see that right? Was that just Zongshen Tianyi Shadow Clone? Yes, we fought for so long, and we were only battling 2 of Zongshen Tianyi's Shadow Clones. If his real body shows up, we won't stand a chance at all. The Jonin present felt a glimmer of despair. This guy's strength is far beyond what ordinary people can handle. It seems only the Hokage can deal with him. Orochimaru and Minato exchanged glances and quickly moved to Kushina's side. Looking at the nearly 300 meters deep pit created by Zongshen Tianyi, Orochimaru's eyes were filled with dread. Would he die if he faced Zongshen Tianyi? Minato held the now-tailed beast cloakless Kushina in his arms. Her skin was bleeding in many places, and there were numerous cuts from shurikens. If Zongshen Tianyi's shadow clone had enough chakra, Kushina might. Orochimaru said slowly. Minato, holding Kushina, was filled with killing intent. Kushina needs to fully master the power of the Ninetales as soon as possible. Otherwise, we won't be able to deal with Zongshen Tianyi. Orochimaru said to Minato, then turned and left. The ninja army was ordered by Orochimaru to retreat 200 kilometers, ceding a considerable amount of land in the Land of Rivers. Holding Kushina in his arms, Minato felt utterly powerless, but soon he thought of the sage mode that Jiraiya-sensei trained in. It seems I have to go to Mount Mayaboku and train hard. Minato didn't want to see his girlfriend getting beaten anymore while he could only stand by and watch. With Kushina, he quickly caught up with the team and let the medical ninjas treat her. With the two shadow clones gone, Zongshen Tianyi also learned about the situation over there. Maki, send someone to follow the Konoha ninjas from distance. I want to know where they set up camp next. He planned to send shadow clones daily to harass the Konoha ninja army from behind. Understood. Maki immediately arranged personnel to tail the Konoha ninjas. After finishing these arrangements, Maki came to Zongshen Tianyi's side. Tianyi, why don't we take the opportunity to pursue them now? Maki felt they could completely defeat this Konoha ninja army at this moment. I plan to wait until Konoha's reinforcements arrive. Then we will annihilate them completely. By that time, Elder Chiyo and the others should also be able to arrive. And we can storm into Konoha and take a big slice of the cake from them, Zongshen Tianyi said. In the past, Sunagakure didn't have the strength to take over the Land of Fire's territory. But now that Sunagakure has its own power, everything must change. The people around him lit up at Tianyi's words. At this time, Fujita Yuma jogged over. Tianyi, you weren't hurt, right? He learned that his friend had just fought the Tsukage in the Land of Earth, captured the One Tail, and had now fought Konoha, which made him very worried. Don't worry. I'm fine. You performed well this time. I didn't expect you to become a Chunin, Zongshen Tianyi said, looking at the Chunin vest on Fujita Yuma and feeling happy for him. Suddenly, he remembered that he still seemed to be a genin. Is Sunagakure going to be like Konoha now, with genin fighting like crazy? Haha. Last time during the retreat from Kiki Mountain, I made a little contribution and was promoted to Chunin. By the way, Tianyi, I want to show you something good. Fujita Yuma pulled Zongshen Tianyi to an open area. The people stationed there thought Fujita Yuma was going to show Tianyi a ninjutsu demonstration, so they all left voluntarily. After reaching the open space, Tianyi curiously looked at him, thinking Fujita Yuma was about to display his learned ninjutsu. Instead, Fujita Yuma smugly took out a notebook from his pocket. Tianyi, this is a book I wrote. Take a look. Zongshen Tianyi was speechless. This guy specifically wanted him to see the book he wrote. He took it with a darkened face, opened it, and his originally dark face turned particularly surprised. Yuma, did you really write this? This is good stuff. Of course, how does it look? Fujita Yuma asked. Cough, cough, it's okay. Zongshen Tianyi coughed and thought to himself, what happened to this kid? His writing skills improved so much all at once that it made my blood boil. Fujita Yuma rolled his eyes internally at his friend, who just moments ago looked like his eyeballs were about to pop out, and now said it was just okay. By the way, Tianyi, what do you think I should name the book? Fujita Yuma asked. Zongshen Tianyi crossed his arms, stroked his chin, and then said, how about you call it Paradise of Affection? After all, Jiraiya hasn't written this book yet, so let Yumi use this name. Paradise of Affection, not bad. Fujita Yuma grinned, already imagining his book selling like hotcakes. The Konoha ninjas fled overnight to 200 kilometers away. The group began to set up a new camp, and Orochimaru reported the situation back to the village. Kushina has awakened after being treated by the medical ninjas. Minato breathed a sigh of relief. Is Tenkai's Z-Shin dead? Kushina's first question upon waking was about Tenkai's Z-Shin's condition. Minato shook his head. Kushina, after you lost consciousness, Tenkai's Z-Shin suppressed you. Looking at Kushina's pale face, Minato couldn't bear to tell her the truth directly. Kushina showed a hint of regret upon hearing this. Next time, I will definitely kill him, she said, clenching her fists. At that moment, Obito and Rin walked over. Andy, you're awake. That's great. Both were relieved to see that Kushina was okay. Obito, what happened to your eye? Minato and Kushina were surprised to see that Obito only had one eye. Obito had always cherished his eyes. How could he be missing one now? Ha ha ha. Obito laughed, scratching the back of his head. Sensei, Annie is fine. I was just taken by that guy, Tenkaizi. I knew my talent was good. Even a strong guy like him coveted my Sharingan. Plus, I'm much stronger than Kakashi. He was severely injured and is still unconscious, while I only lost one eye. To prevent everyone from worrying about him, Obito wore a silly smile and joked to comfort them. Rin looked at Obito's carefree demeanor, tears welling up in her eyes. She knew how much Obito valued his eyes, and now that he had lost one, he must be very sad inside. But to keep others from feeling sorry for him, he laughed and said he was fine. Obito, Minato, and Kushina looked at him, feeling both moved and a little heartbroken for the boy. Sensei, Auntie, I'm really fine. Besides, I feel like my remaining eye is about to break through. Obito continued. Kushina then said seriously, Obito, don't worry. Annie will definitely get your eye back from Tenkaizi. Obito nodded with a slightly tearful voice. Obito, Rin, I have an important task for you too. Minato said seriously, looking at them. What is it, Sensei? Obito and Rin stood up straight, looking at Minato. I want you to protect your Annie well from now on. I'm going to my Bokuzen to train for a while. Minato revealed his plans to train in sage arts. Obito and Rin felt it was amazing. However, Kushina, knowing how difficult it is to train in sage arts, expressed her concern. Minato, maybe you shouldn't go. No, Kushina, I have to go. I don't want to see you and my disciples being bullied by others. I never want to experience that feeling of helplessness again, Minato said, looking firmly at Kushina and the others. Seeing the determination in her boyfriend's eyes, Kushina's words of persuasion turned into encouragement. Minato, go for it. I believe you will definitely learn sage arts. Go, Sensei. Obito and Rin cheered him on from the side. Chapter 64. Fuyue's Susanoo. Itachi opens his eyes after calming Kushina down. Minato Namikaze found Orochimaru to explain that he was going to mount Myaboku to train in sage mode. All right, Minato, you can go. However, you need to leave a communication frog from Mount Myaboku behind, so that if anything happens, we can notify you immediately, Orochimaru said. Considering that if the situation changed, he could use the frog to call Minato back. He didn't stop him. Okay, after leaving a communication frog, Minato summoned Bunta and had him reverse summon him to Mount Myaboku. Shortly after Bunta released the summoning, Minato was reverse summoned to Mount Myaboku. Minato, I hope you can learn sage mode. Orochimaru watched Minato's disappearing figure, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Mount Myaboku. Little Minato, you're here. Sage Fukasaku and Sage Shima stood on Bunta's head, looking at Minato with kindly expressions. Masters, I want to continue training in sage mode. Minato had previously trained here for a while, but had to interrupt due to the war. Now, due to the war, he needed to relearn and strive to master sage mode as soon as possible. Is the war outside going poorly? Sage Fukasaku and Sage Shima noticed Minato's serious expression and asked. Yes, there's a powerful genius from Sunagakure. Minato explained about the situation with Zongshen Tianyi to the two sages. Hearing this, Sage Fukasaku and Sage Shima couldn't help but lament. The ninja world is indeed full of talent. Then Sage Fukasaku took Minato to practice sage mode, while Sage Shima went to catch bugs to cook for Minato. Watching Sage Shima hop away, Minato couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Thinking of the bowls of bugs, his stomach started to churn. Seeing Minato's expression, Sage Fukasaku couldn't help but laugh, then took him a train. Time quickly passed to the next day. Due to the camp retreating 200 kilometers, the Uchiha clan and some civilian ninjas formed a ninja army that arrived this morning. They saw the entire camp filled with a sense of despair, causing the civilian ninjas to feel frightened. Meanwhile, the Uchiha clan looked down on them with disdain. What a bunch of useless fools. Getting pushed all the way here by Sunagakure. That's right, but now that our Uchiha clan has arrived, the situation will definitely turn around. Let Sunagakure see the strength of our Uchiha clan. Hearing his clansman's words, Fuyue's scalp felt numb. Can't these guys think before they speak? They've offended everyone in the camp. The people in the camp dared not voice their anger at the Uchiha's words. Clenching their fists, they loosened them when they thought of Zongshen Tianyi's strength. Once the Uchiha faced Zongshen Tianyi, they would know they were in deep trouble. The Iron Sand Butcher would make these arrogant fools pay the price. 8 generations. Arrange for the clan members to rest first. I'll go see Orochimaru. Fuyue turned to the person beside him and said. Then he looked down at his son, Itachi. Itachi, go rest with the 8 generations. I'll be back shortly. Itachi was born in the 43rd year of Konoha, and he is now over 4 years old, soon to be 5. Yes, father. All right, clan leader. Uchiha Hakudai took Itachi and the clan members to rest in the camp. Fuyue then headed towards the command room to understand the situation from Orochimaru. Sunagake your base. Zongshen Tianyi had split into 2 shadow clones, simultaneously shoving the explosive tags that Fujita Yuma had just given him into their hands. Go. Find something for the Konoha ninjas to do. Understood, main body. The 2 shadow clones activated Flying Thunder God and left. After that, Zongshen Tianyi created a large number of shadow clones. You guys go learn dust release. The shadow clones over here create an electromagnetic repulsion field for me. And you all follow me to create the big spiral sphere. Zongshen Tianyi wanted to produce the big spiral sphere in a massive manner. This thing paired with explosive tags was simply a perfect combination. The Sand Ninjas at the base looked at Tianyi's training method with envy. The method to become stronger was right in front of them, but their bodies couldn't withstand it. This made everyone feel very uncomfortable. Stop looking, it's too heartbreaking. Yeah, the gap between people is sometimes greater than that between people and pigs. This method can only be practiced by Lord Tianyi, right? The Sand Ninjas looked at Zongshen Tianyi's training method, silently shedding tears. Inside the Konoha camp, clan leader Fuyue, you're here. Orochimaru saw Uchiha Fuyue arrive, and a flicker of greed quickly passed through his eyes. Fuyue always felt uncomfortable whenever he got close to Orochimaru. It wasn't just because of his cold demeanor, but because he felt that Orochimaru's gaze was too excessive, as if he were looking at an object. Orochimaru, what's the situation now? Why did you retreat here? Fuyue inquired. Just then, an explosion occurred outside. Orochimaru's mouth twitched involuntarily. Fuyue, you'll know if you go to take a look. Perhaps we'll have to retreat again. Fuyue walked out with confusion, and at that moment he saw 2 figures in the sky. He opened his Sharingan and discovered it was Zongshen Tianyi, the Iron Sand Butcher. Konoha scum, eat my electromagnetic Gatling. The 2 shadow clones directly used the techniques meant for dealing with Kushina to bombard the newly repaired Konoha camp. Not good. It's a technique meant for the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Run. Retreat. Hurry. Run. Seeing this familiar technique, the Konoha ninjas wished they could grow a second pair of legs. The newly arrived civilian ninjas were stunned at first, watching everyone madly retreat. It wasn't until they saw Zongshen Tianyi's attacks wreaking havoc that they understood why everyone was running in a frenzy. This battle was something they couldn't participate in at all, so they all fled in panic. Sarutobi Shino was currently carrying Kushina with the Umbu and running back. Damn it, we have to return to Konoha. Sarutobi Shino didn't care about earning any merits now. He just wanted to survive and get back. He didn't want to die. Clan leader Fuyue, be careful not to die. Zongshen Tianyi's hands. After Orochimaru finished speaking, he was about to retreat. Orochimaru, are we not going to take action? Just watch Zongshen Tianyi massacre our people? Fuyue quickly asked. Take action? Those 2 are definitely Zongshen Tianyi shadow clones. Defeating Zongshen Tianyi is useless. It's better to retreat, but the 2 of us will leave shadow clones to hold them off, proposed Orochimaru. Fayek swallowed hard. Although his Sharingan couldn't see how much chakra was in the 2 shadow clones in the sky, he could sense something. Such massive chakra. And you're telling him it's just shadow clones. In that moment, Fayek understood why Orochimaru wanted to escape. So he cooperated with Orochimaru to create a shadow clone, preparing to distract the 2 shadow clones of Zongshen Tianyi. At the same time, Orochimaru used the communication frog to contact Minato Namikaze. Meanwhile, the Uchiha clan looked at the 2 shadow clones in the sky and immediately activated their Sharingan. 2 particularly clever ones even tried to use their 3-tomo Sharingan to cast Jinjutsu on the shadow clones. However, Jinjutsu had little effect on Zongshen Tianyi. His daily mental enhancement made it impossible for him to be controlled by the 3-tomo Sharingan. How could it be? The Iron Sand Butcher was actually unaffected. The 2 clever ones didn't understand. The invincible Sharingan had actually failed. They were Uchiha after all. One of the shadow clones was attracted over, and upon seeing the Uchiha clan's mark on them, it smiled. Just in time, magnetic release, electromagnetic Gatling. The black lines formed by iron sand shurikens instantly sliced the 2 of them in half. At this moment, the 8th generation picked up Itachi and shouted to the clan members, retreat now. However, his speed couldn't match that of the electromagnetic Gatling. The black lines tore through the ground towards him. It's over. The 8th generation felt deep guilt. He couldn't protect the clan leader's son. Itachi, terrified, looked at the black lines approaching him, feeling the wind they created on his small face. Susanoo, Fayake saw his son was in danger and immediately revealed his power. Summoning his Mangeki Sharingan, a purple skeletal giant rose from the ground, shielding the 8th generation and Itachi within its half-formed body. Mangeki, the clan leader's Sharingan, is Mangeki. Great. Our clan has another Mangeki. Some Uchiha Nin recognized the Mangeki, and when they saw Susanoo, they laughed joyfully. The clan leader activated the Mangeki. To them, Zongshen Tianyi was no match. But they didn't forget to retreat. They were reckless, but not foolish. The upcoming battle was beyond their participation. Orochimaru also stopped, his eyes shining as he looked at Fayake, surprised that he actually had a Mangeki. Fayake-kun, you can really hide it. He looked at Fayake's eyes, feeling particularly captivated. Fayake actually took action. Could it be that his son was also present? At that moment, the shadow clone saw the person he was protecting holding a child, presumably Itachi. So the shadow clones of Zongshen Tianyi in the sky increased their chakra output. They also enlarged the iron sand shurikens several times, making them a meter long. The power was immense. Seeing this, Fayake immediately increased the power of his eyes. The previously half-formed Susanoo now had a complete body, complete with veins and flesh. The second form of Susanoo. Blood tears flowed from Fayake's eyes. Boom! The electromagnetic Gatling collided with the second form of Susanoo, blocking it for only 3 breaths before cracks began to appear. Fayake's heart sank. Even the power of the gods couldn't withstand Zongshen Tianyi's magnetic release. Before Susanoo was dispelled, Fayake controlled it to throw the 8th generation and Itachi out. The 8th generation rolled on the ground, holding Itachi. Uncle 8th, will father be okay? Itachi anxiously looked at his father, seeing blood flowing from his eyes, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Don't worry, the clan leader will be fine. The 8th generation lowered his head to comfort Itachi, only to discover that Itachi had activated a one-tomo Sharingan. Activating a one-tomo at 4 years old. A genius. The young clan leader is a genius. He immediately retreated. His own life didn't matter. He absolutely couldn't let anything happen to the young clan leader. Chapter 65. The future seen by Fugaku. Several Uchiha Jonin came to protect the 8th Hokage and Itachi as they retreated. At this moment, Fugaku's Susanoo was shattered, and he immediately used body flicker technique to retreat, with the electromagnetic Gatling following closely. A deep trench, over 100 meters long and 4 to 5 meters wide, was blasted out. This made Orochimaru, who was hiding nearby, break out in a cold sweat. This magnetic release was too outrageous. Fugaku felt a chill down his spine. After all, this thing had been relentlessly pursuing him. The shadow clone watching Fugaku dart around couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, the shadow clone attacking Fugaku noticed him glaring with his Mangeki Sharingan, so it immediately summoned iron sand to shield itself. Amaterasu. The next second, Fugaku activated his Mangeki ability, and black flames instantly engulfed the iron sand. I knew Fugaku had Amaterasu. The shadow clone of Zongshen Tianyi considered that both Itachi and Sasuke had Amaterasu, and thought that Fugaku, as their father, probably had it too. When Fugaku saw that Amaterasu was ineffective, he stopped using this Mangeki ability. After all, Amaterasu is said to be an eternal flame, but if the opponent had prepared in advance, it would be hard to hit. So he decided to try out another one of his Mangeki abilities, Spirit Eye Omen. Spirit Eye Omen can perceive signs and omens of the future. Fugaku's Mangeki abilities are all my predictions since they haven't appeared before. Please don't criticize me too harshly, and feel free to discuss, as there are too many plot holes in Naruto. He attempted this ability to see how Zongshen Tianyi would act next, hoping to find a way to counterattack or escape. As a result, he saw Zongshen Tianyi standing there with a pair of eternal Mangeki Sharingan, flattening Konoha. Behind him stood Uchiha Shana and the Uchiha clan, along with ninjas from Sunagakure. This, Zongshen Tianyi, is our clansman? Fugaku's mind went blank at this moment. He stood there dumbfounded, forgetting that the Grim Reaper's scythe was right behind him. Wind release, great breakthrough. Orochimaru, seeing Fugaku standing still, immediately panicked. Fugaku could die, but his Mangeki could not be lost. Fugaku was blown away. Only after being sent flying did Fugaku react. Looking back at the place he had been standing, now a deep trench, he broke out in a cold sweat. After tumbling a few times on the ground, he quickly got up, and Orochimaru rushed over. Don't resist. Before Fugaku could react, he was swallowed by a giant snake. Orochimaru glanced at the 2 shadow clones in the sky and smiled, as he too was swallowed whole. Oh my god, Orochimaru is too advanced with this. The two shadow clones made disgusted faces. Realizing their chakra was running low, the two shadow clones aimed their remaining chakra in the direction the Konoha ninjas were fleeing and fired two electromagnetic blasts before disappearing. At the same time, Minato Namikaze returned to the ninja world from my Bokuzen. He appeared beside Kushina. Seeing everyone retreating, Minato immediately asked, "Is Zongshen Tianyi attacking?" "That's right. Quickly send me back to Konoha. Hurry." Sarutobi Shinjiro was gripping Minato tightly. He had just witnessed Uchiha Fugaku's Susanoo being destroyed by Zongshen Tianyi. Even a Manjiki couldn't withstand Zongshen Tianyi. What a joke. "Shinjiro, you don't need to worry. The situation hasn't reached that point yet." Minato felt a bit impatient when looking at Sarutobi Shinjiro. As the son of the Hokage, in this situation, he should be thinking about how to mitigate losses, not just about escaping. It was truly disappointing. "Obito, is Orochimaru holding off Zongshen Tianyi?" Minato looked at Obito. "Teacher Minato, right now. Lord Orochimaru and our clan leader are covering our retreat," Obito said hurriedly. Minato nodded upon hearing this. The Uchiha were still reliable. "Kushina, I'm going to support Lord Orochimaru." Minato glanced at his girlfriend and headed towards Orochimaru. In his mind, "After this, I must give Lord Orochimaru a flying Raijin Kunai. It's too inconvenient otherwise." Meanwhile, at the border of the Land of Fire, two giant snakes spat out two people, who were Orochimaru and Fugaku. Fugaku lay on the ground, still shaken. He had even had time to react before being swallowed by the snake. If he hadn't opened his eyes, he would have definitely felt the three Tomo in an instant. "Orochimaru, please give me a heads up next time." Fugaku gasped for breath and looked at the nonchalant Orochimaru. "Fugaku-kun, I just saved you twice. Without me, you would be in danger. I saw that Zongshen Tianyi seemed very interested in your Manjiki Sharingan." After saying this, Orochimaru licked his tongue. Fugaku rolled his eyes. "I feel like you're also very interested in my eyes. By the way, as a ninja, why did you zone out just now, Fugaku-kun?" Orochimaru was curious. He had clearly seen the shock on Fugaku's face at that moment. Fugaku thought about what he had seen with his eyes and fell silent, then laughed and shook his head, saying it was nothing, probably just affected by Zongshen Tianyi. He didn't intend to reveal what he had seen. After all, in the future, the Uchiha clan would be flattened by Zongshen Tianyi and Tsunegakure. Is the path for our Uchiha clan with Tsunegakure? Orochimaru didn't press further. He too was quite shocked. The Manjiki Sharingan was already powerful enough, yet it was still destroyed by Zongshen Tianyi. Tianyi-kun's magnetic release is truly terrifying. Even Fugaku-kun's Susanoo couldn't withstand it. Orochimaru thought he needed to study magnetic release carefully. It might give him some unexpected surprises. Fugaku remained silent. If it were before, he would have talked a lot about the power of the Uchiha Manjiki with Orochimaru, but now he had no confidence at all. "Fugaku-kun, let us go. We can't stay in the land of rivers anymore." Orochimaru felt that before figuring out how to deal with Zongshen Tianyi, it was better not to confront him. Fugaku was also very concerned about his son and clansmen. So the two quickly went to find their team. P.S. This is the last chapter for today. I've written nearly 9,000 words today, which is about 5 chapters for others. To all the great leaders who see how hard I'm working on updates, please send me some free gifts. Thank you all. Good news, to thank everyone for the gifts. There will still be 3 chapters tomorrow. Chapter 66. Jiraiya is about to come to support the Sand-Hidden Village. After the 2 shadow clones of Zongshen Tianyi disappeared, their memories returned to the main body. He immediately stood up from his training and quickly made his way to Maki's side. Lord Maki immediately ordered the army to enter the Land of Rivers and occupy it completely. Zongshen Tianyi let out a hearty laugh. Although the Land of Rivers is not as fertile as Konoha, it is much better than that of the Land of Wind. At this moment, Maki's eyes lit up. "Tianyi, did you drive Orochimaru back?" Maki swallowed hard. After Rasha was injured, he thought the Sand-Hidden Village would have a tough time dealing with Konoha. Unexpectedly, it was so easy now. They hadn't even done anything yet, and the Konoha ninja had already been chased away by Tianyi twice. This time, even if they don't retreat back to the Land of Fire, they will have to run back to the border. Now is the perfect time for us to completely take the Land of Rivers. Tianyi said, "All right, I will give the order right now." Maki immediately began mobilizing the ninja army to advance into the Land of Rivers. Just then, Yakura arrived here with the Yumbu. "Kid, you drove away Konoha's ninja army?" Yakura learned about this from the ninjas in the base, and looking at Zongshen Tianyi, he thought to himself, so damn abnormal. It's nothing to worry about. The morale of these Konoha ninjas is very low, and they can't put up any effective resistance. As soon as my shadow clone left, they turned and ran. Tianyi felt their fighting spirit had dropped very quickly. Yakura couldn't help but twitch his mouth upon hearing this. Clearly, they were demoralized by you. However, they will probably resist when we try to advance into the land of fire. Yakura subtly reminded Zongshen Tianyi, worried that Tianyi might become arrogant and look down on everyone, in case they fell for Konoha's tricks. That would be a huge loss for us in the Sand-Hidden Village. Good. Tianyi agreed with Yakura's words. The land of fire is their homeland, if it is invaded. The will to resist will definitely not be the same as now. Seeing that Tianyi took his advice, Yakura felt relieved. Soon, Zongshen Tianyi and Yakura led this sand-hidden force towards the land of rivers. At this time, the Konoha ninjas were retreating towards the border of the land of fire like a scattered sand. The Uchiha clan had gathered together to retreat to the land of fire. They occasionally looked back, hoping to see their clan leader's figure. Uncle Hakadai, has something happened to my father? Although Itachi was only 4 years old, his precociousness made him worry as he saw that his father had not returned for a long time. He feared that his father had died on the battlefield. Young clan leader, don't worry, the clan leader will be fine. The clan leader possesses our clan's strongest Meijiki Sharingan. Hakadai looked at Itachi in his arms and immediately comforted him. The other clansmen nodded in agreement. Young clan leader, don't worry. Maybe the clan leader has already captured Zongshen Tianyi alive. Yes, young clan leader, rest assured. Since learning that Itachi had opened his eyes, everyone respected him greatly. Just then, the fray, who was constantly mentioned by Itachi, appeared ahead. Upon seeing him, the Uchiha clan immediately activated their Sharingan, wary of the other side. Itachi, Hakadai, it's great that you all are safe. Fray saw that apart from 2 exceptionally bright ones, the rest of his clansmen were safe, and he finally relaxed. Are you really the clan leader? Everyone looked at him suspiciously. Wasn't he the clan leader fighting Zongshen Tianyi with Orochimaru behind us? When did he come to the front of us? Yes, just now I couldn't win against Zongshen Tianyi with Orochimaru. Orochimaru used a jutsu to bring me back to the border. Fray explained when he saw everyone activate their Sharingan, but his tone was quite gloomy. At this moment, everyone looked at Hakadai, who said a secret code to Fray, and Fray immediately responded, which made Hakadai breathe a sigh of relief. Good news. He is really the clan leader. Bad news. The Meijiki couldn't defeat Zongshen Tianyi. Clan leader, you really couldn't defeat the Iron Sand Butcher? Yes, clan leader. You possess our clan's Meijiki Sharingan. Could it be that the clan leader deliberately lost so that the 3rd Hokage could come here, and then we could kill him and take the position of Hokage? Upon hearing this, many people's eyes lit up. The position of Hokage, the Uchiha had been dreaming of for decades. Fray's expression turned to one of exasperation. At a time like this, his clansmen were still thinking wildly. Stop thinking about that. We need to retreat back into the land of fire for now. Fray didn't want to explain further, took his son from Hakadai, and led everyone towards the border. On the way, Hakadai informed Fray about Itachi opening his eyes. This immediately lifted Fray's depressed mood. His son was a genius, the only genius of the Uchiha clan. At this time, Orochimaru had gathered a number of Konoha ninjas, and he immediately sent the situation back to Konoha using his snakes. Konoha, Hokage building. Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned by the messages returned by his disciples. He then ordered the Umbu to summon Danzo and the others. Before long, the 3 of them arrived. What's going on, Hiruzen? Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen's dazed expression, Danzo and the others felt a sense of foreboding. Something must have happened to the village. Orochimaru was driven back to the border by Zongshen Tianyi in the land of rivers. Uchiha Fray opened his Meijiki, but he also couldn't defeat Zongshen Tianyi. Sarutobi Hiruzen briefly explained the news. Mito Gate-in and Tsunade were shocked. Orochimaru and Fray with the Meijiki are not Zongshen Tianyi's opponents. Danzo showed a greedy expression. Meijiki? Hiruzen, Uchiha Fray has hidden himself so deeply. I suggest we control the Uchiha clan. In the end, we can. Danzo was now like a mad dog, only thinking about tearing into the Uchiha clan, completely ignoring everything else. Danzo, shut up. Konoha is currently facing the greatest crisis in history, and you are still thinking about infighting. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at his friend, thinking that this guy had definitely gone mad. Whenever Uchiha was mentioned, he acted like a brainless fool. Hiruzen, don't forget, the teacher said that the Uchiha clan is evil. Danzo unhappily said, then sat down and stopped talking. At this moment, Mito Gate-in and Tsunade stood up. Hiruzen, Danzo is also doing this for Konoha. He just takes it to extremes. That's right. But how are we going to deal with Zongshen Tianyi now? The two felt quite troubled. The sand-hidden village had already started mobilizing forces towards the land of rivers. Zongshen Tianyi, Yakura, Chiyo, and Shikaku, definitely 4 shadow-level powerhouses. Ebizo can only be considered a powerful elite jonin, with his main talents in intelligence and strategy. Nikizen, perhaps we should restart that plan. Dan spoke up at this moment. The wood release plan, although he had been secretly working on this plan underground, having Nikizen, the Hokage, support, it would make a difference. Mito Gate-In and T-Rune Koharu also felt that Dan's proposal seemed good. If wood release reappeared in Konoha, the pressure they faced would drastically decrease. Sarutobi Nikizen glanced at Dan's and then coldly replied, "No way. You've already been secretly working on it." He had already come up with a plan in his mind after thinking for a moment. The three looked at him. "Dan's, you will temporarily head north to replace Jiraiya and let him support Orochimaru and the others. I will also hire a ninja with strength at the level of a Kage from the black market to help out. With Orochimaru, Jiraiya, Minato, Kushina, and Fugaku, along with the hired ninja, the 6 Kage-level individuals would definitely be able to push back Tsunagakure and deal them a heavy blow. Everyone guess who it will be. No rewards for guessing correctly." Nikizen felt that this lineup should easily take down Tsunagakure. Furthermore, he would send someone to contact Kirigakure to let them ambush Tsunagakure. If they could convince Kirigakure, Tsunagakure would probably not have much energy left to invade them afterward. "Nikizen, you're not joking, are you? You want me to hold off those brutes from Kimogakure?" Dan stared wide-eyed at Sarutobi Nikizen. He thought of himself as powerful, but not to the extent of matching the third Raikage in a showdown. That guy is fast, tough as hell, and has formidable attack power. "Don't worry, Dan's. I'll mobilize the ninja from the shinobi clan for you." Sarutobi Nikizen planned to take this opportunity to transfer Yuhi Kurenai and Yuhi Zetsu to assist. With Dan's ruthless command against the brutes of Kimogakure, their chances of survival were extremely slim. The shinobi clan would have the Oil Woman clan contribute more. As Hokage, he couldn't directly take action against the young clan leader, Yamanaka Shizun, but he could find opportunities to weaken the Oil Woman clan. All right, Dan's thought to take advantage of this opportunity to gather more people for his roots. Immediately afterward, Sarutobi Nikizen ordered the shinobi clan to gather personnel and contacted Jiraiya using a communication frog. On the northern battlefield, Jiraiya had just returned to the camp after dealing with Kumogakure's Tsuchikage when he saw a letter from his teacher. "Ha ha ha. I didn't expect that Orochimaru was actually beaten into a retreat by a junior." Although Jiraiya laughed heartily, there was still a hint of seriousness in his eyes. He then began preparing to support Orochimaru, waiting for Dan's to arrive before setting off. P.S. Dear readers, today is still 3 updates. Thank you all for your support. If you want more updates, just shower me with free gifts. Thank you, shamelessly asking for some gifts, hee. Chapter 67, The Prophecy of the Great Toad Sage inside Konoha Village, after receiving the Hokage's orders. Mitarashi Anko and Yuhi Kurenai fell silent for a moment before starting to prepare their ninja tools. They were not surprised by the arrival of this command. With Izuma Sarutobi's death, it was destined that they would face the Hokage's reckoning. Dying on the battlefield would at least leave behind a good reputation. After packing her things, Kurenai went to her daughter. "Father." Yuhi Kurenai's eyes were filled with tears. She was no longer the ignorant little girl she once was. She understood that her father's mission was extremely dangerous. Kurenai did not speak, but used a jinjutsu on her daughter, conveying a message within the illusion. "If the Hokage targets you, defect." Kurenai looked at her father in shock. Izuma Sarutobi had feelings for her, and now that he was dead, there was no telling what Hiruzen's Sarutobi might do. Kurenai had to take care of herself. "Remember my words." Kurenai gently touched her daughter's black hair, then left home with her belongings. Meanwhile, within the Yamanaka clan, the Hokage issued a document to mobilize half of the Yamanaka clan as registered ninjas to the northern battlefield. Yamanaka Shikaku clenched the list he received from his father tightly. All the Chunin in the family were to be deployed, and many Jonin would also be sent away. He knew the Hokage was targeting the Yamanaka clan because he failed to protect his son. "Father, why don't I go find?" Yamanaka Shikaku was interrupted by the clan leader. "That's enough. Don't speak of it anymore. Just focus on your training." The clan leader felt a deep sorrow. Their Yamanaka clan had served Konoha diligently, only to be targeted due to an accident. Watching his father walk away, Shikaku murmured, "When did Konoha become like this?" The Konoha, he remembered, was not like this at all. In the land of water, inside a currency exchange, Kakuzu had just exchanged money for a rogue ninja and was happily counting his cash. "Lord Kakuzu, I have a special task for you. I wonder if you're interested?" The currency exchange clerk approached Kakuzu with a smile. The commission is 60 million. Kakuzu paused counting and turned to look at him. What task? Kakuzu was intrigued. 60 million was a considerable sum. This is the address provided by the client. The task details require you to go there in person. But rest assured, Lord Kakuzu, there will be no danger, said the clerk. All right. Kakuzu remained cautious. After leaving the currency exchange, he sent a shadow clone to negotiate with the client while he found a place to continue counting his money. The shadow clone quickly arrived at the address provided by the client. Hello, Mr. Kakuzu. We are from Konoha's Umbu. We want to hire you to assist us in killing someone. The Umbu recognized it was a shadow clone and was not surprised. Better safe than sorry. Who? Kakuzu asked, secretly thinking, is Konoha planning to have me kill some noble? He had received such jobs in the past. Ninja villages often hired rogue ninjas to deal with hard-to-kill targets. The Iron Sand Butcher, S.Z. Tianyi, said the Umbu. Upon hearing S.Z. Tianyi's name, Kakuzu's brows furrowed tightly. He knew a bit about Tianyi. While not much was known, he had captured the third Tsukikage, Inoki. This was no ordinary strength, and Kakuzu did not believe he could take down Tianyi with absolute certainty. Moreover, he might very well be killed by him. Seeing the refusal on Kakuzu's face, the Umbu quickly said, Don't worry. We won't send you to take on S.Z. Tianyi alone. Our Lord Orochimaru and Lord Jiraiya will also be involved. Hearing this, Kakuzu felt much more at ease. Okay, but need to get the money first. If we don't take down S.Z. Tianyi, Konoha can't blame me. After all, his strength is formidable. We can give you half up front, and the other half will be given as long as you take action, regardless of whether S.Z. Tianyi is dead or not, said the Umbu. Considering Konoha's reputation was still decent, Kakuzu nodded. My real body will come soon. He then dispelled the shadow clone, and not long after, Kakuzu arrived. The Umbu, being very trustworthy, handed him 30 million. Kakuzu nodded, revealing a satisfied smile. Since he was betrayed by the village, only money could fill the emptiness in his heart. So, Mr. Kakuzu, shall we set off now? Asked the Umbu. Let's go. He wanted to get the other 30 million as soon as possible. The Umbu members took Kakuzu toward Orochimaru's base. At the temporary base of Konoha, Orochimaru's forces had already established a camp and focused on creating many barriers with the sealing team to prevent another air raid by S.Z. Tianyi. Kushina, I've returned to Mightiest Mountain, Minato Namikaze said, looking at his girlfriend with concern. She had been injured and hadn't had time to recover properly before rushing around. Okay, Minato, don't worry, my body heals quickly. I won't take long to recover. Kushina, a pure-blooded Uzumaki with the Ninetales, could heal even faster than Naruto. Minato gently kissed Kushina on the forehead, then was summoned back to Mightiest Mountain. For the village and for his girlfriend, Minato worked even harder on his sage techniques. Sage Fukasaku and Sage Shima watched Minato and sighed. If only little Jiraiya had half the effort of little Minato, he wouldn't still be struggling to master Sage mode. Just then, a small toad hurriedly jumped over. Sage Fukasaku, Sage Shima, the great toad sage has awakened. He said he has seen some fragments of the future and must meet Jiraiya immediately. Upon hearing this, the two quickly used reverse summoning to bring Jiraiya from the northern battlefield. Sage Fukasaku, Sage Shima, what is going on? Jiraiya asked as he was summoned. The great toad sage has a new prophecy and wants to see you, Sage Fukasaku said urgently. He then asked Sage Shima to keep an eye on Minato while he took Jiraiya to the great toad sage's palace. The great toad sage, who had been dozing off, was now wide awake and alert. Jiraiya recognized the seriousness of the situation when he saw the great toad sage's demeanor. Great sage, I brought little Jiraiya. Sage Fukasaku said hurriedly. Little Jiraiya, I saw Konoha being destroyed by a person with blue eyes. The entire ninja world is plunged into war, and countless people died in that war. The great toad sage spoke with a hint of fear. In fact, after he saw this war in his dream, the entire ninja world was unified, and under the governance of that mysterious person, the ninja world became increasingly powerful. That person also developed a sage mode belonging to humanity itself, and the three great sacred lands were completely surpassed by humans, losing their sacred titles. There was no longer a lofty status. The ordinary great frog sage didn't care about the sacred land title at all. But when he learned that Mightiest Mountain would no longer be referred to as a sacred land in the future, he immediately panicked. He then wanted to incite Jiraiya to kill that person with blue eyes to restore things to their original course. Do you know what that person looks like? The great frog sage asked. I can't see him. I can only see that he has a pair of blue eyes, Jiraiya replied hurriedly. You must find him Otherwise, not only will Konoha be finished, but the entire ninja world will be doomed, the Great Frog Sage urged. Seeing the Great Frog Sage so flustered, Jiraiya realized that this crisis in the ninja world was indeed very serious. When will peace come to the ninja world? Great Frog Sage, did you dream about the Child of Prophecy again? Jiraiya wanted to know who the Child of Prophecy really was. In today's ninja world, only the Child of Prophecy could save it. No, the Great Frog Sage shook his head. Seeing this, Jiraiya could only nod dejectedly. When he first met Nagato, he thought Nagato was the Child of Prophecy. Later, after taking Minato as a disciple, he thought perhaps Minato was the Child of Prophecy. He felt like a man without boundaries, falling in love with every potential Child of Prophecy he encountered. Soon, the Sage of Deep Thought led the confused Jiraiya out of the palace. Looking at Jiraiya, who was lost, the Sage of Deep Thought comforted him. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, Jiraiya. The Great Frog Sage might dream of more useful information later. Jiraiya nodded and quickly adjusted his mindset. Do you want to go see little Minato? The Sage of Deep Thought asked. Jiraiya shook his head. No, let him train well. I need to return to the ninja world. They still need me there. Chapter 68. The response of Uchiha Shana's arrival after bidding farewell to Sage Shinsaku. Jiraiya returned to the ninja world. Meanwhile, Danzo was hurrying north with an army composed of ninja clans. Sarutobi Hiruzen also received news that the Umbu had successfully hired Kakuzu. They hoped to take down Uchiha Tianyi this time, and also hoped that Uchiha Tianyi would exhaust Fugaku's ocular power. As a disciple of Senju Tobirama, Sarutobi Hiruzen had a certain understanding of the Uchiha's Mangeki Sharingan. He knew its weakness. Once the ocular power was exhausted, it would lead to blindness. Deep down, Sarutobi Hiruzen already had an idea. If Uchiha Tianyi couldn't exhaust Fugaku's ocular power this time, he would use the position of Hokage as bait to send Fugaku to the northern war against the Hidden Cloud Village. No matter who won or lost, he wouldn't be at a loss. Hokage-sama, we just received news from the Land of Rivers. Uchiha Tianyi and Yakumo are leading the Sand Ninja into the Land of Rivers. The Umbu handed over the information to Sarutobi Hiruzen. After reading it, Sarutobi Hiruzen coldly laughed. Does the Sand Village intend to swallow the entire Land of Rivers? He thought to himself, hoping that Danzo's previous instigation of Uchiha Tianyi to clash with Rasha would succeed. In the Sand Village, Rasha was currently working in his sick room. At this moment, his brother-in-law Yakumo hurried into his sick room. Kazekage-sama. Yakumo looked at Rasha with a complicated expression, unsure whether he should tell his brother-in-law about the gossip he had heard in the village. What's wrong, Yakumo? Rasha noticed the hesitance of his wife's younger brother and put down the documents in his hand, looking at him curiously. Could this kid have a crush? A smile appeared on his face at this thought. Kazekage-sama, I just heard some people in the village comparing you to Lord Tianyi, saying that you are not as good as him. I think someone is definitely stirring up trouble behind the scenes. Yakumo was worried that his brother-in-law would feel jealous, causing conflicts between the two of them. After hearing this, Rasha's expression turned serious. When did this start? He furrowed his brows. Fortunately, I plan to pass the position to Tianyi later. Otherwise, I might really have some thoughts about Tianyi. It should be today. I didn't hear anyone talking yesterday. Kazekage-sama, I think it must be other villages doing this. Yakumo expressed his suspicion. Rasha fell silent for a moment, then sneered. There are probably not only spies from other villages pushing this. Some ambitious individuals in our village are likely fanning the flames too. Rasha was aware of the disgusting behavior of some characters in his own village. He would bet that this matter was 100% related to some ninja clans in the village. What should we do now, Kazekage-sama? Yakumo really didn't want his brother-in-law to fall out with Uchiha Tianyi. Seeing Uchiha Tianyi repeatedly defeating enemies outside, and everything in the village developing positively, he hoped that this matter wouldn't lead to internal strife. Don't worry, it's simple to resolve. Rasha smiled. Yakumo looked at his brother-in-law with curiosity, unsure how he planned to resolve it. Yakumo, you should go back to the village and spread the word that after this war, I plan to let Tianyi take over as Kazekage, Rasha said with a smile. Yakumo was momentarily stunned, looking at his brother-in-law in disbelief. Seeing his face filled with sincerity and honesty, he realized that his brother-in-law wasn't joking. But Tianyi is only in his teens. If I remember correctly, he is only 15 now. Will the villagers accept him? Yakumo felt that the ninja clans would definitely oppose it. If they disagree, that's fine. As long as they can achieve results like Tianyi, I can also let them become Kazekage. Rasha sneered. In this world, strength still spoke the loudest. Yakumo thought for a moment and immediately became excited. Kazekage-sama, I will go spread the word. Yakumo dashed out quickly. Rasha looked at him speechlessly, thinking that this kid didn't even know to comfort him a bit. He then looked out the window. This matter was probably instigated by Konoha from behind. Rasha felt that the scheme definitely came from Danzo's hands. With Yakumo's promotion of the news that Tianyi would take over as Kazekage after the war, it spread through the village like a virus. Great! Lord Tianyi will be our Kazekage. Lord Tianyi is powerful. Our village will definitely get better and better. Yes, and Lord Tianyi is a commoner ninja. In the future, our lives as commoner ninjas will also improve. The villagers were all smiling. Only those with ambitions had dark expressions. They never expected Rasha would choose to give up the position of Kazekage. How could someone who had tasted the flavor of power be willing to give it up? At this moment, many families tacitly stopped their small actions. They didn't quite understand the current situation. At this time, in the Sand Village's hospital, the pharmacist Yano-Yu heard the discussions on the street but didn't show any expression. Instead, she looked towards the Sand Hospital where Rasha was. She wondered if Rasha was sincere or if he was trying to confuse Uchiha Tianyi first. The pharmacist Yano-Yu then disappeared into the crowd, planning to find another opportunity. At the same time, Chiyo and the others also arrived in the Land of Rivers. The Sand Ninjas were all excited. Yahiko and the others observed the situation in the Land of Rivers along the way and found that the people here were living in hardship, feeling a sense of confusion. How should they save this ninja world? Chiyo and the others quickly met up with Uchiha Tianyi and the others. Good job, kid. Konoha has really embarrassed themselves this time. Chiyo couldn't help but smile when she thought of how Konoha's troops were sent fleeing back to the Land of Fire by Uchiha Tianyi alone. Chiyo-sama, you arrived just in time. I leave everything here to you. Uchiha Tianyi was very happy to see Chiyo, handing over all the documents to her before running off. After occupying the Land of Rivers, there were many matters to handle. Uchiha Tianyi, Yakumo, and the others were busy and dizzy. Watching Uchiha Tianyi run far away, Chiyo felt a bit speechless, but for the sake of the village, she rolled up her sleeves and got to work. At this moment, Yahiko and the others found the recently freed Tianyi. Lord Tianyi, we are feeling a bit lost lately, not knowing how to save this ninja world. Yahiko and the others were currently feeling down. Originally, they thought the lives of the people in the great nations would be good, but during their march through the Wind Country, they discovered that the lives of the Wind Country's people were similar to those in the Rain Country and the Land of Rivers. This left them quite confused. Uchiha Tianyi looked at them and smiled. He divided a large number of shadow clones to train. This scene made Yahiko and the others' eyelids twitch uncontrollably. Come with me. Uchiha Tianyi's main body quickly led them to a slope overgrown with weeds. Yahiko and the others looked at Tianyi with confusion, not understanding why he brought them here. What do you think of when you see this slope? Tianyi asked, pointing at the slope. Yahiko scratched the back of his head and said, a lot of grass. This slope is a bit steep. It's easy to fall. It's useless land. The members of the Akatsuki organization all gave their answers at this moment. Do you know what I'm thinking? Tianyi smiled and said. Everyone shook their heads to indicate they didn't know. Zongshen Tianyi didn't continue speaking, but instead formed seals and used earth release to transform the slope into a terraced field. The genes hidden deep within every Chinese descend and awakened. Look, now we can farm here. This can support several families. Do you know what to do now? Tianyi said with a smile. Everyone stared at Zongshen Tianyi, momentarily stunned. I have a task for you all. That is to lead a group of lower ninjas to transform the Land of Rivers. Utilize all the land that can be farmed. With fields, the people of the Land of Rivers and the Land of Wind won't have to worry about making a living. Zongshen Tianyi planned to transfer those lower ninjas with mediocre talents to the Akatsuki organization. Those lower ninjas had little impact on the battlefield. It was better to have them cultivate the land. Yes, Lord Tianyi. The members of Akatsuki seem to have found a chance to change the ninja world. In the next 2 days, Akatsuki began to cultivate farmland and brought in many civilians without land, distributing the fields to them. In the temporary camp of Konoha, Uchiha Shana arrived at the resting place of the Uchiha clan. Elder Shana, why are you here? At this moment, the 8th Hokage was particularly surprised to see Uchiha Shana. Why can't I come? I'm not a registered ninja. Sarutobi Hizashi can't control me. After Uchiha Shana attempted a rebellion and was imprisoned in Konoha, he was expelled from Konoha and had his ninja records revoked. Therefore, he didn't have to listen to the Hokage's orders. The 8th Hokage looked at him with a headache. Don't worry, I snuck out. Where's Fugaku? Uchiha Shana came to discuss the battle between Fugaku and Zongshen Tianyi. Tianyi's victory over Orochimaru and Fugaku made Uchiha Shana have other thoughts. Elder Shana, follow me. The 8th Hokage took Uchiha Shana to where Fugaku was. Meanwhile, Orochimaru learned through his snakes that Uchiha Shana had returned. Why has this old guy come back? Is it because of Fugaku's Manjiki? After sending a few small snakes towards the Uchiha, Orochimaru began to study magnet release. P.S. Today there are 3 updates, totaling 9,000 words. Thank you all for your support. Because of the generous gifts from everyone, there will be 3 updates again tomorrow. If the big shots want more updates, just bombard me with gifts. Thank you all. Chapter 69. The Uchiha's Path. Operation Capture Scorpion. The 8th Hokage brought Uchiha Shana to an open area. At this time, Fugaku was teaching Itachi how to maximize his power using the Sharingan. When he saw Uchiha Shana, his brows immediately furrowed. Elder Shana, what brings you here? Fugaku looked at Uchiha Shana with a hint of strangeness in his eyes. Congratulations, clan leader. And congratulations to Itachi for opening his eyes, Uchiha Shana said, a hint of a smile appearing on his stern face, especially when looking at Itachi. Thank you, Elder Shana, Itachi said, his face turning slightly red as he expressed his gratitude. Itachi, you should leave with the 8th Hokage for a while. Fugaku knew that Uchiha Shana had come from Konoha, and it couldn't just be to congratulate him. The 8th Hokage and Itachi nodded and then left the area. Uchiha Shana set up a soundproof barrier. Clan leader, when you fought with Zongshen Tianyi, did you go all out? Uchiha Shana asked seriously, looking at Fugaku. Although he didn't want to admit it, Fugaku replied, at that time, I did go all out. Perhaps it was because I had opened my eyes for less than a year, so I couldn't unleash the full power of the Manjiki. Fugaku felt that if he had fully mastered the Manjiki, he definitely wouldn't have lost so badly. Uchiha Shana didn't make many comments. Zongshen Tianyi's strength is unexpectedly strong. Perhaps we Uchiha can find a new path. As Uchiha Shana spoke, he kept observing Fugaku with the corner of his eye, wanting to see his attitude. In his view, Fugaku would surely oppose him loudly and then scold him for bringing up such matters. However, this time was quite unusual. Fugaku did not scold him loudly, but looked at him with a strange expression. Could it be that Elder Shana is actually trying to get close to Zongshen Tianyi through this? Should I stop him or secretly help him? Fugaku felt it was difficult. Helping meant he was betraying the village, which was hard for him to accept. Not helping meant that in the future, Zongshen Tianyi, with his eternal Manjiki, would lead Uchiha and Tsunagakure to wipe out Konoha. After thinking it over, he decided to help Shana. Elder Shana, are you trying to ally with Tsunagakure? Even with the soundproof barrier, Fugaku couldn't help but ask quietly. No, it's to ally with Zongshen Tianyi. Uchiha Shana shook his head. I look down on Tsunagakure. Only a powerhouse like Zongshen Tianyi is worthy of our allegiance. But we still have clan members. Fugaku said with hesitation. Seeing Fugaku like this, Uchiha Shana couldn't help but feel excited. He didn't expect this indecisive clan leader to be so decisive regarding the alliance with Zongshen Tianyi. Zongshen Tianyi has Flying Thunder God, which could take many clan members away before Konoha reacts. Uchiha Shana said, those who are left behind can only be said to have bad luck. All right, Elder Shana, you can communicate your thoughts with Zongshen Tianyi. Fugaku had Umbu monitoring him, so he couldn't go find Zongshen Tianyi for secret discussions. I can't either. I must return to Konoha, or the Umbu monitoring me will find out. However, I have a suitable messenger. Uchiha Inaho, who has already opened 3 tomo and is strong enough, can be entrusted with the task of delivering the message. Since Uchiha Shana started a rebellion during the 2nd Hokage's time, although he didn't die, he would have. Fugaku thought for a moment and finally nodded. Clan leader, may I ask why you chose to support me this time? Is it because your Manjiki can see something? Uchiha Shana speculated that one of his clan leader's ocular techniques might be able to see the future. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense for Fugaku to support him. Yes, I could see a few fragments. Fugaku didn't hide it since Shana had guessed it. What fragments? What will happen to us, Uchiha? Uchiha Shana became tense. The reason he chose to seek Zongshen Tianyi was that Konoha was slowly boiling the frog with the Uchiha. If they did not resist, they would die. You will lead the Uchiha to follow Zongshen Tianyi and flatten Konoha. Uchiha Fugaku thought for a moment and decided to tell him what he had seen. Ha ha ha. It seems my choice was not wrong. Our Uchiha's future lies with Zongshen Tianyi. Uchiha Shana felt incredibly relieved. Clan leader, I'm preparing to leave. I will leave Inaho behind. Please help him out when the time comes. I will contact you through the Nico clan. Uchiha Shana knew he couldn't stay long, so he immediately began to arrange the follow-up. Fugaku actively cooperated. A day later, Uchiha Shana left the camp and returned to Konoha. In the basement, Orochimaru learned through a small snake that Uchiha Shana had left. Did he really come just to see Fugaka-Kuin's Mangeki Sharingan? Orochimaru couldn't discern Uchiha Shana's intentions. After all, he couldn't imagine that as one of Konoha's founding clans, they would be considering betraying the village. In the land of rivers, Tsunagekyu's outpost, Maki avoided Chiyo and Eyes, secretly approaching Zongshen Tianyi and the others who were training. May I ask who is Lord Tianyi? Looking at the densely packed Tianyi, Maki couldn't tell who the real one was. At this moment, the real Tianyi walked over. Maki, just call me Tianyi. Lord Tianyi, you can call me Maki. Maki immediately replied. Your strength is now much stronger than mine. How about this? I'll call you Maki, and you call me Tianyi. Tianyi had a good impression of Maki. After all, he had taught him ninjutsu and taijutsu back then. It felt strange to have him call him Lord. All right then. Tianyi, let's go talk over there. Maki glanced at the operation room. Tianyi noticed and understood that Maki wanted to tell him something that Chiyo and I shouldn't know. So they went to an unoccupied place. Tianyi, just now a small team of ours in the land of rivers, discovered Scorpion's trace. He slaughtered the people of a small town and robbed it clean. Maki's expression was serious. I see. Now Tianyi understood why Maki didn't tell Chiyo and the others. Let's go, Maki. We need to bring this troublesome boy back. The village really needs his strength right now. Tianyi would not let Scorpion get away. Scorpion's talent with puppets was too good. Once he left, the puppet masters of Tsunagakure would become scavengers. Shinjuro, who the hell is reading my ID? However, this troublesome boy needed to be educated properly. Blaming the third Kazekage for the death of his parents was indeed a bit odd. The third Kazekage didn't want his parents to die either. Tianyi hesitated at this moment. The village had secretly speculated that the disappearance of the third Kazekage was likely related to Scorpion. After all, it was too much of a coincidence that he vanished alongside the third Kazekage. Zongshen Tianyi excused Scorpion, thinking to himself, I'm sorry, third Kazekage, but for the sake of the village, I can only put you in a difficult position. Maki said, I think the rumors in the village are nonsense. Scorpion is only 16 years old. How could he possibly defeat the third Kazekage? Scorpion was born in 32 years. Note, I used the timeline from Jihu's Naruto Chronicle as a reference, which is more specific and convenient for my writing. If there are any issues, everyone can join me in scolding on Jihu, just don't scold me. Upon hearing Zongshen Tianyi's words, Maki looked at him strangely. His gaze was fixed on him. Tianyi was about the same age as Scorpion, but with his strength, he could definitely kill the third Kazekage. Zongshen Tianyi also sensed Maki's gaze. So he coughed twice and said, Ahem, I'm an exception. Maki nodded. All right, let's go bring back the village's most talented puppet master. Tianyi stretched his limbs. Today, Scorpion has to come back, whether he wants to or not. Tianyi, Scorpion is back. How do you plan to arrange him? Maki was still a bit worried about Scorpion. The opponent was powerful, and there were psychological issues as well, which was a big trouble. No need to worry, I'll first send him to Boss Shoha. Let him make puppets for the village over there, and later I will help guide him. Tianyi rubbed his hands together, revealing a mischievous smile. Maki silently mourned for Scorpion in his heart. He thought, Scorpion's future days are probably going to be tough. Let's go, we set off. Tianyi and Maki controlled the iron sand and headed towards Scorpion's location. After half a day's journey, they arrived at the small town that Scorpion had destroyed. Lord Tianyi, Lord Maki. They found that the sand ninjas there had already buried all the dead. Tianyi looked at the empty town and cursed, damn it. I must teach Scorpion a good lesson. How could he be so violent? The slaughter of civilians was unacceptable to Tianyi. The sand ninjas present looked at Zongshen Tianyi with strange expressions. Is this something the Iron Sand Butcher would say? Where did Scorpion go? Tianyi asked. Lord Tianyi, Scorpion went north. He probably knows we have taken over the land of rivers. So he went to the smaller countries of the land of rain and the land of grass. The sand ninjas hurriedly replied. Good. Tianyi immediately took Maki and continued to pursue. Along the way, he kept his sensory ninjutsu activated. After pursuing for a day and a night, he and Maki saw a red-haired figure, Scorpion. At this time, Scorpion had not yet transformed himself. He should still be collecting materials to make the Crimson Flow Jewel. It's him. Maki quickly pointed to the person below. All right, watch me. Zongshen Tianyi's left hand manifested a dozen small iron balls made of iron sand. Take this. The dozen iron balls were instantly launched. Scorpion heard the sound of air being cut and immediately took out several puppets he had made from his storage scroll, attempting to block the attack. Bang, bang, bang. However, his puppets were like made of mud, one after another exploding upon impact. P.S. Dear leaders, today is still 3 updates. This is the first one. Please send free gifts. No one has sent love power gifts today. Wah. Little brother here is thick-skinly asking for gifts. If you want more updates, just bury me with gifts. Chapter 70. Magnet released the three-headed, six-armed divine form of heaven and earth. Damn it, who is it? Scorpion looked at his creation, which could not hold for even a second, and quickly stepped back. However, he was still hit a few times by the splattered dirt. His forearm was punctured by the dirt, and blood was oozing out. Magnet released divine form of heaven and earth. Zongshen Tianyi had created a giant over 100 meters tall and conveniently hid Maki inside the Iron Sand Giant, preventing this guy from seeing something he shouldn't. It's you, Iron Sand Butcher. Scorpion became excited when he saw Zongshen Tianyi. He already had a third Kazekage in his hand, and if he could kill Zongshen Tianyi and turn him into a puppet, he would have two in his possession. Bang! Scorpion took out a storage scroll marked with the character 3, and with a puff of smoke, the third Kazekage, turned into a puppet, appeared. Oh, poor third. Shinting couldn't help but think that among the Kage, the third Kazekage had the worst fate. He had no name, was killed by his own ninja, and after death, his body was transformed into a puppet. Scorpion, today I'm going to teach you a good lesson for Elder Chiyo. Shinting said. Hearing the name Chiyo, Scorpion's expression changed slightly. Don't mention that old hack. He then controlled the third Kazekage and began to attack. Magnet release sand iron giant needle. Dozens of iron sand needles, 3 to 4 meters long, formed and were about to strike Zongshen Tianyi's Iron Sand Giant when shocking change occurred. All the iron sand lost control. What's going on? Scorpion's youthful face was filled with confusion. He hadn't lost control over the third Kazekage. So how could this happen? Ha ha. Zongshen Tianyi was about to laugh himself to death. He had just tried to increase his chakra to control the iron sand of the third Kazekage, and, as a result, he found that he had taken control of the third Kazekage's iron sand. With his massive chakra, he gained control. Scorpion, take this. At that moment, all the giant spears turned towards Scorpion and flew at him rapidly. Bang! Scorpion could only flee in a panic in the face of Zongshen Tianyi's attack. Watching Scorpion, who was utterly powerless to fight back, Shen Tianyi was on the verge of laughter. Scorpion glanced coldly at Zongshen Tianyi. He knew he was no match for him and wanted to escape. Shen Tianyi saw through Scorpion's thoughts and coldly snorted. Scorpion wants to leave? That's not going to happen. Magnet released the three-headed, six-armed divine form of heaven and earth. Zongshen Tianyi originally wanted to create a true 1,000 hands like Hashirama, but found it a bit difficult and hadn't succeeded, yet he managed to create a Neza-like three-headed, six-armed figure. Scorpion noticed the giant in front of him changing and tensed up, cautiously guarding against this iron sand giant. At this moment, his face looked particularly grim. Against such a colossal creature, his puppets were utterly helpless. The only one he could use, the third Kazekage puppet, was being thoroughly restrained by Zongshen Tianyi. 6 arms descended from the sky, and the sound of whistling filled the air. Scorpion felt as if the earth itself was about to collapse beneath him. Damn it! Body flicker technique. Scorpion gritted his teeth and used all his strength. Finally, after exhausting all his energy, he escaped the attack range of the giant. Just as he intended for the third Kazekage to take him away, the giant's 3 heads opened their mouths wide. Blue light flickered. The magnetic force was accelerating their tongues. Yes, the tongues, which had now turned into conical shapes gleaming with cold light. At this moment, the mouths of the giant's heads formed a magnetic field. Whoosh! The 3 tongues transformed into black light, mixed with a hint of blue light, and shot towards Scorpion at high speed. In that instant, it felt as if space itself was about to be torn apart by those 3 tongues. Bang! With 3 loud bangs, 3 large holes with diameters of 20 to 30 meters appeared in the ground, and looking down into the holes revealed a bottomless depth. Steam was continuously rising from the openings, and some soil and rocks had turned into magma at the bottom. Not bad. This power is impressive. Zongshen Tianyi nodded in satisfaction. He then looked at Scorpion, who was positioned between the 3 holes. Scorpion now felt his steps were heavy, and moving even a single step was extremely difficult. He was terrified. Just a moment ago, he felt as if his parents were embracing him. Seeing Zongshen Tianyi watching him from not far away, Scorpion gave up resisting. The third Kazekage slumped to the ground. You could go ahead. Scorpion slowly closed his eyes, waiting for death to arrive. However, Shen Tianyi did not strike. Instead, he sealed the third Kazekage with a storage scroll and released Maki from the Iron Sand Giant. Is it over, Shen Tianyi? Maki appeared beside him in an instant. Shen Tianyi nodded, then sent a shadow clone to Scorpion's side to collect all his puppets. He was worried this guy might have tricks up his sleeve. He also left 3 flying thunder god marks on him. one on the back of his neck and one at the location of his heart. He was concerned that this guy might modify his body, and if possible, he would really want to leave a flying thunder god mark on Scorpion's heart for extra caution. Once he confirmed that Scorpion had nothing on him, Zongshen Tianyi walked over. He turned to Maki and gave him a kunai marked with the flying thunder god. Say, Maki, take this kid and go guard the boss Shikaku. Okay. Maki nodded. The next second, Shinting activated the flying thunder god and directly arrived at Shikaku's location. This is One Tail? Scorpion looked at the Shikaku, who was playing with the ceiling class, shocked. What One Tail? It's called Boss Shikaku. Shinting immediately gave Scorpion a punch. Scorpion rubbed the back of his head, then looked at Shinting with a complicated expression. You're not going to kill me? Why would I kill you? You're a genius from our Rasengan. If I kill you, wouldn't that make me crazy? Shinting rolled his eyes at him. But I killed. Scorpion hadn't finished speaking when he was interrupted by Zongshen Tianyi. No need to bring that up again. As long as you correct your ways, the third Kazekage will forgive you. Shinting patted Scorpion on the shoulder. I didn't do anything wrong. What should I correct? Scorpion crossed his arms. And although he couldn't win against this guy, he wouldn't give in. At that moment, Shikaku approached Zongshen Tianyi upon noticing him. Who is this little brother of yours? Shikaku sensed a strong malice from Scorpion, but it wasn't directed at him. It felt more like it was aimed at the world. Strangely, there was also a hint of innocence about him. A person full of malice yet with a hint of innocence is indeed a contradiction. Boss Shikaku, I need to trouble you to keep an eye on this kid. He's too tricky, and only you can handle him, Shinting said with a smile. Scorpion looked at Zongshen Tianyi with a complex expression. He had been thoroughly beaten, yet now he was telling Shikaku that he was not his opponent. So that's how it is. All right, I'll take care of it. As the leader, I guarantee to take good care of him. Shoha immediately patted his chest upon hearing this. The members of the sealing team rolled and crawled to Zongshen Tianyi's side. Their clothes were tattered, and anyone who didn't know might think they were beggars. Wow! They clung to Tianyi's legs and cried loudly. Lord Tianyi at this moment. Each one cried more pitifully than the last. A hint of embarrassment appeared on Shoha's face. He had been a bit harsh with them lately. Lord Tianyi, please take us back. I want to retire. I don't want to be a ninja anymore. Mom, Dad, I miss you. Tianyi looked at his leader, his lips twitching slightly. All right, I'll take you back. I'll send you back to the village shortly, and I'll have the teacher grade this mission as an S-rank task for you. Tianyi comforted everyone, secretly thinking, what a bunch of poor kids. In the next moment, the sealing team, who had still been crying, all stood up in unison. Thank you, Lord Tianyi. Their faces were beaming with smiles. Tianyi looked at their stark contrast and was speechless. He turned to Shoha. Boss, I'll take these people away first. I'll leave the troublesome Scorpion to you, Tianyi said with a smile. All right. Shoha nodded. Zongshen Tianyi had them hold onto each other and then activated the flying thunder god to return to the village. Meanwhile, Shoha looked at Scorpion with a grin, displaying a charming smile. Scorpion, looking at the tailed beast in front of him, couldn't help but feel a bit scared. Although Zongshen Tianyi hadn't sealed his chakra, as a puppet master, he had lost all his puppets, and his strength had dropped significantly. The one-tailed beast in front of him didn't look serious at all. Chio Grandma, I miss you. Chapter 71. The Fourth Strategizing, Old Purple, Sunagakure. Zongshen Tianyi returned to the village with the sealing team. Finally back. No more suffering under Shikaku's torment. That's great. I never want to be near Shikaku again. Yeah, it's too scary. They just wanted to say that the tailed beast's energy is terrifying. Tianyi looked at this group of pitiful people, then gave him a few instructions before activating the Flying Thunder God to head over to Maki's side, bringing him back to the base in the Land of Rivers. After that, Tianyi arrived at the operations room. At this moment, only Chio and E-Biz were there, handling the piled-up documents. Tianyi, you're just in time. Quickly send out some shadow clones to help with these documents, E-Biz said, looking up with a smile. Zongshen Tianyi created a shadow clone, but only to guard the entrance, not to handle the documents. Upon seeing this, Chio and E-Biz's expressions became serious. Is something major happening? Tianyi then took out a storage scroll marked with the number 3. He planned to hand over the third Kazekage to them to deal with. One reason is that Tianyi didn't need this thing at all. It was too weak. The other reason was to use this matter to ensure that Chio and E-Biz would work hard for him in the future. What is this? The two of them had their suspicions. Elder Chio, Elder E-Biz, a few days ago, we discovered Scorpion's whereabouts. I personally captured him and obtained some things from him. Tianyi said. Tianyi, what happened to Scorpion now? Chio's heart raced as she nervously looked at Zongshen Tianyi. Was her grandson killed by Tianyi? E-Biz pulled his sister back at this moment, worried she might do something foolish. I sent Scorpion to Shikaku's side. I let Shikaka keep an eye on him. Zongshen Tianyi said. Hearing this, Chiyo and Ibiz both breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he's not dead, that's good. Tianyi then opened the storage scroll and placed the third Kazekage's body on the table. Chiyo and Ibiz saw that the body of the third Kazekage had been transformed into a human puppet, and a hint of pain appeared on their faces. There was grief over the death of the third Kazekage, and also pain for Scorpion going down the wrong path. Elder Chiyo, Elder Ibiz, you'll handle this. Aside from me and Scorpion, no one else knows about this, Zongshen Tianyi said, looking at the two. Chiyo looked at Tianyi in disbelief. She didn't expect Zongshen Tianyi would hand this over to her, meaning as long as she didn't disclose it, Scorpion wouldn't be the murderer of the Kazekage. What conditions do you have, Tianyi? Chiyo asked. For now, none. If I had to say something, it would be to trouble Elder Chiyo to serve Tsunegakure well. Zongshen Tianyi said with a smile, while looking at Chiyo. Chiyo gratefully looked at Tianyi. Thank you so much, Tianyi. I owe you too much. It's nothing. We're all doing this for the village. I also hope Scorpion, this genius, can return to the village. If he is around, our puppet master troops' combat power will greatly increase. Zongshen Tianyi said with a smile. Chiyo nodded with a hint of pride. Her grandson indeed had extraordinary talent in puppetry, just as dazzling as Tianyi. Ibiz now understood Tianyi's purpose in bringing back Scorpion. To have Scorpion create puppets for the village. If all goes well, in the future, Scorpion would only be creating puppets every day. However, Ibiz was still happy. At least his life was saved, right? If Scorpion made amends, Tianyi might consider allowing him to regain his freedom in the future. Tianyi, can you take us to Scorpion? We will persuade him to serve the village well in the future, Ibiz said, looking sincerely at Tianyi. Okay, I will bring you back tomorrow morning, Zongshen Tianyi said, grabbing the two and activating the Flying Thunder God to go to Shikaku's side. They found Shikaku controlling the wind and sand, blowing Scorpion up into the sky, then blowing him up again when he fell. It was like bungee jumping, but much more thrilling. Chiyo and Ibiz turned to Zongshen Tianyi. Tianyi immediately raised his hands. Don't get me wrong, this has nothing to do with me. Tianyi, why are you here again? Oh, it's you too, Shikaku said, coming over while playing with Scorpion. His eyes filled with excitement as he looked at Tianyi, as if asking if these two could join in the fun. Shikaku, these two elders are here. Zongshen Tianyi suddenly noticed an anomaly with the kunai he had given Maki for the Flying Thunder God. Elder Chiyo, Elder Ibiz, something happened with Maki. I need to handle it first. Shikaku, I'm leaving. Tianyi waved at Shikaku and then left. Gulp. Chiyo and Ibiz felt a bit nervous facing Shikaku. After all, they had contributed quite a bit when suppressing the Jinchuriki revolt. Shikaku, Chiyo and Ibiz were also played by Shikaku. A family reunited. In the land of rivers, at the Tsunegakure base, Tianyi arrived next to Maki. Has something happened, Maki? Zongshen Tianyi inquired. Lord Tianyi, just now our spies obtained some intelligence. Konoha has hired a rogue ninja in the black market named Kakuzu, whose strength is comparable to that of a Kage. Moreover, it seems Konoha has also pulled Jiraiya away from the northern battlefield. Maki quickly reported the situation to Tianyi. Wow, Konoha really values us Tsunegakure. Are they neglecting their other fronts by doing this? Zongshen Tianyi remarked. From a reader's commentary, currently, Iwagakure seems to be selecting the 4th Tsuchikage due to Naka's defeat and injuries. Kimogakure is only having small-scale conflicts with Konoha. As for Kirigakure, I don't know the situation, but it seems they aren't planning to join the fray anytime soon. Maki relayed all the intelligence he knew. Tianyi's expression grew serious. Konoha was planning to engage them in a major battle first. If they defeat Tsunegakure, it would send a shockwave through the ninja world and conveniently avenge his son. No need to worry. We are now unprecedentedly strong. Zongshen Tianyi smiled. Maki nodded in agreement. Send someone to investigate. See if we can find out where Kakuzu is. Zongshen Tianyi wanted to recruit this guy. Yes. Maki immediately went to mobilize personnel, hoping to find out Kakuzu's current whereabouts. In Iwagakure, Noki sat in the Tsuchikage seat, feeling the chair beneath him. After today, he would no longer be the Tsuchikage. All the high-ranking officials of Iwagakure were seated in the conference room of the Tsuchikage building. Everyone, please recommend someone to take on the role of Tsuchikage, Noki began. At this moment, the high-ranking officials exchanged glances. Lord Tsuchikage, I think you should still hold the position of Tsuchikage. Yes. Although our Iwagakure village suffered a setback at the hands of Zongshen Tianyi this time, we will definitely be able to retaliate. Just because we lost once doesn't mean it's a loss. Everyone is still unsure whether Yuki really wants to step down or is trying to lure some people out to make an example of them. thereby securing his position as Tsukikage. Alright, no need to say more, I won't worry about the position of Tsukikage anymore. The flying thunder god mark from Zongshen Tianyi is on the back of my neck, and my life and death are in someone else's hands. If I were to still hold the position of Tsukikage, it would only harm the interests of the village. While speaking, Yuki touched the back of his neck, and Keidu did the same. The flying thunder god mark on the back of their necks was like a sharp blade hanging over their heads, ready to fall at any moment and take their lives. After hearing Yuki's words, everyone fell silent. Then one person mustered the courage to say, why not let Old Z or Han take the position of Tsukikage? But Old Z and Han are Jinchuriki. Yes, that might not be too good, right? I agree. At this moment, everyone glanced at Old Z and Han. Their identities as Jinchuriki made everyone a bit hesitant. Yuki squinted at Old Z, and to be honest, he didn't like Old Z much due to differing ideologies. However, Han's strength overly relied on his steam armor, and he had previously been defeated by Zongshen Tianyi. So Yuki worried that he might not be able to command respect as Tsukikage. The dire situation was that the only capable candidates in a Wagakure were these two, and they had to choose from them. Old Z, you will take the position of the fourth Tsukikage. Yuki ultimately chose Old Z. Although he disagreed with him ideologically, it was undeniable that Old Z had strength and also loved the village. Han was not surprised because he knew that after losing to Zongshen Tianyi, he could not take the position of Tsukikage. Everyone looked at Old Z. Alright, Old Z nodded. Nowadays, apart from himself, there was no one else suitable. Good. Then let S issue the announcement. I will step down as Tsukikage and Old Z will take over. Yuki said slowly. Yes. Everyone immediately went to make preparations, while also leaving Yuki some private space. Father. Keidu looked at his father with concern. Yuki smiled and shook his head at Keidu, reassuring him. P.S. This is the last update for today. I almost hit 9,000 words today. Please don't mind. Big shots. Please help out with free love to generate power. Of course, other gifts are also welcome. Thank you all for your support. To show my gratitude for everyone's gifts, I'll still post 3 chapters tomorrow. So keep the gifts coming. Chapter 72. The Appearance of Toad Sage Jiraiya. In the land of Earth's daimyo mansion, the daimyo looked at the documents handed to him by his subordinates from the rock-hidden village, feeling quite surprised. He knew that Inoki would give an explanation after this defeat, but he didn't expect him to resign directly. Was the third Tsukikage really voluntary? The daimyo was worried that after he agreed, he would be targeted by Inoki, so he asked his officials again. Yes, daimyo. The third Tsukikage is voluntary. There's a flying thunder god mark left on the back of his neck by the Iron Sand Butcher. As long as the other party is willing, they can take the life of the third Tsukikage at any time. The officials immediately understood upon hearing this, so it was like this. Alright, approve it, and send the document back to the rock-hidden village. At the same time, tell the fourth that the rock-hidden village is handed over to him. After learning about Inoki's situation, the daimyo felt relieved. He immediately stamped the document with the daimyo's seal and handed it to the official, instructing him to send it to the rock-hidden village right away. A day later, the news that Inoki was stepping down and that Elder Otsutsuki would soon take office as the fourth Tsukikage spread throughout the ninja world. The entire ninja world was particularly surprised. They were surprised that a Jinchuriki actually became a Kage, which was a first in the ninja world. Note, Karamiyagura is not yet the three-tails Jinchuriki. Although the Hokage did not specify when he became a Jinchuriki, it can be inferred that he is not one yet since Lin Noera died in the 49th year. At this time, Zongshen Tianyi had just brought Chiyo and Ebizo back from Shikaku's side. Looking at the two elderly people who seemed to be worn out, Tianyi couldn't help but chuckle. The two leaned against the wall of the camp for a while before recovering. Tianyi, is Scorpion okay over there? Chiyo was worried that her grandson had been messed up by Shikaku. Regarding Chiyo's concern, Tianyi could only say she was overthinking. Elder Chiyo, don't worry, he will be fine. The sealing team managed to hold on for that long under Shikaku. Scorpion will definitely be fine too. When we have time later, I can take you to see him. Zongshen Tianyi said with a smile. No. Ebizo waved his hands, almost creating an afterimage. Just then, Maki hurriedly ran over. Tianyi, Elder Chiyo, Elder Ebizo, we just received news that Inoki is about to step down, and the four-tails Jinchuriki is about to become the fourth Tsukikage. Maki said excitedly. There was nothing more enjoyable than seeing an enemy in misfortune. Ebizo stroked his chin. It was expected. I hope this four-tails Jinchuriki doesn't have any thoughts of targeting us. Chiyo was worried that the other party would engage in some small tricks after taking office. Elder Chiyo, I think the one we need to worry about is Konoha. The Rock Hidden Village just got taught a lesson by us, and they definitely won't attack us in the short term. Zongshen Tianyi said with a smile. As the saying goes, pick the soft persimmons to squeeze. Right now, the soft persimmons are naturally Konoha. After all, most of their strong ninjas have been dispatched to the border of the land of rivers. Chiyo and Ebizo nodded upon hearing this. As long as the people of the Rock Hidden Village weren't brain dead, they would understand that it was the best time to deal with Konoha. All right, Elder Chiyo, I will go train first. Zongshen Tianyi greeted the two elders and then turned to Maki. Once you have any news about Kakuzu, inform me immediately. The three nodded at Tianyi. Subsequently, Tianyi turned and left. He still hadn't learned dust release and the great spiral wheel, and he had to continue working hard. Konoha, Hokage building. Are you saying that Uchiha Shursui went to the front line and met Fugaku? The news of Uchiha Shursui going to the front line reached Sarutobi Hiruzen. Yes, Hokage-sama. The Umbu member nodded. Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brows. Uchiha Shursui was a reckless person who dared to rebel even when his teacher was alive. What did it mean for him to seek out Fugaku now? This made Sarutobi Hiruzen feel a sense of crisis, especially since he still didn't know what Fugaku's Mangekyo abilities were. Increase surveillance on Uchiha Shursui and Fugaku. At the same time, send more personnel to monitor the Uchiha clan's territory. Any unusual movements must be reported to me. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that he must specifically train a ninja team targeting the Uchiha clan. Yes, Hokage-sama. The Umbu member retreated. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in the Hokage seat, thinking about draining Fugaku's ocular power before no longer allowing the Uchiha clan to go into battle, keeping them in Konoha. He didn't believe that this way a new Mangekyo could still be born. Meanwhile, Jiraiya arrived at the Konoha camp located on the border of the land of rivers and the land of fire. Looking at the shabby camp, he thought, did the sand ninjas attack? He casually walked into the operations room, and upon seeing Orochimaru, he immediately laughed and put his arm around Orochimaru's shoulder. Orochimaru, I heard you got beaten up by Zongshen Tianyi of the Sand Hidden Village and lost your teeth. You really embarrassed yourself in front of your juniors. Jiraiya teased Orochimaru. Orochimaru rolled his eyes in response and shrugged off his hand. Jiraiya, you need to be more vigilant this time. If you underestimate Tianyi-kun, you might die. Orochimaru casually reminded him. Jiraiya withdrew his smile and then asked seriously, is this Zongshen Tianyi really that powerful? I've already retreated with the army to the land of fire. You say, wait a moment, when Tianyi-kun's shadow clone arrives, you can go and intercept him. Orochimaru heard the explosion outside and turned to Jiraiya. I'll go take a look. Jiraiya hurriedly walked out. The Iron Sand Butcher is here. Quickly, Earth Release Team. Take action and block him. Fortunately, today there was only one shadow clone that came. At this moment, the Earth Release Team acted all at once. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. A series of earthen walls rose up, attempting to block the attack of Zongshen Tianyi's shadow clone. But in front of the magnetically accelerated iron balls, it was like a piece of paper easily pierced. Then everyone skillfully retreated. During this time, every day a shadow clone of Zongshen Tianyi came to disrupt. While everyone did not become stronger, their ability to escape had qualitatively improved. Still, there were unfortunate souls who were turned into meat paste by the small iron balls. Are the iron balls the size of a fingernail this powerful? Jiraiya at this moment understood why Orochimaru and the others were so embarrassed. This was the strength of Tianyi-kun. However, over the recent period, it seemed that Tianyi-kun's shadow clones had been holding back. It was as if he was waiting for all of us to gather before taking us down in one go. Orochimaru expressed his thoughts. Jiraiya's expression was serious. Orochimaru, I will enter Sage Mode first. You hold him off for a bit. After Jiraiya finished speaking, he immediately summoned the two sages of Kiki Mountain, Fukasaku and Shima. Little Jiraiya, what is going on? The two sages noticed Zongshen Tianyi rampaging not far away. I beg you two sages to help me out. I need to block this guy in front of me. Jiraiya's control over Sage Mode is still half-baked. If it weren't for the two sages, he would need more training to enter it. Fukasaku and Shima nodded and then assisted Jiraiya. Orochimaru stood by, enviously watching his longtime friend, who was lagging behind. The snake sages in the dragon cave not only wouldn't help him train, but also wanted to eat him all day long. Though they were both sacred lands, the difference was too great. At this moment, members of the Uchiha clan came to Faye's side. Aren't we going to help, clan leader? The clansmen asked Faye in confusion. Ever since their clan leader fought with Jinta, he had required everyone to refrain from intervening. No need. This guy is clearly just digesting our combat power. It's pointless to intervene now. Look at the other ninja clans. They aren't intervening either. Fayek looked at Jinta in the sky. Jinta is a wandering Uchiha. Our clan must not have internal strife. We need to build our strength to counterattack Konoha. Fayek's mindset had already changed regarding the future. Yes, the other Uchiha members looked around and indeed noticed that the ninja clans were retreating and not advancing. Only the foolish civilians were desperately trying to intervene. At this moment, Jinta was playing with the Konoha ninjas while using sensory ninjutsu to perceive the situation in the Konoha camp. When he sensed a massive chakra presence in the Konoha camp, which was also mixed with some strange elements, he slowly said, "Is that Jiraiya?" He speculated that the things he couldn't distinguish were likely natural energy. Magnet release. Iron Sand Shuriken. The Shadow clone took out a special shuriken, mixed it among the other Iron Sand Shurikens, and then rapidly launched it toward Jiraiya's direction. Summoning technique, triple Rashomon. Orochimaru noticed that Jinta was attacking them and immediately summoned the triple Rashomon to protect Jiraiya. Jiraiya gave Orochimaru a grateful look. Bang! The 3 Rashomon gates were destroyed one after the other, until the last gate collapsed. The shuriken launched by Jinta lost its power and scattered on the ground. Orochimaru frowned. He had fought Jinta the most and understood his strength well. Logically, his triple Rashomon shouldn't be able to block Jinta's Iron Sand Shuriken unless he had other intentions. The thought of Flying Thunder God crossed Orochimaru's mind. Jiraiya, retreat. Orochimaru quickly retreated, but by this time, 5 minutes had passed, and Jiraiya's face showed characteristics of a frog with shadows appearing under his eyes. The Toad Sage made a dazzling entrance. Jiraiya laughed heartily. He was going to beat Jinta today. Be careful, little Jiraiya, the 2 sages hurriedly reminded him. At that moment, a shuriken transformed into Jinta. This was the special shuriken from the earlier Shadow clone. Whenever he moved, Jinta sent out 2 Shadow clones. One attacked head-on, while the other waited for an opportunity to ambush. However, Orochimaru and the others had been lurking without an opportunity until Jiraiya arrived, which allowed the Shadow clone to see its chance. Giant Rasengan, a spiraling sphere about 4 to 5 meters in diameter, was launched toward Jiraiya. P.S. Today there are 3 updates. This is the first one. Thank you for the gifts. I'm here to ask everyone for gifts. Even free ones powered by love are welcome. The more gifts you give, the more the author updates. I'm being shameless. Chapter 73. Tianyi, good techniques. But Jiraiya, you can't do it, damn. Jiraiya looked at the massive chakra ball that suddenly appeared in front of him, completely bewildered. It was too late to retreat now. If he got hit by that thing, he would die, right? After scolding Jiraiya a few times for being foolish in his mind, Orochimaru immediately took action. Using Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall, he elevated the ground beneath Jiraiya's feet, lifting him directly 20 meters up to avoid the attack from Zongshen Tianyi. Orochimaru felt grateful. Jiraiya grinned widely. Boom! The next second, Tianyi smashed through the earthen wall in front of him. Before the wall collapsed, Jiraiya jumped onto the nearest large tree. Little Jiraiya, you need to be careful. That chakra ball was really dangerous. Sage Fukuzaka couldn't help but frown at this moment. If he wasn't mistaken, that kid's ninjutsu seemed to have been used without hand seals, right? All right. Jiraiya nodded. Sage Art, Thousand Needle Jutsu. He crouched down like a frog, and his hair shot out like a rain of arrows towards Zongshen Tianyi. Zongshen Tianyi's Shadow clone revealed a slight smile and vanished from Jiraiya's sight in an instant. Flying Thunder God. At that moment, Jiraiya recalled the information his teacher had given him about Zongshen Tianyi being able to use Flying Thunder God. Damn, 2 sages. We're in trouble now. This guy can use Flying Thunder God. Jiraiya managed a bitter smile. What? ISNT this technique, supposed to be exclusive to the 4th Hokage? The 2 were well aware of how troublesome Flying Thunder God was. It's a long story. Let us talk about it later. Jiraiya thought this was related to his teacher, so he didn't continue. At this moment, the Shadow clone that had just disappeared appeared next to the Shadow clone in the sky. You used all your chakra to activate the Sage Art, World of Law. Let us see how strong Jiraiya is in Sage mode. This was Zongshen Tianyi's first time facing Sage mode, and he was very curious. Wanted to see if he could learn anything from it. Good. Magnet Style, World of Law. A giant iron sand golem rose from the ground. Standing over 100 meters tall, it exerted tremendous pressure on everyone. Since this wasn't a desert, how did they get so much iron sand from underground? It consumed a Shadow clone's chakra, and when this Shadow clone disappeared, another one immediately took over the command of the iron sand golem. Here we go again. Should we retreat? No need. Now that Jiraiya-sama is here, we'll definitely beat them. Yes, our Konoha village is the strongest in the ninja world. The Konoha ninjas said this, but their tone was filled with endless fear. Kushina looked at the giant iron sand golem that had appeared and immediately infused chakra into the flying thunder god Kanai left for her by Minato. Before long, Minato appeared beside Kushina. Minato, that guy Zongshen Tianyi is back. It seems like he is serious this time, Kushina said, pointing at the iron sand golem not far away. Minato looked at the distant figures and the two shadow clones of Zongshen Tianyi in the sky, cursing under his breath. Zongshen Tianyi sends shadow clones every day, making it impossible for him to properly train in sage mode. Kushina, you and the 3 disciples should retreat first. I'll go help Lord Orochimaru and the others. Minato turned to Kushina. All right. Kushina took Minato's 3 disciples and immediately left. Minato rushed over to Orochimaru's side. And when he saw his teacher had arrived, a smile appeared on his face. Great, the teacher is here. Now we can launch a counterattack, Minato said happily. Orochimaru weakly said, Minato, don't be too happy too soon. Tianyi's magnet style is not ordinary. Minato was momentarily stunned. However, he still believed in his teacher. After all, he was the sage of toads. Let us deal with this big guy first. Jiraiya warily looked at the giant before him and immediately began forming hand seals. Sage art, earth style, yellow spring swamp. Instantly, the iron sand golem sank down. Seeing the golem restrained, Jiraiya knew this was an opportunity. 2 sages. Let us use 5 right gate. Jiraiya said. Fukazaku and Shima immediately nodded. Sage art, 5 right gate. 1 person and 2 frogs, 1 spat oil, while 1 used fire style and the other wind style. Under the influence of sage chakra, their power underwent a tremendous change. Even those standing in the back could feel the oppressive heat wave. Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya, a hint of seriousness in his eyes. Jiraiya's strength has already become this formidable. Everyone turned their attention to the iron sand golem. This technique from the perverted sage will definitely melt Zongshen Tianyi's iron sand golem. Kushina jumped up happily. Rin and Kakashi nodded in agreement. Obito looked at Jiraiya enviously, muttering, this fire style is amazing. I want to do that too. The shadow clone standing on top of the iron sand golem couldn't help but sigh. Sage techniques are really impressive. Ordinary people really can't withstand this kind of power. Magnet style, electromagnetic field. The author is not a science student, so some things may not be reasonable. Please forgive me. The shadow clone clasped its hands together, and the iron sand golem below extended its arms, which emitted dazzling blue light. The iron sand that formed its arms slowly began to melt. This ninjutsu was newly created by Zongshen Tianyi. The raging flames were blocked by an invisible barrier formed by the electromagnetic field. No matter how much chakra Jiraiya and the others poured in, they couldn't push the flames forward by even a fraction. This defensive ninjutsu is pretty good, much more effective than the Rasengan. The shadow clone nodded in satisfaction. The only downside of the electromagnetic field is that it consumes a lot of chakra. Now, this shadow clone was close to exhausting its chakra. At this moment, Jiraiya and the others saw that their ninjutsu couldn't touch the opponent, and their faces turned extremely ugly. Good techniques, but Jiraiya, you can't do it. Before disappearing, I'll give you a gift. The shadow clone grinned wickedly. Hearing Zongshen Tianyi say he couldn't do it, Jiraiya was furious. Magnet style, electromagnetic iron liquid eruption. Due to using the electromagnetic field, a lot of the iron sand at the hands transformed into molten iron. At that moment, the shadow clone exhausted all its chakra and shot out. Scalding molten iron poured down like rain. Ninjutsu, Needle Earth Store. Jiraiya immediately used his hair to protect himself and the 2 sages. The scalding molten iron fell on him, producing wisps of black smoke before dropping to the ground. Not good. Minato immediately jumped down to use Flying Thunder God to save some of the ninjas caught in the engulfing molten iron. But he couldn't save that many people by himself. Many were affected. Those who were fortunate had the molten iron land on their limbs. Their injuries looked severe, but they could survive with medical ninjutsu. However, some of the unfortunate ones had the molten iron land on their heads, and they were sent to meet the king of hell directly. Wails immediately echoed throughout the camp. Damn! Jiraiya watched this scene, the flames of anger almost bursting from his chest. Orochimaru stood at the top of a tree, gazing at the iron sand scattered across the ground, muttering to himself. Was it magnet release that just blocked Jiraiya's sage technique? His mind was filled with the image of Jiraiya's sage technique being stopped by Tenkai. Faced with a sage technique attack of that level from Jiraiya, he could only dodge. But Tenkai had easily withstood it. Magnet release is truly powerful. Why didn't the third Kazekage and Raza have this kind of ability? Tenkai, because it's science. Orochimaru licked his lips, feeling addicted. He couldn't help but feel an itch in his heart until he dissected Tenkai. Tenkai, what secrets do you have? Meanwhile, those who were uninjured began to skillfully clean up the aftermath of the camp, watching everyone orderly wrap things up and treat the wounded without anyone directing them. Jiraiya couldn't help but wonder, were they trained, or were they trained by Tenkai? Of course, the latter means trained by Tenkai. Little Jiraiya, we'll head back first. Next time you face Tenkai, remember to call us. Sage Fukasaku and Sage Shima don't want little Jiraiya to sacrifice himself. They've watched him grow up since he was small. All right, I'll trouble you two sages this time, Jiraiya said respectfully. Then the two sages returned to Kiki Mountain. Chapter 74, Sarutobi. Is magnet release more attractive than wood release? Jiraiya-sensei, you're not hurt, are you? After delivering the injured to a safe location, Minato Namikaze came to Jiraiya's side, looking at him with concern. Don't worry, Minato. Although I couldn't do anything to that Zongshen Tianyi guy, he didn't hurt me either. He's just like that, Jiraiya said with a smile, hands on his hips, upon seeing his disciple. Kushina also walked over, unable to help but roll her eyes at Jiraiya. Perverted sage. That's because Zongshen Tianyi only sent a shadow clone. If his real body had come, you might not have been able to handle it, Kushina said proudly. Hands on her hips. A hint of embarrassment appeared on Jiraiya's face. That's right. He had almost forgotten that he was only facing a shadow clone of Zongshen Tianyi. By the way, why is this kid's magnet release so outrageous? Jiraiya quickly changed the subject. Minato and Kushina shook their heads. So, Jiraiya turned to his friend Orochimaru. Orochimaru, do you know why? I don't know. Orochimaru shook his head. Not far away, Fugaku, who overheard this, pondered. Could it be that Zongshen Tianyi has awakened the Meijiki Sharingan? In his view, the upper limit of magnet release as a bloodline limit wasn't high enough to achieve the power of Zongshen Tianyi. Connecting this to the eternal Meijiki Sharingan he had seen in the future vision of Zongshen Tianyi, he speculated that Zongshen Tianyi must have awakened the Meijiki Sharingan. Its ability must be capable of amplifying ninjutsu. Fugaku felt his speculation was correct because it could only explain why Zongshen Tianyi's magnet release was so powerful. In the land of rivers at the Sand Village's base, Zongshen Tianyi gained memories of his battle with Jiraiya. After this battle with Konoha, he must learn Sage Mode. Tianyi couldn't even imagine how powerful he would become once he mastered Sage Mode. With this thought, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. However, Dust Release and the Great Spiral Wheel were quite difficult to master. Tianyi rubbed his temples. Dust Release was challenging, and it would take some time to truly grasp it. Moreover, the Great Spiral Wheel was what truly troubled him. He only knew that this ninjutsu could be considered a derivative of the Spiral Sphere, but had no further information. The road ahead was long. Zongshen Tianyi continued his research. While he was studying, the process of his shadow clone battling Jiraiya had already been transmitted to Sarutobi Hiruzen through his summoning beast. This Zongshen Tianyi's talent was too monstrous. The village must quickly master wood release. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately wrote a letter, intending to have Orochimaru begin research on wood release. He understood Orochimaru's research capabilities as a disciple. Not to say he was unparalleled in the ninja world, but he was definitely not inferior to anyone. Perhaps he could bring him good news. After handing the letter to the communication snake left by Orochimaru, Sarutobi Hiruzen dealt with documents in his office while waiting for Orochimaru's reply. In the underground research lab, Orochimaru, who was studying magnet release, saw a small snake come to the corner and spit out a letter, immediately reading it. Surprisingly, the teacher restarted the wood release experiment. However, magnet release is even more appealing to me now. Orochimaru's mind was filled with thoughts of Zongshen Tianyi, and he pushed wood release to the back of his mind. Having previously contacted Danzo regarding the cells of Hashirama, that thing was too powerful. He didn't know how long it would take to fully understand it. And even if he did, it might not be useful for his quest for immortality. After all, Senju Hashirama had been dead for decades. Thus, Orochimaru directly declined, stating that he was currently focused on studying magnet release. When Sarutobi Hiruzen saw this message, his jaw nearly dropped in shock. What the heck? Orochimaru would rather study magnet release than wood release? Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that the people in the ninja world had forgotten the power of Lord Hashirama, the god of shinobi. They were starting to underestimate him. Damn it. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a headache coming on. He had originally thought that among his 3 disciples, Orochimaru was the most obedient. But now it seemed none of them were good. Was this matter ultimately going to fall to Danzo? Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself in a dilemma. He had been thinking of killing him later. Why not let him live a little longer and wait for Danzo to figure out would release before making a decision? After a minute of intense mental struggle, Sarutobi Hiruzen ultimately decided to let his old friend Danzo handle this matter. But he had to wait for him to return from the northern battlefield. At this moment, Danzo was incredibly busy at the base. He had to command the battle while also recruiting talents for Root. Shortly after arriving at the northern camp, he had managed to recruit over 50 ninjas for Root, most of whom were from the Uchiha clan. This made him very happy. Lord Danzo, it seems the people from the Cloud Village are gathering in the Land of Earth. They seem to be planning to take advantage of the 4th Tsukikage's rise to power to make a big move in the Land of Earth. A Root ninja hurriedly reported to Danzo. Upon hearing this, Danzo's eyes lit up. If he took advantage of this opportunity to ambush the Cloud Village, he would surely achieve a great victory. This would bring him closer to the position of Hokage. He immediately dispatched more personnel to monitor them. Once the Cloud Village began fighting with the Rock Village, he would receive the news right away. Danzo's smile could not be contained at this moment. Yes, the Root ninja quickly withdrew. Danzo's smile now spread throughout the room. At the Cloud Village base. How's it going? Did Danzo's Root find out anything? The 3rd Raikage inquired. The Raikage-sama has already sent the news. Given Danzo's personality, he will definitely fall for it later. At that time, this Konoha ninja army will surely be eaten by us, Tsukikage said with a smile. Previously, when Jiraiya was in command here, he had been steady and made things difficult for the Cloud Village. When the Cloud Village saw that even the weakest sand ninja had occupied the Land of Rivers and taken a piece of the cake from Konoha, they began looking for a way to break through. Danzo's arrival gave them this opportunity. Good, the 3rd Raikage rubbed his fists. In fact, he wanted to deal with the Rock Village, but he found Tsukikage's proposal quite appealing. After all, compared to Konoha, the Rock Village appeared to be much poorer. A plan targeting Danzo had already begun to unfold, just waiting for Danzo to eagerly dive in. Yes, brothers, this is the last chapter for today, over 8,000 words. I'm sorry for being a few hundred words short today. Thank you for your support. Many gifts were sent yesterday, and there will still be 3 updates tomorrow. If you want to add more updates, just smash me with gifts. Don't stop using love to generate electricity for free. Chapter 75, Sand Hidden, Konoha's second battle. In the Land of Rivers at the Sand Hidden base. The power of Senjutsu is still quite impressive. If I could master Senjutsu, perhaps I could elevate the Dharma realm to a higher level. Zongshen Tianyi feels that his current 3-headed, 6-armed form is still too weak. At this moment, Elder Chiyo walked over. After hearing Tianyi's words, she couldn't help but think of the summoning beast, Shinya, of the 3rd Kazekage. The 3rd Kazekage made a contract with Shinya, not with the Dragon Cave. Dear readers, this is a speculation I saw on Jihu, and I found it somewhat reasonable, so I quoted it. There may be discrepancies, but Naruto can't have too many plot holes. Chiyo sighed. If there hadn't been a fallout with the 3rd Kazekage, she could have given Shinya to Zongshen Tianyi, allowing him to practice Senjutsu from the Dragon Cave. Elder Chiyo, what brings you here? Are you here to see Sasori? Zongshen Tianyi smiled at Chiyo. Chiyo immediately waved her hand. Although she missed her grandson, she didn't want to be tormented by Shikaku. No, I'm here to find you. Now that Konoha has gathered so many experts, can you handle it, Tianyi? There was a hint of worry in Chiyo's brow. Zongshen Tianyi is the hope for the rise of Sunagakure, and she didn't want him to be in danger. Don't worry, Elder Chiyo. Maybe I can't take them on alone, but with your help, we Sunagakure definitely won't lose. Tianyi's eyes were filled with confidence. As long as they don't lose, Konoha won't be able to hold on. If the other 3 great nations see Konoha and Sunagakure in a stalemate, they will definitely take action. At that time, Konoha will have to withdraw their experts to defend other fronts. The scale of victory will tip in favor of Sunagakure. Okay, as long as you know what you're doing. If there's any danger during the battle, you run away. We can all die, but you can't. Chiyo looked sternly at Zongshen Tianyi. Tianyi nodded in response. After that, Chiyo turned and left, no longer disturbing Zongshen Tianyi's training. One day later, Maki hurried to the place where Zongshen Tianyi was training. Tianyi, we have received news about Kakuzu. Maki's face was very grim, because Kakuzu had already reached the Konoha camp. Has he entered the Konoha camp? Zongshen Tianyi understood from Maki's expression. Maki nodded with a hint of anger. By the time their spies and Sunagakure got the news, it was already too late. Now, Konoha had an additional shadow-level expert, which was very unfavorable for them. It's fine, it won't have much impact. When the time comes, you go deal with him. Zongshen Tianyi looked at Maki. Huh? Maki was a bit baffled, wondering if he had offended Tianyi in some way. Otherwise, why would he send him to his death? Noticing Maki's expression, Tianyi chuckled. Kakuzu is particularly greedy due to some past events. All you need to do is tell him that if he joins us in Sunagakure, we'll give him the position of finance minister. And you don't need to worry. I'll give you a flying thunder god kunai. If he tries to attack you, I'll come to protect you. Tianyi laid out his plan. Maki looked at him with a hint of skepticism. Can this really work? Of course. Just rest assured. Tianyi patted his shoulder. But will the village agree? The position of finance minister has always been held by those old geezers. Maki said worriedly. Don't worry. Elder Chiyo and the others will deal with those guys. Giving up one finance minister position could allow the village to have an additional shadow-level expert. Elder Chiyo will definitely agree. Zongshen Tianyi said with a mischievous smile. Chiyo and Hiro's qualifications can suppress those old geezers. Now, Konoha's manpower is almost all gathered. We need to prepare as well. Konoha should be launching an attack soon. A hint of regret appeared on Zongshen Tianyi's face. The great spiral wheel has already taken shape. Yes. Maki nodded and began to prepare for the war. Although the commander of the base hadn't said anything, it was implicitly understood from top to bottom that Zongshen Tianyi was the commander. In an instant, the over 4,000 Sand Shinobi in the base got busy. Many elite teams were dispatched to keep an eye on Konoha's movements. Zongshen Tianyi also finished his training, waiting for Konoha to make a move. At the Konoha base, at this moment, Kakuzu was sitting in Konoha's war room. Jiraiya, Minato Namikaze, and Kushina looked at Kakuzu with curiosity, while the other J-nin had a hint of disdain in their eyes. After all, Kakuzu was a rogue ninja. The thought of having to fight alongside him made them feel uncomfortable. But there was no other way now. Everyone is here now, and the village has requested us to act quickly. I won't say much. This time we must make a quick decision. We absolutely cannot drag this out, Orochimaru said, glancing at every Konoha ninja. Everyone nodded. They knew that too many powerful experts had gathered in the Land of Rivers, and if they delayed any further, other fronts would be left vulnerable, leading to problems. Kakuzu, please take care of Chiyo from Sunagakure, Orochimaru said with a smile. Kakuzu nodded. He was just here for the money, not to fight for his life, as long as Zongshen Tianyi didn't get in his way. Seeing Orochimaru assign this rogue ninja to deal with Chiyo, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Chiyo's strength is not weak, and the main concern is that when engaging her, one also has to guard against being poisoned. All right, let's act immediately. Pass the order. Let's move out now, Orochimaru said, feeling unsettled. He thought that this time, Konoha might lose. Zongshen Tianyi was a significant variable. No one knew how strong Zongshen Tianyi really was. At the Konoha camp, except for medical ninjas, all the other ninjas were deployed. Remember, don't recklessly charge forward. We Uchiha must conserve our strength. Fugaku quietly told his confidants, then instructed them to relay the message to the other Uchiha. Upon hearing this, many people became excited. The clan leader must be thinking of conserving strength. And once Konoha was heavily damaged by Sunagakure, they could directly kill the third Hokage and become Hokage themselves. Yes, we must conserve our strength. They thought about seizing the Hokage position in the future. Some Uchiha clansmen clearly misunderstood Fugaku's intentions. After learning about it, Fugaku didn't care anymore. As long as the goal was achieved, that was enough. Zongshen Tianyi was part of their family, and there was no need for infighting. At this moment, Fugaku gave Minato a glance, signaling him to take this opportunity to contact Zongshen Tianyi or the higher-ups of Sunagakure. Minato gave his clan leader an assuring look. Then, the army entered the Land of Rivers. The news quickly reached Zongshen Tianyi and the others. Lord Tianyi, the reconnaissance team has reported that Konoha's ninjas have mobilized. A Sand Shinobi excitedly entered the war room. All right, pass the order down. Everyone follow the plan. Zongshen Tianyi led Chiyo, Yetsong, and others out of the command room. At this moment, all the Sand Shinobi were cracking their knuckles. Facing the Konoha army, they no longer felt the fear and worry they had before. Their eyes were filled with fighting spirit. In their view, Konoha ninjas were nothing special. Once Lord Tianyi made his move, Konoha ninjas would only have their lives to run away. Kaibo Zhang watched the changes in the Sand Shinobi, and a smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. He saw in his village's ninjas something that had previously only belonged to Konoha ninjas. Confidence, absolute confidence. Tianyi is the hope of our Sand Hidden, Kaibo Zhang said slowly. At this moment, Zongshen Tianyi formed hand seals, summoning technique. As the smoke cleared, the figure of Shikaku appeared. What's wrong with that kid, Tianyi? Shikaku was having a good time. Boss Shikaku, Konoha ninjas are attacking. We still need your help to take action and assist us. Tianyi said with a smile at this moment. All right, no problem. Shikaku patted his chest, but that kid named Scorpion is probably going to run away, right? Boss Shikaku, don't worry, he can't escape. Zongshen Tianyi said with a smile. I have left 3 flying thunder god marks on Scorpion. No matter where he runs, I can bring him back. Everyone, let's set off. Tianyi took the lead and headed towards Konoha. Soon, the 2 large armies from Sand and Konoha encountered each other. Zongshen Tianyi stood atop Shikaku, looking at the Konoha army not far away. Both sides stopped simultaneously. The aura of battle lingered in the sky. Nearby animals desperately fled the area. Tianyi-kun, long time no see. Orochimaru looked at Tianyi, standing on top of Shikaku, a hint of coldness appearing on his face. This time, Orochimaru, a 1T let you escape again. Zongshen Tianyi glanced at Orochimaru, then scanned the front row, but did not see the Uchiha clan. Finally, he spotted them at the back, which seemed a bit strange to him. Is this still Uchiha? Shouldn't they rush to the front line, according to their nature? Nara Shikaku was equally puzzled. The Uchiha today felt a bit off to him. I hope nothing goes wrong, he muttered softly. Boss Shikaku, let us serve them some tailed beast balls. Zongshen Tianyi said to Shikaku beneath him. Okay. Shikaku immediately began to gather tailed beast balls in his mouth. Sannin Kushina also immediately entered tailed beast transformation, directly entering the state of 6 tails. She quickly gathered a tailed beast ball in her mouth as well, aiming at the tailed beast ball in Shikaku's mouth. Whoosh! 2 tailed beast balls were launched simultaneously. Boom! Instantly colliding in midair, they exploded. Everyone was dazzled by the bright white light. P.S. Today it's still 3 chapters. I got delayed a bit, so it's a bit late. Thank you all for your support. Little brother is asking for some gifts here. Chapter 76. Helpless Jiraiya, Shikaku. The Jinchuriki on the other side is up to you, Zongshen Tianyi said as he looked down at Shikaku. All right, I will treat the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales well. Shikaku grinned wickedly, thinking that beating Kushina could also be considered as beating the Ninetales. Summoning technique, triple hashemon. The explosive shockwave rushed towards Konoha immediately. Orochimaru acted quickly, using Rashomon to block the shockwave. On the Suna side, Zongshen Tianyi used an iron sand wall made of iron sand to block it. Everyone, if you're in danger, just call for me. Tianyi gave a flying thunder god kunai to Chiyo, Yakumo, and the others, then vanished from scene. Attack! The ninjas from Konoha and Suna tacitly moved aside to engage in battle, not wanting to be caught in the crossfire. Magnet release. 3-headed, 6-armed Buddha. Zongshen Tianyi unleashed his most powerful technique. A 100-meter giant rose from the ground. Everyone swallowed hard at the sight of the 3-headed, 6-armed giant. Damn! Zongshen Tianyi's strength is terrifying. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and the others looked back at Fugaku, hoping he would take action. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, don't joke with me. My Susanoo was blown up by Zongshen Tianyi. Now that his giant has become even stronger, it wouldn't do me any good to go. Fugaku wouldn't foolishly step up. Jiraiya thought the same and withdrew his gaze. Orochimaru, Minato, buy me some time. I will enter sage mode, Jiraiya said to the 2. All right. Orochimaru and Minato nodded. But Minato's eyes were on his girlfriend, seeing Kushina and the One-Tail exchanging blows, which made him feel reassured. At least it seemed that Kushina was not at a disadvantage. Summoning technique. Orochimaru summoned a massive black snake. He didn't plan to summon Manda. That guy had become very cunning, only coming out to work without putting in any effort. Summoning Manda was just a waste of chakra. Orochimaru stood atop the giant snake and headed towards Zongshen Tianyi's iron sand giant. Minato threw a flying thunder god kunai, instantly arriving beside the giant, then stepped on the giant and quickly moved towards Zongshen Tianyi, who stood atop the giant's head. Minato! Tianyi noticed Minato and immediately formed hand seals. In the area where Minato was, iron sand quickly formed a tornado. Damn! Minato had no choice but to activate Flying Thunder God and retreat. After seeing Minato retreat, Tianyi turned his gaze to Orochimaru. Take this. Tianyi controlled the giant to strike at Orochimaru and the giant snake beneath him. Although the giant snake was huge, it was still very agile. It dodged Tianyi's attacks in a few moves. Before Orochimaru could catch his breath, the 3 heads of the giant turned toward him and opened their mouths simultaneously. Seeing the blue light emanating from the giant's mouth, Orochimaru felt the threat of death and immediately summoned a python that swallowed him whole. In the next second, a flash of black light appeared, followed by 3 loud bangs. Everyone turned to look and saw the giant snake, Orochimaru, summoned being pinned to the ground by 3 iron rods, blood soaking the earth. Orochimaru. Minato became anxious and rushed to the giant snake's side to search for Orochimaru, and upon not finding him, he breathed a sigh of relief. Not finding him meant that Orochimaru had escaped. At that moment, at the edge of the battlefield, Orochimaru crawled out from the mouth of the python. That was terrifying. I almost died. Orochimaru looked at the giant in the center of the battlefield, feeling a hint of fear. This thing could probably only be stopped by a tailed beast. Swallowing hard, he noticed that the Uchiha clan, which usually charged to the front, was surprisingly hanging back this time. Interesting. Orochimaru sneered and saw the rogue, ninja, Kakazu, whom the village had hired at high price, talking to a Jonin from Suna without making a move. Teacher Saratobi, this time you really lost out. Kakazu, I represent Suna Village and would like to hire you as our financial department head. Maki said nervously as he looked at Kakuzu. He was even more anxious, wondering if Tianyi's plan would really work. Kakuzu, who originally wanted to kill this person, was stunned in place. What did you say? He seriously doubted that his ears were working properly. Our village wants to invite you to join us. We plan to hire you as the financial department head to manage our village's finances. Seeing the murderous intent in Kakuzu's eyes disappear, Maki thought, I didn't expect Tianyi's idea to actually work. Kakuzu scrutinized Maki with a questioning gaze. Are you the one who decides? Kakuzu asked, feeling a bit excited inside. Suna Village is one of the 5 great villages. They must have a lot of money, and our village leader has already said that after this war, Tianyi will take over as the village leader. Maki said. Hearing this, Kakuzu was tempted. However, he coldly replied, I can refrain from attacking you, but I won't help you either. Kakuzu wouldn't work for free. All right, Mr. Kakuzu, I can accompany you to watch from the sidelines. When Lord Tianyi arrives, we can discuss the details. Maki didn't expect it to work. Kakuzu's fixation on money was truly remarkable. Was it possible that he only valued money in this world? The battle on Zongshen Tianyi's side continued. Orochimaru and Minato were approaching their full power. Orochimaru, Minato, I'm here. Jiraiya joined the battlefield, with Fukasaku and Shima standing by his sides. A facial mask had already appeared on his face. Zongshen Tianyi, this time I, the sage, will teach you a harsh lesson. Jiraiya immediately formed hand seals and summoned the Gambunta trio. Please help me hold off this Iron Sand Giant. Jiraiya requested of the Gambunta trio. The 3 frogs looked at the overwhelming Iron Sand Giant before them and nodded. But Jiraiya, we can't hold him off for long. You need to be quick. Gambunta realized that the opponent's strength was beyond their ability to block, so he reminded Jiraiya to be swift. Jiraiya nodded. At that moment, Minato looked at his teacher with envy, wishing he could also master Sage Mode. If he did, the pressure on Konoha would be much less. Minato, let's work together to help Jiraiya restrain this giant, Orochimaru said to Minato. Minato immediately nodded. Earth release, Yellow Spring Swamp. The Iron Sand Giant immediately fell into the trap. Good opportunity, let's go. Bunta led his 2 brothers in. Seeing this, Tianyi immediately controlled the giant. Magnetic release, super electromagnetic cannon. A large iron ball appeared in each of the giant's 6 hands. Upon seeing this, Bunta and his brothers immediately felt a sense of crisis. Minato, noticing this, quickly formed seals and used the technique of collapse. A gigantic toad appeared above the Iron Sand Giant. Its huge rear landed on the Iron Sand Giant, and the toad then painfully covered its backside and transformed into a cloud of smoke, causing the giant's 6 hands to change direction. The trajectory of the 6 iron balls naturally changed as well. However, one still grazed Bunta. A massive scar appeared on his face, deep enough to see the bone. His 2 brothers were not much better off, each sustaining significant wounds as the 3 toads returned to the spirit world, injured. What a pity. They were so close to resolving it. Zongshen Tianyi pouted. Jiraiya, seeing this, felt a surge of anger in his belly. Sage Art. Fire Release. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. With the enhancement of Sage Art, the scale of the Fire Dragon Flame Bullet was immense, and the temperature of the flames burned one of the giant's heads into molten iron. Tianyi flew out of Jiraiya's attack range. The enhancement of Sage Chakra on ninjutsu is extraordinary. Tianyi squinted his eyes. At this moment, Jiraiya arrived on top of another head. Tianyi landed on another head. The 2 stood on the Iron Sand Giant's head, looking at each other. Jiraiya, you are the first enemy to stand here. Zongshen Tianyi thought this guy was quite bold. This could be said to be his main battlefield. Jiraiya's expression was serious. He actually didn't want to be here, but there was no choice. If he didn't come, it would be difficult to attack Zongshen Tianyi. Sage Art, Lion's main technique. Jiraiya's hair extended infinitely, attempting to restrain Zongshen Tianyi. Tianyi clapped his hands, magnetic release, electromagnetic field. Instantly, the originally fast white hair stopped just 1 meter in front of Tianyi. No matter how much Jiraiya increased the chakra input, it couldn't penetrate. Just then, an Iron Sand clone rose beside Jiraiya, Big Ball Rasengan. Faced with the sudden attack, Jiraiya immediately teleported back. Sage Art, Needle Hell, enhanced by Sage Chakra. Jiraiya's hair became incredibly hard. Bang! The Big Ball Rasengan couldn't break through his hair and only push him back a few steps. The other hand of the Iron Sand clone took the opportunity to place a Flying Thunder God seal on Jiraiya's hair. Chapter 77. The Death of Jiraiya, Shikaku. NCHG. Damn it. Jiraiya's pupils contracted as he realized that the Flying Thunder God mark of Zongshen Tianyi had appeared on his hair. Seeing this, Sage Shinsaku immediately used Wind Release to help Jiraiya cut off that part of his hair. Jiraiya also controlled his chakra to restore that part of his hair to normal, making it easier to be cut. For safety, Sage Shinsaku even trimmed part of the hair on the top of Jiraiya's head. In the next moment, Zongshen Tianyi's figure appeared by the hair. So fast, after finishing a piece of iron sand, Zongshen Tianyi conjured a large Rasengan in his hand, which contained a large amount of rapidly spinning iron sand. Since Tianyi had not yet learned Sage techniques, using Wind Release, Rasen Shuriken would severely injure his hand. So he switched the Wind Chakra to iron sand. This increased the power without hurting his hand. Just as Zongshen Tianyi was about to hit Jiraiya, Minato Namikaze appeared beside him and, in the next second, took Jiraiya away from the scene. They returned to a safe place below. No escape. Zongshen Tianyi created 100 Iron Sand clones, each carrying a large number of explosive tags. The explosive tag bombardment group launched. 100 Iron Sand clones flew downwards. Minato Namikaze did not dare to stop, retreating with Jiraiya. They escaped, but the Konoha ninjas were in trouble. Earth Release Team and Water Release Team, act now. Nara Shikaku shouted. Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall. Water Release, Water Formation Wall. Earth Release Barrier, Earth Prison Mist. All defensive ninjutsu that could be used was deployed. Boom! Boom! Smoke and dust from the explosions enveloped half the battlefield. Haha, long live Lord Tianyi. These Konoha ninjas still want to deal with Lord Tianyi? Better luck next time. Victory belongs to our Sunagakure. The Sand Ninjas were ecstatic. The Konoha Jinchuriki was being suppressed by Shikaku, and even the elite of Konoha could not handle Lord Tianyi. Elder Chiyo and Lord Yakura had restrained a large number of Konoha elites. At this moment, Minato Namikaze brought Jiraiya to Fugaku's side. Fugaku, why hasn't he or Uchiha clan made a move yet? Jiraiya noticed that the Uchiha were hanging back at the edge of the battlefield, which made him very angry. The battle was gradually tipping in favor of Sunagakure, and yet the strongest clan in Konoha, the Uchiha, was just sitting there. What were they doing? Lord Jiraiya, I want as well. We are preparing to act. Fugaku replied with a smile. Jiraiya didn't waste any more words with him. Just gave Minato a look to take Fugaku with him to deal with Zongshen Tianyi. Minato could only silently apologize to Fugaku, and, while he wasn't paying attention, grabbed him and activated the Flying Thunder God. Seeing their clan leader being taken away, the Uchiha clan was furious. Damn it, shameless Jiraiya and his apprentice. How despicable. What do we do now? We must rescue the clan leader. The Uchiha clan could no longer sit idle and rushed in to protect their clan member's safety. Tianyi noticed that Jiraiya and the others were coming again, this time bringing along the defeated Fugaku. Damn it, Fugaku's face looked terrible. He could only use Susanoo now, or he would be killed by Zongshen Tianyi. Soon, a large skeletal figure formed, protecting Fugaku within. Sage Art, 5 right gates. A canopy of flames surged towards Zongshen Tianyi. Seeing this, Tianyi immediately used Flying Thunder God to escape. At the same time, he dispelled the law of nature and used magnet release to control the iron sand, forming a tornado made of iron sand. Magnet release, Super Iron Sand Tornado. Minato quickly took Jiraiya and Fugaku away from there, even though he was very fast. Both he and Jiraiya had many blood holes from the iron sand. Their originally handsome faces had turned into pockmarked ones. At this moment, Zongshen Tianyi infused chakra, and a large amount of iron sand was drawn up from the ground, spreading across the battlefield like a natural disaster. Some ninjas who couldn't dodge were sucked in by the tornado and then turned into a sieve by the iron sand. Narashikaku and Yamanaka Ino also got caught up. Multiplication technique. At this moment, Akimichi's CHG grew larger, his size comparable to a tail beast. He hurriedly reached out to grab Narashikaku and Yamanaka Ino's legs, just when he thought he could save them. Countless pieces of iron sand swept by. A cloud of blood mist drifted past, and CHG was left holding their legs. No, watching his good brothers die before his eyes. CHG's eyes filled with bloodshot. CHG, shrink down quickly. Other members of the Akimichi clan shouted loudly, but it was already too late. The iron sand tornado was coming. His massive form was quickly enveloped by the iron sand. In the eyes of everyone, in less than a second, he followed Narashikaku and Yamanaka Ino's fate. In the sky, Zongshen Tianyi looked down at the crowd and shook his head. Wow, I've directly taken out 3 parents of the 12 little strong. Tianyi couldn't help but show a hint of a smile. Shikaku, Ino, and CHG. A trace of sorrow appeared on Minato Namikaze's face. They could be considered friends, and seeing the 3 of them die like this, with no remains left, weighed heavily on his heart. Kushina also noticed this. She had a good relationship with the 3. Seeing them die like this shook her heart. Kurama was overjoyed. Kushina, give me control of your body. Otherwise, if this continues, it won't just be 3 friends dying. Your beloved Minato will also die at Zongshen Tianyi's hands. Let me take action. As the strongest tail beast, I can easily kill Zongshen Tianyi. Kurama urged Kushina, his fox eyes brimming with excitement. Through the mental space, he saw Shikaku outside, living it up, and he was filled with jealousy. After the last control, Kurama was confident he could completely control Kushina this time. No, I can't give you control of my body, Kushina said slowly. Look at your Minato. His face is already covered in blood from Zongshen Tianyi's attacks. He might die in the next second. Do you want to watch Minato die? Kurama knew Minato's importance in Kushina's heart, so he spoke calmly. Kushina hesitated.